The deity's magic tower has begun to collapse. It was at this moment that everyone realized that they had lost. No one could even imagine such an outcome. No one even dared to talk about it before. Someone just said that he was ashamed, but he had to admit defeat, because it was all over anyway. Immediately, the heavenly rebel Sun Wukong rose to his feet. Even without an arm, he still shouted that nothing was over yet. He was approached by Hercules, who noted that everything in this world was coming to an end, but Sun declared that he would never die. Hercules told him that no matter how immortal he was, he still could not behave like that before an external god. He came up and grabbed him by the shoulders, saying that this place would soon be discovered. At that very moment, a mysterious ball appeared and bounced off the ground. It was Kim Yuan's doing. He admitted that he thought that they had all died long ago. The guy sat down, and the others asked why he came back alone. Kim looked away and remained silent. The guys immediately guessed that Merlin, Asura, and Vishnu were also dead, and Kim confirmed their guesses. They were all dead. They also noticed a strange blue ball and asked the guy about it. Kim said that it was stupid chaos. Sun was surprised that it was actually one of the outer gods. Kim admitted that from what happened this time, he clearly understood that they are internal. That's why they will never be able to defeat the outsiders. At that very moment, an unknown man in a robe appeared in front of him and began to use his magic. Kim was surprised that the stranger decided to use this method to win. It was Kronos. He is a being with the divine right to control time, and he wanted someone to return to the old world line and start all over again. Kronos immediately used the clockwork mechanism and said that perhaps he would not be in the world he returned to. But this was the only way. After all, that was the price to pay for turning back time and inverting the world line, so he shouldn't waste his time looking for it. Kim guessed that even the fact of his existence would disappear, and Kronos added that he did not know what form he would end up in. However, it makes no difference if only he disappears. Kim turned his gaze away from his comrade again. Kronos himself would prefer to end everything here, but this is their last chance. Kim asked, "Who will go to the past then?" But before he could finish speaking, he noticed that all his comrades were looking at him strangely. He immediately guessed that it was he who would go to the past, but he did not understand why Sun could not return, since he was also a strong candidate. Sun himself said that Kim was the last to arrive at the tower, but despite this, he adapted to this world faster than anyone else and fought shoulder to shoulder with all of them, climbing up the tower. He also rose early to the high floor of the tower and accumulated legends. It was he who was on par with them, who received divine life and right. Hercules also approached the guy and asked if he had forgotten that creatures from the upper floors receive a restriction when entering the lower ones. He said that the tower can only be changed by rising from the bottom, so only he remains. One of the comrades said that if they returned to the past, their relationship would not be the same as it is now, but even if he could not recognize him, he needed to make sure that he could. Sun smiled and advised the boy to hit the one who couldn't come to his senses once, and if that didn't work, then he should just kill him. Kim just said that they all speak very beautifully. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought about how he would not let his friends down. At that very moment, the time transfer began. A moment later, he opened his eyes already in the past. Kim immediately noticed that his body had become very light. All his characteristics had disappeared along with his mana. He realized that Kronos had not sent his body into the past, but had turned back time itself. In the end, he would have to start from the beginning. First, he needed to know how far he had gone back. But at that very moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a strong blow to the face from some scoundrel. The white-haired bouncer was surprised that the guy managed to hold on. Kim himself didn't understand what the hell was going on. Suddenly, he noticed the emblem of Chonsol University on his bomber jacket and immediately remembered that he himself had once been a student, but had already forgotten about it because it was a matter of long ago. Kim tried to remember the name of the guy in front of him, but the bastard himself was not going to just stand there and immediately swung his arm to hit again. But the guy reacted instantly and easily dodged the direct blow. This surprised the scoundrel. Kim asked him what the date was today. If he answered quickly, Then he would turn a blind eye to his recent blow. It was weak anyway, and not at all painful. These words drove the blonde boy crazy. He couldn't believe that some loser dared to be rude to him and again swung for another blow. But Kim immediately calmed him down with a blow to the chin. He didn't waste another second and immediately took out his phone to look at the date. It was now December 31st, exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant that there were exactly 9 hours left until we got to the tutorial. December 31st, 2019, 8 o'clock in the evening, the outskirts of Hongdae. A boy named Myung-hoon, a student in the Department of Physical Education, Health and Sports at Chung-Seoul University, was walking along the streets when suddenly someone called out to him. These were some guys who invited him to their table. One of them said that Mung was an hour late and therefore had to pay a fine of 50,000 won. Men himself asked him not to talk nonsense and drank a glass of beer in one gulp. One of his friends didn't understand why he was so sad. He had come to relieve stress, but the guy himself only asked for more. His friend asked how things were with Kim. As soon as Men heard this name, he immediately became angry. He immediately remembered how blood was pouring from his nose. Men turned out to be the same fair-haired bastard who attacked Kim, but was immediately defeated by him. Kim then asked him to try harder because there was very little time left. Men didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about, but he didn't really care. He was just going to beat the crap out of him so that he would never be able to get up again, and his friends, meanwhile, thought that Men had dealt with the guy and he was in the hospital. Men just said that he doesn't care about that loser because he doesn't even have parents, so there won't be any consequences anyway. The whole gang immediately raised their glasses and began to drink. Soon the whole company went out into the street, and by that time the clock was 10 minutes to midnight. It's almost 2020, so one of them suggested having a third alcoholic round in honor of it. Men said that if they were going to go, they needed to move quickly. He was offended that he sobered up so quickly. Suddenly, his friend noticed Kim with the suitcase. I didn't understand what the guy was even doing here, but it was even to his advantage because now he would finish with him once and for all. He immediately took off his mask and called out to Kim. But he was not alone. His whole gang came up to the guy with him. Men's face was clearly filled with anger, and he asked Kim what he was doing here. Kim, in turn, remained silent and began to take off his watch. He told them all that it was almost 12 o'clock, so they should enjoy the remaining 3 minutes to the fullest, because then all hell would break loose. The guy threw his watch on the floor and reached for his suitcase, and Men didn't understand what the hell he was talking about lately. A moment later, Men couldn't believe his eyes. After all, Kim's suitcase was completely filled with bladed weapons. The thug's comrades immediately began asking him to apologize to Kim, who had already taken out his axe. They also turned to Kim and began begging him to stop. Kim himself thought that this place has the highest turnover of people in Seoul, so there are enough people. He immediately threw his suitcase in their direction, putting on his backpack. Kim understood perfectly well that everything was about to start. Meanwhile, the clock showed exactly midnight, and a moment later every person in the area began to feel an unbearable headache. The entire area was surrounded by an unknown barrier. Kim told Men that 3 minutes had passed, and the scumbag couldn't understand what the hell was going on here. Immediately, all the people heard an unknown voice, which informed them that they were all in the area of 20,131. Their number at the moment was 12,014 people. They all need to survive the zombie invasion, and at the end of 30 minutes, all the monsters will be eliminated. At that very moment, zombies began to emerge from the ground, which caused everyone to panic. Kim understood that the number of zombies was appropriate. This was due to the difficulty level setting for the tutorial. The more people in an area, the higher the difficulty level, so the balance between areas will be maintained. He understood that in Hongdae, the density of people was extremely high relative to the area of the streets. The area itself was the limit of the escape area. No matter where you went, there would be zombies everywhere. In other words, this meant that these streets would soon be flooded with blood. The system also informed the participants that they could check their condition through the system con command, and Kim himself immediately took out an old knife, which was the basic weapon. The guy understood perfectly well that they were being given something that one could hardly call a weapon. He immediately threw the knife out of his hand and reached for his backpack. The old one would have been enough to keep him alive for 30 minutes, but now that wasn't enough for him. Kim took out some kind of flask with liquid and poured it onto his knife. Then he instantly rushed towards one zombie and with just one movement cut off the bastard's head. A notification from the system appeared that the first zombie in the area had been destroyed, and Kim himself received 100 points as well as a strong increase in experience. He managed to raise the level, and Kim himself felt how his body gradually began to become lighter. Kim raised level after level, destroying vile zombies. He instantly destroyed them by the dozens. This was noticed by other people who assumed that zombies were not that strong, since some guy could do it so easily. One man decided to attack one of the zombies, striking it with an axe. But his blow did absolutely no damage to the monster, and only left a small scratch on it. A moment later, the zombie grabbed his neck and began to eat him alive. Kim knew that it was impossible to defeat the zombies with ordinary forces. In contrast to the fact that they are slow and weak, they do not know pain and are incredibly tenacious, and their bite is deadly poisonous. There were those who barely managed to survive and who were able to rise to the high floors, but it is not easy at all. Kim stabbed the zombie's neck again, but this time his knife didn't even leave a mark on the bastard. The guy immediately jumped to the side. He realized that the effect had already passed. He reached for his backpack again. Although zombies are far from simple opponents, they also have a weak spot. Kim recalled talking to a man who had managed to survive his past life, and he told him that he had discovered something incredible during the first tutorial. He found out that the weak spot of fucking zombies is salt. Meanwhile, Kim continued to destroy monsters, earning the incredible achievement for killing 100 zombies in 10 minutes in the tutorial. He also received 3 stat points. Unlike level-up points which improve stats randomly, stat points can be used to improve desired stats. But upon completing the tutorial, all free stat points are distributed randomly. Kim was already reaching out to use them right now. But he immediately decided to save them for later. He can't waste stats just on catching zombies. Meanwhile, there were 10 minutes left in the tutorial, and Kim thought that he needed to find a suitable place first. Suddenly he heard some sounds that caught his attention. Meanwhile, men stabbed one of the zombies with a knife, but the weapon only entered the bastard's face a couple of centimeters. Men himself did not understand why he could not defeat him if Kim cut them out with such ease. He believed that it was all about his weapon. If only he had the weapon that Kim used, then everything would be different. The zombie was already reaching out to men to attack him, but the guy reacted in time and pushed the monster away from himself. Meanwhile, his 2 friends were running towards him, leading a crowd of zombies behind them. One of them noticed that there were more and more zombies, and the second wanted to find Kim so that they could survive with him. I immediately began to examine the surrounding area. He didn't understand where his mother Kim had gone. At that very moment, his friend shouted at him to turn around. At the last moment, men managed to block the zombie's blow, but his weapon couldn't withstand this and literally broke into 2 pieces. The little bastard was already reaching out his hands to him, and Men himself was thinking that his end had come. But before the zombie could take a step, his entire body began to melt, as if he had been doused with acid. The guys didn't understand what the hell was going on, and then they noticed that something was falling from above. Some kind of dust was falling from the sky. I tasted it, and it turned out to be ordinary salt. It was Kim's doing, pouring out that very salt from his backpack, raising it level by level. A moment later, there was no trace left of the zombie. At the same moment, the system notified the participants that the first tutorial had been successfully completed, and there were 4,077 survivors left. The reward is also given in proportion to the number of killed enemies, of which Kim had 1,427, respectively. The guy received the same number of points, as well as additional stat points. The system also improved his stamina by 2 levels, and his strength by 1. He still had 1 stat point left. Since he killed the most enemies, he was awarded another 500 points. The young man also achieved an incredible result, for which he was given 1,000 points, and Kim himself was surprised by the number of notifications. Kim himself had reached level 16, strength was at level 23, agility at 20, endurance at 24, and intuition at 21. The guy was even a little shocked that he had 3,000 points in total, which is definitely a huge number for the first tutorial, considering that, before he started with 10, immediately a notification from the system appeared that the second tutorial would begin in a while, but then someone's voice greeted everyone. The unknown person congratulated all the survivors, but he was a little alarmed by the number of survivors because in his opinion there were so many of them that it was even confusing. He said that initially this would be announced after the completion of the second tutorial, but this time he would make an exception because there was a person who reached the threshold too quickly, and Kim himself realized that it was a 6. The stranger wanted to tell the participants about how to use points, but people had no time for that. They were counting on him to tell them how to get home. The voice continued and said that one of the two main ways to use points was the store. Perhaps there would be things there that they couldn't even imagine. And the second way is currency. They can trade with anyone through a handshake. Kim himself knew very well that with just the presence of points, one can become a god, especially the store plays an extremely important role in this world. He understood that from this moment, the fight for level and points began, and the voice itself informed the participants that time was up. A moment later, a yellow barrier appeared, and the unknown person said that it was time for another fight. He said that a safe zone is being created in the center of each district, and participants need to reach it, and that 100 points will be awarded every 3 hours. People immediately realized that the safe zone was the strange yellow area. Comrade Mina came up to him and said that they had to go already, but the guy himself didn't understand what the hell was going on. The guys also realized that their friend Chan died in the battle against the zombies, but Meng himself was thinking about something completely different. They noticed that he was not himself and was persistently looking for something, but men only said that he was fine. They also started discussing that, judging by the way Kim had fought recently, he was a difficult person. Did he really have some kind of predisposition to using a knife? Suddenly, men pushed them aside and sped up. He noticed Kim and walked towards him. He immediately took Kim by the shoulder and asked him why he was going the other way when they needed to go in a circle. Men told him that he would take care of him, but he himself thought that right now it was safest to be with Kim. He expected that if he went to the meeting first, the young man would not refuse, but Kim only replied that he himself knew where he needed to go. Kim pushed his hand away and said that he had to go somewhere, which surprised men. The guy also gave Menu some advice. If he really wanted to survive, he shouldn't curry favor with others, but just sit quietly in the safe zone. And he also advised not to be so arrogant. Men wasn't going to just tolerate this kind of treatment and was going to give Kim a punch. But then he pulled himself together, let him rule wherever he wants, because with him, it still won't be as safe as in the circle. At that very moment, one of his comrades was about to enter the zone, but he couldn't. It was as if a wall appeared in front of him. I didn't understand what the hell was going on, because they were all told to enter the zone. He immediately noticed that there was a limit of 2,038 people who could be in the circle at the same time. He realized that this was exactly half of all the survivors, which meant that the rest, who could not get inside, would simply die. A moment later, dozens of huge worms appeared and began to devour the poor people. Meanwhile, Kim cut off the head of one of the monsters with just one blow. The guy understood perfectly well that it had all started. He was also the first to destroy an earthworm and received 300 points, as well as 2 random stat points. His strength increased by 1 and his agility by 1 level. Earthworms are not visible because they burst out of the ground and attack their victims. This meant that he had to block his vision and focus on his other senses. Kim immediately removed all unnecessary distractions and focused only on the battle with the monsters. At that very moment, he felt vibrations under his foot. A moment later, a huge worm appeared right below them, about to devour him. But Kim was counting on this and then dealt with him with ease. He leveled up again, increasing his strength by 1 stat, agility, and intuition. Kim was even surprised that he had raised his level by killing only 2 worms. If he tries hard, he can gain a lot of stat points. Kim went down to the nearest subway station. He knew that earthworms settled underground, digging caves for themselves. In other words, the metro is the best place to hunt these creatures, and a moment later, several dozen worms were already visible in front of him. Kim also discovered a hidden dungeon by entering Hongdae Station, earning him another 100 points. This is what he was counting on, because once the nest is found, there is nothing difficult left in the hunt. First, he planned to reach level 21. The guy immediately began to cut the vile creatures one by one. There was no doubt in his movements. He did what was required of him. Suddenly, he noticed some kind of bead that appeared after killing one of the worms. He was shocked that these beads could be obtained right here. He found this amusing, so much so that he found them charming. A smile appeared on his face, because he just had a reason to continue exterminating these creatures. At the same time, hundreds of people were dying in unbearable pain on the streets. The screams were so loud that nothing else could be heard, and one of the scumbags who managed to enter the safe zone said that they could have died more quietly since they were already being caught anyway. As it turned out, 3 hours had already passed, and each survivor received 100 points, considering that this was a lot. At that very moment, the safe zone disappeared, because now there was a restriction of 1,500 people, and there were 1,867 of them inside. The system announced that when the limit was exceeded, people would be expelled from the safe zone randomly, which no one liked. Immediately, people began to be literally pushed out of the zone straight into the cage of huge worms. The monsters immediately began to devour the poor fellows, and the 3-hour timer started again. The panic among the people instantly dissipated, and they began to fight among themselves to clear a path for escape. But Men, who was also expelled from the zone, immediately intervened. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. And he said that now they would decide among themselves who would die instead of him. I realized that at this rate he too could get out of here. If he kills someone, he will definitely survive. The guy immediately grabbed one of the old men who was standing next to him. He has already made his decision. He will kill this old man. Meanwhile, Kim continued cutting up the worms. Even a sudden simultaneous attack by 2 of them was no trouble at all for him. He killed all the creatures at the station, raising the level to 20. The young man also filled his entire backpack with beads that dropped from the worms, and his agility, endurance, and intuition again increased by 1 point. From that moment on, mana was available to him. It took him 3 hours to clear the entire station, during which time he even got a little tired. But still, thanks to the increase in characteristics, the body was quite light. As a reward for hunting earthworms, he received 3 random stat points and 1 free stat point. At the moment, his strength was at level 28, agility at 26, endurance at 27, intuition at 24, and mana at level 13. In total, he had 3,527 points and 5 free stat points. Either way, it's pretty good, but there's no big reward to be had until this one is caught, so Kim decided to use up all his free stat points right away. The guy increased his mana by 5 levels, because he knew perfectly well that mana was a characteristic that would become the basis for his future powers, and now there was nothing more important. Even the small number of people who received the tower's blessing had starting mana of level 12, so level 18 was a pretty good start. He was thinking about his next plan of action, but then he turned around and asked why they were following him. A voice came from the hole in the ceiling and asked the guy how he knew. Kim admitted that this is not surprising, because his actions attract a lot of attention. With a smile on his face, he asked if it was really boring to watch the other participants. Immediately, someone's silhouette began to appear. He thanked the guy, because it was he who added color to his painfully boring work. At that very moment, the 6 leaders appeared in front of him, who were surprised that Kim had already reached level 20 in such a short period of time. The guy simply replied that he was lucky, and the 6 remarked that there are no people in this world more terrible than those who speak exactly like that. He immediately asked the reason for his call, and Kim said that he wanted to look at the store, and the six immediately thought that the guy wanted to buy some item. But this was not the case because the young man said that he wanted to buy the skill. Immediately, a huge menu of choices appeared in front of him, and the six said that he might be the first person to buy the skill in the second tutorial. Kim himself thought that the choice was really big, so much so that it would take him some time to scroll through to the very end. After a while, he succeeded, but nothing caught his attention. He asked the six if this was the only choice, and he replied that this was all that could be obtained during the tutorial. The six asked what exactly he was looking for, but the guy replied that he was just asking, knowing full well that if he continued to ask more questions, he would only attract a lot of attention to himself, and that would not bode well. To begin with, he decided to take the skill of Monkey Eyes, which was possessed by the monkey that lived on the Flower and Fruit Mountain. He spent 2,000 points to buy them, but the six admitted that it was not such a good skill, and Kim replied that he took them because of the name. With the remaining 1,500 points, he decided to buy a low mana sword, depending on its use. An outstanding precious sword can be created. Six praised him for his choice, as the lower magic sword made up for the lack of attack power of beginners. Just when Kim thought that this guy was really getting on his nerves, he immediately said goodbye to him and wished him a pleasant time. Finally, he said that he had high hopes for the guy. These words did not please Kim himself very much, because it meant that he would be looked after as an object of special service. But by and large, he didn't care whether they were following him or not. He got here legally, so there was nothing to catch him on. The only reason to worry was the return, but Kim himself did not know whether they would be able to find out about it. The wind-up clock used to return was created by Kronos, Mir, and Odin, and since the central character among them was Kronos, as a penalty for using the clock, his very existence was erased. The sixes, the so-called trustees, are just examiners. They will not be able to find a single clue that would lead them to return. Kim immediately activated his F-rank Monkey Eyes, which would allow him to expand his field of view and enhance his 5 senses when activated. Even if someone finds out about his secret, his goal will still remain unchanged. Kim planned to quickly raise the level of mastery of his new skill, because the real value of these eyes lies elsewhere. He continued walking forward through the station and noticed more worms that were mercilessly devouring people. Kim was going to deal with them all. There were still 30 minutes on the timer, which was enough to at least somehow improve his skill. He also took out his new F-rank lower magic sword. His guesses were confirmed. He thought that his main goal would be somewhere here. A huge mother of worms appeared in front of him, which was the boss of the second tutorial. In an instant, he dealt with all the normal worms, which shocked the boss beyond belief. Kim noticed that he really didn't look like the monsters whose goal was to devour people. She has a strong attachment to her children, and then she immediately started attacking the guy. But despite this, she had an equally severe lack of brains. She immediately slammed her mouth shut right where Kim was. But there was no trace of him, and the guy himself was in the air above her, ready to deliver his blow. Kim was going to deal with this creature in a jiffy. He immediately dealt a crushing blow to the boss's head. Then he took out his axe, which he had received at the very beginning, and showered the creature with a hail of blows. Blood immediately began to ooze from the wounds, and the mother of worms herself let out an incredibly loud cry of pain. Kim just smiled and wondered what the boss would do next. He instantly guessed that she would try to knock him over, but it was an extremely bad choice, because he was already prepared for it. Kim slashed his sword straight across her torso, and then he stuck it into her body and literally slid it along her entire length. This was his plan. He knew she would try to swallow him, so he counted on being right in front of her face. At the right moment, he cut her mouth in half with just one blow. At the same time, a man fell to his knees and began to beg men for help, so that he would let him into the circle. But he in turn only threw it away from himself. Men ordered him to keep the limit, since everyone had agreed to choose a person to die in his place. The crowd immediately began to say that they did not agree to such a thing, but Mung answered them that everyone agreed except them. so they shouldn't even think about going inside, otherwise he'll kill them all. Meanwhile, there were only 30 seconds left until the end of the second tutorial. The timer was running out, but at that very moment earthworms appeared, who were going to eat all those who did not get into the circle. But suddenly everyone noticed that the timer stopped at 3 seconds. The very next moment, a notification from the system appeared that the safe zone would no longer decrease. All survivors also received 600 points, and there were 15 hours left until the end of the second tutorial. Meanwhile, Six turned to Kim again and admitted that he did not expect the guy to be able to defeat the mother of worms. Six also offered to treat the young man, and Kim only replied that if it was as a reward, he would not refuse, because with the increase in stamina, everything would be healed in a moment. These words surprised the persistent clown. He was again surprised that an ordinary person managed to get here in 2 tutorials. It is truly amazing. Kim himself thought that he had killed the mother of worms exactly 30 minutes ago. She had appeared later than he had expected. The destruction of the mother of worms, which supports the ecosystem of the second tutorial, exceeds the expectations of the Sixes in charge of the tests. Of course, the reward for the destruction is not set, and opinions about this reward differed. Kim decided to ask the clown what was going on with the award, and the Six, in turn, realized that Kim had already managed to understand the structure of this world, since he knew about the fact that an award was being presented for special achievements. Kim only replied that it would be strange not to know this, having gotten so far, and the clown continued and said that there are usually more people who don't know. But the guy didn't want to listen to his empty chatter any longer, so he asked about the reward again. In the end, the clown had no choice but to tell him everything. He said that the young man can choose one of 3 awards. The first reward was the right to move on to the 5th tutorial, having received information and a reward for clearing the 3rd and 4th tutorials. But Kim understood perfectly well that the Six were now using a trick, because with his crow there was no point in it. They just wanted to send him to the 5th tutorial prematurely. Six continued and said that the second reward is points. Here everything is clear without explanation. And the 3rd reward is a connection with Olympus. This left Kim incredibly surprised, and the clown continued, stating that the young man hardly knew, but the tutorial was only the starting point of this world. The tower contains countless powers and beings with powers equal to those of the divine. The connection with this place implies that Kim will be recommended to Olympus. Olympus himself is one of the authorities in the tower. If he gets their support, after completing the tutorial, he will be able to be safe in the tower itself. Kim thought that he didn't expect such a reward at all. The words of the Six were also true. Olympus really has great power in the tower. Kronos was also one of the rankers from there. With him in the rear, he could quickly and safely climb the tower, but Kim still decided that it would be better for him to get points now. He told the Six that he was choosing the second prize, which shocked the clown. The guy was immediately awarded 10,000 points, but the Six tried to dissuade him, since the young man had not yet used the points. Then he would certainly give him a second chance. He said that Kim just didn't know much about Olympus yet, so she would regret it later, but the guy interrupted him. Kim replied that since he was here to carry out orders, he should do what was needed after all. He hadn't coordinated the rewards with the other Sixes just now, and especially hadn't talked to the manager, had he? The clown couldn't believe that the boy knew about the manager, but Kim continued and asked if the other Six had received a similar offer, since he had only been bribed by Olympus or Heaven, perhaps Diva or Lemegeton. Six immediately began to justify himself, and Kim only thanked him, because thanks to his chatty mouth he learned what else he had to do here. The clown didn't understand what the guy was going to do, but Kim himself immediately paid for a one-on-one meeting with the manager for 1,000 points, saying that he would soon find out for himself. A moment later, a notification from the system appeared that the manager had agreed to the meeting. Kim understood that the tutorial had to be separated from the tower. Moreover, he would never contact Olympus, even for the sake of a future goal. Immediately, a portal began to open in front of him, from which an unknown man came out, who immediately laughed loudly that someone had requested a personal meeting with him in the tutorial, and for only 1,000 points. He asked who had called him, and Kim immediately introduced himself. The bearded man immediately realized that in front of him stood the one who killed over 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial. In front of the guy stood a giant, whose status was on the lowest floor of the tower. He admitted that he had already heard about the guy. The bearded man immediately asked Kim how he knew about its existence, and how he even knew how to request a personal conversation with the manager. Kim reminded him of the first rule of the tutorial. All information about the tutorial must be learned only by the participant himself, without the intervention of the manager or the tower. He heard that it was he who introduced this rule. This confirms that he is not lying to him, because he himself knows this very well. He sees through and through all the truth and lies spoken in the area of his responsibility. The bearded man only remained silent in response, and Kim said that in fact it was their interference that confused the giant. The guy said that Olympus had come close to the Sixes, because he had been offered Olympus's support as a reward. The Six immediately began to get nervous and make excuses to the manager. But just one look from the bearded man was enough to shut him up. With just one blow, he crushed the enraged clown, turning him into a bloody mess. The giant was incredibly angry that the damn Olympians had now even extended their hands here. He thanked Kim, because thanks to him he got rid of the rot. Kim immediately reminded him of the second rule of the tutorial. For all actions and achievements of the tutorial participant, the reward is awarded depending on his exclusivity. The guy continued and said that he spent the points he earned and called him. Through him, he defeated the corrupted Six. Kim asked if the manager himself thought so. The bearded man said that during the examination of the lower beings, no deviations or peculiarities were found. But this is precisely what is surprising. He agreed that, although not with his own hands, he killed the vile clown. The giant was surprised that the Six closest to the ranker died in the second tutorial because of just one participant. Kim said he would take it as a compliment, and the giant sat down on the floor and laughed loudly. The young man had indeed achieved an incredible achievement. He asked what would suit him as a reward. The bearded man immediately opened his characteristics menu and saw that the guy already had more than enough points. In this case, he realized that it would suit him and extended his hand to the guy. But Kim himself knew that this was a gesture used when exchanging the same points. There was nothing special about this reward, and he had already hoped for something better. But as soon as they touched each other, Kim received a new skill as a mana master. This skill allows you to enhance mana recovery, resistance, and induction power, and Kim's mana has increased by 5 stats. This amazed the guy himself incredibly. The giant immediately noticed from his expression that he liked this award. If so, the bearded man said that he needed to teach the low creatures a lesson, so it was time for them to say goodbye. Finally, he said that they would see each other again when the third tutorial was over. A moment later, there was no trace of him. Kim himself couldn't believe that skills similar to the Master of Mana were in the tutorial. This skill itself was one of the abilities of the steward who dominated mana. Because of this, Kim's mana recovery was increased by 10%, mana resistance was also increased by 10%, and the power of mana induction was also increased, even though the mastery of the skill itself was at 0. But it was mana that allowed one to dominate the tower itself. Kim immediately used mana concentration, an art of mana control of great difficulty when the mana level was over 40. The guy immediately launched this clot of mana, which began to jump with incredible force at great speed throughout the entire room. Although his skill was not at a very good level, it was still not bad. Should he be grateful to Olympus for this? But this still wasn't enough. It was not enough for him to simply repeat the entire path he had taken and regain the strength he had before the soaking of time. Kim needed a big one, and with 13 hours left until the end of the second tutorial, he decided not to waste time and headed to another nest of earthworms. He needs more cards to destroy the seemingly all-powerful external gods. After some time, there were only 10 minutes left on the timer until the end of the tutorial, so the people outside the safe circle suggested just waiting a little bit since the Hongdae authorities were unlikely to just keep quiet. But those inside were against this idea, because there was no guarantee that after the second tutorial there wouldn't be another one, and if you don't act, the safe zone will disappear altogether. The poor guy decided to compromise. He wanted to at least wait until the end of this tutorial. He was immediately grabbed by Mung, who ordered him to gather the next supply group and get lost. If he couldn't do it, then he would personally send them. Men told him not to be so upset, because thanks to him, many of those who were destined to die will be able to survive. This is their world now. So he should hurry, but suddenly some guy noticed something. Everyone immediately turned around and noticed some man in the distance who was walking in their direction. People immediately started thinking that he was simply crazy for walking outside the safe zone, or that he was simply too brave. Suddenly they noticed that the ground beneath the man began to shake. It turned out to be Kim, and a worm immediately tried to attack him. But the guy destroyed the bastard with just one kick. Everyone else couldn't believe what they had just seen. Men recognized him immediately. He asked everyone to ignore it and continue what they were just talking about, and in the meantime, there were only 5 minutes left until the end of the second tutorial. Kim himself was already level 26, strength was at level 33, agility at 29th, endurance at 30, intuition at 26th, and mana at 30. In addition, he had a whole 10,000 points. Kim himself thought that he dropped in here just to get a reward for completing the tutorial, but he accidentally took on the role of leader. Before he could enter the circle, men immediately approached him and with a fake smile on his face asked him where he had been, since he had been looking for him for so long. Men also said that he was very worried about him when he suddenly disappeared. Everyone else immediately started talking about Kim. They were still in shock that this young man managed to kill the monster with just one blow. As soon as they entered the safe zone, the others immediately took out their weapons. These were the people who stood at the edge of the circle, preventing others from entering. Men tried to explain to Kim that it was not what he thought, but the boy had already guessed that all those people standing outside had been forcibly pushed out and forced to carry food. Men said that they were destined to die anyway, and in this way they were benefiting each other. But Kim asked him in response whether they should risk their lives for this reason in obtaining food. Kim said it was a rather strange calculation. I told him that he had to become a coward to survive in this place. To stay alive in this crazy world, you have to become tireless, selfish, and cruel. Do moral standards and laws matter in such an environment? I also asked the guy if he still hadn't managed to adapt. Kim just smiled at him. At the same moment, the second tutorial was completed, and each participant in the safe zone received 500 points and inventory. Upon death, the available inventory is destroyed. Kim immediately threw his bags out of himself, because there was no need for it anymore, and finally, he told men that since this was his way of survival, he should do as he saw fit, but he was not going to participate or give any advice, but he should not cross the line under any circumstances. These words really hurt men who was expecting a completely different reaction from Kim. He thought that the guy was bluffing again. At the same time, the third tutorial began. This time the participants had to hunt monsters in the area and pick up 50 entities. There was also a time limit of 72 hours. After the time expires, the area will be destroyed, and after the time expires, the gates will be activated. The people inside the zone were shocked that a huge number of monsters appeared again, but they were still safe in this circle. Suddenly men noticed some kind of passage, but he himself did not understand whether he really needed to collect 50 entities. A cunning plan matured in his head. He asked the others if they had heard what they needed to do. At the same time, Kim took out all his beads obtained from killing worms. As it turned out, they were mana essences, of which he had 132 pieces. The guy was wondering if he could raise about 1,000. His mana level was now at level 30. Kim went into the thick of things where hundreds of monsters were heading towards him. He also used the Mana Master skill, and his mastery level was only less than 1%. He had gotten the Mana essences from the second tutorial quite well, but it still wasn't enough for him. Meanwhile, he used Mana Concentration, completing it to 100%. Mana concentration is also registered as a skill. Kim immediately cast a powerful spell straight at the bastards, destroying several hundred monsters in an instant. Although he had spent all his mana on just concentration, and it was difficult for him to control it now, it would definitely be useful when he increased his stats and mastery level. In any case, although mana concentration is the main technique that determines the scale of mana control, it is completely out of his style. Suddenly, he noticed several surviving monsters in front of him. They were literally shaking with fear in front of the guy. But Kim only took out his sword and used the monkey eyes skill. He was not going to waste the remaining time. On the second day of the third tutorial, a group of unknown people went deep into Hongdae Station. Although they had gone quite far, there was nothing they could do about it, because in 2 days only 400 people remained from 1,400, so they decided to hide here. One of them was called Han, he was level 10, and the second was Khan, he was also level 10. Khan thought that this station had not been so huge before, and Khan only replied that the whole world had turned upside down, so there was no need to be surprised. A girl named Yim, walking behind them, noticed something in the distance. It was a 24-hour store and its sign was still lit. The boys were immediately delighted, because this meant that they would be able to fill their entire inventory with food. Hana was only interested in whether there was ramen there, and Khan replied that they had no need for it without boiling water. While Khan was saying that he would have eaten it dry, a huge spider appeared above him. And a moment later, nothing was left of his head. Kang and Yim couldn't believe what was happening. They were literally speechless. And then monsters began to appear from behind the columns, and they were the ones who set this trap. Even though the guys took out their weapons, they understood perfectly well that they couldn't cope, because there were too many monsters. Yim thought that they had fought hard for survival and had raised their level quite well, but why did she doubt their victory then? At that very moment, one of the mutant rats attacked her. The girl managed to push her away with difficulty. But then a second rat jumped up and bit her right on the hand. Kan couldn't help her in any way, because he himself was fighting against the zombies. Soon he too was bitten by this bastard. Yim couldn't believe that this was really happening to her. She wanted to survive so much. She was trying her best to do it. Is she really going to die here so senselessly? At that very moment, the rat that was about to attack her flew into little pieces. The boys noticed a crack in the window of a convenience store from which a soda can flew out. It was the work of Kim, who had just gone to bed when his sleep was interrupted by this noise. Yim couldn't believe what she just saw, because for her it was some kind of absurdity. No matter how much the level and characteristics increased, was it even possible to kill a monster with just one can? Kim threw the can again at one of the monsters behind them and literally took its head off its shoulders. The guy immediately took out his sword and was going to deal with all these annoying bastards. In a moment, he was cutting the spiders into tiny pieces, not even giving them a chance to take a step. And with the next kick, he dealt with the last spider. He immediately approached the terrified boys. They immediately began to thank him, because it was only because of him that they were still alive. Immediately, Khan grabbed the wound on his arm and fell to his knees. Kim took some ointment out of his pocket and threw it to him. He advised him to first apply it to the wound. The guy also asked what his stamina level was, and Kan in turn replied that he was currently around level 17. Kim said that in that case he would not die, although there was a chance that he would no longer be able to use the bitten hand, which seriously scared Kang himself. He immediately began to apply healing ointment to his wound in panic. Kim himself thought that he had slept for about 6 hours. The fatigue had generally passed, but he still would not have refused to lie down a little longer. For the first time in these 3 days, he lay down to sleep, because extreme fatigue made itself known. The guy even had to buy a scent-blocking powder for 100 points, which removed all the scents in the area, giving him the effect of protection from monsters with a good sense of smell. But he never expected that other obstacles to his rest would arise. He had already turned to leave, but Yim called out to him and asked if he hunted here permanently. She said that losses happen here more often than on the surface. If he is unlucky, he might encounter an underground snake, which is quite dangerous. Kim replied that he was not here permanently, There was just a cafe and a place to relax. He said he had his own preferred hunting spots. The guys decided to follow him, and soon they came to an unknown place. Yim and Kang were surprised that it was a 2-story dungeon. The structure was also completely different from the first floor. Kim asked them why they came here knowing about the danger, and Yim replied that since he was always here, he didn't know about the situation outside. She said that up there everyone was at loggerheads, no one trusted anyone, everyone was killing each other, and now there was complete chaos because of the battle for mana essences. The guy immediately guessed that they were probably attacked, which is why they decided to run away. Khan confirmed his guess. They came here because they were sure that no one would come after them. Kim recalled that in the process, they themselves almost died. Kan thanked the guy again for saving them, but at that very moment, a loud roar came from the cave. The duo didn't understand what the hell that sound was that scared them to no end. Kim was surprised that they followed him. He asked if they had any guarantees that he would not kill them and take away their essence. Yim immediately thought about the fact that they hadn't even considered this outcome because he had already saved their lives. Compared to the people up there, compared to the monsters swarming here, this guy is the most dangerous of them all. She told him that at his level, he had definitely already collected enough entities, so there was no point in him killing them. But Kim asked, what if he wanted even more entities? He also said that even if he doesn't kill them, they will still die here. Yim didn't understand if he wanted to harm them, then why was he saying such things? The girl decided to ask him directly what he wanted from them. Kim just smiled in response. He said that he had a good offer for them. If they did well, they would divide all the entities among themselves. The boys agreed, and after a while the same underground snake appeared in front of them. Kan could only run away from her, he couldn't even look at her, let alone fight. He was already beginning to wonder if this was really a good offer, and immediately remembered how Kim had asked him if everything was okay with his leg. Kang confirmed this, and Kim only smiled in response and said that in that case he needed to run. Meanwhile, the snake continued to pursue him, and he screamed at the top of his lungs for help. At that very moment, Kim himself appeared in front of the creature's mouth. The young man cut the snake's mouth in half with just one blow, and then he rushed towards the second monster. It was absolutely no trouble at all for him to cut it into small pieces. Kan just watched all of this, amazed by the guy's unreal attack speed. If he always kills so quickly, then how many entities has he collected already? Immediately, the same mana essences began to fall from the killed monsters. Khan thought that maybe the difference in the level of the monsters being killed was different, but the percentage of essences being dropped was also extremely high. In 2 hours of hunting, they managed to collect about 50 entities after all. This guy is not just strong. He's on a whole other level. Kim asked the scared guy how many entities had fallen out this time. Kang replied that there were only 6, in which case Kim told him that he could keep one for himself. The speed of the monster's arrival couldn't keep up with the speed of the hunt. Kanu wondered where the guy was going to use so many essences. He also told Kim that Yim was a little late, but the guy himself replied that there was no problem with that. In that case, Kan decided to ask what his level was now. He suggested that with such a hunting speed, his level should already be serious, and Kim replied that over time the level stops increasing. The young man was going to raise it well in the next tutorial, but Kang couldn't get over the shock. How high is Kim's level if he can't rise anymore? Kim continued and said that the level itself is personal information. He should not ask others or answer someone's questions about it. The same with the characteristics. But Kang reminded him that he himself had recently asked what his endurance level was, and Kim had asked him if it would be better if his arm rotted. Kang immediately apologized to him. Kim also gave him advice to hunt monsters from time to time and also collect not only essences, but also raise the level. Yim immediately appeared, leading a huge horde of monsters. Kan thought that they didn't even have time to really rest before the vile creatures appeared again. Kim himself did not stand still and immediately rushed towards the monsters. His example was followed by Khan, who was able to destroy the local monster with his hammer. In fact, he was surprised that he actually succeeded, and in the meantime his level rose. Yim also killed monsters and raised her level. Kim immediately approached them. Kang asked if they could collect the essences from these two monsters for themselves, and Kim replied that they killed them, so it was their prey. Now they both have exactly 50 pieces. Yim said that before they came here they had 20 pieces each, and she didn't expect that they would collect the required amount so quickly, so she immediately thanked Kim. The guy himself also thanked them, because they sped up his hunt more than twice. Kim didn't even want to think about the number of entities collected, and meanwhile there were just under 3 hours left until the end of the tutorial. He understood that the time for activating the gate was slowly approaching, so he told the guys that they should go up. The guys were incredibly happy about this. They had been waiting for this for so long. Yim was curious about how things were going up there, whether it was still chaos there, and Kan thought that the further it went, the worse it was, but not better. He admitted that people outside really stress him out. At the same time, the gates on the street began to turn scarlet. This meant that the third tutorial would soon end. One of the men had only 45 essences out of 50 boring ones. He told his partner that he was really scared because everyone around him was hiding knives behind their backs, chatting with each other as if nothing was happening. His comrade said that the probability of the essence dropping was also disgusting. He believed that it was faster to defeat a person and take it from him than to risk his life killing monsters. But even so, it didn't seem like anyone was going to do anything. But with the opening of the gates, this would change, and he himself was planning to quickly take the essences from someone and escape as soon as the gates opened. Suddenly, his friend noticed that the leader of the parallel side was looking suspiciously in their direction. It was Men, who was heading straight towards them. The couple immediately realized that things were bad. Men approached them and said that they had not seen each other for quite some time, but they replied that they were not in the right relationship to greet each other joyfully. I just smiled and said that they themselves should understand perfectly well what was planned. They do realize that when the gates open, it will rain blood. The guy realized that this bastard was really smart because he created an entire gang for this moment. He asked Men how many entities he was missing, and he replied that compared to them, they and people had a lot more. Men said he needed about 700 entities. The guy understood perfectly well that even if they combined everything they had, they would only get about 300, an absurd demand, and thus a conflict could not be avoided. I offered to give them only 400, then they would good-naturedly retreat, and they would find the rest themselves. There was a cheeky smile on the bastard's face that showed his true face. The guy understood that if he refused, a total massacre would begin. They had only 20 people on their side, while Men had as many as 50 behind him. He was wondering if he should insist on giving half, but then someone interrupted his thoughts. It was Kan and Yim heading straight towards them, and behind them came Kim himself with a large box. He immediately threw her on the floor and sat down next to her, and Men turned to him. He hadn't been seen for several days. Where had he even gone? Kim only replied that he had things to do, and Mong asked him if he had collected the entities, and the guy only replied that he had. Kim opened his bag and began pouring the essences from it directly into the box. No one could believe it, because the whole box was filled to the top, and there were definitely at least 1,000 entities. Mina was bursting with anger. He couldn't understand how Kim managed to collect so much, but he thought that there was nothing to be afraid of, because he had enough people behind him. At least 50 people. No matter how strong Kim is, he definitely won't be able to handle that many on his own. Kim immediately interrupted his thoughts and advised him to look under his feet. There was a line drawn next to his leg. Kim said that he doesn't need these entities, he already has too many. Everyone started asking him to give them to them, but Kim replied that it was not free. He said that one piece would cost 100 points. Only the one who will buy is allowed to enter the circle. The crowd immediately started checking their points, because for them it was a huge amount. Kim knew very well that the entities were not sold in the store. They could only be purchased from a person. But Menu wasn't interested. He took out his knife and pointed it at the guy. He wondered what would happen if he didn't intend to pay. Kim replied that it was a strange question, and that he was not going to force anyone to buy essences from him anyway. Let those who want to buy, but he noted that without a deferred sale, Selling an item or skill borrowed from somewhere or available will also suit him. The crowd immediately began to discuss his words. They didn't even know that the item could be sold. This made me even more angry. All attention was now focused on Kim. He couldn't stand it and said that the guy just killed someone and took all this, and now he's just going to sell it for currency. Who is he trying to deceive? Kim replied that he had not taken anything, but Mung stood his ground. He told him to tell the truth. Such tricks would not work on him. Yim and Kang stood up for the guy, because it was men who killed their friend. They were also with Kim and personally saw everything with their own eyes. If he had lied, they would not be standing here and would have died long ago. Kang told him that he knew nothing about Kim and was only throwing mud at him. Mina was literally torn apart with anger, but there were only 3 of them. What could they do? Do they really think they will be safe by joining Kim? The bastard shouted to his gang to kill them all! The crowd immediately pulled out their weapons and rushed towards the guy. But as soon as 2 of them crossed the line that he had previously drawn, Kim chopped off the heads of the scoundrels with just 1 blow. He said they had simply crossed the line. I was simply shocked by such a sight. All his impudence disappeared in an instant. Kim repeated that the conditions do not change. If you pay, he will sell the essence, and only the one who will buy gets permission to enter the circle. And whether to buy or not is their choice. He did not intend to force anyone to do this, but if they cross the line for another purpose, then they will die. Kim immediately took out his lower magic sword and activated it. Men still didn't take his word for it and again ordered his subordinates to attack the guy and not just stand there. They did so and immediately ran towards Kim. But this time, too, the young man beheaded 2 of them without much effort. Anyone who crossed the line died immediately. They didn't even have a chance to do anything to Kim. Men himself was dumbfounded with horror. He was only level 11. He immediately decided to run away from there as quickly as possible. The bastard remembered Kim's words. Earlier, he had told him that only those who cross the line die. But he is not stupid. He will definitely survive. Kim immediately appeared next to him and asked the bastard if he really thought he would be safe here. The guy said he could see his face perfectly well. I didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. The next moment, Kim beheaded him too. Soon the guy returned to his mana essences, and around him were several dozen corpses of those fools who still dared to cross the line. The guy picked up the box from the floor and headed towards the surviving people. The guy men was pressuring couldn't believe that just one person could take down 50 bastards. It was a personal, overwhelming force that swatted away the collective. He thought he had already adapted to the realities of this world, but it seemed he was very wrong. He immediately raised his hand and addressed Kim, saying that he wanted to buy the essence. His comrade didn't understand where he was going to get points, and he replied that the 6 had once told him that his sword could be sold for 500 points. He asked his friend named Deuce to think carefully, because this guy got all these entities just by hunting. But Deuce didn't understand where he got that from, and then the guy asked him if he really thought that the young man had become so strong by killing a couple of monsters, and besides, he hadn't taken the essence of the people he had just killed. This proves that he did not steal this huge amount of mana essence, and will stick to the position of a fair deal. Soon he was standing in a circle near Kim, holding out his hand to him. He asked to sell him 7 pieces. Kim shook his hands, and 700 points were immediately written off from his balance, and the guy himself realized, looking at Kim, that the laws and rules of this world are created by the hands of such strong people. After the successful deal, the crowd immediately realized that Kim was not lying. They all immediately began to look at their point count. The guy himself went into the portal, and the next buyers rushed in a crowd to Kim. Some took 10 pieces, and those who didn't have enough asked to borrow. The crowd even called for a 6 to assess the value of their weapons. The clown told him that his weapon was damaged, so he would only give 300 points for it, which the man did not like very much, and the 6 even told the second man that his weapon was not popular, so he could not give more than 200 points. But the guy said that this was pure fraud, because he himself sold it to him for 1,000 points. Some started selling their characteristics, One of the guys decided to sell 3 levels of intuition for only 300 points in order to pass to the next stage. Kim himself continued to receive points, but still thought that this deal was not profitable at all. It may be better than dying here and now, but climbing the tower makes him realize how precious the stats he's losing now will be. In any case, everything worked out well for him, because at the moment he had 167,400 points available. He thought it would be great to get at least 100,000, but this amount should be quite enough for his plans. Yim saw that Kim was about to leave. She admitted that she and Kang would like to follow him. The guy said that he wasn't going to make any allies, so Kan suggested that he use them as bait like last time, and if they turned out to be useless, he could leave them. Kim just remained silent. He smiled awkwardly and said he was sorry, but that was the end of their journey together. The guy asked them not to rely on anyone, otherwise they would not be able to go far, and besides, he was not going to go anywhere. The guys couldn't believe what he just said. After all, as it turned out, by this moment he did not have a single essence left. The guys immediately ran up to him and in a panic began asking what he was going to do. He needed to put aside at least 50,000 for himself. Kim said that they should quickly go through the portal, because soon there will be complete chaos here. It was clear from their faces that they were very worried, but they themselves understood perfectly well that they could not stay here. Then Khan told Yim that they really had better go. They soon went straight into the portal, leaving Kim behind. Kim himself knew that the next tutorials would be about defense. Then some man ran up to him and asked the guy in a trembling voice if he had sold all the entities. Kim merely replied that the trade had already been completed. The man fell to his knees in grief, and all the remaining people could not believe that their end was coming. Kim himself understood that it would be better for him to move first, because from now on, this place would become a battlefield where everyone would risk their lives just to get the essence. The guy moved away, and in the meantime, there was about an hour left until the end of the tutorial. Kim immediately called the store. But I never expected anything like this. The same bearded man, who was also the manager, appeared in front of him. The giant asked the boy if he had called him. Kim said that he had called, but not him. He asked what had happened to all the sixes, since he had come to him personally, and he replied that he was recruiting new ones, since the staff had been significantly reduced. He said that every third of the sixes had a connection with Olympus. Plus, because many of the sixes had been hanging around here for quite a long time because of him, the other side's progress had slowed down a bit. Kim didn't understand why it was because of him, and the irritated bearded man said that more than 100 people used the store to make a deal with him. Kim only replied that the trade had been successful, which was good news, but was he really so short of manpower that he had to come in person just to use the store? The giant replied that this was not an ordinary store. Did the young man really not know what his current situation was? Kim understood perfectly well that he was an object of special service. If something could not be detected from the manager's position, they usually turned a blind eye to it, but apparently they decided not to do it anyway. The bearded man said that his point count of 160,000 and his rapid rise in levels, as well as his strength, could bring down the entire tutorial ecosystem, but Kim admitted that this is exactly what he wants. Kim said again that he wanted to use the store. The giant even smiled at his absurd self-confidence. He admitted that he had been a manager for a long time, but this was the first time he had met someone like him. He still called the store and asked Kim what he needed. To begin with, the guy bought a medium inventory for 10,000 points, and the inventory itself can activate an item with a command. Next, he bought an ice jade steel sword that had a freezing cold feeling for 50,000 points. The guy immediately placed it in his inventory, and the bearded man said that he had chosen a difficult item for himself. Kim also bought a fire spell robe for 60,000 points, which has an ancient spell on it and is made of a special material. In addition to all this, the young man also acquired a magic deactivation shield with excellent resistance to magical abilities for 20,000 points. Now Kim could confidently say that this could be called the destruction of the tutorial ecosystem. Items of this level can be useful up to a fairly high tower level, Kim also didn't forget to buy 4 ice crystals, which appear in the air at temperatures below 0 degrees, paying 5,000 points for each. Finally, Kim asked for 1 well-forged sword for 2,000 points, and the sword itself was distinguished by excellent sharpness and strength. The giant said that this sword was the most basic item. It was incompatible with other items stuffed with magic. But Kim was satisfied, and in the meantime, he only had 5,400 points left. The bearded man said that now no one will be able to touch the guy. The participants of the tutorial will not be able to even leave a scratch on his clothes. But he warned that this only applied to participants, which made the guy wary. Finally, the giant declared that he was in anticipation, and a moment later, there was no trace of him. Just at this time, the 3rd tutorial was completed. And a moment later, the total destruction of the area began. The entire sky turned scarlet and hundreds of monsters began to appear on the streets. Kim himself was in anticipation. He hadn't seen this sky for a long time. As it turned out, his fire spell robe had the effect of increasing resistance to fire attribute magic. Kim knew very well that he first needed to protect his body from the air that was beginning to heat up, and in the tower itself, this item would greatly help in protecting against fire. Immediately, those who failed to pass through the portal began to scream in pain. They begged him to save them, and the young man calculated that there were only about 3 people left. At that very moment, they appeared in front of him. One of the men noticed Kim and asked him why he was there, but at that very moment, the ground beneath him began to crack. And the very next second, a column of lava broke through the asphalt. All 3 were burned alive. The system also notified Kim that a 176th giant had appeared. At that very moment, a bony hand appeared from half the ground. And soon the first skeleton appeared. It was a skull, a demon of a bad level. Within a couple of minutes, they had filled the entire area. Kim himself was surprised that there were so many of them. But the guy understood that the whole point was different, because there was a reason why it was called destruction. Immediately, a huge column of flame appeared from under the ground, and a moment later he appeared, the lower demon Certra. Kim just smiled when he saw him. During Ragnarok it was the size of a mountain, but now it is only the size of a large house. Certra himself was the 176th child of Certra. He stated that another world would disappear, being swallowed by the tower. If this world was destined to disappear in fire, then it should not have been born in the first place. But Kim immediately interrupted him, asking him to stop. He wasn't even in menopause, so why such sentimentality in the case of the 176th child? Certra immediately looked at the guy and saw some similarities. He told the boy that he had the same eyes as the monkey from the mountain of flowers and fruits. Certra asked if the boy really thought he could get out of this place. Immediately, the entire army of skeletons headed towards Kim. One of the monsters had already come close, but the guy was ready for it. With just one blow, he cut the bastard's head in half. At that very moment, an explosion occurred after the skeleton was killed. Even Certra couldn't contain his surprise. After all, the guy stood there unharmed. He noticed that he had prepared to fight back by buying unusual clothes, and the fire spell robes themselves compensated for the heat from the skull explosion. Kim said it was a wise investment, right? But he prepared all this not to fight him off, but to hunt him. Certra said that these were truly impudent and presumptuous words. Would the youth be able to repeat all this when he got to him? Kim teased him in return, saying that he had already figured out that his ass was too heavy to lift, and Certra wondered how long he could remain so cocky. The guy said that he was already fed up with his chatter. He immediately rushed at the horde of skulls. He continued to destroy the bastards, raising his level by 2 whole levels. Such a large-scale destruction of the creatures resulted in a huge explosion. But this is exactly why Kim needed the magic deactivation shield. The guy didn't hesitate for a second and rushed back into battle. He again managed to destroy several dozen skulls and his level rose again. Also, agility, stamina, and mana have been increased by 1 level. Still, even though he was wearing a fire spell robe, it was quite difficult to absorb heat for 2 hours. He also understood that the explosions with which the skulls died were quite threatening, and the force of the blow was small, but since there was no way to dodge, he took it with his whole body. Kim would attack at long range with mana concentration, but this skill has a huge mana consumption, so it is problematic to use in a long battle. The shield was also slowly starting to reach its limit. He was damn lucky that he was able to withstand a good 1,000 explosions already. It was time for him to slowly get down to the main battle. Kim turned to Certra and asked him to stop sending his minions to him. It was time for him to come down to him himself. The demon admitted that he had truly incredible items, so much so that he didn't understand how he managed to get such things in the tutorial. Certra immediately jumped down straight towards Kim. The guy asked him if he had a conscience to commit tyranny on the territory of the tutorial, and the demon replied that he only punishes those who have no right. He pointed his sword at the boy, admitting that he did have it. He had the makings to become a ruler, rising to the endless tower and becoming a ranker. But he didn't understand why he was here, and Kim repeated himself and said that he came here to hunt him. Certra laughed loudly in response. Was he really going to kill him? In that case, he needed to fight back. He immediately swung his huge sword at Kim. The young man himself put his shield in front of himself, realizing that his body had already absorbed enough flames, so he had to cope. The demon instantly dealt a crushing blow straight at him. Although it was hard for Kim, he was able to block Certra's attack. The guy remembered a conversation with Sun Wukong, who told him how he managed to get these eyes. The method he chose was a bit unusual. He failed the third tutorial. Of course, he failed not because he was weak, but there were simply all sorts of different reasons in any case. That is not what is important in this story. The demon himself was a little perplexed. He had the feeling that the guy had deliberately exposed himself to his attack. But he still didn't understand why he needed it? Suddenly, Kim himself appeared from under the rubble, which seriously surprised Certra. Kim said it was really hot. He thought he was going to die. The guy himself remembered that his comrade had fought hundreds of battles with him on his own whim, but he had managed to win only a few battles out of countless numbers, and there were several reasons for that. This was because he had Jingubang, a divine item that could grow infinitely, and he also had the original cloud Kinto Un, which was known for being able to strike lightning and reach the end of the universe in the blink of an eye. It shouldn't be forgotten that he also had limitless mana that came from absorbing the entire Heavenly Treasure Peninsula, but the main reason why it was troublesome to fight him wasn't all that. Meanwhile, all the conditions of the hidden location were satisfied, and the monkey eyes began to evolve and turned into fiery eyes, assimilated with the fire demon. Now they distinguish between good and evil, truth and lies, have strong resistance to fire. Their rank rose to level A, the degree of mastery was slightly above 12%, and the effects appeared resistance to the fire attribute, maximization of all senses, and battle prediction. Kim himself thought that even in these clothes, it seemed to him that his whole body was burning, and Sun, before receiving these eyes, endured this without special objects. Certra immediately noticed the changes in the guy. Kim never expected that he would one day respect this idiot. He also summoned ice crystals and an ice jade steel sword. He also thanked Certra because thanks to him, all the preparations for the hunt were completed. But the demon did not take his words seriously. What was he going to do in such a state? Kim replied that it was nothing. He also absorbed 2 ice crystals. The temperature began to drop little by little. All his burns also gradually calmed down, and cold was added to his mana attributes. Kim immediately felt a rapid drop in body temperature. He even started to feel a little cold. The guy knew that Certra himself understood perfectly well that this energy that enveloped his body was completely opposite to him. The demon attacked Kim again, but this time he successfully managed to block his attack. The blast wave from their sword's impact was so huge that it caused a blast wave that spread out over several hundred meters. The fire spell robes were able to withstand Certra's destructive flames, and also gained additional magical resistance to flame attribute attacks, and the fiery eyes also resisted the demon's flames. Soon the robes began to absorb Certra's fire, and the temperature began to drop extremely. The whole body began to resist burns. Certra was not prepared for this at all. and Kim eventually managed to knock his sword away. The next moment he was already next to the demon. Now it was his turn to attack. He immediately inflicted a deep cut on the demon's side. Certra even screamed in pain, not expecting that some person from the tutorial would even manage to injure him. Meanwhile, Kim came up with a new plan of action. But he immediately stopped, as Certra was not going to just stand there, and summoned several purple spheres behind him. The guy understood that this was very dangerous. Now he needed to dodge. He immediately activated the skill of Flaming Eyes, which allowed him to predict the course of the duel. Certra immediately launched projectiles directly at the place where the young man stood. But it didn't work against Kim. He successfully managed to fight them off with his jade sword. Kim decided to absorb 2 more ice crystals, which caused him to get frostbite. The young man realized that with his current body, he would not be able to withstand such cold for long. He needs to get this all over with quickly. Certra struck again with a powerful blow, but Kim jumped aside in time. Kim took out his magic sword, since there was no longer any point in conserving mana. With the next blow, he chopped off the bastard's leg. Because of this, the demon fell to his knees. But Kim wasn't going to stop there. At that very moment, a huge magic ball appeared behind Certra. He flew with great force straight into the monster's face. This briefly limited the bastard's vision. Kim took advantage of this opportunity and instantly moved towards his face. Then, pushing off the bastard's shoulder, he found himself behind him. Certra couldn't believe that some youth, who couldn't even climb the tower, dared to attack him. Kim had no intention of listening to him and immediately landed on his neck. But even after using all means to resist the fire, the difference still did not decrease, and his hand literally began to melt. However, he didn't care about it. Third-degree burns immediately began to appear on his body, and his flame resistance increased by 1 level. He raised his sword right above the bastard's neck. He was going to win no matter what. Certra tried to stop him, but Kim didn't even want to listen to him. He plunged his blade straight into the scoundrel's neck. Immediately, a notification from the system appeared that the destruction of the tutorial had been defeated. But in reality, it was not so easy for the young man. He himself was a little shocked that he actually managed to kill Certra, even though I understood that this was just the beginning. He leveled up 3 whole levels in an instant. He also got an achievement that was unbelievable. The system was not ready for it and delayed the calculation of the rewards for getting it, and a smile appeared on Kim's face. After such a hard battle, Kim fell unconscious. But soon he came to his senses and stood up. Judging by the fact that his burns have not yet healed, he was not unconscious for long. The cold that remained in the body was the same. For the body, this is no joke at all. He really thought he was going to die. Now he is in the intermediate stage of getting the golden flame eyes. The guy decided not to think about it now, because the tutorial was not over yet. There was still a long way ahead. He walked closer to Certra's corpse, which looked unsightly after the flames disappeared, but it was not just a body. The guy immediately began to disassemble the remains of the demon, because all the byproducts of his body were items, and considering that it was Certra himself, these were quite rare items. After some time, he found what he was looking for. It was the heart of a giant, and Certra himself, born in the land of fire, poured out the energy of fire and the power of a giant through it. The heart was a miracle cure and had the effect of the giant's inherent strength and mana of the corresponding volume. Kim wanted to absorb it right away, but with his current body, it would be problematic, since this miracle medicine changes the very structure of the absorbing person's body, which requires quite a lot of endurance. Suddenly someone called out to the guy. It was the same bearded manager who asked him if he had finished everything. Kim asked why him again, and the bearded man replied that it was he who should be asking him why him again. The manager admitted that the balance of this tutorial is completely fucked up. Others even scolded him because of it. He didn't understand where a person like him came from, who brought so much headache. The bearded man said that he would first go to the last area, since the 4th tutorial was already underway and was almost finished. Kim asked how much time was left, and the manager replied that there were only 4 hours left, and the young man said that that would be enough for him. The manager still agreed to send him there. He also said that he spent a lot of time discussing his reward with the managers of the other floors. They shook hands, and Kim immediately received 10,000 points, the Heaven's Fate, and all his stats were raised by 3 levels. Kim was surprised by such a reward. He thought he was aware of all the high-level satisfactory skills, but this was the first time he heard about the Heaven's Fate. The Heaven's Fate itself was a rank A+ skill. It was given to the person who was destined to slay the heavens. Depending on the weight of the lives he would take in the future, his fate and value would change. The skill also gave him an effect that increased his stats by 3 levels. The increase in stats itself increased depending on the status of the killed objects and their number. Kim knew that high-level skills were not always good, but this one had high efficiency due to raising stats. But what caught his eye the most was that this skill also had a completeness. In any case, it was suitable for compensating for the lack of stats. The manager said that this was his entire reward and asked if he needed anything else, and if so, the guy asked to give him 1 small pill. Kim purchased that same pill for 10,000 points, which was a miracle medicine with a very sour taste that increases mana and stamina. The bearded man said that since the guy had no more business with him, he would go, asking him to rest a little after he took the pill. Kim immediately threw the pill into his mouth, and his mana and stamina rose by 1 level. His stamina began to recover quickly, and his wounds began to heal instantly. Kim thought about the fact that he had 4 hours left, during which time he needed to fully recover and prepare for the 5th tutorial. He knew the 5th tutorial would be a race. The guy lay down to take a short nap, but after a while, he was awakened by strange sounds. He immediately realized that it was all starting. Immediately, he began to teleport from this place, and the system sent a notification about the start of the last tutorial. A moment later, Kim found himself in a green field, where there were already quite a large number of people. One of the participants smelled the sea, and the second was curious how many survivors there were. This place was where the tutorial participants from different worlds first gathered. The tower called this tutorial a collected world, and the system announced to everyone that this was the last tutorial. They were also told that the island of Varaganda was slowly sinking into the sea, and they needed to escape from the island and prove their right to pass by, first killing the boss at the top of the island. When hunting the boss, points will be awarded depending on the contribution. The final reward is determined depending on the points and the time spent on the capture. There was also a time limit of 30 days, and after it expires, the island will completely go underwater. The countdown began immediately, and the participants couldn't believe that the last tutorial would last a whole month. Kim knew that until now the longest allotted time was 3 days, and if the quest was short, then everything was over in 1 hour. There was no need to immediately take up arms and fight. The longer the time limit for achieving the goal, the better. However, this also meant that this month was given for killing 1 boss. In other words, that was how much time it might take to fight him. Kim also noted that some people understood the meaning of this time. One of the participants decided to break the awkward silence by saying that it was fate that they met like this. So he suggested the idea of creating a team. The crowd immediately supported him. Since this is how it turned out, and they are allies, then they should all get acquainted. But one man in a white cape was still against it. He stated that an ally is a being to whom he trusts his back and shoulder, so he will choose his partner himself. Kim immediately remembered him, and the stranger continued and said that it was clear to him at a glance that none of them had the right to become his ally. One of the participants couldn't stand it any longer and immediately rushed at the impudent man with his fists. But the yellow-haired man seemed to be waiting for this. He immediately used lightning on several survivors. Then he lifted them into the air, and he threw it on the ground with all his might. It was a guy named Hargan. He is the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus and a relative of Zeus himself. No one could believe their eyes. Kim himself understood perfectly well that Hargan had quite a lot of potential. As for the 5th tutorial, he was definitely worth the tower's attention. Besides, the guy also possessed purebred power of a high rank. Purebloods are creatures born and raised in the tower. Once chosen, they begin their ascent. From the moment of their birth, they have absorbed the secrets of the tower, so they cannot differ in level from other participants. This is where the fair game comes to an end. In fact, the one who contributed the most in the 5th tutorial of the past life was Hargan. Kim knew that he had no reason to get involved with him anyway, and besides, the place was unpleasantly noisy, so he decided to get away from there first. But then someone called out to him. It was Hargan, who had already come close to him. He asked the guy what he was. Kim didn't even notice his approach. He asked him if he was talking to him. Hargan replied that he was addressing him specifically. He immediately noticed the fire spell robe on Kim. This item is not available in the tutorial, so he was curious how the boy got it. Kim only replied that he bought it for points. This surprised Hargan quite a bit. He understood the value of these clothes very well and asked him about his level, but Kim replied that it was impolite to ask such a thing. Hargan immediately hesitated. He knew it himself, but had the young man really managed to learn even this in the tutorial? Still, he decided not to question Kim anymore. He offered to form a team with him, but the young man politely refused and wished him good luck, heading in the other direction. Hargan did not expect such an answer. He immediately asked him to wait. It seemed like he just didn't know who he was, but Kim interrupted him and said that he wasn't interested in that. This behavior of the guy made Hargan lose his temper. He ordered him to stand, using his power, which caused an unprecedented explosion. After some time, Hargan easily dealt with the monsters that he encountered on his way. He couldn't understand why this guy was so fast. It doesn't look like he used a speed-increasing skill, but then how many stats does he have? He began to think that the guy was a purebred. Or does he have elves in his ancestry? Or maybe a relative of Murim or Hermes? A smile appeared on his face. He thought he would be bored, but it became more and more interesting. Kim himself continued to run through the trees until he realized that he had completely broken away from that annoying idiot. The guy knew that speed was not his special talent. He clearly used his brute Herculean strength to accelerate so much. Kim immediately jumped to the ground. He also remembered the manager's words about the tutorial's balance being completely screwed, realizing that he wasn't the only one talking about him. Although it doesn't concern him in any case, the guy entered the cave where he destroyed the Norals, gradually increasing the completeness of the heavenly doom. For killing a monster, only 0.001% of completion was given. But the guy didn't care. He continued to exterminate the monsters one after another. After some time, he managed to achieve 0.01% completion of the Heaven's Fate skill. Kim understood that the process was going too slowly. He needed to kill creatures located higher up in order to properly raise his skill proficiency. But he didn't come here because of hunting. The guy immediately used a powder to mask the smell. His body had already recovered enough, and the cold had already passed, so everything was ready. Kim immediately took the giant's heart out of his inventory. The system had previously warned him that the giant's heart must be consumed before completing the tutorial. The guy did just that, and his whole body began to be penetrated by unbearable pain. He successfully absorbed the pure blood of the giant demon. Blood began to penetrate his body. From this moment, the battle of man with giant and demon begins. Kim immediately felt an incredibly huge heat. Since this fire is inside the body, it is not stopped even by the fire spell robes. It felt like the bones and muscles were being turned inside out, and the blood was flowing in the opposite direction, despite the fact that the fiery eyes resisted this flame of the giant race. There is no way to dull this pain. He just needs to endure it, because at the end he can get the greatest power. Giants usually smear themselves with blood, but they don't absorb it. Eating something like that in the tutorial is tantamount to suicide, which is why they first needed to get the fiery eyes. He had one single chance, and in the meantime, all his attributes began to increase at an incredible speed. Kim didn't realize how much time had passed. Little by little, he should get better. The system sent him notifications that the fiery eyes began to conflict with the fire of the giant race, and soon, with the satisfaction of the conditions of the hidden part, the giant fire was obtained. Kim hadn't expected the giant fire at all, and the skill that was supposed to appear never appeared. The young man began to go crazy. After some time, Kim continued to lie on the ground in hellish torment. He looked at the timer and realized that a quarter of a day had already passed. Was he doing something wrong? He remembered that the skill he needed was originally obtained by hunting 10,000 giants and wiping them with their blood, so it couldn't be obtained so easily. Should he really rest on his laurels? But as soon as he thought about it, the system sent a notification that the conditions of the hidden part were satisfied. The pure blood of the giant and the demon was completely absorbed. The giant's heart was perfectly absorbed in the tutorial area, allowing Kim to breathe a sigh of relief. The guy finally managed to get gigantized. Soon, Kim finally came to his senses, during which time he lost consciousness twice in the tutorial. He needs to hurry, because the record for the shortest history of clearing this tutorial was a week. And the main role in achieving this shortest record was played by the best gladiator and leader of Asgard's enormous power, Odin. He can't lose either, so he decided to look at the current standings. As expected, Hargan is in first place, and the difference with other places is also overwhelming. In fifth and third place were Elidor and Paladinte. They were brother and sister, and also rankers from a world with developed magic and sword art, Panthemium. Kim remembered that the tutorial involved people from at least 2 worlds or more. In second place was Yolche, but the guy had never heard of her. In fourth place was Lee, and Kim came to the conclusion that, judging by his name, he came from the same world as him, but he didn't remember him at all. He wondered if they hadn't been able to climb up to the tower and had all died here, but he immediately decided to stop his pointless thoughts. He was already very late, so he needed to carefully check his condition and move quickly. By this time, Kim had reached level 57, and all of his indicators had reached unprecedented values, and the effect of absorbing the giant's heart was a significant increase in strength and agility. He needed to take care of maintaining an even balance. He also looked at his new giant flame skill. It is the innate fire of fire-kind creatures. It does not disappear even after death and remains in the body for a long time. It is inherited and increases power depending on mana and degree of mastery, and the skill itself was B- rank. Although the rank wasn't that high, but he didn't have any skill in the attack area, it was kind of definitely worth it. Kim couldn't decide where he should go now. He immediately activated the Flaming Eyes skill. Thanks to them, he immediately examined all the surroundings. Soon the young man came to the camp of the Green Orcs. They immediately decided to attack him, and Kim himself thought that the orc settlement was a good hunting ground for testing the giant fire. The boy immediately activated the giant fire skill, completely surrounding the entire settlement in flames. All the orcs immediately began to burn alive, emitting unbearable cries of pain. Kim didn't waste a second and took out a well-forged sword from his inventory. He immediately headed towards the horde and began to cut them down left and right. One blow was enough for him to cut the bastard in half. Thanks to this, he rose to 15,000th place, but he still had 6 whole years. He planned to finish this tutorial faster than Odin. After some time, Hargan opened the tournament table and noticed that one of the participants rose to 2nd place, almost catching up with him. Although he did not know the name of the guy who ran away from him, he was sure that it was him. For a while he was not conspicuous, and he thought that only his legs were fast, but the guy gets up extremely quickly. The guy behind him noticed that Hargan was very pleased with something, and he admitted that there was one guy he definitely wanted to bring. The youth named Lee was a participant from the Earthworld line with excellent mana control talent, and he immediately guessed that he was talking about Kim. Hargan immediately asked if he knew him, but Lee replied that he did not, although he thought they were from the same country, but he still admitted that this Kim is very memorable. You only have to look at the tournament table once, even if you don't know him personally. Hargan understood that at this rate, the top of the tournament table could change dramatically in a short time. That's why he gathered them all here. Hargan thought he had built a pretty good team, but there was still one last spot left, and it belonged to Kim. He told all his comrades that from that moment on, the hunt began. After some time, Paladinta managed to find something, and the guy himself was a half-breed with a mixture of a dark elf and an elf from Panthemium. Hargan praised him and went closer to some hole to look at everything closer. He asked everyone to step back and not get hit by his blow. Hargan immediately used his lightning skill and destroyed the ground beneath him. Lee said it took half a day. Could this be the place he was looking for? Hargan replied that it might have taken longer if it weren't for Paladinte. Everyone else immediately jumped towards him. It looked like some kind of cave. Paladint thought that he should first look around and only then begin to act. But as soon as he looked at Hargan, he immediately noticed his disappointment. Hargan himself did not understand what was wrong, because a message about the discovery of a dungeon should have appeared. But why was there no response? Has anyone really found it before? Lee immediately shouted at Hargan to look at the standings. By this time, Kim had already overtaken him by a whole 140 points and took first place. All of Hargan's thoughts were focused only on him. They immediately headed inside the cave, and Hargan destroyed the monsters in whole packs. The boys noticed that their captain was quite angry. Elidor, who was a half-elf like Paladinte, suggested that it might be the thrill of competition. Lee immediately became embarrassed at the sight of her, and the girl behind him declared that this way there would be no good hunting. It was Yolche, a pureblood from the tower who comes from a line of mercenaries who wield magic. She suggested splitting the team in half. Hargan said that at this point the road has two branches. In each team, Elidor and Paladinte will be responsible for finding the road and communication. Yolche, Lee, Elidor, Pale, and Typhoon will go to the right. They have Yolche, so there won't be any problems. The girl was absolutely not against it. She said that in that case they would see each other later. After some time, they continued to exterminate the monsters, and Lee immediately used mana concentration and instantly destroyed several dozen creatures. Yolche herself ran with great skill across the entire battlefield and cut monsters in half. They've been doing this for quite some time now. It's starting to get a little boring. And Lee was thinking that now he can use about 2 concentrations of mana. It's better for him to save the mana for later. Soon they found a huge door and decided that the boss was hiding there. Lee said that in the world he used to live in, he saw many similar things, and that bosses are usually behind doors like these, although he was actually talking about a game he used to play. Yolche asked them not to lose their vigilance, because the time of relaxation is the closest moment to death. Lee agreed with her and decided to check the tournament table. But at that very moment he was dumbfounded by shock. Yolche noticed his strange behavior, and Lee asked her to check the tournament table. Immediately, an incredibly loud scream rang out throughout the room. It came from that very room, and Yolche ordered everyone to pull themselves together and Lee to take a position in the back. Lee himself understood perfectly well that the recent noise and the first place points were definitely somehow connected, and at the same time, the door to the room opened. Before they could even enter, the system informed them that the dungeon clearing had been successfully completed. Lee immediately noticed the man in that room. He immediately realized that it was Kim, who had gained several thousand points in a couple of seconds, taking first place with 10,000 points. Kim himself, in turn, used all the skills he had to clear the dungeon and understood his current level of combat capability, so that was enough. He definitely needs to use the Giant's Flame carefully, taking into account the endurance stats. After defeating the boss, he received 3,000 points, and the completion of the Heaven's Doom was increased by 1%. Even by killing the boss, the mastery level of this skill cannot be raised much. Mindlessly killing a lot of monsters doesn't suit him. Should he mainly kill bosses? He still can't figure out what degree effect this skill gives. He needs to further improve its completion. Kim turned to the guys who entered the room, saying that they were a little late because the boss was already dead. They couldn't believe that he alone was able to deal with this bunch of monsters. Lee understood perfectly well that even though they all recognized Hargan as the strongest in the tutorial, this young man was actually able to clear the boss room alone. He also noticed traces of battle. Is it true that these are the skills of a person who came from the same world with him and went through the same tutorial? He realized that this man was a real predator. It was not for nothing that the captain wanted to see him in his squad so much. Lee asked Kim if he had any companions. Kim replied that he was alone, and Lee actually agreed that this guy was necessary for their team. He was simply dangerous if not with him, so he immediately asked the guy if he wanted to join them. Kim immediately realized, looking at Lee, that he was the same Korean, that he and they were from the same world. He looked at the other members of the team. Judging by the fact that Elidor was here, they were all on Hargan's team. The small number of team members meant that they had split up for a short time to hunt. The guy also noticed Yolche. He sees her for the first time, but judging only by the fact that she got here, she is definitely not at the tutorial level. Kim couldn't help but admit that Hargan had created a very wrong team to work with. This team had a great future ahead of it, but there was one thing. Lee asked him again if he wanted to join them, and Kim replied that he refused. In principle, Lee himself understood that he was unlikely to agree, and Yolche asked the young man if he really intended to defeat the boss Varganda alone. She said that there was a month for this tutorial, and besides, it was organized in such a way that there would be no problems even if the boss was killed by the majority. But Kim didn't understand what difference this made. The girl continued and stated that the essence of this last tutorial is teamwork. The key to its successful completion is how much a person can grow, how many allies can be gathered, and how to combine their forces in the allotted time. Kim remained silent. He was interested to hear where she was leading. At that very moment, the room began to shake violently. Elidor immediately decided to tell the captain that they had found this guy, and Lee was sure that in that case it would become an order of magnitude noisier. At that very moment, yellow lightning flashed throughout the room. It was Hargan, who was heading specifically towards Kim. He rushed right up to the guy. He finally managed to find him. But Kim put out his hand in time, grabbing him by the head. And then he thrust it straight into the ground with unprecedented force. Everyone in the squad couldn't believe their eyes. They were simply shocked that Kim managed to fight off Hargan so easily. Kim decided to ask them again, do they just want to survive or become a ranker? Yolche couldn't understand how a person who wasn't even a pureblood knew about rankers. Ranker is a being who has overcome all the tests of the tower and cleared all the floors. They have such power that they can enjoy power, glory, and eternal life. Kim asked for forgiveness in front of him, but he was not interested in such a team creation. He was sure that he himself should become a ranker someday. But this is just a stage to achieve his goal. Yolche became very angry and gripped her sword tighter. For people like her who were not chosen by the tower, rankers are a childhood dream, and the king leading their faces is a ranker that everyone sincerely wants to become. The girl asked Kim how he was different from them. Or is he going to become a top ranker? Kim said he plans to go even higher. His final goal was not some tower top. He was going to break through its ceiling. Everyone immediately fell silent, and Yolche considered his words to be some kind of absurdity. By this time, Hargan had finally come to his senses. He immediately stood up and asked Kim what the hell he was doing. The guy brought his face closer to him and said that it was his own fault, because he was running as if he was about to kill, so he thought that he was attacking. Kim also said that when such a strong man flies at a person, all that remains is to be scared. Hargan immediately became kinder and asked for forgiveness in front of him, and Lee was surprised by the captain's stupidity. Did it really convince him? Hargan said that his speech was very insightful. He once heard from his father that there was a much greater power hidden outside the tower. He also noted that the young man might not know, but his father was an incredibly great man, and Kim himself was thinking about how one could not know the king of Olympus, Zeus. Hargan realized that Kim had again refused to join their team, which was not surprising, since a sardine cannot swim with a whale. But he told him not to consider him some kind of sardine, because one day he would definitely become the king of Olympus. It was the first time anyone present had heard such words from their captain. And Kim just smiled. This guy really has great ambitions, since he declared a direct bloodline with Olympus. Hargan said that he would prove everything with his actions, and offered him a bet on who would kill the boss faster and who would make the biggest contribution. Kim could create a team at his own discretion, no matter how many people there were, but his team would not have more than 9 members. Kim thought that this was a stunning proposal, because a team could be assembled from several dozen or even hundreds of warriors, but they themselves would only act in 9. Hargan said that if he wins, Kim should join their team, and if Kim wins, he will treat him like an older brother. The boy smiled and asked what was good about having such a younger brother. But he himself considered it a good deal, because in any case, he would have to change the future, and Hargan could become a golden card that was worth using to achieve his goals. Kim still told him that it would be better if he came to his aid once when he needed it. Hargan agreed, if it was not an impossible demand, and in which case he could give him his item. Kim turned around and started to walk away, saying that they would sort it out on the spot. From that moment their dispute was concluded. Hargan also told him that they would see each other later on the 5th floor, and Kim himself thought that he felt energy from him, which gushes like a fountain every time they meet, which is probably why he would have completed the tutorial in 10 days. Hargan didn't waste a second and told his team that it wasn't enough to stick to the schedule. They had to hurry. Kim understood that there was no point in counting the seconds, nor in acting in such a hurry. He knew that the timer would stop for some time. Hargan noticed this too, but he didn't understand why the timer stopped at all. And Kim declared that Varganda is not an island, but a sacred beast. He also said that all the monsters were parasites. They must have settled in the body of the huge sacred beast, absorbing its power and thus constantly tormenting it. Kim said that Varganda was going to dive underwater again because of them, because seawater kills all parasites. Hargan realized that the boss Kim had defeated was some kind of parasite king, and the guy confirmed it. This creature was constantly giving birth and raising its own kind. Hargan did not understand whether to believe this information, because it was said by a man with an unknown identity and origin. He knows information that is not available even to Olympus. Kim also said that the time limit is no longer in effect until the manager or the lackeys return the system to its original state. This was the hidden part of Varganda that Odin told him about. In fact, the 5th tutorial is a fight of time. The point is how much time will be left and how many bosses will be killed during the time spent. He remembered asking Odin directly how he managed to complete the tutorial in just a week, and he admitted that it wasn't really a week, he just needed to stop time. Kim knew he had to use this time wisely, because when the timer restarted, it would mean the tutorial would be over. People outside also noticed the timer stopping. They immediately thought it was some kind of system glitch. One of their comrades said that they should not pay attention to this, but use this opportunity to quickly raise their scores. Meanwhile, the 6s were all on edge, because the killing of the parasite dragon happened for the first time since Odin. Did the manager not know about the tutorial error yet? One of the 6s said that the manager had made a scandal with Olympus because of what happened recently, so he is busy with it now, but they needed to contact him faster, because the main parasite is not in a place that can be stumbled upon. After some time, Duan continued to exterminate all sorts of monsters. This time his opponents were large red giants, who were horrified that the guy could kill one of their kind with such ease. They even called the young man a monster. Kim didn't like this at all. He asked them directly who they were calling a monster. After these words, the whole crowd began to run away from the guy in fear. Kim noticed that time had started to pass again. Apparently, the 6s had finished sorting everything out. He wondered if it was possible to stop the timer again if he killed the main parasite again, although he understood that the already broken installation would not break again. In any case, he managed to gain about 3 days. He got much more time than he thought. In that case, he needs to set off slowly. His goal is the tower where the gods live. By this time, people on the top of the mountain began to slowly gather. Among them was Hargan's squad, and Elidor noted that by destroying the boss you can get high scores and get ahead. Those people who have some kind of skills will take part. Lee immediately looked at all the participants. Judging by the mana, most of them had already passed level 20. Yolche said that in any case they got here, this level is the base for entering the tower, and Lee was interested in whether all the players of the tower can manage mana. The girl answered him that the player can, and those who do not know how are the inhabitants of the tower in the overwhelming majority. Lee first heard about the tower dwellers. and Yolche told him that they were people born and raised in the tower, like her or Hargan. If such people were chosen by the tower and received the blessing of the system, they became purebloods. In that case, Lee suggested that they might still be able to kill the boss, but Yolche replied that she couldn't say for sure. They would have initially said that they couldn't do it. But even she can't guess how strong their captain is. Suddenly, Elidor noticed someone in the distance. It was Kim who finally got here. He immediately decided to examine them all. Kim noticed that Elidor and Lee's mana flow was different from before. Apparently, they had increased their levels quite a bit. He also couldn't help but notice that Hargan himself had become stronger. Hargan himself greeted the guy and asked where his team was. Was he really going to kill the boss alone again? Kim confirmed this, because in that case they would also generously give him points, and Hargan sighed heavily. He himself is often called crazy, but he is even worse off. Hargan knew that the difference between him and Kim was about 7,000 points. He definitely had to catch the boss first. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some guy. He immediately recognized Kim. It seemed to him that he still didn't have a team, and they were just on their way to clean up the boss. He wanted to invite him to join them, but Hargan immediately used the power of lightning and knocked out all the people around them. Hargan couldn't believe that such pathetic midges dared to suggest such a thing. People immediately started running away in horror, thinking that Kim was on his team, but the young man himself thought that it irritated him anyway, so everything worked out well. Kim didn't hesitate for a second and said goodbye to Hargan, who was surprised by his haste, and the guy replied that time is expensive in the tutorial. Hargan laughed because the cleanup in less than 5 days of the tutorial for a month was very interesting to him. He again invited the guy to go together, but Kim didn't want to listen to him and immediately jumped down. He entered the first room. He needed to find the boss and complete the given quest. The crowd of monsters immediately prepared for battle, and several more people came after Kim. As expected, it was Hargan and his team, but the guys were a little shocked to see the huge number of monsters. Kim, in turn, knew that there were several checkpoints that needed to be cleared in order to meet the boss. Monsters are gathered here that simply cannot even coexist. It is a priori impossible, so Kim immediately guessed what was happening here. He knew exactly where the boss was. He had better get to him quickly. He immediately took out a magic sword and combined it with a giant flame. Team Hargan wouldn't mind seeing the guy who is higher in the standings than their captain. They'll be able to see for themselves if he's as strong as his scores show. And Hargan himself was not against watching this spectacle. He will give Kim a chance to prove himself. Before they could blink, Kim was gone. They couldn't figure out where the hell he had disappeared to. And Lee immediately noticed him, and Kim himself was in the air right above this whole crowd of monsters. Nobody could figure out what the hell this was. Immediately, Kim plunged his blade into the first monster, landing right in the center of the entire crowd of creatures. The boys realized that the young man was a monster even worse than their captain. Lee immediately closed his mouth, noticing how angry the captain was. Hargan himself confirmed his suspicions. He declared that he could not lose to Kim and immediately rushed into the crowd of monsters. He was able to easily destroy creatures using lightning magic. Kim also did not stand still and cut the scum into small pieces, turning them into a bloody mess. The rest of Hargan's team just stood there and watched it all. Little by little, they began to move forward. Lee had no intention of remaining an observer, but they certainly couldn't keep up with these two, and Yolche warned them that there were still traps here, so they shouldn't let their guard down. Elidor and Paladinte worked together to fight off the monsters. They opened up space for Lee to attack. The guy immediately used the mana concentration skill and asked everyone to bend down. A moment later, there was a huge explosion. Kim noted that at least none of them had any skills that would hinder them, and he was also glad that they wouldn't die if they got caught up in what was about to happen. He was distracted from his thoughts by Hargan, who noticed something. It was a huge door with a strange picture painted on it. Hargan suggested that this was a depiction of war, and Kim himself saw it for the first time in person. The young man understood that what he needed was behind that door. He immediately began to open the door, and Hargan was unhappy that the guy had again decided to go silently. and Kim reminded him that he had originally intended to act alone. Hargan noted that they were together now anyway. Was it really that important to him? As soon as Chemo entered inside, the most terrible scream was heard again. Some people even went numb from this scream alone. What was going on there? Hargan knew what kind of boss this was, but only a little. He must be gigantic. They soon entered inside, and Kim immediately ordered them to step back. In front of him was a huge dragon which was chained. The monster noticed them. It was Chimera who immediately broke the chains. He was the third boss. The system notified the boys that they needed to kill the sealed Chimera, and upon achieving the goal, the tutorial would end. There was also information that one person can free, subdue, and control the Chimera. The time limit stops with the destruction of the seal stone, and the tutorial itself can be completed regardless of the conditions. The owner of the Chimera will receive additional points depending on the number of participants killed by the monster. Elidor guessed that this was a test in which, while killing the Chimera, you had to protect the seal stone from people you considered allies. Yolche noted that there were 10 people here. Such a number could be easily monitored, so she thought that there would be no problem with this. She thought that even if someone did something unexpected, they had a captain. But still, there was only one person here faster than him. Kim immediately took a step towards the monster's seal, but was stopped by Hargan, who did not understand what he was going to do. The young man told him to let him go, but Hargan did not understand. Was he really going to betray everyone right now? Had he forgotten about the argument? They have to kill not the participants, but the boss, to finish the tutorial. And Kim replied that he would win the bet and he would finish the tutorial, which made Hargan angry. He didn't understand why he needed this. Kim replied that he knew he would act that way, so he was going to do it alone. The guy immediately took his sword out of his inventory, and then he destroyed the seal that held the Chimera. The system immediately identified Kim as the owner of the Chimera. A new task has also appeared. They need to defeat a monster that has been freed from the seal. The creature itself let out an incredibly loud roar. Hargan was beside himself with rage. But Kim paid no attention to this and ordered Chimera to destroy the wall next to them. The monster immediately began to carry out the order and crashed into the wall at full speed. The others did not expect anything like this. Kim stated that as long as he controlled her, Chimera would not attack them, because their enemy was completely different. Hargan didn't understand what he was talking about, and Kim said that the Chimera was a monster created by combining different monsters that were on the island. Hargan immediately wondered who then created such a monster. He didn't understand who the real boss was then, and Kim told them all that the choice was theirs. They could go with him or they could stay here. Lee asked the captain what they would do, and Hargan decided that they would go after the boy. They entered the hole created by the Chimera. The boys couldn't believe that the entire path was strewn with human corpses. Hargan was interested in where that fourth room of the 5th tutorial was, which the system had not notified about in advance. And Kim understood that they were already there. Soon the young man entered a room where an unknown creature in a cloak stood, and the entire space was covered in corpses and the remains of people. Kim immediately turned to the stranger, and the system sent a notification that the boss had started updating. As it turned out, he came to the room of the creator of the Chimera. Now his goal is to destroy him. The creator said that this was the first time something like this had happened to him. The guy aimed at the right to control the Chimera, but not to betray, but on the contrary, to come to where he is. This even amused the scoundrel. He also felt the blood of Zeus flowing in Hargan next to the boy. The bastard said that even though he was a half-breed, he would be quite useful, and these words really angered Hargan himself. He was furious that they dared to call him a half-breed, and Kim said that in front of them was the black magician child, who had long disappeared from the Ranker Tower. Hargan immediately realized that he was talking about the same Ranker who was the examiner on the 50th floor. He had heard of him. Chilled used hundreds of players who participated in the exam as test subjects and then mixed the blood of various monsters to create the Chimera. He didn't understand what such a person was doing in the tutorial, but Kim told him that there was nothing to be afraid of. because by doing such things, he had shamefully lost to one player, and then violated the law of the tower. Now he had almost lost his strength. Because of what happened then, he was sentenced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years, but even after this period, he was unable to regain his power, and Child himself did not understand how the guy even knew about him. Kim smiled and pointed to his eyes and asked if he remembered them. This immediately made the scoundrel lose his temper. Child instantly released his mana. Hargan couldn't believe that he had such powerful mana, but Kim said that the bastard had lost his power, and Kim replied that it was his power with the loss. If it was his past version in front of them now, they would have died instantly. Child shouted, "Where did the guy get those eyes? Is he really a relative of that very monkey?" Kim asked him where this offended tone came from. It was he, being an examiner, who stooped to killing participants and experimenting on them. Child ordered him to answer his question, but Kim had not come here to satisfy his curiosity. "Because I couldn't just let such a bastard live and breathe." Child's army immediately rose up and stood up for him. Hargan didn't understand what was going on, and Lee asked if they could join the fight. Hargan shouted, ordering them all to kill these creatures. The guys immediately entered the battle. They cut the vile monsters into pieces. Every member of the team gave it their all. They all fought like true warriors. Kim knew that these monsters were level-up chimeras that would appear on the bottom floor of the tower in about 100 years. Fortunately, the only thing to be afraid of would be their numbers, since they were still not fully developed. So with the guys fighting like people at the top of the standings should, he can focus on his goal. Child immediately used the Dark Coffin skill. The scoundrel said that this is a coffin of absolute strength. Even chimeras will not be able to choose being imprisoned in it, although he has lost his former strength, but he will not allow any participant of the tutorial to dare to look down on him. The bastard immediately slammed the coffin shut and sealed Kim. He would neither let him live nor die. But to his surprise, the coffin began to collapse instantly, and then it was completely destroyed by just one blow from Kim. Child couldn't believe this madness. He immediately noticed the guy's hand, but still couldn't believe it. The scoundrel asked the young man how the hell he was connected to Olympus. Gigantomachia was the head of the great gods, and the main role was the fight against giants. And the son of Zeus and the main hero of the 12th test was a cruel killer of giants and a man who did not hesitate to punish evil but was infinitely affectionate to the weak. He was a being who surpassed anyone in strength, and he was the hero that Kim revered most. As it turned out, Kim used the gigantization skill, and the giant's power began to leak into his hand. Temporarily, the attributes of endurance were replaced by attributes of strength, and partial gigantization also began to occur. As expected, even after eating the giant's heart and increasing his strength and endurance, this was his limit now, but it should still be enough. Child wasn't going to just stand there. He said that he would listen to his answer after he tore off his arms and legs. Even if he was a direct descendant of Olympus, he was still just a green youth. Kim just told him to shut up. The bastard instantly used the skills of the Dark Coffin with a triple boost. But even this was not enough to defeat Kim, because he easily broke it into pieces with just one blow. Child still believed that victory was his. He even mocked Kim, asking him not to die yet. He needed to hear a lot from him. The bastard attacked him again, using the infected Poison Fang skill. Kim remembered a conversation with Hercules, who warned him to give up on killing the creator of the Chimera. Even though he had lost his power and was banished to the tutorial area, he was still very dangerous. Hercules also told him that he simply needed to gigantize, but Kim thought that it was too reckless, since it could take a considerable amount of time to learn to control the skill. Hercules merely replied that it would be difficult, but by no means impossible. A second before Child's skill hit the guy, he easily blocked it. The bastard himself couldn't believe such a thing. Even though this guy is related to Hercules, he can't break his spell with just this power? The bastard wasn't going to give up so easily. He immediately used the Black Thorn Wall skill. This was his strongest defensive skill. He was sure that the guy would not be able to break through it. But at that very moment, the entire wall began to literally crack. Child couldn't believe it. His rage knew no bounds. He directed dark magic straight to the wall to somehow stop Kim. Still, the cracks stopped. The bastard was pleased that the young man finally stopped. He was sure that the guy simply gave up trying to destroy this wall. But his self-confidence did not last long, because at that very moment, the wall completely fell apart into small pieces. And a moment later, the guy's hand was already reaching for his throat. Kim immediately grabbed the bastard and threw him to the ground with all his might. Child was terrified. He could do nothing. He immediately received another crushing blow right in the face. Kim continued to beat the bastard to death, and he himself remembered the words of Hercules. He then told him that if he failed to get the fiery eyes and gigantization, then he shouldn't even think about dealing with Child. If he got one of the two, then let him act according to the circumstances. Well, if he gets both skills, then he definitely needs to deal with the creator of the chimeras. Kim also remembered how Hercules approached the heavenly rebel sun and asked why he didn't tell Kim anything. Everyone already knew that he was the one who went up to the 50th floor and killed the creator of the chimeras. Sun didn't understand what was coming from him. He personally had nothing to add. In any case, with these eyes you can see everything. Meanwhile, Kim continued to trample the bastard into the ground. But the bastard was quite tenacious. Even in this state, he declared that he would not die. He's immortal, so the guy doesn't stand a chance. Kim admitted that the bastard was indeed indestructible, as he had been told. Thousands of years of experiments with black magic had made his body stronger than steel, but in such a body in which a lot of things were stuffed, everything could not be uniform. The guy immediately activated the skill of fiery eyes and declared that in any case, with these eyes he can see everything. Kim immediately grabbed the bastard's hand, squeezing it with unprecedented force, and the next moment he tore it out with the same ease. Only then did the bastard begin to understand. He begged the boy to stop, but Kim was adamant. Kim only asked him how many people's limbs he had torn out for his experiments with these hands. The guy didn't stop there and grabbed the creator of the chimeras by the leg. Kim again remembered the parting words from his comrades. And the young man himself then only smiled and replied that this would give birth to an absurd person. A moment later, the bastard was finished, and he got an achievement that was impossible to believe for killing the creator of the chimeras. The system notified him again that the rewards were delayed, and then everyone was told that the tutorial was over. Kim also raised several levels along with his attributes. The completion rate of the Heaven's Fate skill was increased by 8%, and the guy himself realized that this bastard was also considered a boss, like Certra, so the reward was impressive. He was also glad that he raised 2 levels at once, and thanks to the Heaven's Fate, he also raised his attributes. He realized that on average, 1 additional attribute was given every time the skill's completion rose by 5%. When he reached a full 100%, he would get at least 20 attributes, and he thought that for his level, the effect would be meager, but in fact, it was quite good. At that very moment, all the monsters that Hargan's squad had been fighting fell lifelessly to the ground, which left the boys confused. Kim himself appeared right away and told them not to worry, because they would not get up again, since the boss was already dead. The guys immediately started checking if everything was okay with their comrades. But Hargan had no time for this. He was literally consumed by envy. Suddenly they saw that Yolche was wounded. Hargan asked them to take care of her, and he would finish everything himself. He turned to Kim and asked him to step away for a moment. Once they had gotten a good distance away, Hargan said he would not ask who he really was or how he knew about the defeated ranker's connection to the tutorial, but because of his choice, Yolche was badly injured. He wondered if Kim had to kill the creator of the chimeras. After all, the tutorial could only be completed by killing the chimera itself. The guy replied that this was usually the case, which confused Hargan. He did not understand what his words meant. Kim could have set a new record without going that far. He was very angry. He wondered how far he had to go to finally calm down. Will the guy be satisfied when he and all his companions are dead? Kim himself didn't know how far he would have to go. Outside the tower are the gods of other dimensions. The hopelessness that has obscured the sky, fallen into the abyss of despair, stupid chaos, and a purple sky. To defeat even one of them, many rankers died and no one knows how many more like them there are. Because of this, he constantly needs to become stronger. He has to cut out the rotten parts of the world so that this world does not meet the end. Not even that. He wants to make the world become stronger, so he needs to drag it along with him. But how far does he have to go for that? Kim decided to interrupt his thoughts for now and return to the dialogue with Hargan. He answered his question that he himself did not know how far he would go. He said that Hargan was putting together a team with whom he could go together, and he was not going to look for one for similar reasons. He simply couldn't go with someone else, and Hargan immediately realized that the boy needed an ally who would have to become stronger enough to reduce the risk of traveling with him. Kim asked him to stop this talk about the team, as something like this could happen to him at any moment. He said that their conversation was over and immediately went to the manager, who was already waiting for him. Hargan immediately asked who the bearded man was, and Kim replied that he was the tutorial manager, which shocked Hargan. He immediately bowed before him and introduced himself. He did not understand why someone so high-ranking, a level higher than rankers, even got in touch with Kim. The big guy just responded coldly, and Kim asked him to greet him normally, since Hargan was not connected to him in any way. But the bearded man replied that he was not going to do that. He was ready to rip out Zeus's entire beard right now. The manager himself knew perfectly well that the creator of the chimeras had a contract for 1,000 years, and he died without preparing the next boss. He didn't even want to think about what he would have to listen to from others again because of Kim. He also said irritably that, thanks to someone in the tutorial, it would be possible to live peacefully for some time, hinting at Kim with these words. But the guy himself asked him to give him a reward quickly, or did he come here to tell him this? The big man said that the young man was actually more hasty than he seemed. He handed him an incomprehensible stone and said that he himself would have to decide where to use it and how to protect it. It turned out to be the Black God's Stone, a fragment of the primordial darkness that stored the mana of the boundless darkness. Since it had not yet been refined, it required an excellent master. Another name for this stone is a fragment of Hades' helmet, and Hades himself is one of the 3 main gods of Olympus. His helmet is one of the most powerful items, and the basis for its creation was the stone of the Black God. This is one of the items that was absolutely necessary to get, returning to the past, but Kim himself did not expect that he would receive it right now. Kim also knew where the Sea God Stone and the Lightning Shard were. He was confident that he could collect them quite quickly. The manager said that since all the conditions were met, they would now go to the tower. He also explained that the others would be rewarded based on their contribution. The bearded man even told Hargan that his reward was also quite good. The big guy turned to Kim. This was their last meeting, so he wanted to be sure that the young man would not raise the same mess upstairs. The guy just smiled and said that he himself didn't know, which didn't inspire much confidence in the manager. The bearded man said that he wasn't very surprised, because with such a thing he could cause even more serious trouble. Still, he admitted that it would be even good if he became a new wave that would shake this tower. Since he is destined to bring chaos, at that very moment, the scoring was finished, and the tutorial itself was completed. Kim broke away from Hargan by more than 500,000 points. Taking first place, he also received 60,000 points. For the new record, he received another 50,000 additional points, and some unknown egg appeared in his inventory. A moment later, they were transported to the first floor of the tower. Kim was surprised that some other reward came during the move, so he decided to look in the inventory. This strange egg didn't even have a name. The guy didn't even know that such things existed. The system greeted all participants who had completed the 5th tutorial. Now they are all on the outskirts of the first floor of the tower, called the Step of the Beginning. The people who were already there were surprised by the sudden appearance of newcomers. Isn't there still a lot of time before the end of the tutorial? Kim knew that in front of him were players from different guilds, who were apparently waiting here for further recruitment of new arrivals. Hargan immediately noticed someone. He saw some familiar faces from Olympus. He asked Kim if he was going to join the guild, and Kim confirmed it. Hargan said that he hadn't even thought about finding a team, let alone a guild, in any case. Since he lost to him in the argument, he would keep his promise. He also decided to ask about the steward's strange reaction. Hargan asked if something had happened between Olympus and the master manager. Kim said that for him Olympus is fair and right, but Hargan did not understand what he wanted to say. Kim told him that if he wanted to know the whole story, he should try to find out everything gradually and on his own. It would be hard for him to understand everything just from other people's words. He immediately set off on his journey, and Hargan asked him to first register as a player if he was going to the village, so that they could at least contact each other. And he also warned him to beware of jackals. As soon as Kim left, Agamemnon from Olympus approached Harganus and greeted the great blood. The guy had already seen him once, which was an honor for Agamemnon himself. Hargan heard that he was a follower of Lord Ares, and he knew that he had recently become a high ranker, so he asked him to convey his congratulations. Agamemnon said that Lord Ares deeply respected family ties, so he ordered that his words should not be passed on under any circumstances until his mother was found. He teased Hargan by saying that the heavenly ruler was not particularly interested in children, and besides, the identity of his mother was unknown. This made the guy incredibly angry, but Agamemnon asked him not to react so sharply, because he should know the character of Lord Ares well. He added that family ties are something that can be created, so he wished him to create his own family. Hargan himself knew that there was no point in being angry at this man, because the one who was neglecting him was Ares, and if he touched someone lower, he would only worsen relations with Olympus. The boy thanked the knight for the information and asked him to leave. But Agamemnon was still interested in who this man was with whom he had recently been. Judging by the fact that he had left alone, he was not from his team. Hargan thought for a second and then answered hesitantly that this guy was something like a friend to him. The general name Jackal was given to those who refused to rise to the next floor. They attack only new players in the beginning degree, looting them completely. Their favorite prey is new players who do not belong to guilds. They call the period of the end of the tutorial the time of harvest. Kim knew perfectly well that they were already following him. He could sense it even without the fiery eyes. Only by intuition, there were about 20 of them. He also kept the Black God stone in his pocket. Jackals would be ideal test subjects for concealment testing. Kim was right. A gang of those scumbags were indeed already watching him from the bushes. Jackal Chief Fatayo said that the tutorial ended faster than they expected, meaning that newbies will have a lot of good items. He had noticed Kim for a long time. He had not given up on the guild, and he also had no companions. But one of his comrades said that he was somehow uneasy in his soul and offered to let this young man go. But the leader did not understand what he was saying at all because this guy was wearing a robe of a fiery spell. These words immediately changed the mood of his charges, and they wanted to start acting as quickly as possible. But suddenly Fatayo said that the guy had disappeared, although he had just been there. At that very moment, several of the jackals were literally beheaded. The rest could not understand what was happening at all, and their comrades continued to die mercilessly. One of the jackals said that he was right after all. This guy was just a decoy. It was already suspicious that he had a robe of a fiery spell. Fatayo immediately used his Hawkeye skill to detect the attacker, but immediately realized that it was not an illusion. The jackals immediately began to run away wherever they could, and their leader could not believe that a newcomer who had just entered the tower had the skill to hide. This simply can't be. And Kim himself instantly laid him on the ground. Fatayo immediately realized that the guy in front of him was not some kind of bait, but a real blade that would kill them. He was a top-class blade. But if such a player climbs onto the first floor, he is fined. But why did he attack them then? And Kim himself told him that he had a question for them. If they answered honestly, then he would let them go. Fatayo screamed that he would kill him, but the boy immediately struck him again, calming him down. Kim said that if he continued in the same spirit, he would not stop there, and the bastard immediately began to beg for mercy and said that he would tell everything. Kim asked him if he knew where to find a man called Cloudless. Fatayo couldn't believe he knew about it at all, but how? And Kim understood from his reaction that he knew everything perfectly well. Towards evening, the young man came to some city. This was a transitional location on the first floor. Kim reflected on how lucky he was. He quickly found the necessary information. Now he could release some of the accumulated tension. It was unusually peaceful here. He wondered where his old comrades were now, but soon he decided to pull himself together and get down to business. Kim got the Black God Stone, which worked on the weaker humans like the jackals, but it was still far from being able to completely hide Hades' helmet. Its abilities were still insufficient, and there was no master to process it either. This item has such a huge mana reserve that it was jokingly nicknamed the Infinity Stone. Kim understood very well that if the power of this one piece alone could be maximized, concealment would no longer be a problem, where the limits of this stone were unknown. But first, it had to be purified. Zeus took the heavenly throne and was able to become the ruler of Olympus because he received a shard of lightning. Hades always fought only with a helmet on his head. These are the very objects with which the current Olympus and the Olympus of the distant future were created. The guy knew very well who was capable of working with such a level of material as the Black God Stone. At the same time, he came to some place, and a smile appeared on him. He was finally glad to see his old friend. A little earlier, Kim completed registering himself as a player. He also received a player set, which was activated when entering the player's mana. After registering the mana with a characteristic property, the number and information about the player appear in the set. With the help of this item, an internet search was opened, the ability to contact all players. If so, then he needed to move on. It seemed like the right place was somewhere nearby. But he himself didn't know the exact coordinates, and there was no one to ask, so it was hard to find. Kim noticed a poor guy standing on the street begging with his child. But as it turned out, this bastard grabbed the guy by force, putting a knife to his neck in order to earn a few points. Kim ignored him, and then the bastard put the knife to his back. But in an instant, the guy knocked the weapon out of the bandit's hands. His comrades immediately ran up, intending to take revenge for the fact that the young man had dared to attack their group. Kim dealt with them easily. He said that if they were barely making ends meet, then they should move up. He warned them not to even think of harming anyone again. Suddenly, he noticed the very place that he needed so much. He went inside, but there was no one there. Kim decided to call the owner. He works until lunch, doesn't he? The old man came out to him. He immediately noticed the guy was wearing a flaming spell robe. He didn't look like one of the local punks. Was he really lost? Kim replied that he came here on purpose, because this was a forge. The old man told him that in that case he could look at the items he had. Perhaps they would be better than those he had. Kim picked up the first sword he came across, which was of low quality, with a blunt tip. It looked more like a club than a blade. And he thought that the old man was not capable of creating something so bad. He's Volcaro's uncle, right? Volcaro asked him where he came from, and Kim replied that there was no need to be so wary. Kim said that he had just climbed to the first floor of the tower, showing the very same player's set, which had the number 1 on it. Volcaro knew that this number indicated the floor's past. After all, the young man was not lying to him. Kim knew very well that if the old man swung his hammer, a catastrophe would occur, and if he called his real name, he would immediately swing. After all, he had to be careful for some time. Volcaro asked him why he came, and Kim immediately took out the stone of the Black God. He came here to make an item. The old man immediately recognized this stone and simply could not believe his eyes. He immediately asked permission to take a closer look. He realized that in front of him was an unfinished stone. Kim asked if he could work with it, and Volcaro replied that it was quite possible, but he was very curious where he got it from. The guy said that he received it as a reward for clearing the tutorial, which left Volcaro stunned. The old man remembered that the tutorial was still going on, but how many days did it take to clear it out? And Kim said that the tutorial was completed in about 5 days and 2 hours, and he had the highest score. Volcaro immediately realized that the guy in front of him was clearly not an ordinary guy. He was wondering why he had such expensive clothes on the first floor. The old man told Kim that he could only process the stone now, because using cheap materials on such an object would only make it worse, and materials would be needed that could withstand the force in the stone. But he was more interested in whether he was really ready to entrust this matter to him, even after he had seen the lousy goods of this forge. Kim replied that absolutely, and Volcaro realized that the young man in front of him was a real psycho. Volcaro asked him if he was afraid that he would just take the stone and run away, but Kim replied that he was good at reading people. If he wanted the stone, there would be greed in his eyes, but now he looks extremely enthusiastic. He was also confident that he wouldn't break it. Kim swung that same low-level sword. He immediately noticed this perfect balance of weight with such cheap materials and tight deadlines. This is a result achieved by the experience and skills of a skilled blacksmith. It amazed him that a blacksmith of such a level was rotting in such a hole. The boy told Volcaro that the blade might be dull and the handle might be crudely made, but the habit was still there. He also noticed that the old man had forgotten to mess up the balance of the weight. Volcaro immediately laughed loudly. He thought that in front of him was a purebred, but who did he belong to? Kim replied that nothing of the sort. In any case, Volcaro agreed to accept the order. He will do everything as well as he trusted him. But he had one condition. He asked to keep secret not only where this order was carried out, but also the fact that this order existed at all, and Kim promised that he would not reveal it. After some time, Kim spent 3 points to have a delicious breakfast. He gave Volcaro his number, so all he could do was wait. The job would take about 10 days, but he needed to sit on the first floor for a while anyway, so he could afford to wait. After collecting all the information he received from the jackals, he learned that the gathering would take place in 2 days. It would be convenient if he could catch everyone and kill them alone, but now it is impossible. At that moment, Hargan sat down next to him. Kim didn't understand how he found out about this place, and Hargan said that he visited different inns and asked where Kim had registered. He has a lot of connections, so he had to use them a little. Kim remembered that the first floor was most subject to Olympus, and for a relative of Zeus, it was not so difficult. Hargan decided to get straight to the point. He had recruited the player, so let him give him his number, and Kim joked that he didn't think a man would ask him for his number. Hargan was surprised that the guy could joke. He thought he was a real bore, and Kim admitted that he was definitely not a funny guy. Kim asked Hargan when he would be going up to the tower, and he replied that in about 5 days he was going to raise the level in the outer area. He needs a little time for the team to work better together. In that case, Kim asked for help with something. The guy wanted Hargan to help him pull out the roots of the jackal pack. Hargan himself understood that even just finding them in the crowd was a problem, but with 10 people, considering the members of his team, it was quite possible. But Kim replied that they would only go to work together. Hargan didn't understand anything. He asked to explain everything in more detail, but the guy said that it was still too early. Let him come the day after tomorrow evening, then he would tell. Otherwise, he would go alone. Hargan immediately panicked and declared that they would go together. He would definitely come the day after tomorrow evening. He immediately finished his breakfast and said goodbye to the guy. Even Kim was surprised by such a rush, and Hargan explained it by saying that he needed to be quick to get everything done, since everything had turned out this way. Kim noted that he really liked the team assembled in the tutorial. He is going to develop it and rise with joint efforts. But suddenly the guy turned to someone, saying that he had apparently been waiting for too long. He told the man in the robe that if he had business, he should quickly lay it all out. The stranger admitted that he was a little surprised by Hargan's sudden arrival. It was Agamemnon who approached Kim and greeted him. He was from Olympus and asked to talk to him for a little while. Kim told him that he could have greeted Hargan, since he was, after all, of the noble blood of the heavenly ruler, but Agamemnon replied that he was currently on a mission and had come to meet him anyway. The man knew that Kim had taken first place in the tournament table of the last tutorial, and Hargan had taken second place. According to the announced results, the difference between first and second place was incredible. Everyone gathered in groups and said that a monster had entered the tower, and Kim admitted that he was pleased to hear this. Agamemnon continued and said that Hargan called him his friend of sorts. Doesn't that sound strange? Kim just sighed and replied that yes, while he thought about the fact that he had managed to bribe Hargan. The man continued and noted that he still hadn't joined Hargan's team, which was actually a good choice, since connections from the tutorial don't last long, and players who can rise in the tower and players who become rankers are very rare. But Kim is different. He has a chance to cross the ranker level and become a top ranker, to become a great being of this tower, so shouldn't he still rise with those who are somewhat up to standard? Agamemnon suggested that he come to Lord Ares from Olympus, promising that they would give him everything he wanted, because Lord Ares was different from that non-entity who knew his own mother, hinting at Harganus. Ares is the legitimate son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. He is a great being who has already become a top ranker. Agamemnon offered Kim to become his follower rather than cooperate with a mudblood who did not know his roots, but the guy immediately interrupted him. He was already pretty fed up with this after all. Olympus is quite consistent with the faction that tries the hardest to hire new players. However, he was not interested in this. He immediately stood up and was about to leave, thanking Agamemnon for the tea. The man did not understand whether he was now refusing Olympus's offer, and Kim replied that this was exactly the case. He was not going to join anywhere. A few days ago, he had already refused the offer of Hargan, the son of Zeus, who personally invited him to the team. He didn't understand what Agamemnon's words about the mudblood, Hargan's mother, and so on meant. For him, it didn't play any role. Kim also added that Agamemnon is not even Ares, but acts as if Zeus and Hera are his parents, which made the man lose his temper. The scoundrel wanted to say something else, but Kim did not want to listen to his worthless chatter. He had only one answer. He will not cooperate with unworthy people like them. After some time, Agamemnon was approached by his assistant, who noticed that something was wrong with him. Agamemnon asked him how many jackals could be mobilized now, and the boy realized that it was to catch Kim. He reported that the jackals were currently collecting money, and in a few days they would be able to collect a sufficient number, but Agamemnon was furious. Did his assistant really think that it was necessary to prepare so seriously for the murder of just one new player? The assistant asked him to think soberly. This young man set a new record in the tutorial and overtook Mr. Hargan. Would it be possible to do this with a small number? Agamemnon came to his senses a little and asked him to prepare at least 100 men first. Once the harvest time is over, they will kill this bastard. 2 days later, Kim and Hargan met again. Kim had already told Hargan about the conversation with Agamemnon. First, he needed to meet someone. It took a long time to find his place of residence. But Hargan did not understand who he was talking about, and the guy asked him to follow him first. Hargan decided not to ask unnecessary questions and simply followed Kim's instructions. He noticed those eyes on the guy again. Is Kim really related to that monkey? He remembered what Chilled had said. It was definitely about Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to the heavens. Not even 100 years have passed since his ascension to the tower, and he has become a top ranker, a fighter with the best innate qualities in the history of rankers. However, Kim not only used Sun Wukong's abilities, but also controlled the same fire as Appleton. Hargan didn't understand who Kim really was. He didn't join Olympus. Could it be from another faction? He also remembered the gigantization skill that the young man had used. This skill on Olympus was only possessed by Hercules, who killed 10,000 giants, but among the descendants of the giant race, all without exception have this skill. Is Kim really a giant if that is why he does not enter Olympus? At that moment, Kim interrupted his thoughts. He asked him to respond properly, and then he opened the door. They entered the building, and the man inside apologized, but trading was over for the day. If they are looking for something, let them leave their first and last name and number, and he will contact them tomorrow. Kim only said that he was looking for the Cloudless. The man immediately started running away as fast as he could, but Kim wasn't going to let him go just like that. He immediately caught up with him and grabbed him by the collar. But the fugitive was not going to give up so easily and took out a dagger. Kim reacted instantly and blocked his attack, and then he threw him to the floor, ordering him to sit still. The fugitive did not understand what kind of power this was, and Kim began to say that he knew who he was. His nickname was Chon Nam Wong, and his real name was Mu Un Jong. He was a player from Murim who refused to rise in the tower. He was the king of the jackals. Kim immediately tied him up, and he continued to tell him that he had confused him with someone else. But the guy didn't believe him. If that was true, then why did he start running away for no reason? Mu tried to justify himself by saying that he was scared by the guy's eyes, and Hargan was just watching all of this. Hargan turned to Kim and said that it was too categorical to decide that they really had the king of jackals in front of them just because he had escaped. Kim showed him the very blade that Mu had tried to attack him with, and also asked him to look carefully at the floor where it had been. Hargan looked closely and saw poison on the floor, and Kim said that with such a level it was an extremely strong high-level poison. It was forbidden to use it on the same players. To own it, you need permission from the control, and in principle, it is even difficult to find. Kim asked if the owner of the haberdashery store had a reason to hide such an item up his sleeve. Mu's face instantly changed. From a young boy, he turned into an old man. He didn't understand where the information about him leaked from. He asked Kim how he knew his identity, and more importantly, how he knew his name. The guy just smiled at him, and Mu immediately asked if he knew what kind of people were behind him. Suddenly, Mu noticed Hargan next to him and immediately recognized him. Hargan remembered Kim's words about him having to respond properly and immediately understood what he was talking about. Immediately, his lightning appeared all over the room. The jackal asked if it was true that Olympus had betrayed them after all. Hargan didn't understand what this bastard was talking about, and Kim answered him that they just wanted to ask him for something because he received orders from Agamemnon, right? Mu confirmed this, and Kim continued and said that recently the heavenly ruler became interested in the affairs of the first floor, and it was very opportune that his son came to this tutorial. He asked him how long he would hang around on the first floor and play the role of Agamemnon's dog, not one of the great three gods, but a green puppy who had just become a high ranker. Kim said that once this matter was completed, Lord Zeus, the ruler of the heavens, would personally take care of the pack of jackals, but Hargan still didn't understand what all this meant. The boy told Mu that if he did well, he too could be given great responsibility as a member of Olympus. Such words convinced the king of the jackals, and he asked the boy what request he had come with. What does he need to do? Kim asked how many jackals he had at his disposal. Mu replied that there were about 1,000 people. Kim gave him a note and ordered him to gather them all by tomorrow night and come to the specified place by midnight. He also shouldn't tell people from Agamemnon and Ares about this, it's for his own good. Kim stood up and told Hargan that they had to go now. Hargan was angry with him, but decided not to bring up the topic now. After some time, he finally told Kim that he was hiding behind someone else's father, but let him explain everything right now. Kim replied that he had heard it all himself. Olympus and the jackals were working together, but Hargan was torn with anger. He still couldn't believe it and accused the guy of selling the name of Olympus. Kim interrupted him and said that he didn't know what Olympus was for him, but from now on, he needed to put his attitude towards it aside and keep his eyes open. It is then that the whole ins and outs of Olympus will be revealed to him. Hargan immediately remembered the words of the manager, who said that he was ready to tear out Zeus's entire beard right now. He also replayed Mu's words, who was surprised that Olympus had betrayed them after all. And also the words of Kim, who advised him to try to find out the truth about Olympus gradually and independently. It will be difficult for him to find out everything from other people's words. The next day, Kim was sitting near the exit from the city. Suddenly, Hargan himself came, and the guy told him that if he had stayed a little longer, he would have left alone. Kim asked if he had thought it all through. Hargan said that he was born and raised in Olympus. Olympus was his home and family, and his father was his idol. He doesn't have many memories associated with his mother. He doesn't even really remember her face, but he remembers her voice and the words she once said clearly. She told him not to forget the pride that bears the name Olympus. He thought it all through. Either this remains his truth, or he will betray Olympus. Kim was curious about what he had decided, and Hargan said that he didn't know if the guy was right or not. But the scales had to disappear. They were like parasites on the first floor. And if this is a defect of Olympus, He will cut it out himself. Soon all the jackals were gathered in the right place. No one understood what they were doing there at all. This was the first time they were all gathered in one place. But what was this cave that was all in water? Someone was discussing that some squad had acquired a poisonous snake, Proc, which costs 10,000 points. At that moment, the king of the jackals himself interrupted them. The rest immediately stopped talking and fell silent. Mu asked them to raise their heads. The jackals whispered that the king had never come in person before, and also that he had incredibly huge connections at the top. Mu could not tolerate such treatment. He took out his sword and declared that from this moment on, anyone who opened their mouth would instantly lose their head. It worked, and the frightened jackals instantly fell silent. The king continued and said that now they needed to complete one task. Perhaps it was so difficult that it would require all their strength. One thing he could say for sure: tomorrow they will finally ascend. He decided to introduce someone to them. These are their benefactors. The king bowed to them and thanked them for coming all this way. He also handed them a wad of Asgardian currency bills, which could be purchased with points and used as real currency. The king said that one bill was worth 1,000 points. This time, they managed to collect only that much. Kim understood that since this was the currency of Asgard, it must be reliable. He once again made sure that this was all the money, and the king confirmed it. And Hargan even smiled. Even by eye, there were hundreds of thousands here, and Agamemnon was so waiting for this money. Kim agreed to accept such a gift, and Mu thanked him. The king said that they would carry out any order they gave, so what else could they do? Kim replied that all they had to do was disappear. He immediately snapped his fingers, and a moment later, he activated the giant fire skill, completely filling the room with it. The jackals began to literally burn alive. Mu didn't understand how the fire spread so quickly, and then I immediately realized that there was not water on the ground, but oil, but there was absolutely no smell. He immediately realized that they were using odor masking powder. The bastard just couldn't believe it. Mu didn't understand what the guy was doing, and Kim replied that he was just burning trash. The king realized that they were not from Olympus, but Hargan immediately struck him down, claiming that he was from Olympus. Hargan said that they were a defect of Olympus. He would destroy them with his own hands. Kim himself continued to destroy the scumbags who tried to attack him. Hargan also joined him, starting to cut down jackals left and right. Mu finally realized that he was wrong, but it was too late. He immediately took out the player's kit. He simply had to contact Mr. Agamemnon. But when I tried to contact him, the dialing returned an error and the message could not be sent. The king didn't understand what the hell was going on, and Kim asked him if he really expected the thing to work properly in such chaos. Kim smiled and said that the game set transmits messages through mana. If the environment is completely filled with it, it will not work. The king was beside himself with rage and immediately rushed to attack the young man. He shouted at him that he would kill him. Kim just looked at him. Just one look from him literally made the king freeze with fear. His body literally did not move. And Kim immediately struck with his sword, cutting the bastard in half. This time they were definitely saying goodbye. When it was all over, the guy came up to Hargan and asked if he was okay. Hargan said that they had killed 1,000 people, and Kim realized that he was like this not because of fatigue, but because of a huge sense of guilt. Well, it was expected. He hadn't been through a war, so he wasn't used to killing. Hargan asked him how he could be so unperturbed, and Kim said that murder, kidnapping, robbery, slave trade are all ways for jackals to earn money. Killing one of them can save hundreds of people. Was there any reason for him to doubt? Hargan replied that this was true, but they were still people, and Kim replied that if misplaced guilt could make him turn a blind eye to all this, it was not clear who would benefit from it. Hargan just remained silent. He said that Kim's tongue is longer than it looks, and he is smart. Kim replied that he would take it as a compliment, and he himself reflected that he had felt this before, but Hargan was still quite resilient. He quickly perked up with just a couple of words. He also told him that he was so correct and perfect that it was tiring, and Hargan replied that he, in turn, was not at all what he looked like. He didn't seem even close to being kind, and also added that not everyone is capable of being the first to take on a task that doesn't promise any benefit. During the tutorial, it was the same. He acted, thinking much further than himself. Hargan admitted that he had been taught such moral standards since childhood, which made Kim smile. Kim still said that he was wrong about something, because he got the benefit. The guy immediately opened the inventory and took out a wad of money, which the king of the jackals gave him. Hargan never expected that he actually took them, but Kim said that he had made a big contribution to the matter, so he handed him the money. Hargan had never seen such a huge sum before, and Kim made fun of him, saying that if he didn't like such dirty money, he could refuse. He immediately replied that they would divide them, which was what Kim had been counting on. Kim decided to ask him one more thing. He took second place in the tutorial, so what did they give him as a reward? At the same time, Agamemnon was literally bursting with rage. He didn't understand why he couldn't connect with the scales. The bastard was sure that they wouldn't dare run away with their money in their hands. At that moment, one of his subordinates burst into the tavern. He found the jackals, but it would be better for him to go with him for a while. Soon they came to that very cave, which was strewn with the corpses of these scum. Agamemnon couldn't believe it. Was Mu dead too? He immediately confirmed his suspicions upon seeing his corpse. He was only interested in what happened to the money he had collected. But his anger and despair knew no bounds when they were not there. At the same time, Kim sat and thought about the fact that he had already obtained enough money. He had in his hands a pack of bills worth about 180,000 points. Even though they split it in half with Hargan, even rankers rarely have such amounts, so they don't have to worry about their lives. If he had his way, he would immediately run to Asgard to exchange them for points, but then the Olympians would find out that it was he who exterminated the jackals, and he had to be involved in the unrest on the first floor from the very beginning. He understood that this amount would not be enough to buy all the materials, but he could find items from which he could easily mold a skeleton for the dark god's stone. He would be able to finish making it faster than he thought. The stone has the highest rank among the items he currently has, and somewhere at this very moment, it is slowly acquiring its true value in the hands of the best blacksmith. In fact, the problem was different. He got an unknown egg, about which there was not even normal information. Items like materials might be unfinished or have inaccurate descriptions, but even he had never seen eggs like these. As it turned out, for second place, Hargan received the Hand of Thunder, which was a high-ranking item even for rankers. In that case, there should be something unusual in the egg. There is a high probability that there is something at least at the level of the dark god's stone, or even better. Kim's brain was already boiling. He couldn't even imagine what was inside. Suddenly something caught his attention. He noticed a strange pattern on the egg when he first examined it. There was definitely nothing like this. Then he realized something. The guy saw the light. He was already familiar with this drawing. Is this somehow connected with external God? After some time, Kim reflected on how so much had become worth thinking about in just a few days. He didn't understand whether what would hatch from the egg would be an ally that could help him or a creature that would destroy the world again. Egg creatures generally consider the parent to be the one they see first after hatching, and the one they spend the most time in contact with. So those few rankers who are lucky enough to hatch the sacred beasts they found, with difficulty carry them around with them at all times. Kim didn't know if this egg could be grown too. It was a wild gamble. But he still decided to pull himself together. He should stop worrying. Nothing would change from endless thoughts. Now he needed to focus on closer goals. As it turned out, Kim came to Volcaro's forge again. The old man said that the stone was really damn strong. He called it because he wanted to ask something. He decided to decide what kind of weapons and armor the guy prefers. Kim didn't understand why he was asking him this, and Volcaro said that a byproduct of the stone had appeared. He planned to use it to prepare another item, and since the stone has enormous power by nature, such powder would be more valuable than an ordinary stone. Kim himself knew this, because Hades' sickle was created from the powder obtained by processing a fragment of the helmet, but he asked if it didn't require suitable materials. Volcaro admitted that he doesn't have any materials like adamantium, But he does have something similar, and the powder was created as a result of processing, so mithril will be enough. Mithril has durability and strength that are not of an excellent level, but its mana conductivity is excellent. It is a rare metal with which you can even achieve resistance to mana depending on the alloy. Volcaro also said that he was going to use 1 kilogram and 800 grams of this metal, and Kim knew very well that usually about 600 grams are fused into the metal, and here almost 2 kilograms. This will come out to at least 300,000 points. It would be enough for him if he exchanged the jackal's currency, but right now that's impossible. So would he really have to buy only 600 grams? While he was thinking, Volcaro said that he could take it on credit. Kim was surprised. What if he suddenly runs away and does not give all the money? But the old man replied that in any case he himself wants to create something out of it. That's why he offered, so he won't be offended even if he runs away later. To be more precise, the value of the thing he entrusted to him is tens of times more than some mithril. Not even that. The value of this stone cannot even be calculated in points. After all, he entrusted him with his mission. So shouldn't he reciprocate with the same trust? As expected, this old man is the same as Kim knew him to be. The guy smiled. And then he took a sword out of his inventory. He asked Volcaro to make him one sword. He didn't care how heavy it was. The main thing was that he could lift it, and he got the sword so that he could make it in this shape. The old man was even glad of this, because he was most confident in the skill of forging this type of weapon. A week later, Agamemnon arrived at the Olympus faction's guild house. He was full of doubts, so he didn't expect such a chance to come his way. The bastard came up with a new plan. Destroying the pack of jackals was his test from the tower, after which he could get greater opportunities. If he arranges everything well, then everything will return to normal, and perhaps the ruler of heaven will take a closer look at him. One of his subordinates immediately ran up to him and reported that all the players who were on the 1st to 10th floor had been gathered. There were about 200 of them, taking into account the intervention of the tower's restriction manager. The support arrived duly. In this case, Agamemnon decided to act. He turned to the army of Olympus. They all set off to catch the criminal. Kim himself thought that the heavenly fight skill had not progressed at all while he had been waiting, and had only been hunting for 10 days. Apparently, he had really already reached the completion limit for the 1st floor. He also only leveled up 1 level through hunting. Suddenly, he was interrupted from his thoughts by a new message from Volcaro, who informed him that everything was ready. The old man himself looked at the processed stone of the black god, which was incredibly beautiful. He couldn't stop looking at it. He himself didn't expect to see such a beautiful light again. Suddenly he heard some sounds outside. The old man immediately took his hammer. He knew that this day would come someday, but it would be good if he had at least one more day. Volcaro went outside where the entire army of Olympus, led by Agamemnon, had already come to him. The bastard admitted that he didn't expect to find him in this stinking hole, so that's why they couldn't find him. The old man asked why they were making such a fuss. Agamemnon replied that he himself knew the answer to his question perfectly well, because he was none other than the criminal Hephaestus. The knights could not believe that the blacksmith from Olympus was in front of them. There was information that some newbie was causing chaos on the 1st floor, but they would never have thought that everything would be like this. They didn't understand how they could capture a ranker, no matter how many people they had, but Agamemnon ordered them not to be afraid, because on the 1st floor, rankers receive a significant reduction in strength. And Hephaestus himself immediately swung his hammer. He ordered the bastards not to make him laugh, but to attack faster. He would smash all their heads. Agamemnon just laughed. He said that his lameness was a consequence of the punishment of the ruler of heaven. He didn't even have any equipment, and he still called himself a ranker. Besides, they also have rankers. A guy named Chris immediately emerged from the crowd. He is the highest-ranking Olympus on the Apollo side. Hephaestus never expected to see him here. He didn't even know that he had become a ranker, and also reminded that when interfering in the affairs of the 1st floor, the penalty for rankers is appropriate. But Chris didn't care. He reminded that the old man was also a ranker. Since this was the case, Hephaestus told him to attack faster. From Hephaestus's blow, most of the knights who were around were instantly defeated. But the old man did not even attack them but fought with Chris. The collision of their weapons created an incredibly huge blast wave. Chris said he respected him. Even though he became a ranker millennia ago, instead of desiring more power, he wielded the hammer in accordance with his beliefs. And Hephaestus himself asked, was it really only for this that he respected him? The old man threw him away from himself with a powerful blow of his hammer, and he literally crushed into a bloody mess those bugs that dared to attack him. Chris reminded him that the fine would be serious, as he had attacked players much lower in level than himself. He also added that he really respected him for being able to give up power for the sake of principles, for being able to give up everything. This could not but inspire respect. That's why he didn't want to fight him. They attacked each other again with incredible force. This time, the explosion from their attacks was even stronger than last time. When the dust settled, Hephaestus's entire body began to literally turn to stone. He recognized the shield in Chris's hands, and he reminded him that it was he who had created it. It was the shield of Aegis. Chris said that even though it was only a duplicate, it was enough to suppress him in a tired state. And a moment later, Hephaestus's entire body turned to stone, and he himself fell to the ground. Agamemnon was incredibly happy that they had succeeded. He ordered the knights to bring Hephaestus's body, but suddenly Kim appeared and said that this wouldn't work. The guy instantly chopped off the leg of one of the scumbags who dared to take a step towards Hephaestus. Kim stood right in front of the old man, not allowing anyone to pass. He asked them what such lousy people were doing in this wonderful place. Agamemnon recognized him immediately. All the other knights knew him too, because he was the player who set a new record in the tutorial. Agamemnon said that the guy was very arrogant since he decided to intervene alone. Kim himself immediately noticed Chris. He was surprised that the rankers were fighting on such a narrow street. He also understood that if the fight dragged on and the steward intervened, Olympus would lose a significant portion of its influence on the first floor, and he needed Hephaestus at the very least for the sake of the gigantomachy. Agamemnon asked him if he was really going to wait until the petrification wore off from Hephaestus. Suddenly, the scoundrel noticed that Hephaestus had just moved. Aegis's petrification only works once per day, and since it's just a copy, it's unknown how long the effect lasts. If the petrification wears off and this old man can move again, it will be very bad. He understood that he could not waste any more time here. Agamemnon immediately ordered the knights to kill Kim and bring the criminal here. One of the knights said that if they killed a newcomer, they would also be fined. The bastard didn't think long and immediately took out his sword, cutting off the poor guy's head. Agamemnon didn't care about any fine. He said that whoever kills him and brings in the criminal will be appointed manager of the first floor. The knights immediately rushed to attack. They no longer cared about any fines, they only wanted to kill Kim. Kim, in turn, took out a magic sword and began to imbue it with the power of giant fire. One blow was enough for most of the knights to literally burn alive. Kim instantly used his fiery eyes to find the right trajectory. He immediately rushed into battle and began to cut down the bastards left and right. One of the knights still managed to get close to him from behind. But Kim noticed it immediately and instantly cut him in half. Suddenly he noticed a spell flying at him. The guy didn't think for long and immediately used mana concentration to block the attack. As a result, a powerful explosion occurred. Kim asked them if they really thought they could win with numbers alone. The knights just continued to attack him without success. Agamemnon couldn't believe his eyes, because all the knights were players who had reached at least the 10th floor. He couldn't believe that there was actually a newbie in front of him. Meanwhile, the fiery eyes took control of the giant fire, and Kim immediately used a pillar of fire across the entire battlefield. What interested him most was how long Hephaestus was going to sleep. But his thoughts were interrupted by a fiery projectile of incredible power that flew at him. The fiery eyes and the fiery spell robes immediately began to resist the sun fragment, and Kim immediately recognized this skill. He realized that Chris had begun to act. Chris asked him how he was connected with Hephaestus. Kim replied that he was his client. Chris didn't really believe it. An ordinary client would hardly interfere just because of such a relationship. Kim understood that even though the fine had battered him considerably, he still felt this overwhelming aura. In front of him now was a follower of Apollo, sitting on the throne of fire. If he relaxed even for a second, he would immediately turn into a handful of ashes. Even taking into account his injury and the penalty he would receive from attacking him, he would only be able to withstand 5 of his attacks now. Fortunately, he had good skill stats and high resistance to fire, thanks to his fiery eyes and flame spell robes. Kim immediately activated the gigantization skill. He will definitely cope, because he has already withstood the destructive flames of Certra. Chris noticed that he had a skill that was beyond the reach of even good rankers, but what could a person who had just entered the tower do? He immediately attacked Kim with his spear, but the guy put his hand out in time, trying to block the blow. His whole body resisted the sun fragment. He succeeded, but not without consequences. He got burned. The guy himself understood perfectly well that he couldn't withstand the ranker's attack with simple force. If he had at least ice crystals, he could increase his resistance. But Chris wasn't going to just stand there. He attacked the young man again, not giving him even a second to rest. He had to use the mana clot skill. But even this could not stop the flames. New second-degree burns appeared on his body. If this continues, his body will be completely fried. But the good news was that Chris's penalty for an attack of this level would also be serious. Chris himself was also seriously wounded and quite battered. All Kim could think about was that he had to hold out 2 more times. If he holds on a little longer, then everything will definitely work out. But at that very moment, Chris appeared in front of him at breakneck speed and dealt him a crushing blow with his bare hands. Kim never expected this. The force of the blow was so great that the guy literally broke through the wall of one of the buildings. But even this did not remain without a trace for Chris. His condition was getting worse and worse. Kim himself managed to survive. He underestimated the enemy too much. Relying on the fact that they were on the first floor, he is still fierce, even taking into account that he is wounded and they are throwing fines at him. There was still a little bit of fighting left, but he was hard to deal with. I had to endure it 2 more times. Suddenly he noticed a strange glow that caught his attention. Kim immediately guessed what it was. He thought for a long time about where it was lying around, and it turned out that all this time he was in Hephaestus's workshop. He was incredibly lucky because he found the true stone of the dark god. Chris, in turn, remembered the conversation with Apollo, who warned him about the fine. He will understand when he himself goes through this and realizes how great the power flows in the tower. It was at this moment that the realization finally came to him that Apollo's words were not an exaggeration. He realized that the tower was like a living thing, something that eliminated and contained excessive force in order to protect the ecosystem of the lower floor. Chris realized that the will of the tower was the penalty, but he was interrupted from his thoughts by Agamemnon, who praised him for his excellent work. The scoundrel again ordered the remaining knights to take Hephaestus's body under escort, as well as to find the injured and heal the wounded. He was going to finish off Kim as well, but Chris said that it was better to just leave the guy. Agamemnon couldn't believe it, because then he would definitely become a problem in the future, but Chris insisted, because the work was already done. They had already caused chaos on the first floor and violated the laws of the tower. He wanted to avoid unnecessary killings. But at that very moment, a huge explosion came from the hole in the forge. And then Kim himself showed up. Chris could not believe it, and Agamemnon asked again, did he still think that he should be left alive? Chris only told him that he was really dangerous. He noticed the darkness attribute mana around the young man. This is a special case, especially when this mana is felt from a dying person. Agamemnon told him to rest, and they would deal with the guy themselves. But literally a moment later he was speechless. The knights who dared to approach Hephaestus were killed on the spot, and Kim himself instantly found himself next to the old man. Agamemnon noticed the movement of Hephaestus's hand. He realized that the petrification had no effect on his consciousness, which meant that the effect would soon wear off. Did the bastard order the knights to attack the guy again, or were they going to stand there and just watch? Kim used an unknown force, and a moment later, darkness pierced every knight. All of them turned into zombies in an instant. Chris immediately noticed that the young man had a simply unimaginable thing. After all, the tower had summoned a real monster, but Agamemnon did not understand how he could talk about it so calmly. He replied that he himself had recently said that they would deal with the guy. Wasn't his role initially limited to suppressing Hephaestus? Agamemnon didn't know if he was real now, but Chris asked him to relax. After all, he too is going to see it all to the end. Kim continued to destroy the knights sent to certain death. Suddenly, he noticed Chris heading towards him. The young man immediately summoned a giant flame. Chris himself was surprised that the guy could control the mana of two attributes at the same time, because it was difficult even for a worthy ranker. If only such a person were on the side of Olympus. Chris turned to Kim. He said that he had better join them. If his goal was equipment, then they would give more than he left to the criminal Hephaestus. Kim replied that something like that could not be the goal, and he had already given an answer to this proposal from Agamemnon. In that case, Chris was not going to just stand there. The young man was extremely surprised that he could still fight. Chris admitted that he did not expect to hear such words from the newcomer, but he himself thought that perhaps in 100 years, the guy would talk with pride about what happened today. That, having barely risen to the first floor, he somehow fought with him, and then he would already be the same ranker, and then he would rise even higher. But that's if he survives here. Kim realized that Chris had decided to destroy, but he was still going to take Hephaestus away. He understood that if the old man did not join Olympus, the next gigantomachy might not happen. He needed to hold out at least in order to prevent this tragedy. Chris, meanwhile, continued to prepare for his attack. He summoned a huge ball of fire. Kim didn't believe that attacks of this level were still possible for him. He admitted that Chris was indeed incredible. The next moment, there was an incredibly powerful explosion. Agamemnon watched this from the side. He understood that the use of power of this level on the first floor by a ranker was an unacceptable case. It would be a real miracle if the penalty did not destroy him. When the dust from the explosion settled, he saw the real picture of the battle. They both lay unconscious, which could not but please Agamemnon. He had already begun to rejoice, but at that very moment he was struck from behind. It turned out to be Hephaestus, who had finally come to his senses. He stated that nothing was over yet. Agamemnon couldn't believe it. Was the old man really not even afraid of a fine? Hephaestus replied that he was not sure about the others, but he would definitely kill him alone. The scoundrel begged for mercy. Hephaestus didn't even want to listen to him, and was about to deliver a crushing blow with his hammer. But at that very moment his attack was stopped by an unknown person. As luck would have it, Hephaestus appeared right now. Agamemnon could not believe his eyes. It was the first floor manager who easily blocked his powerful strike with just one hand. The manager asked Hephaestus how long he thought he should have to watch a huge faction wreak havoc on the first floor. If they wanted a decent fight, then let them go upstairs. Hephaestus laughed and said that there seemed to be some misunderstanding. He did not intend to fight. The steward immediately turned to Agamemnon, who was incredibly frightened. It immediately took off his helmet with just one flick. The manager ordered him to convey to Zeus that if he did something like that again, he would rip out all the hair on his face, just like in the good old days. Agamemnon couldn't even stand on his feet because of this. Hephaestus understood perfectly well that this idiot had this thing hammered into his forehead, so he would convey everything verbatim. He was pleased that the insignificant Olympus was completely destroyed in this battle. Kim remembered how, just before Chris's attack, he had received a notification from the system that the egg had started to grow teeth. The boy didn't understand whether the egg wanted to take advantage of his moment of weakness to absorb him or whether it wanted to protect him, but soon the egg began to enter a state of sleep again. Kim himself had just come to his senses. He didn't even remember when he lost consciousness. Hephaestus was already standing above him. Kim immediately stood up and addressed him as an uncle, but Hephaestus did not understand this. The old man asked if he was okay, and Kim replied that he was not, and again addressed him as uncle. Hephaestus asked how long he was going to call him that, and Kim pointed out that he couldn't call him aunt, which angered the old man. Kim reminded him that he still owed him his life, so any appeal would do. Didn't he think so? Hephaestus only remained silent. He thanked him with difficulty. How many times did he have to repeat it for him to understand? And Kim himself was thinking that he hadn't even said it twice. Kim noticed that his uncle was more timid than usual. The old man finally decided to confess that his real name was not Volcaro, but Hephaestus. He was the blacksmith of Olympus. But the guy didn't even react in any way, and Hephaestus asked him if he wasn't surprised. Kim replied that he was very surprised, and the old man told him that either he didn't know how to lie or he didn't try. Hephaestus reflected that this youth actually knew his true identity, which is why he initially suspected him of being from Olympus. But now he knows for sure that this is not the case, just as he knows that he is not an ordinary player. Hephaestus turned to Kim and said that the Olympians would be lying low for a while because of what had happened this time, so he decided to rent a good forge for a few days. His principle is to pay several times more for help from either a friend or an enemy. The guy just needs to wait a few days. Then he will make him a better blade. This brought a smile to Kim's face. He stood up immediately. And he himself thought that as soon as the sword was completed, he would climb up to the tower. But Hephaestus was not going to let him go so easily and yelled at him to go to the hospital first. After some time, Kim continued hunting for different monsters. He spent the whole day in the hospital, but he can already move a little. He assumed that he would personally enter into a fight with Olympus only after the 10th floor, but things didn't quite work out. Still, the benefit was great. Olympus will have to do everything with an eye on the manager, so it will be difficult for them to act freely on the first floor for at least several years, and the relationship with Uncle Hephaestus became similar to what it was before the rebirth. Kim understood that everything that happened would greatly affect the upcoming second Gigantomachy. He also obtained the true Dark God's stone, but it was difficult to control it constantly, and the difference in power with Hades' helmet was simply enormous. No matter how different it was from the completed helmet, after processing, 3 changes became noticeable. The description of the stone no longer being refined disappeared, and the percentage of resistance, amplification, and mana consumption of the dark attribute was increased. And the most important thing is that the call of hell has become available. Hell itself is the very definition of Hades, and something like the source of his power. Judging by the fact that there is a restriction, it is simply impossible to summon the full power. But even so, the true essence of the power of the Dark God's stone can be understood. This stone is closer to a conductor of power than to a storage. He was still learning to use it, so he was starting to get into it to some extent. His thoughts were interrupted by a new message from Hephaestus, who wrote to him to come. After some time, Kim came to the new forge of Hephaestus. He noticed that it was quite large, probably cost a lot of money. He knew that his uncle's quality items were worth several tens of thousands of points, even in the worst-case scenario, and he received a portion of the amount from the sales of his items in Olympus. Perhaps even among the rankers, rich people like him were about 1%. Kim entered the room and assumed that, judging by the silence, the old man had already finished. Hephaestus immediately handed him some canvas along with a box, and the guy thought about how he, as always, got straight to the point as soon as he entered. The young man took an incomprehensible box and began to shake it, but they had agreed on a blade. "What is it?" Hephaestus told him to open it. Kim said it was empty, and the old man told him to look more carefully. Inside were transparent gloves made of a special material. They have excellent mana conductivity. Kim immediately put them on and suggested that Hephaestus created them with a mixture of mithril, which surprised the old man. He replied that his eyesight was indeed good. The young man did not understand why he had made them at all, since making transparent objects was not easy, and he had also mixed in expensive mithril. Suddenly he noticed that there was a groove on the glove. Kim immediately realized what it was for and inserted the Dark God's stone into it. Hephaestus said that he would not explain the principle of use to him. There was no time, and there were not enough materials, so it turned out superficial, and Kim realized that his uncle simply wanted to make it easier for him to wear this stone. Kim decided to take a look at his new blade right away. He saw a sword that was absolutely perfect in every millimeter, so perfect that my hands felt strong just from holding it. Hephaestus told him to choose a name for the sword. The system immediately sent a notification that the blacksmith Hephaestus was requesting the name of the blade. The boy carefully examined the blade again, the thick blackness from the dark god's stone powder covering the green color of the mithril and the effects embedded in the item. Kim finally made up his mind he would call it the Sword of the Dark Knight. Hephaestus was simply shocked by such a name. After all, the guy has such a bad taste in names. A dark divine sword that specializes in darkness and night. The name was chosen not just for its appearance, but for its effects. In addition to the accumulation of mana that the item itself has, the percentage of recovery of stamina and mana itself in the darkness is beyond common sense, which means that in the darkness one can fight endlessly and without fatigue. This exceeds all his expectations. Hephaestus couldn't understand why the guy chose such a tasteless name, but still, he couldn't help but admit that they were perfect for each other, and that was enough. Hephaestus asked Kim if he planned to go up further, and the guy confirmed this, because it would be right. The old man was worried about what he was going to do with Olympus. Kim said the answer is pretty simple. He plans to bring him down from the top to the bottom. Hephaestus thought that the guy looked impartial even though he was now hit by a huge wave. After all, he was an amazing guy. There was not a drop of fear or hesitation in his words. Soon Kim left the forge, saying goodbye to the old man. Although it was a dry farewell, then and now. Kim remembered how, in his past life, Hephaestus had also created a sword for him. But the young man then noted that it was made of adamantium. It was hard to find even a piece of such ore, and the old man replied that he himself had said that he had lost his sword. He said that to fight these damn outside idiots, you need a sword of at least this level. The boy immediately noticed that his fists were all covered in blood. Then he realized that he had melted his hammer and then used his own fists instead of it in the work, but he did not understand why the old man did this. Then Hephaestus only answered him not to chatter in vain and to quickly take the sword. At the same time, Kim understood that it was like tearing his heart out of his chest and giving it to him. The guy bowed to him, already standing on the street. He was glad to meet him again. At the same time, Shuri, the Colosseum test supervisor, was sitting in her office humming a song. She noticed information about Kim, who was a new player who came to the first floor 12 days ago. This guy had the best time in history for completing the tutorial, and his potential was rated at S-Rank. Among the newbies this time, they were really good. She thought that Hargan also had good skills, which was quite interesting. But this Kim, who took first place, beating Hargan, did not give her peace. After all, he came alone to a test in which participation in a team is recommended. Is there really no one on this floor equal to him? But Shuri quickly came to her senses. Because this place is impossible to get through. Even if you send rankers here, let the guy try as much as he wants. Kim himself was already in the Colosseum. He knew that this was a test of strength, that is, military skill, a simple test to pass which you just need to defeat the enemy. He looked at the leaderboard of this place. As expected, Sun Wukong was in first place, having lasted for 19 rounds. If you compare this result with his record before the rebirth, it is unrealistically high, because then he managed to rise only to the 12th position. He also noticed the name Hargan, who was able to last 16 rounds, which was quite good. Perhaps his position is now even higher than it was before his rebirth, because he received the Hand of Thunder, and so he flies upward as if on wings. Kim didn't know what floor Hargan was going up to now, but he would catch up with him soon. Soon the test began, and the boy knew that it was impossible to foresee the end, because the more opponents you defeat, the greater the reward you will receive. If he aims to be a ranker, he must challenge his limits. Immediately, the first enemy appeared in front of him. The monster immediately rushed towards Kim at full speed. The guy immediately took out his mana sword, and then he dealt only one blow to the scoundrel. But that was enough to cut him into 2 pieces. The system sent a notification that he had passed the first floor test, but his real mission was only beginning now. Kim decided to challenge the next test, and the system began the second round. Shuri watched all this and simply couldn't believe her eyes. Hargan had also managed to kill a couple of orcs, so she expected something like this. But wasn't this a historical event? Kim is faster than even Sun Wukong, the all-conquering Buddha, the great sage equal to heaven. Meanwhile, the guy continued to destroy his opponents with incredible ease. Shuri noticed that he was fighting without stopping. It seemed like the boy was not using powerful skills in order to conserve his stamina and mana. It's as if he doesn't see the trials he's going through and looks much further. She realized that he was aiming for the top ranker record. By this time, Kim had successfully completed the 15th round, but he was not going to stop there. He used the giant fire skill, creating a sword out of it, and attacked the enemy. But this time his opponent managed to hold out. Then he decided that there was no point in dragging out time for long. The boy immediately used the gigantization skill, and the giant's power began to seep into his hand. With his next attack, he was able to completely disarm the enemy and break his strong armor. Below her was an old man who fell to his knees in front of Kim. He admitted that this was his second defeat. That gray-haired youth was also incredibly strong. For the first time, he met an opponent who rose again and again, no matter how much he was wounded or pierced. And still, the difference in strength was then barely noticeable, but the youth was still much stronger than him. Kim replied that if his sword had not been so worn out, he would probably have had an even more difficult time. The man thanked him for giving him the opportunity to experience battles once again. And a moment later, Kim painlessly killed him too, increasing his stamina, agility, and strength by 1 level, and the completion of the Heaven's Doom increased by 5%, thus successfully completing the 19th round. Now he had finally caught up with Sun Wukong. Kim understood that now there would be a 20th round which no one could pass. Before the guy could catch his breath, the system sent a notification that if there was no response within 30 seconds, he would be transferred to the next floor. But this was expected. If there had been enough time for rest, then there would have been no point in testing the Colosseum. He planned to do it anyway. Kim challenged the next test. A moment later, fear pierced him. It was a powerful anger and energy that penetrated to the bones. Kim immediately prepared for the fight, using the strength of a giant. At that very moment, the gates opened, and Kim saw an ominous silhouette. He barely managed to stay on his feet from such force. Kim was shocked that the enemy was suppressing him even with the power of gigantization. A moment later, the monster itself appeared in the arena. He remembered Sun Wukong telling him about the duel against him. Then he lost consciousness from his tail strike and simply passed out. With his vitality, he was able to survive it, but otherwise it would have been instant death. Kim couldn't believe it, even though this was the final test, but for him to end up on the first floor, could he have been mistaken? Sun Wukong told him that he was 100% sure that it was him. A serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails, so huge that it can embrace 8 mountain peaks and valleys, a divine or demonic being close to the dragon race, and an ancient fragment of the external god. It was definitely sealed by Susanu a long time ago, but he never expected that the monster would actually be here. Kim came to his senses. He smiled. Admitting that the gentleman managers really work tirelessly, he did not understand who set such a level of difficulty. Yamata Orochi immediately appeared in front of the guy. The monster didn't wait a second. He immediately attacked the guy, and he had no choice but to dodge. Kim understood that with his current body, he only had to shake his head the wrong way once, and he would die right there. He continued running around the arena to gain at least a little time. The snake struck again, and Kim tried to block it. He succeeded and was able to stay on his feet. Kim decided to take advantage of the moment, finding himself under his tail. He immediately jumped on him and started moving towards his head. In a moment, he was already above her. Kim used the Dark God Stone, stating that the Orochi he knew was not like this. He immediately struck his sword straight at his head. But it didn't work. The cut was too shallow to do any harm to him. This made the snake really angry, and he started to rage. Kim understood that even with the Dark Knight sword with the energy of the Dark God Stone embedded into it, the scales were so strong that it was as if there were no blows. He continued to dodge the snake's attacks while striking with his sword. If you look at it this way, this test was incredibly difficult. But Kim knew that the tower never presented an insurmountable challenge. He understood that it remained in Orochi's body. He just needed to find it. Shuri watched all of this. She didn't understand why the guy stopped attacking at some point. Did he really realize his arrogance? But this is not surprising because he has already achieved an impossible result. She wanted him to give up, but Kim had just found what he was looking for. Shuri couldn't believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Kim was about to strike his blow. He pushed off the ground with all his might. He managed to jump on its tail and continued running towards its head. Shuri realized that the guy was aiming at something. She knew that near Orochi's heart, there was a single spot where scales did not grow. This is Yamato Orochi's only weak point. Kim was just next to him. He immediately thrust his sword in with all his might. The snake continued to rage, making incredibly loud screams. Kim was surprised that he still couldn't calm down. Shuri could believe it. Could the myth really have been revived? An evil serpent that wields magic and is capable of embracing the body of 8 mountain peaks and valleys. Only the highest ranker Susanu was able to put this catastrophe, which almost destroyed an entire floor of the tower, to sleep. For this, he used an indestructible, mysterious sword that was enchanted to seal those creatures that it pierces. Susanu left a wound in Orochi's heart that never healed and became his only weak spot. The system immediately sent a notification that he had dealt with the 8th head of Yamato Orochi. His level had been raised, the completion of Fatuma Nables had increased by more than 12%. His strength and endurance had risen by 1 level, and his agility by 2 levels. His achievements were recorded in the Colosseum, and Kim himself reached level 69. All of his stats exceeded level 60, and some even exceeded level 70. Kim thought that his level had increased on the 19th test, but this was already serious, because it was hard to rise above 60 levels with just decent hunting. Now there are exactly 31 levels left until the 100th, and he is managing to develop faster than he expected. His thoughts were interrupted by Shuri. The young man knew that in front of him was an elf with 6 blades on her lower back. Her movements were quick and unnoticeable, hiding traces of her presence. He was the overseer of the first floor test, Shuri. She immediately decided to get down to business and asked directly if he knew about Orochi's weak spot. Kim replied that the tower did not give impossible challenges, even though it was the last stage, but the level of difficulty seemed too much to him, so he took a closer look. So he found a solution by pointing to his eyes. Shuri immediately realized that he had fiery eyes with golden pupils. Kim confirmed this, but said that they had not yet reached the golden pupil stage. Shuri immediately thought that the guy had fiery eyes and gigantization. He was a player who had the skills of a peak-level high ranker. She assumed that he was a member of Olympus or the heavens, or perhaps he was the heir of the great sage equal to the heavens, but in any case, no matter which faction he belonged to, she was now convinced. Shuri immediately calmed him down, explaining that the test supervisor could not divulge not only the progress of the test, but also information about the player who took part. But Kim thought that she had drawn completely wrong conclusions, but he somehow did not care. She also said that he was entitled to an additional reward from the manager. Shuri handed him the blade. The manager told her to give it to the player who could pass all the tests of the floor. She admitted that looking at Orochi, she thought that the day she would hand over this sword would never come. The elf handed him the sword and asked him to check it himself, because she also didn't know what it was. Kim immediately pulled the blade out of the holster, but it was broken. Shuri immediately thought that this was some kind of mistake, and the sword was of low quality. But Kim knew perfectly well what it was. The young man was even surprised that it was here. It was a fragment of the Totsuka blade, used by Susanu long ago to imprison Yamato Orochi. A special power was sealed in it, but it could only be returned by finding all the fragments and putting the sword together. The guy put it in his inventory. Now it became clearer to him what to do next, but Shuri immediately said that she would talk to the manager if he was not satisfied with the reward. But Kim replied that everything was fine, he was quite satisfied, because he understood that this was only a bonus, and the real reward was given separately. The system immediately flooded him with notifications. For passing all the tests on the first floor, he received 20,000 points, all his characteristics were increased by 2 levels, and the young man also received the 8th Orochi heart, which possessed powerful strength. Kim knew that the strong poison stored in this heart could not be taken in the usual way, but if the poison was neutralized, one could obtain a medicine so miraculous that even a high ranker would covet it. Shuri admitted that she wasn't sure, but still, it was the reward that was given. The value of this item couldn't even be calculated in points. The elf also decided to give him some advice so that he would not take it thoughtlessly, and Kim only thanked her. As soon as the guy opened his inventory, he immediately froze. He received a notification that the unknown egg began to react and complain of hunger. The next moment, a notification came that the egg was revealing itself, and a moment later, dark energy covered everything around them. Shuri couldn't understand what the hell it was and immediately took out his blade, and Kim realized that the egg was hatching. Suddenly he realized what was meant by the appearance of himself. At this moment, many eyes and thorns appeared. Shuri couldn't understand how it could get in here, since this place was protected by the tower's power. She was about to do something, but Kim asked her to wait a little. At that moment, an unknown egg began to absorb Orochi's 8th head. The thorns literally began to pierce the snake's corpse. Shuri was thinking that this was a creature that she had never seen before. She told Kim that Orochi's corpse belonged to him, so it didn't concern her anymore. But how is this also his ability? The guy answered uncertainly that something like that. But to be honest, he himself is not sure. Kim turned to the unknown creature and asked him if he had eaten enough. Immediately, a notification came that the egg was nodding its head and singing a song, and Kim thought that it looked creepy, but behaved like a little child. He was incredibly curious about what it really was, and the system again sent a notification that the egg had begun to fall asleep. Moments later, there was no trace of the creature. As well as Orochi's corpse itself, the guy understood that some kind of reaction from him appeared only now, and this meant that the hatching percentage had increased. He immediately opened the inventory to check, and his guesses were confirmed, because the hatching percentage exceeded 13%. Shuri asked him if he realized that it was recent, and Kim replied that it was a little. She thought he was Sun Wukong's descendant, but because of this recent strength, she was already beginning to doubt that the heavens would not hide a strength that looked so bad. The elf noticed that he had many secrets, but promised that she would not divulge anything that happened here. She will pray to hear news of him from higher floors. Kim thought that she still had the same habit of saying goodbye to those who had passed the test. He knew that Shuri was a naive but straightforward, strong, and beautiful warrior. They shook hands, and Kim said he was glad to meet her. The Colosseum leaderboard was updated, and Kim now held the honorable first place, having completed all 20 challenges. After some time, people started discussing that this time the top of the first floor had changed. It happened for the first time in 1,000 years, and it was done by the person who took first place in the tutorial. Some thought that a monster like Sun Wukong had entered the tower. Some were worried about his origin. Some knew that he was from Earth, but this was the first time they heard about this place. There were also those who believed that he would become a ranker in just a few decades. After some time, Kim was in the labyrinth, the 9th floor test. He successfully completed it again, taking first place in the leaderboard, and was awarded an additional prize for this result. Kim thought about how he had broken through several passages in the maze. Although the purpose of the test is to find the way, he was afraid that he had ruined the difficulty for the next test subjects, but the reward here was not bad, so he definitely had to get it. It's time for him to slowly move towards the meeting. Soon he came to Hephaestus, who could not see him here so soon. Kim reminded that a month had already passed, and he came for what he had instructed him to do. Hephaestus told him to wait a little. Everything would be ready soon. He continued to hit with his hammer, creating intense heat. The old man asked Kim if he was hot, and he confirmed that he was. Jeff thought that it was so hot inside the workshop, and the young man looked completely normal. How high was his fire resistance? He decided to ask him about passing the 9th floor test. It took him 10 days, but why so long? What did he do again? Kim said that he himself did not know why this was so, which infuriated Hephaestus. He said that if the guy still wanted to take what he ordered, then he should answer the question quickly. The young man said that the labyrinth did not necessarily have to have one exit, so it took some time to create new paths. Hephaestus realized that he did all this in order to collect all sorts of rewards for clearing. He never does anything like ordinary people. Now he became interested in how he will pass the next test. Kim replied that he would tell him the next time he came, and Hephaestus immediately realized that he would need it for the next test as well. It was the first time in his life that he had made a weapon like this, not one with excellent mana conductivity, but one with the worst. The old man said that the blade's mana conductivity was low, but its resistance was also high, so he focused on the materials he usually used to create armor, and Kim immediately guessed that the blade was made of ores like fail, tar, and obsidian. Kim admitted that it was indeed a failed creation with the worst mana conductivity, but considering that this was what was required, it was a pretty remarkable success. He immediately tried to activate the mana sword skill on this blade, but the system sent a notification that the skill activation failed. An unknown force was blocking the mana, but that was what he needed. It was even better than he expected. Kim admitted to Hephaestus that he liked everything, and the old man said that it was an interesting challenge for him too. They shook hands, and the guy handed him 10,000 points in Asgardian currency for a job well done. Hephaestus did not expect at all that Kim was going to give him money and was incredibly angry with him, but the young man replied that if he got used to free things, then a big trouble would happen to him. He addressed him as an uncle and said that he would come again. Soon, Kim called a portal for 10 points, and the system checked the record of passing the 9th floor test. Finally, he's moving to the double-digit floor. Kim set the coordinates for the portal. It goes to the 10th floor, to the world of Murim. At the same moment, the teleportation process itself began. A moment later, the guy found himself at the starting point of the 10th floor, in the northern city of martial arts. Kim knew that this was a huge continent surrounded by sea, the Murim ecosystem created by the existence of strong people. The test of the 10th floor, unlike other floors, begins immediately after ascending to it. Many recruiters tried to recruit newcomers to their clan. Each of them did everything possible to ensure that as many people as possible came to them. Kim understood that this was a test in which everyone was trained in the martial art of the chosen clan and had to pass its tests. Because this test is completely different from all the previous ones, many players were unable to pass this floor, so they stayed here. Someone interrupted his thoughts. It was some man he assumed from Kim's clothes that he had good skills. Was he a swordsman by any chance? Before the young man even had time to answer, he immediately declared that it was fate and that he absolutely had to join their Blue Blade clan. He began to tell that the history of the Blue Blade clan began long before this tower, but Kim was not interested in this at all. He understood perfectly well that the large clans were not interested in such a place, but even if they were interested, they would not come here personally. The man noticed that the young man was not listening to him at all, and Kim apologized to him, but he was going to another clan. This angered the stranger. Did the guy really just ignore him and the Blue Blade clan? He immediately reached for his sword, although he didn't plan to do so, but that was also true. The man said that it was clear from one glance that the young man was acting cautiously. He was lucky to get here, and he already imagined himself to be someone. Does he even know what their clan is? Kim only thought about how he had gotten himself into an annoying situation. He understood that the stranger was showing off his strength by pushing the players who had just risen, but he couldn't deny that this was a good way for small clans to attract attention. The guy asked him if he was afraid of a fine, because if he touched a player who had just risen, it would have a bad effect on the clan's reputation. The man confirmed this. But in Murim, the world of strong people, there is a way of life. He cannot stand silently when his clan is insulted. He said it was too late to ask for forgiveness. Kim immediately interrupted him. He had no intention of doing so, since he was already behaving like this. There was nothing he could do. The guy looked him in the eyes and asked him to attack. Just one look from him was enough to make the man freeze with fear. Soon, people gathered around him. They discussed that he was trash from the Blue Blade clan named Yang Wan, but no one understood why he was standing like that. One himself was on his knees, and people continued to spread rumors that the head of his clan was obsessed with foreigners and had apparently ordered them to find one again. He immediately jumped up and started running away. It was a huge shame for him. He was literally torn apart by anger, and he promised that they would definitely meet this impudent boy again. On the 10th day after going up to the floor, Kim continued to run quickly somewhere. He knew that the right place was terribly far away. He had walked over 5,500 kilometers during this time. In the world of Shurima, this is a big problem, because there is no suitable means of transportation, so you have to run through everything on your own. Soon he found himself on the heavenly mountain of the new region. In any case, he was almost there, but it was still better to hurry. Towards evening, he entered the depths of the forest. Many unknown eyes appeared around him. He calculated that there were about 20 of them in total. He also knew that each of them had good skills. It was not for nothing that the heavenly mountain was considered a lair of monsters. The monsters themselves couldn't understand what this guy was doing. It didn't look like he was lost. Did he really come here on his own, knowing what kind of place this was? Kim interrupted their conversation and stated that they did not need to be so careful. He was not their enemy. The young man asked them if this was the base of the heavenly demon divine cult. He was immediately surrounded by a multitude of people with blades. They said that the guy knew perfectly well where he was going. Kim understood that he had already experienced something similar during a skirmish with jackals, but these cases were still incomparable. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult is a clan that has long been a rival to the Murim Alliance, the unification of the entire Murim world. Now they are unable to go beyond the Heavenly Mountain, but still remains the leading clan in heaven and earth. The purebred Kwanha Mook, who had walked over 40 floors of the tower, came out to the guy. Ha said that judging by the energy emanating from the guy, he is not some kind of rabble. He also added that if a young man wants to join, he should state his floor and name and demonstrate his skills. But Kim astonished him by replying that he had no intention of doing so. The guy said that he came here to undergo the test of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, and the system immediately sent him a notification that the test had begun. Instead, they all went somewhere, and Ha said that no player had taken on the divine cult test for a long time. He also came to the conclusion that, given that he had deliberately come all this way, he should probably know why the players were so avoidant of their test. Kim suggested that it was because the success rate was so low, but Ha said that was the wrong answer. He said it wasn't because the probability was low, but because it simply didn't exist. Until now, no player has managed to pass the test, and so an unspoken law appeared in these lands not to accept the test of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Kim knew that it was impossible to join the clan if you were not a player from the high floors. So no matter how strong their cult was, it is only logical that their authority fell. Ha showed the guy where he needed to go. Kim did so, and then a notification came from the system. The young man entered the disposition, but still failed to resist it. If he goes the wrong way, he will fall under the influence of the illusion effect, and the guy immediately noticed that the road is absolutely not like the one they had been walking on until now. He needs to find the real road among dozens of others. Ha warned him to be careful, because just one wrong step and he would be lost. No one would be able to find him unless the heavenly demon himself intervened. He also wanted to tell him something else. But when he turned around, there was no trace of the guy. Kim himself used the skill of fiery eyes. He continued to move forward. Suddenly he stopped and thought about the fact that he had already stepped at a crossroads more than 10 times. How long was this road? After a while, he came to a fork where the road divided into 2 parts. He used the flame eye skill again and confirmed that both paths were real. There was not a single fake, and therefore he would not fall under the influence of the illusion, but he understood perfectly well that the correct answer must definitely be here. Suddenly he felt a gust of wind from the left path. That's where he headed. Soon the young man noticed that the further he walked, the more the surroundings changed. Kim immediately noticed some strange hut in the distance. He went inside where some old man was sitting. Kim knew him, because this old man is a living legend of the world of Murim. He is an ancient high ranker who lived long before the world of Murim entered the tower. And the old man himself was already tired of waiting for him. As it turned out, that same heavenly demon was sitting in front of him, and the system sent a notification that the first test had been successfully passed. Kim noticed that the door was closed, but the wind was still felt in the room. The guy thought that perhaps he was not seeing what should actually be there. Perhaps in reality, he was not standing in this small room now. The demon interrupted his thoughts and asked him to answer his question. When did he realize that this was also part of the test? Kim replied that from the very beginning, since where had you ever seen a test in which it was enough to simply walk behind another person? It seemed to him that he had to watch him from the moment he entered the disposition. Still, he is a boy who is capable of finding his own way. At that very moment, everything around began to collapse, and the old man said that he had indeed passed the test. A moment later, the hut disappeared and Kim found himself in the middle of the forest. Kim immediately noticed that there was no system window with the result, which meant that his question was also part of the test. Did it really interest him? He already had a premonition of how tired he would become from trying to please him. After some time, Kim thought about the fact that in some clans it was said that demons live in the divine cult of the heavenly demon. But when he came here, he immediately realized that this was all nonsense, because this was an ordinary village. He was immediately called out by Ha, who did not understand how he ended up here. Kim wasn't sure if it was worth the effort to tell everyone that he had met a heavenly demon, so he decided to say that he had simply arrived here first. Ha couldn't believe that the guy was able to get through the disposition on his own, and even faster than them who knew the way. The guy said that he was tired from the road, so he asked to get to the place faster. The famous divine cult of the heavenly demon will provide the test subject with a place to stay overnight, right? His student approached Ha. He said that there was not an ounce of common sense in this. He had never seen or heard of a foreigner going through the disposition, and Ha answered him that even he, who had been in the cult for 50 years, only walked along the learned path. Ha! I didn't understand what this young man was doing. Soon Kim was already taking a bath. He was very tired from the journey. The young man thought that if the test were easier, there would be a sea of those wishing to enter, and they would also enjoy the greatest prosperity through contact with other worlds. Kim realized that this old man was indeed stubborn, and he must have his own reason. He decided to look at the egg in his inventory again, while thinking that no one had been able to figure out what was hidden in this place, but he was absolutely sure that his work was not in vain. After all, since the arrival of the heavenly demon in the lands of the divine cult, it had not sat still for a second, and the system again sent him a notification that the egg had begun to move and feel warmth. Kim recalled the last conversation with his comrades from his past life. It was then that he was advised to pass the test of the divine demon cult, and also told that there were rumors that the level of sky-high difficulty, and it was impossible to pass it. According to these rumors, the reward there was also unimaginable. Kim already understood that the heavenly demon had appeared in the world at the very beginning of this war, even before the creation of the Chronos mainspring, so he was unable to obtain any information. All that was left was to meet him in person. One of his friends remarked that since we were talking about Murim, didn't the Great War of Murim look tempting? If he wins, he will get an elixir. Whether he is part of a small temple or the most influential clan, there is a chance to get even the greatest book on martial arts. His second comrade said that this reward is really good. But won't victory be hard to come by? He was asked jokingly if anyone present had managed to not win a single victory in the Murim War, and a moment later there was silence. Sun Wukong didn't understand. Was he really asking for trouble now? He didn't understand why they started it, but they didn't tell him anything. He didn't remember anything interesting there. And they answered him that no one asked him to jump straight to the next floor. Wukong screamed that he simply didn't know anything, but still didn't understand why only he was spared. Kim just smiled now, sitting in the bathroom. He thought about the fact that with his character, Wukong could not accept the fact that they missed the Great War of Murim. About a month ago, a few days after clearing the Colosseum, Kim was on the second floor examining the egg. He noticed that its size had increased several times compared to what it was before. He couldn't quite wrap his head around what this suspicious egg with a pattern was, but after it devoured Orochi's remains, he was definitely convinced of one thing. It really was the egg of an external god, dozens of eyes and sharp fangs. Is this really what it will look like when it hatches? Even he himself could not determine. Although he fought with them so much with all his might, the outer gods do not have a definite form. They are incomprehensible creatures that reveal themselves to the opponent, feeding on his emotions such as fear. Kim thought that if his comrades were with him now, they could discuss this together. The guy wasn't entirely sure whether to leave the egg alive or not. Immediately a notification came from the system that the egg was nodding to him. As soon as he was thinking about whether to leave him alive or not, the egg wanted to answer, so the rest of the time he heard him, but simply ignored him. This is really no good. Kim immediately took out his blade. The egg in turn became frightened. The guy immediately dealt a crushing blow to it, and the egg itself began to scream. But in the end, nothing happened. Kim realized that the egg could have released its power like it did with Orochi to defend itself, but it didn't. Did it really recognize him as its host? The guy didn't understand whether he was not allowed to strike or whether he simply couldn't. Now all he can do is watch. Kim currently put an egg in the bathtub. He asked him if he liked it, and the egg nodded in response. The young man was irritated that it only now began to respond to him, and a moment later, a notification came that the egg was falling asleep. Kim said that for a whole month all it did was sleep, and he only had enough time for a couple of words before falling asleep again. Couldn't he at least suggest something? The young man thought that the external god and the divine cult of the heavenly demon were somehow connected. After all, he hadn't accidentally entered the tiger's den. The next day was the four heavenly lords meeting, and their topic of discussion today, divine cultivation, was quite interesting. The Spear Lord said that for the first time since Zhongcharyang, there was a player who challenged the trial, and it had been about 30 years, and the Tao Lord was sitting next to him. The Fist Lord corrected him that it had actually been 34 years to be precise, but even he didn't know who this Kim Yu-won was. Lord Tao was surprised that he didn't know that even though he lived rooted in the heavenly mountain, he couldn't be so disinterested in the affairs of the tower. But the Lord of the Blade immediately interrupted him, saying that there was enough useless chatter and that they should rather talk about this young man. He was told that this guy, starting from the tutorial, turned the tournament table upside down on every floor, although the Blade Lord found it hard to take their word for it, because rumors are always inflated. But the records recorded in the tower do not lie. This is not a case where you can come to a conclusion only through their conversation. First, they all need to see him in person. He gave the go-ahead for the Spear Lord to begin. He gave the command, and all the soldiers immediately gathered in the main courtyard. At that moment, the gates opened and they saw Kim himself. They immediately noticed that the young man did not have the slightest bit of anxiety, not only in front of so many warriors, but even in front of the lords of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Kim walked inside and they could immediately tell that this guy was really strong-willed. The young man himself knew that before him were 4 heavenly lords who had reached the pinnacle of divine cult in each sphere. He was surprised that it was they who would conduct the second test and not the heavenly demon. They were convinced that it was indeed unusual, in which case they decided to immediately begin the second test, but at that very moment, someone interrupted them, asking them to wait a second. It was Zhongcharyang from the Black Wind Squad. He apologized for interrupting them. He dared to ask the Heavenly Lord if he could allow him to check on the young man first. The lords immediately began to discuss this. Soon they said that he could act as he pleased. Kim came to the conclusion that judging by the fact that a fine had already been imposed on him just from visible aggression, the man in front of him was quite strong. But he still had to try. Kim said it didn't look like an official test. The Blade Lord replied that this was a valid point, for there could be no test for which there was no reward for passing. Therefore, as a reward, he will give him one of the medicines of the divine cult, the scarlet blood pill. He asked if it suited him. The young man replied that this suited him perfectly. Kim accepted the test from the system from Chon Cha. Some of the restrictions and some of the fine were lifted from the man, and he immediately prepared for battle. The scarlet blood pill itself was the best medicine among all the divine heavenly demon cult had, which had more value than the small pill. Kim understood that Zhong Cha's penalty was settled to the 30th floor level. For the 10th floor surprise test, the difficulty level was high. But what kind of difficulty are we talking about if people at the level of heavenly lords are personally opposing him? Is this really the order of a heavenly demon for someone who has passed the first round of testing? He didn't expect this at all. Chung Cha interrupted his thoughts. He admitted that he didn't know what the heavenly demon saw in him since he recognized him. And Kim assumed that, judging by how much he chattered, he was still unable to obtain the demon's confession. The guy smiled at him. This made the man lose his temper. He immediately rushed to attack him. But Kim was able to easily dodge the blow by just tilting his body slightly. This hurt Cha's pride even more. He continued to attack the young man with unprecedented force, but not a single blow hit the target. Cha shouted that the young man was right. He couldn't get a confession. He swore to devote himself entirely to the divine cult of the heavenly demon, and he spent his entire life passing the test. By putting his life on the line and climbing up the tower, he tried to become a warrior who would revive the clan. He studied martial arts and tempered himself time after time. He threw down a real challenge to the test, so why could some stranger do it? He didn't understand who he was to receive his confession? Kim answered him that he was no longer a child. The young man decided to take out his sword after all. He instantly blocked his attack. He managed to block his blade and leave Cha in a vulnerable position. And when the chance arose, he immediately decided to attack. Kim used the giant's strength, which began to be absorbed into his hand. And then he delivered a crushing blow right to the man's back. Kim said that he was unable to achieve recognition only because he was weak. There was no other reason for it. The lords merely watched all this. The Blade Lord couldn't help but smile on his face. He admitted that for the first time in a long time he saw something interesting. The guy was so good that he didn't even really use the sword. The Tao Lord asked what would have happened if there had been no penalty, but the Fist Lord replied that there was no point in such speculation. The Blade Lord ordered that the young man be given his well-deserved scarlet blood pill. He said it wasn't such an incredible item, but still. Kim replied that he didn't even try. So it was enough, and the Fist Lord asked if he really understood the value of this medicine, since usually a player from the 10th floor is not even given the chance to touch this item. Lord Tao noticed that the boy acted as if it was a child's game during the test with Chong Cha. Was this a bluff or impudence? The Blade Lord asked the boy if he had ever studied martial arts and what clan it belonged to, since he was very good with a sword, and Kim replied that he was just teasing. The old man even laughed at this answer, in which case he decided to move on to explaining the essence of the test. The second trial of the heavenly demon divine cult will be conducted by a Fist Lord named Peng. Peng replied that this was no ordinary duel. The guy would only need to endure 3 of his techniques. The test itself would take place in 3 months, and to pass it, he would be provided with everything. In addition to miraculous medicines and high-class combat techniques, let him just say what he needed. Kim knew that Fist Lord Peng was considered the weakest of the 4 lords, but if you just consider the strength he put into his punch, he was by no means inferior to them. He also knew that there would be a penalty, but it was still a battle with a rancor, a difficulty level that made it feel like they really didn't want to let anyone pass the test. But he only had to endure 3 techniques, so he decided and asked them to start the test right away. Nobody could believe it. Everyone was just shocked. The Spear Lord told him that unlike Cha, whom he had defeated earlier, the Fist Lord was a rancor. His rash decision looked like disregard for the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Kim responded that if it sounded that way, he apologized, but he was in no way disparaging the cult. The Spear Lord tried to dissuade him again, but Pan said that since this was his wish, it should be fulfilled. But then the Blade Lord intervened. He asked him to stop, because this was a test issued by the head of the cult, and this case was different from the previous tests. The test can only be changed by the heavenly demon himself. The Blade Lord turned to Kim. He repeated that they were giving him 3 months, during which time he needed to prepare himself and figure out how he would counter the 3 techniques of the Fist Lord. Kim had no choice but to remain silent and agree. After a while, everyone around began to whisper and discuss the young man. They thought the guy just didn't realize the level of the Lord. Kim heard all this perfectly well. It even started to irritate him a little. He knew that the Blade Lord's name was Shin. He was the second most powerful person in the clan, and he was the one who was personally accompanying him now. Was this interest or hostility? The young man decided to ask him directly if his escort was also an order from the head of the cult, and Shin replied that it was his personal whim. He admitted that he hadn't met with people from the outside for a long time, and that he was filled with anticipation when he met them in person. The old man even admitted that he really thought he could pass the leader's test. Kim noticed that the old man spoke as if he wanted him to pass the test. But why did this feeling differ from when other clans wished for someone to join for the prosperity of their clan? He didn't understand. Why did it sound so sincere? His thoughts were interrupted by Shin's words. They came. If the young man wants to prepare himself, he should visit the martial arts repository, where books on martial techniques and weapons are kept. But why does he suddenly need a hospital? Kim said that he would look at the weapons and books later. He decided to ask again if he really said that they would provide him with everything except high-class martial arts and miracle drugs, and Shin confirmed it. In that case, he said that they would regret these words. Soon the doctors began to collect all their goods. The chief physician of the divine cult of the heavenly demon named Il never expected that the guy would ask them for everything they had. There were at least a few hundred kin here, enough for the cult to take on the Murim alliance. How the hell was this kid going to use all that on his own? Il decided to repeat it again, but all the medicines that he had left after 3 months would have to be returned, and only he could use them again. Kim said he remembered everything perfectly well, and he would also have to pay for the cost of the damaged medicines he returned from his own funds. Since they had agreed, Kim said that they would see each other in 3 months. Il whispered again to give back all the remains, and Kim thought that there would be nothing left anyway. After some time, he arrived at the cult's training cave. The guy noticed that everything here was arranged in such a way that it could only be opened from the inside. From the outside, you could now only get in by breaking the entrance. This was ideal. He immediately took out all the medicines he had taken from the hospital. Kim started eating them all. Soon he was able to increase his resistance to poisons for a full 46 hours. He had never eaten so much medicinal herbs before. It was a rare, disgusting thing. Getting hit in the stomach with a sword during a fight would have been better for him. Kim knew that some of the medicines were poisonous, but he tried not to take any that were deadly, and that it only resulted in stomach cramps. And all this was in order to absorb the 8th heart of Yamato Orochi. He kept wondering where he could get enough medicine to neutralize Orochi's poison, but who would have thought that he would be so lucky here? At the same moment, a notification from the system appeared that the egg had opened its mouth. Kim realized that the egg was reacting this way to Orochi's heart, but immediately declared that he would turn it into an omelet, which horrified him. It immediately fell asleep, and Kim continued to eat the medicine. Soon he finally absorbed Orochi's 8th heart, and the poison immediately began to spread throughout his body. Kim was heavily poisoned. His poison resistance was increased by 1 level, and his mana continued to rise with each passing minute. The young man realized that he couldn't cope and needed to take more medication. His mana still continued to rise in level at an unprecedented speed. Kim himself did not understand what kind of abnormal growth this was. On the other hand, he had always been curious about this mana control thing, and now it was as if the mana was flowing through him on its own. He thought that perhaps he could absorb every last drop of mana from Orochi's heart. To tell the truth, he himself didn't think that everything would be so difficult. This will definitely take a long time. A month later, Cha came to that same cave with Ha of the heavenly demon cult. A whole month has passed, and there has been no word from the guy. One of them thought that he would at least go out once to study some secret technique or something like that, but it feels like he was going to sit there for the whole 3 months. Ha thought that no one who reaches the 10th floor would miss the opportunity to learn the secret techniques of martial arts. Kim should also understand this. So, what is he doing? Even the Lord of the Fist, in order to stretch his stiff muscles, went into a secluded hall and trained so hard that the heavenly mountain shook every day. And Kim had been so quiet the entire month that he even wondered if he had died by chance. Cha was wondering why the hell the young man needed all these medicinal herbs, when suddenly Ha noticed something. At that moment, the entrance to the training cave began to open. Kim came out of it, not understanding whether they had really come to meet him. The guys were simply in shock. The young man was really alive. Soon they brought Kim a good meal. Kim, who had lost a lot of weight, ate like crazy, but Ha couldn't understand whether he had been starving all month. There should have been enough cereal balls in the cave. Kim replied that since he planned to go out at least once, he didn't want to eat something tasteless. The guys realized that the young man had really been eating only medicinal herbs for the entire month. Ha had seen absolutely no wounds or signs of poisoning either. But suddenly, he realized something. Most likely he needed an antidote. He knew that sometimes items with excellent effects are not used because of the strong poison they contain. Most people would rather not consume something like this, but if given free access to antidotes, it might be taken. But how powerful must the effects and poison be that so many drugs were needed? Kim interrupted his thoughts by thanking him for the food, but he had to go. Ha didn't understand where he was going again. Back to the training cave? The guy said no and asked where the martial arts archive was. After some time, he came to the right place. Kim immediately noticed the impressive security around the archive. Some of the guards looked insanely close to ranker level, but that's not surprising, since the martial arts archive is the most important place for all schools. Here are stored the information that is the origins and foundations of the school. Moreover, this is the archive of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the first man in the celestial kingdom. His thoughts were interrupted by one of the members of the cult. He was warned about his visit. He will accompany him. Soon they were already there. Kim asked if he could read all these books, and the man confirmed this. However, he warned that behind the other door, there was a section that he was not allowed to enter, but otherwise he could freely use the premises. He left him, leaving the boy alone. Kim immediately realized that these were all books with low-level techniques that could be given access to an outsider. This archive was 4 times larger than the Namgung clan archive. He had visited many archives in the martial arts school, but he had never seen anything like this before. Well, he only had one thing left to do. Since there were only 2 months left until the test, he had to get all of this done in a month. We need to find a way to stand against the Fist Lord, one of the 4 lords of the heavenly demon divine cult, one of the strongest masters in the world of Murim. Kim knew exactly what he was looking for and was sure it was somewhere here. He needed the origin of the heavenly demon cult, the technique created by Zhongmu Jin, the heavenly demon himself, namely, the beginning of the heavenly demon. A month later, the same cult member came to the Blade Lord to report that the boy had been in the training cave for a whole month and now had spent a whole month in the archives reading books on martial arts. He went to look after him, and it seemed he had decided to read all the books. But he believed that this was impossible, not to mention that it could hardly be done in 3 months, and that it could hardly be done in 3 years. Shin remarked that it was just like that time when he took away all the medicinal herbs. It must be admitted that his actions were quite specific, and the assistant replied that it was just like wasting his time. After all, it didn't seem like the youth was worth the attention of the heavenly demon. The old man only smiled. He admitted that he could neither foresee nor understand his actions, but that was precisely why he placed more and more hope in him. After meeting with the Blade Lord, the assistant went to the archives, where Kim was already leaving. He noticed that it was only noon, and he was already about to leave. He usually stays here until late, but the guy replied that he just finished his business. He got everything he was looking for. A month later, everyone was discussing how the guy spent the first month in a training cave, the second in the archive, and the 3rd month locked himself in the cave again. In the waiting room before the training ground, Pang was fully prepared for the test. Pan thought that the young man had wasted his time. Was there any point in his 3 months of isolation? But he couldn't help but notice that everyone around him looked so excited about the new star's appearance that he would try very hard not to kill him. A lot of spectators gathered on the site itself. They hadn't seen anything like this for a long time. It's not every day that they are given the opportunity to witness the mastery of a lord. One of the onlookers heard that Kim is quite famous, and large guilds are practically fighting over him. At that very moment, Pang himself came out onto the platform. Some saw him in person for the first time, and the pressure emanating from him was simply incredible. Pan himself noticed that the cult had noticeably weakened. He immediately shouted at them all to shut up. He stated that the upcoming fight was not just a sparring match, it was a test from the heavenly demon himself. They needed to show respect. That was enough to shut them all up. Kim himself immediately appeared in the arena. He asked what kind of atmosphere this was. Pan noticed that he was late, but the guy thought that he was just in time. Usually the main character appears last. The man said that he was still the same chatterbox. He decided to get straight to the point. He was curious to see how much stronger he had become in these 3 months. Kim said they would regret giving him so much time. At that moment, the second test began, and Pang immediately rushed to attack. He immediately used his first technique, destructive heavenly lightning. And then he instantly struck. The force of the impact was so great that it left a huge hole in the ground. But Kim managed to successfully dodge this attack. He understood perfectly well that it would be very dangerous if he were to come under this blow. Pan noted that it was a smart decision to evade. If he tried to block this technique, he would turn into a pile of mincemeat. Kim also knew that in the world of Murim, mana was called ki, but for a ranker who was already limited by the penalty of the 10th floor to have such a level of strength, the Lord of the Fist was not in vain full of determination. This is his second encounter with a ranker, but the level is completely different. Chris was wounded in the fight with Hephaestus, and his penalty was much stronger, not to mention the fact that he is much weaker than the Lord. Pan himself decided that the time had come for his second attack. He used his second technique, 100 thunder punches, and Kim noticed how his fists began to accelerate at an incredible speed. The young man used the skill of flaming eyes, which allowed him to calculate the trajectory of the blow and dodge in time, although it was incredibly difficult. Kim continued to dodge over and over again. Pan couldn't help but notice that the young man in front of him wasn't just fast, he seemed to have read all of his movements. He realized that it must be his skill that made his eyes scarlet. The Fist Lord realized that this was a skill that gave him the ability to predict his attacks. No wonder he was so overconfident. This made Pan laugh. He told Kim that the world of Murim was too big to be traversed with just one skill, and as long as he is under the same sky with him, he will not be able to dodge this technique. At that very moment, the sky began to be covered with dark clouds, and Pang prepared for his third attack. The Blade Lord knew full well that this technique would not only hit the training ground. He asked the Spear Lord to create a barrier to keep the audience safe. Kim also noticed that even the Heavenly Lords hesitated. After all, this technique should be special. He understood that such an attack would hit the entire training ground, and he would definitely not be able to dodge it. But because of the wide area, the blow itself should be weaker. So he decided to block it. The young man immediately used the giant's power, soaking his hand with it. Pan saw that he had decided not to evade. It might have been the right decision. But it won't work with him. He immediately used his third technique, Origin Storm, and a moment later, powerful lightning struck across the entire arena. Such force created huge holes. Some spectators barely dodged. If they had been hit by this attack, they would have died instantly. They finally realized what level of power the Heavenly Lord had, but they were more interested in what was going on with Kim. The guy himself continued to stand in place, not moving a centimeter, and the system sent a notification that he had successfully withstood 3 techniques of Lord Fist Pang. The second test of the divine cult of the heavenly demon was successfully passed. Kim thought that the strength was quite befitting of a martial artist who had risen in the tower as a player and become a ranker. He was able to block the attack, but he couldn't help but admit that the mixture of martial art and skill was simply incredible. Peng himself believed that it would be possible to block the technique, but not for someone of his level. Not only did he block the attack, but he also remained completely fine. This brought a smile to the man's face. He asked if he wanted to continue the game, and the system sent the guy a notification asking if he wanted to continue the test. Kim couldn't help but notice how Peng sparkled at the penalty. He realized that the Lord of the Fist was now planning to fight in earnest. The guy stated that this was exactly what he wanted, covering his body with an unknown aura. Pan couldn't believe his eyes. Where did this guy get the heavenly demon's beginning technique? Kim replied that it was hardly right to call it that. It was nothing more than an unfinished shield, and the Tao Lord told the other lords that he had heard that the young man had spent the entire month in the library. Now everything became clear. Even the Blade Lord was clearly shocked. Shin thought that this technique itself was the basis of the beginning of the heavenly demon, also known as materialized mana. It is a form of something that has its own self, even if it is in a basic form where it can barely take shape, but it is definitely the beginning of the heavenly demon. He was incredibly curious about what else this guy was capable of. Kim, in turn, turned to Peng. Since it did not seem like he wanted to make the first move, he would have to do it for him. The guy immediately attacked the Lord, but he managed to block his blow, and Kim was glad that there was at least some effect. If he had a real beginning of a heavenly demon, he would even be able to subjugate it. They continued their fight, and in the meantime, Kim managed to withstand the Lord of the Fist's 47th technique. Pan couldn't understand what was going on. It should be a normal shield. But he felt uncomfortable fighting against the heavenly demon's martial arts. However, I noticed that the technique felt different than at first, which meant that the unfinished technique was gradually starting to weaken. Pan told the guy that they would fight fairly now, and Kim admitted that he didn't think he would hear that in a fight between a player and a ranker. They continued exchanging a barrage of blows again, and the guy had already withstood Pan's 59th technique. But this did not go unnoticed for Kim. He was already starting to get tired. The boy also noticed that the Fist Lord had started to regain his pace over time. Had he adapted to the heavenly demon's beginning technique, or was the technique itself starting to weaken? The Lord of the Fist turned to him and said that he should be ashamed of himself, since the boy had already withstood the 59th attack. But he said it didn't look like it would last much longer. Doesn't it seem that way to him? Kim noticed that the penalty started to increase, which meant that this time the technique would be really powerful. He instantly used his gigantization skill and blocked his attack. But Pan immediately summoned several mana balls. He attacked the guy with them, causing a huge explosion in the arena. The Lord was thinking that even if this brat had half-mastered the heavenly demon origin, how could a greenhorn who had recently ascended to the 10th floor be able to fight him at such a level? He couldn't help but admit that the guy was crazy, but he was the same since he was enjoying this fight. Kim still survived this attack. Pan ordered him to attack faster already. Why is he hesitating? Where has all his confidence gone? The Lord managed to catch the young man at the most unfortunate moment for him. And then he delivered a crushing blow straight to his stomach. Before Kim had time to come to his senses, Pan's fist was already in front of him. But this time he managed to dodge in time. Pan said that things were finally getting more fun. Kim understood that the time of the heavenly demon's beginning was almost up. He couldn't counterattack because even one hit would mean the end for him. He told the Lord that he was no longer having fun, and the Lord said that he had no reason to act like a weakling when they had just started. He asked him if he really planned to continue to evade, but the young man himself realized that the longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for him. He needed to end it quickly. He just needs to somehow close the distance between them and force him to stop attacking for at least a second. He immediately used the gigantization skill, and all the giant's power was completely concentrated in his right hand. This allowed him to grab the Lord's hand. He only needed one loophole, and all his strength points were temporarily converted into stamina points. The guy only needed 1 second. He managed to completely block Pan's powerful punch. The Lord himself couldn't believe it. He managed to completely neutralize his technique from such a close distance. But Kim himself just smiled. He instantly struck with his sword. This attack allowed him to leave a wound on the Lord's body. Although it was not so easy. Pan thought that this was some kind of absurdity. He had just shed blood in a duel with a player. But the most important thing is that he himself opened a loophole for the guy to strike him in the chest. If they continue like this, then it will not be difficult for him to win through a couple of techniques. But this is a test, not a duel. He was sure that if Kim had a little more time and his level and characteristics were a little higher, then he would definitely win. So he said he was admitting defeat. The whole crowd immediately started shouting that this was impossible. How could a heavenly lord admit defeat in front of some stranger? Shin agreed that it was indeed a miracle. He actually began to think that this young man might actually be worthy of recognition. The old man also said that their task was only to observe. After all, the heavenly demon himself is watching everything that is happening now. Kim immediately received a notification about the perfect completion of the second test of the cult. He also received the skill of the heavenly demon spirit. After a while, the Spear Lord was worried that the archive shouldn't be left open, since everyone was rushing there in search of the heavenly demon technique, but Shin reassured him. He said that it was no coincidence that this technique ended up in the section with basic martial arts techniques. At first glance, it was no different from breathing and meditation techniques. He asked them how many people they thought would be able to distinguish the right technique from a mass of similar ones just by reading, let alone mastering it correctly. The Tao Lord admitted that finding and studying it was a challenge in itself, which was why Shin told Pan that he had nothing to be ashamed of. After all, no one could have predicted that the young man would find and study the technique of the heavenly demon within just 3 months. Pan himself didn't understand at all what was being discussed. He laughed loudly, which surprised all the lords. Pan understood very well that Kim was looking for a chance to counterattack and found it in such conditions. He declared that this guy would become a top ranker one day. He also didn't hesitate to say that maybe someday Kim would even surpass the head of the cult. He hadn't had this much fun in a long time. The Tao Lord said that it was thoughtless to say something so blasphemous, and the Spear Lord remarked that it could not be said that he had lost. Then Pan suggested that the two of them also fight the young man. They could at least imagine what an honor it would be to fight the future head of the cult, and Shin himself understood perfectly well that the head would soon have to meet the young man for the final test. Meanwhile, Kim was resting in his room, and his mana had reached level 98. He was upset that he had not yet reached the triple-digit mark. He thought about the fact that the cuts on Pan's arm and chest were not deep. If he had not admitted defeat, he would have definitely lost in the end. Although he held it with his right hand while striking with his left, the problem was not only the difference in strength, something more was needed to fight rankers. But no matter, the main thing was that the second test was successfully passed. His wound should also heal within 2 days. He was glad that he was regenerating so quickly. Otherwise, he would have to listen to the doctors grumbling again about how he had already taken all the medicine. Anyway, he also received the A-rank Heavenly Demon Spirit skill, which had the effect of splitting the soul to create a clone, and the power of the technique depended on the amount of mana invested. He got it himself and didn't receive it as a reward, which is pretty good. Even most rankers wouldn't refuse an A-class skill. Kim understood that the final test, which the heavenly demon had polished to perfection, would not be a meeting with his illusion, as during the first test, but a personal one. At that very moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. He was told that the heavenly demon was calling him. Soon he came with his assistant to the head of the palace. The man said that the chief ordered that only he should go inside. Kim did so, but was completely unaware of his presence. He supposed that it must be difficult for him to detect the presence of a high ranker for now. Immediately, a notification from the system appeared that the egg had started to bare its teeth, which alerted Kim. He immediately understood where he needed to go. Coming closer, he saw the heavenly demon himself on the throne. The heavenly demon was already waiting for him. Kim replied that he was told that he had called him. The demon confirmed this. He asked how his hand was. Kim showed him her condition, and in the meantime, the effect of the Dark Knight's sword was activated, which accelerated the speed of health recovery by more than 100% at night. The old man immediately noticed his blade. He said that it was a good sword, even he would not refuse to take possession of it. And Kim just thought that he was still as insatiable when it came to swords. The guy replied that it was impossible, because there was one uncle who would eat him alive if he failed to save his own weapon. The demon immediately guessed that this blade was forged by Hephaestus, so he had the right to speak such words, and Kim asked him if he really knew his uncle. The old man replied that he had never met him personally, he had only tested several swords forged by him. He declared that enough chatter had been enough and suggested that the young man begin the final test, something Kim had not expected, even despite the condition of his hand. But the demon reminded that he himself had said that everything was fine. The guy noted that he could move it but not fight, and the old man replied that it didn't matter, he wouldn't need his hand anyway. Kim, for his part, hoped to approach the final test in his best form. At that very moment, the demon literally evaporated before our eyes. The boy immediately noticed the illusory barrier, and the old man asked him why he didn't go further. Kim understood that the barrier was not like last time. It was something more reliable and elusive. He immediately activated the skill of the flaming eyes, which began to resist the funeral incense but failed. Kim couldn't get through any further. He knew that if he got caught, he might just faint. At that very moment, out of nowhere, a demon's hand appeared and grabbed him, and the system sent a notification that he entered the grotto of the heavenly demon. Now the final test of the cult begins. Kim didn't understand what was happening at all. A moment later, he found himself in an unknown place. The demon told him to follow him. Kim decided not to ask any more questions and simply did as he was told. Suddenly, the old man asked him if he had mastered the spirit of the heavenly demon properly, and Kim confirmed this, saying that it was prescribed to him as a skill. The old man said that it would be easier for him to control him this way. After all, the world had become much more convenient. He also admitted that he enjoyed his recent fight and wished him good luck in the future. Kim didn't understand what these words meant. At the same moment, a notification came from the system that the egg began to bare its teeth and swallow saliva. Immediately, the young man noticed an incomprehensible energy in front of him. He was absolutely sure that this power was from outside the tower. He barely but poured out the energy of the external god. Now he understood why the egg responded to the appearance of the heavenly demon. The demon said that in front of him was a sacred flame. That's what they call it. Long ago, there was a prophecy that was passed from mouth to mouth, since the cult of the heavenly demon settled on this mountain and found this flame, and the cult itself exists only to protect it and find a master for it. The old man said that the first heavenly demon and the second and his teacher dedicated their lives to this until their deaths, and it was the same story with him. Kim heard about this prophecy for the first time. Does he really believe in it? The old man replied that before they were declared a cult, they were a religion, and as happens with any religion, as soon as faith weakens, so does support. Over the years, stronger Thracians than their cult appeared in the tower, as did stronger people, but he, a heavenly demon obliged to protect the sacred flame, had no other choice. It was then that he declared that anyone who wished to join the cult of the heavenly demon must undergo trials to prove that he was worthy. Kim realized that he had created all these trials to protect the flame. The old man confirmed this. Under the cover of the trials, he could further hide and protect the sacred flame. That was why the trials were so difficult. The boy wondered who else had gotten as far as he had, and the demon had told him that Blade Lord Shin had managed to see all of this. But in the end he failed, and now his time has come. He must hold out in the sacred flame until it accepts him. Immediately, a notification came from the system that if the test was refused, it would be terminated early. Kim understood perfectly well the difficulty of this test. He had of course heard that there was one hermit who sat for 40 days in a furnace, but he received this test only when he approached the top of the tower. He didn't understand whether he would survive there at all, even if he could withstand the attacks of the Fist Lord with the heavenly demon technique, but in the face of such power, it was all useless. He would be an ordinary person there. Kim noticed that the flame was growing, fueled by his fear. This force, which has only taken the form of flame, gnaws and burns those people who fear it. He must convince himself that he is not hot at all. At that moment, a notification came from the system that the egg had opened its eyes and bared its fangs, but Kim ordered it to sit still. If he eats everything, there will be nothing left for him. It had been a long time since the guy had such a feeling that something more terrible than death could await him ahead. This is the fear of creatures from outside, external gods. Memories of the days when he fought them immediately came flooding back to him. Kim understood that if he was afraid of something like this, he would lose the right to own it. He looked straight into the flames. The young man loudly declared that he did not know who he was, but if he was an external god, then he was already sick of their appearance. Kim thought that the only thing that had weakened after returning to time was his body. He was forced to leave behind his sword and the crumbling world he had clung to with all his might for survival. He went back in time to fix everything. The hopelessness that obscured the sky and the unborn, fallen into the abyss of despair, the purple sky and stupid chaos. A decision that he and his comrades had made after long battles and bloodshed. A decision that they had thought over together hundreds and thousands of times. The time of rising up the tower from the very bottom and returning to the past, all this did not weaken him. But it only made it much stronger. He came here for only one reason. He came back to defeat them. At that very moment, the flame completely engulfed him. The pain was simply unbearable, but he held on. A moment later, 3 spheres appeared around him, and the system sent a notification that he had successfully passed the test of the heavenly demon cult and had also received the status of deputy head of the cult. He also received 100,000 points. His stats went up, but most importantly, he received a skill a level higher than Giant Fire, and the skill itself began to be destroyed. Kim had obtained the Sacred Flame skill and was now able to move to the 11th floor, but he didn't fully understand that he had obtained this flame. Weren't they supposed to fight? The demon watched all this. He noticed that the fire was quickly dying down. Had he given up or even died? But at that very moment he noticed the silhouette of the guy and realized that he had survived. Moreover, the sacred flame did not return to him. He didn't understand what his mother had done, but before Kim could approach him, he immediately fainted. The sacred flame itself, it is a fiery form that does not fade away and also creates a huge flame without wasting mana and power proportional to the strength of emotions towards opponents recognized as enemies. It was a skill of S+ level with the effect of aggravating wounds. A few days later, the demon sat in the palace, but still could not comprehend the fact that the young man had actually obtained the sacred flame. At that very moment the door opened and Kim himself appeared behind it. The old man said that he had come too quickly, and there were no burns on him at all. And Kim told him that the sacred flame was now his, and he thought that he had already fulfilled his duty as a heavenly demon. He didn't have to stay here any longer, did he? The demon answered him that habits do not change so quickly. The very thought of going somewhere else worries him. Kim also said that he received a title, and the old man immediately understood that he was talking about the title of vice chief. He just needs to accept it. He has both the sacred flame and the spirit of the heavenly demon, so he is worthy of this title. The guy said that even if he became a ranker, he would not join the cult, and the demon replied that it was his right. It was a reward for having passed the tests. Although things are far from the same now as they once were, the cult has long ceased to be an enemy of the Murim alliance. And the ability to control this power would also be a valuable reward for him, on par with the sacred flame. And Kim was thinking about the fact that fortunately for him, it didn't look like the old man was planning to make him the next heavenly demon. In that case, he said that he would accept this award with gratitude. The demon was surprised that he was leaving so quickly, and Kim explained that he had to return to the beginning of the Great Murim War. The old man asked if he was planning to take part in it, and Kim, with a smile on his face, replied that everything was possible. He soon left, leaving the demon alone, pondering that these strong shackles with which he had been bound for so long were gone. Was it really all over? But what should he do now? Still, There was one thing, something that the cult had been waiting for long before the appearance of the sacred flame. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor in Taklan, a guy named Halaman was very worried that everything would work out this time. The 11th floor test window appeared in front of him with two teams A and B. The total number of participants was 416. Each team had 208 people, and Halaman himself was in Team A. He immediately started scrolling through the window and noticed that Las and Melly from his squad were definitely here. But suddenly he was literally paralyzed with fear. He noticed a bunch of people whose names he had never seen before, even some who had been blacklisted for trolling. Halaman decided to see what was going on with Team B. In this team, there was a player named Roel, with rare healing skills and a descendant of the Namkun clan who easily passed the trial of the 11th floor, Hong. He realized that the entire second team was filled with names that everyone had heard at least once. He didn't understand why he was so unlucky with teams. He had already failed this test 3 times, and now it was even worse. He decided to take another look at his team. It couldn't be that bad. Suddenly he noticed Kim's name. He heard that he was a very cool guy, but he understood that overcoming the difference in strength with a team of 200 equally cool guys would be simply unrealistic. After all, he was also very unlucky. At the same time, Kim came to some tavern, where another client was arguing with the owner. The man didn't understand why the place cost a whole 30 points, and the owner understood that he was new here. But it had always been like that. Let him go somewhere else if he didn't want to pay. Kim himself was also looking at the test table. He had heard all these names before. They were representatives of large guilds and purebreds. All the talented players were placed in Team B, but he was still thrown into Team A. He knew that Hypnos was the overseer on the 11th floor. He was a ranker from Olympus. Was this really how they were taking revenge on him for the past? The guy realized that they wanted him not only to fail the exam, but also to die. How vile and low that was. Soon, it was his turn, and he asked if there were any rooms left, and the owner said that there was only the best room left for 100 points. Kim replied that he didn't care what surprised the man. The young man also asked if it was possible to exchange currency here, and the owner confirmed this. He asked what currency the guy needed to exchange. Kim threw a wad of Asgard money onto the table. He asked the man to take the commission into account and convert everything into points. The owner even thought that a golden glow was emanating from him, and he promised that he would do everything. Soon, Kim had more than 360,000 points, and in total, he already had almost 1,000,000 points, so he decided to call a 6. The young man couldn't help but notice the taste of the 11th floor manager, although it was still better than the disgusting, grinding clown. Kim said that he wanted to use the store, and the 6 asked him what he needed. He would find him anything, which made the guy wary. He noticed that it was behaving too friendly. Could it really smell the money already? He told the 6 that he just wanted to take a look first. At that very moment, a store appeared in front of him. Kim needed adamantium. It was the material that would allow him to complete the Dark God's stone. He needed to find it. He clearly remembered it was on sale. Suddenly something caught his attention. He still managed to find 1.5 kilograms of this material. Kim asked how much it would cost to buy it from the 6. The 6 replied that it was high-quality material, but why should he buy it? They have many better ready-made items, and Kim replied that ready-made items are expensive. It is much cheaper to buy the material and then make the item from it. 6 continued and said that adamantium in the form of a material is a very expensive item that never breaks and can not only conduct but also enhance mana. It is the only material of its kind in the world. Kim noticed that this asshole was well informed. 6 also said that it could be used to make a very good item, and Kim couldn't help but agree, because it said the right things. The boy knew very well that there were less than a dozen blacksmiths skilled enough to work with such a strong and hard material, which is why this wayward material is considered the ultimate dream for blacksmiths. The 6 also asked him, he is familiar with Hephaestus, isn't he? Kim asked, what does it matter? 6 told him that under such conditions, he would be able to create as many first-class items as he wanted. Usually, people face the problem of finding a blacksmith, and even when they find one, they have to pay crazy money for production. But that's not how it is with him, is it? That's why the price of adamantium should be higher for him. Does he understand? To sum it up, for 1.5 kilos of adamantium, 1.5 million points would be a fair price. Kim said he didn't have that much money. The six asked him not to worry, he could take out a loan at 11.5%, but not even that. Since he had a high credit rating, he would give it to him at 10%. Kim said that there was no choice left, and the six immediately began to say that this was a wise decision, in which case he would immediately formalize everything right here. But the guy didn't mean that. He said he would buy it somewhere else. Shestreka immediately began to panic. He offered him a small discount. He may not know about it, but it is a very rare material that will be difficult to find anywhere else. But Kim replied that it was okay. He could easily go up the tower without it for now. Still, he has a lot of time, and on other floors there are other sixes, and also auctions. In the worst case, he can just buy another item. He is of course very sorry, but nothing can be done. The six immediately asked him to wait a little, but Kim asked him not to force him to repeat what he had just said. The guy is not going to buy it. Six first lowered the price to 1,300,000 points, but Kim did not agree to such a thing. Then to 1,200,000, but the guy still stood his ground. Then the price dropped to 1 million, but Kim said that he could buy it for a maximum of 850,000. The sixer understood perfectly well that it was unknown when he would come across such a large client again. He had to hook him at any cost. Then he suggested to Kim that they settle for 900,000, since 850,000 was already a minus for him. Just the look on the guy's face was enough for him to understand that 850 was the maximum, so he agreed to it. The guy immediately paid for the adamantium, paying the agreed amount. Kim understood that this was very good. He even managed to buy it a little cheaper than the market price, and the six asked if he could help with anything else, but the young man replied that he did not need anything else. Finally, the six told him to call him if he needed anything else, and Kim understood perfectly well that he was clearly not thrilled with such a deal. All that was left for him to do was hand over the adamantium to his uncle. He didn't know what test the Olympians had prepared for the next trial, so he couldn't go there without the Stone of Darkness. And working with adamantium will not be easy even for him. It can take from 1 to 3 months. He will need to meet with Hephaestus as soon as he finishes the test, which is only a week away. He still had some free time, so he thought about going for a walk. A direct, pure-blooded descendant of the noble Namkun clan, whose father is the head of Wolin, one of the founding schools of the Murim alliance, a leader who attracts everyone's attention with his outstanding talents, skills, and hard work, nicknamed the genius player Hun. At the same time, in the labyrinth of Agreus, the dungeon of the 11th floor, a group of people had just finished clearing it, probably the first ones who were able to pass it so quickly. One of them said that reaching the very end should of course be doable, but it was somehow too easy, and the second asked him not to forget who was on their team. Hong himself asked them to hurry up. They needed to clear this dungeon faster in order to rest before the test. Someone said that it didn't seem like they needed to worry about preparing for the test at all since the opposing team was full of weaklings, but Hong said that they had a guy named Kim who was a tough opponent. He heard that he had passed the test of the heavenly demon cult. But they still didn't understand what this caution was for, because with such a team it was obvious that they wouldn't win. But Hong still asked them to stop these conversations and not to relax ahead of time. They needed to make maximum efforts in any circumstances, that's all. The boys listened to him, admitting that their captain was indeed reliable. Hong himself was thinking that he had never seen Kim in person, but he had constantly heard about him. He didn't know where he came from, but it spoke volumes about his own abilities. Hong hoped that he would have a chance to fight him during the test. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by something. He immediately ordered everyone to stop. They saw before them many burnt corpses of monsters. Nobody understood what the hell it was, what this strange fire was, and what this huge corpse was on the ceiling. Hong immediately rushed from the spot. In an instant, he rose to the strange corpse and threw it to the ground. Everyone immediately realized that this was the boss of this dungeon. No one could understand if someone had already completed the entire dungeon, and Hong carefully examined the boss's corpse. He noticed something strange. The monster was clearly burned, but there were no traces of fire around. He did not understand what kind of skill this was. Not only was the creature burned, Hong also noticed a blade mark about 4 inches long, and the monster's skin had softened from the heat, allowing him to kill it with one blow. He immediately thought that this was the work of a ranker, but he didn't understand why a ranker would clear a dungeon of this level. He had absolutely no idea other than that this was the work of the ranker. Hun turned to his team and told them to turn around and head out, as this dungeon had already been cleared. At the same time, Kim examined his new object. It was the thread of the Spider Queen Agrea, which had excellent mana conductivity and great elasticity, and it itself was stronger than steel. Kim knew that such a skein of thread must be worth at least 1,000 points, but he could simply save it and use it later. He once again used his new Divine Flame skill, which exceeded all his expectations. Since he didn't understand the principle of its use without trying it, he wanted to practice before the actual test. The firepower is not that great because the skill's completion is low for its level, but that's not the most important thing. The flame grows by absorbing the enemy's emotions. This skill is hard to control regardless of a person's willpower. Its power directly depends on the strength of emotions. This had always been the most terrifying part of the Outer God's skills, but now that he had it, he knew that he couldn't ask for a better skill. As his mana and completion increased, the power of the skill itself would also increase. He also raised the Heaven's Fatum completion quite well, which was already over 90%. For the 11th floor, he had achieved much more than he had originally expected. He still had a long way to go, but he was also growing faster than planned. Kim hoped that everything would continue to go smoothly. He entered some building and immediately noticed someone's gaze. It was Halaman who apparently noticed him. The boy immediately approached him and asked if he was Kim Yuan. Kim didn't know who it was, but he was wondering what he wanted from him. Halaman introduced himself and said that they were all from Team A as well. He assumed that the guy already knew that the distribution of teams had not worked out very well, which is why half of the players had left before the test itself had even begun. But he assured that the remaining half had not yet given up, because each of them had at least heard his name at least once. Kim didn't understand where he was going with this, and Halaman immediately tried to explain that Team B was full of skilled people, but he was sure that only he could handle them. The guy also added that they didn't leave only because they believed in him, but Kim immediately assumed that most likely they just didn't have enough points. Kim knew that the penalty for failing a challenge ranged from 100 to 1,000 points, which was a considerable amount for low-level players. Since just giving up is a waste of points, they want to at least try to stick to someone reliable, right? Halaman immediately tried to justify himself. He said that they only wanted to discuss the strategy for passing the test with him, but Kim told him that if they did not want to die, then it would be better for them to just give up, because passing the test was not such a treasure that they would risk their lives. The guy couldn't believe his ears, and Kim continued and said that if he had nothing more to say, then he should leave. He wasn't very pleased to see a crowd of strangers outside his room. Halaman suggested that he was also planning to surrender, but Kim replied that he was not. He would try his hand. But Halaman didn't understand. He himself had just told them to surrender, and Kim replied that it only concerned them. He entered his room, leaving them outside. The guys didn't understand what to do, because it didn't look like Kim was going to cooperate. Some even decided to surrender rather than die. After all, they came here in vain. Halaman himself still could not believe what had happened. He never expected such a turn of events. At the same time, some man was sitting in his room and looking at the test table. No matter how you look at it, the gap in power between the two teams is simply enormous. For some time, he will definitely be cursed for such an unfair test. It was that same Hypnos, the supervisor of the 11th floor test. He did not understand how this promising Kim Yuan managed to get into trouble, that even Olympus began to hate him. By order of the great Olympus, he must eliminate him, If he successfully completes the order, he will be generously rewarded. He will gladly accept this task. In that case, it was time for him to move out. The man immediately saddled a huge white bull with golden horns. Suddenly, he received a message. He didn't understand who needed to write to him right before the start of the test. It was a message from Hera, one of the 8 highest rankers of Olympus and the wife of Zeus. Soon in the dark forest of Elaram, Kim saw that their team had only 51 members, while the opposite team had as many as 200 people. But even so, fewer players than he expected refused to take the challenge. And Kim hoped that in this obvious trap it would be possible to limit the number of victims. At that moment, everyone was greeted. It was Hypnos. He introduced himself to the players and explained who he was, and also noted that Team A was clearly short of members, but, alas, this did not change anything. He decided not to delay it too much, and the testing itself would begin immediately after a brief explanation. The essence of this test is to capture the flags. The rules were simple. If you take several flags and connect them, the number will show the number of flags collected. This is a special magical technology, isn't it amazing? But the main question was where to find these very flags. Long ago, the forest behind them was created by the manager specifically for this test. It is inhabited by a huge number of monsters of various levels, and flags are scattered throughout this forest, right on the paths, in the ravines, on the trees, and even on the monsters. Hypnos said they had no idea what difficulties he had to go through to prepare for this test. He said all that was required of them was to collect as many of these flags as possible. The team that collects the most flags by the end of the challenge will be declared the winner. It's simple, right? However, the challenge is called flag capture, not flag pickup, so in this challenge you can take flags from the other team. The method didn't matter, they could steal, threaten, kill, and loot, anything would do. And Hypnos also added the most important thing. For this test, 2 kings will be chosen, 1 player will be randomly selected from each team, and the number of flags collected by the king will be doubled. But they shouldn't be afraid. This isn't chess. The team won't be declared defeated if the king dies. However, the stronger the king is, the better for the team, of course, so he wishes them good luck. After all, it always and in everything is of great importance. Kim understood that this was only luck in words. In reality, the weakest player in Team A would be chosen as the king. Hypnos decided to begin the test. A moment later, magic circles appeared under the 2 teams, and the system sent a notification to each participant that the 11th floor test was beginning. The team that has collected the most flags after 24 hours wins, and their contribution points will be calculated based on the number of flags they collected. The reward will be given out according to the amount of contribution points themselves. If they deliver the flag to the king, their contribution points will be doubled, and if the king loses the flags, their contribution points will simply disappear. As luck would have it, it was Halliman who became the king of Team A. The boy had absolutely no idea what to do. Kim didn't understand how he managed to get to the 11th floor. He immediately started to leave, but Halliman noticed this and ran after him. He did not understand where he was going, because he needed to protect the king. Kim told him that his task was to collect the flags, and if he didn't want to die, then he should stay here and remain calm. He shouldn't worry. No one from Team B would come for his head now. Kim himself understood that it was time for him to move forward. Hong just watched him. His team had absolutely no intention of working because the difference in the number of participants was too huge. They wanted to get it over with quickly and go celebrate together. Hong knew full well that they were relaxed, because the player on the opposing team was almost 4 times smaller, but because of this, they let down their guard. Suddenly someone interrupted his thoughts. It was the angel Rael, and Hun recognized her immediately, which was a great honor for her that he remembered her name. The girl immediately used healing and strengthening skills on him. He understood why they had an angel attached to her name. Even among the small number of support class players, her skills were truly rare. Rael herself asked him not to worry too much, because the difference in strength was really big enough for them to allow themselves to relax. Hong asked her if she didn't find it strange that no matter how random the selection was, the difference was too great. Rael assumed it was just a coincidence, and Hong told her that in his home world there was a saying, In the valley of rivers and lakes, nothing happens by chance. The girl decided to ask who the king of their team was, judging by the fact that no one knew. It was some mediocre player, and the guy asked her if he really thought that in such circumstances anyone cared who the king was. But if you think about it, it seems like he saw someone shining gold at the very beginning of the test. It's kind of strange. He has an excellent memory. He never forgets anything he has seen even once. But he could not remember the man's face. After a while, Hulaman continued to sit in the same place and look at the challenge table. By this time, Team A had 59 collected flags, and Team B had as many as 110. Suddenly, he heard one of his team members saying that there weren't as many flags scattered along the trails as expected. Most of them had been knocked out by monsters. But they still collected a lot. Now it is enough to defeat the king of the opponents for the situation to change dramatically. Hulaman knew this. They had a man on their team who could do it, the player who had probably collected most of the flags they had, Kim Yu-won. He remembered that the first time they met, it didn't seem like the guy was going to cooperate, but since he was the one who became the king of the team, it would be difficult to defeat Team B without protecting him. Hulaman reflected that Kim had gone off alone indifferently, but since he had told them to sit still and wait, it meant that he would be back soon. The other players were discussing how this forest is really huge, how hard it is to find the right path, how they don't know where Team B's starting point is, but they still decided to take a short break, since they were going to go again together at midnight anyway. At that very moment, they heard some sounds coming from the forest. It was a few people who accidentally stepped on a branch. One of them came out to the guys, since they were noticed anyway. There was no point in hiding anymore, and Team A immediately received a notification that a detachment of the enemy team had been detected. They needed to protect their flags from the enemy raid. The attacking group discussed what was bothering them, that Team A had Kim Yu-won, but no matter how strong he was, even he couldn't do anything without the king. Moreover, if they captured the king, they would be able to get a lot of contribution points. But Team A wasn't going to give up so easily. One of the guys was going to fight back and ask the others not to be afraid, because there were 10 of them here too. But before he could finish speaking, something cut his throat. And the next moment his head fell completely from his shoulders. Hulaman was simply horrified. He didn't even have time to understand anything. And the killer said that now there were only 9 of them left. Some immediately began to run away from there. But the bastards weren't going to let them go that easily. The scoundrels were about to deal with Hulaman right there, but at that moment his comrade appeared. And a moment later, blood was spilled. The guy sacrificed his own life to save him. The bastard was already about to deal with him too. Hulaman had no choice but to close his eyes and resign himself to his fate. But at that very moment, Kim appeared and cut the bastard in half. He told the guy to sit still and not go anywhere. The boy was simply incredibly happy. Tears of joy appeared in his eyes. The bastards stopped immediately. They knew Kim was a serious problem. He killed Kale with just one blow. They decided to retreat, but Kim was already heading straight towards them at great speed. In the blink of an eye, he dealt with 2 more idiots. Then he continued running at the same speed towards the others. The same killer who cut off the head of one of the boys was about to strike. But Kim got there first. He didn't even have time to understand anything. And a second later, it was cut in half. The bastards were already shaking with fear. Just one look from Kim made them shudder. One of them immediately fell to his knees in front of him and begged for mercy. He said that he only had 2 flags, but the guys had many more. He will give him everything he has, just so long as he keeps him alive. Kim received 2 flags and 20 contribution points, and the rest immediately stopped. The guy asked them what they were going to do. Would they give him everything they had, or did they want something more serious? The bastards were simply horrified. They had no choice. They asked him how many flags he wanted. Soon flags began to flow like a river right into Kim's hands. Hulaman was very glad that he and Kim were allies. He even mentally asked him for forgiveness for glaring and baring his teeth at him because of his rude behavior at their first meeting. Immediately, Kim told him that the first half of the game was now over. Hulaman couldn't understand anything, because only 4 hours had passed since the beginning of the test. Kim asked him where the rest of his teammates were, and the boy said that they had split up, and first it was decided to collect as many free flags as possible. Kim said that was fine, at least until they lost them. By this time he himself already had 27 flags. Hargan was incredibly surprised at how much he was able to raise. Kim then decided to look at the current state of the challenge. Team A had 64 flags, but considering the ones he had only collected, they should have 67 flags. As expected, they finally reached the full part of the test. Kim asked Hargan to listen carefully. He explained that by this point, everyone had already collected enough flags, so the opponents had probably already decided that it was more effective to hunt the players of the second team than the monsters. He was sure that more people would come for the king, as had happened recently. Kim asked if they had another king. Hargan confirmed this, and Kim told him that from now on he should not go further than 20 meters from him. Even he would have a hard time without the king. He asked again if he understood everything, and Hargan said that he would be even closer than 20 meters, and Kim warned him that the real game was starting now. After some time, the losing squad of Team B came to Hong and reported everything. They started making excuses that they couldn't even keep up with Kim's attacks. This guy finished off Kale and Max with one blow. Just one look from him made them shiver. Hong only thought that they were just pathetic. Despite the fact that Team B was mostly made up of above-average players, they ran away in fear from Kim Yuan even though they were 10 against 1. He asked if, even if they went in groups, they could be defeated by one person. They confirmed it, even though there were more of them, but it was of no use. They also said that Kim met with the king of Team A, and Rail suggested that in that case, there was a high probability that he would protect him from now on. She asked Hong to contact Salamov, Cahill, and the other players immediately. Hong didn't understand why she wanted to switch to this strategy, and the girl explained that they still had plenty of time. They couldn't just run away. Despite the losses, their team still had many excellent players. Not to mention the decisive variable in their face, or are there other good suggestions? Everyone just remained silent. In this way, she declared that everything was decided. They will catch both the king and Kim Yuan at once. At the 12th hour of the challenge, Kim and Hargan continued to earn flags by defeating enemy players. Hargan realized that this was no longer a competition between two teams, but rather 200 people trying to catch a monster named Kim with a joint effort. By this time, Kim already had 100 flags. This is exactly 1,000 contribution points. Although he has already collected quite a lot, it is not yet time to hand them over to the king. Kim didn't think they could have any serious problems because Hargan was constantly moving under his supervision, but if suddenly this guy's moisture was stolen or he was killed, then things would be really bad. It would still be better to give him the flags right before the end of the test, and his thoughts were interrupted by Hargan himself. He noticed that everyone was already shying away from just one look from Kim. He asked if they were aware of the situation, or if they sensed it instinctively. Kim thought about how recently the B-team players had been giving up and voluntarily handing over their flags when they saw him, and he assumed that they had already exchanged information. He told Hargan that Team B already knew that he was now with the king. He explained that they were all teammates, so they probably exchanged player kit numbers. Most likely they agreed to just hand over the flags and run away if they crossed paths with him. But Hargan didn't understand why they were doing this. They couldn't win if they just gave up their flags, and Kim replied that they were definitely up to something. At that very moment he felt something. Kim instantly caught the arrow that was flying straight into Hargan's face. The young man himself simply froze in place from fear, and then he fell to the ground. Now Kim understood why they avoided battles and tried to keep as many of their teammates alive as possible. It was all for the sake of the encirclement strategy that had been used since ancient times in the world of Murim. They are trapped in the net of heaven and earth. Kim said that they should have killed everyone anyway, which scared Hargan. He swung his sword, and the boy immediately began to beg for mercy. Kim struck and drew a circle around him. He told Hargan not to take a single step outside that circle. He should keep in mind that he would die as soon as he stepped out of it. The guy didn't understand why he was asking him to just die here peacefully, and Kim asked him if he was even listening to what he was telling him. He just needed to stand still. Hargan tried to object again, but Kim interrupted him and reminded him that he had told him from the beginning that if he did not listen to him and planned to wander around the area, he would definitely die. Hargan asked several times if he would be all right, and Kim answered him each time that everything would be fine if he stayed in this circle. Kim immediately moved away from him and prepared for battle, and Hargan mechanically followed him. But the guy stopped him in time. He told him not to move. Meanwhile, the opposing team was discussing that they would attack the king first. 55 of the entire team were gathered to fight Kim Yu-won. This guy is really strong, but one of them asked, wouldn't they have an advantage if he had to both protect the king and fight? They answered him that only he thought so, even if their opponent was a real monster. With the death of the king, everything would be over. Suddenly, they noticed that Kim had just gone deep into the forest. Moreover, he had left the king completely alone. A man with a spear asked them to step back for a second. He thought that Team B was full of famous players and also very strong players like Hun and Rail. In such a situation, even large guilds should be monitoring the progress of the trial. If he defeats this Kim, he will definitely get the attention he deserves. He immediately threw his spear in the hopes of becoming a star. The spear flew straight at Kim, but at that very moment it literally froze in the air. And a moment later, the comrade next to him had his head completely blown off. The bastard didn't understand what the hell was going on. Before he had time to turn around, his entire squad was already dead. Kim himself immediately appeared in front of him. The guy ordered him to tell him where to find Hong now. At the same time, the second squad noticed that Kim had disappeared again. How good was his stealth skill if even no trace was visible? It seemed like he wouldn't be detected until he appeared right in front of them. One of them used the 1,000 Li white eye skill, but it didn't help either. One of them suggested that the young man was an assassin, but the guy with the skill didn't think so, because assassins don't use long hair and dress in all dark. But at that moment, Kim himself appeared behind him, who said that he had a pretty good skill. No one understood how he managed to get behind them, and Kim said that they were really good scouts who also used the strategy of the Heaven and Earth network, but they still had a lot of gaps. Maybe the problem is that there are not enough of them here. The guy with the white eye asked him if he was sure that there were not enough of them, and at that moment even more people appeared behind him. But that's what Kim was counting on. Hun and Rail immediately came out to him. They were wondering why the guy left alone, abandoning his king. Did he really decide to spit on the test and focus on winning the battle? Hong said that, however, he was sorry that things turned out this way. Although this did not happen by his will, he, unlike Kim, has a good team, which is why he is not ashamed of the current circumstances. He also said that it was a test in which some people were lucky and some were not, but Kim did not understand what he was getting at. Hong asked him to surrender voluntarily. He would not like to win in such a way. Kim just smiled. Was that all he wanted to say? He told Hong that contrary to what he had heard, he was quite talkative. Hong expected this, in which case he had no other choice. He ordered everyone to retreat, and he himself was going to fight Kim. Kim was surprised that he wanted to have a one-on-one duel, because the number of opponents did not bother him at all. Hong immediately rushed into attack, but the guy easily blocked his attack. Kim was surprised. He didn't understand where the player from the 11th floor got so much strength from. Now he was curious to see how high his stats were. Hong struck again, but this time Kim parried it without difficulty. Hong himself thought that he was using the technique of the Imperial Sword. The sword of their clan was heavier than the sword of any other clan. With its help, one could deliver crushing blows in any direction, if, of course, one could hold it in one's hands. However, he didn't understand why there was such a difference in strength. Even when he grips the sword tightly in his hand, he still lacks strength. At that moment, a green aura enveloped his body. His body began to be imbued with the Archangel's blessing. His strength and stamina also increased. His mana recovery accelerated, and his body itself became lighter. Hong turned to Rail and asked her what kind of cowardly move was this. The girl told him that if he couldn't win now, even with the power-ups, then the game would be over. She said the enemy seemed ready to finish. Hong didn't understand what she was talking about, but I understood everything immediately. he noticed a purple flame around Kim. Hun realized that this was exactly what was in the dungeon of Agreya. This can't be a coincidence. Now he is absolutely sure that Kim was there then. But still, Hong noticed that something was wrong. The technique that Kim attacked with now was not at all similar to the one that could have left those marks on the Spider King agree. As if these were the skills of a completely different person. With that level of strength, there was no way he could defeat Agreya with a single blow. Is he really imagining things too much? If not, then Kim just gives in to him. Rael watched all this and did not understand why they interrupted the duel. At that moment, Hong used a telepathic connection and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. There was no point in continuing the fight. They would all just die. Rael couldn't believe it. This was the first time she saw Hong admit defeat, and the guy himself asked Kim if he had cleared the Agreya dungeon. Kim confirmed it, but so what? Hong immediately put down his sword and went to his team, and the others began to discuss the fact that Kim had finally cleared the dungeon on the 11th floor that they were trying to pass. One of the guys asked Hong if he was serious now, no matter how strong the opponent was, but giving up before a full-fledged battle was low. If they went out together, they might at least have a small chance of winning. Hong didn't understand what kind of victory they were talking about. Kim Yu-won single-handedly narrowed the gap between the teams. Don't they think that makes him worthy of passing the test? He said that if they wanted to continue the fight, then without them he was leaving, and Rael answered him that he turned out to be a coward, despite what they said about him. Hong told her that he could say whatever he wanted. He valued the lives of his comrades more than his pride. Several guys went after him, although they felt a little sorry, but that's why they like Hong. You can always take the test again. Rael and the others just looked at Kim. And the guy himself remembered the words of Hercules, that it was better to get by with the least losses. It was not proper for such a grown-up uncle like him to interfere in children's games, because all of them would then be needed in order to fight the external gods with joint efforts. He said then that among them there should definitely be those who will eventually become rankers. There is no point in cutting out their own army. Kim thought that if Hercules were in his place, he would definitely be able to get out of the fight without killing anyone. He has the skills that would allow him to do so, and he is a hero who never breaks his promises. That is why he respects him, but Kim himself cannot be such a hero. The guy hoped that they would leave voluntarily. But now it was difficult to predict how it would all end, and he himself thought that he would try in any case. But if it didn't work out, then there was nothing he could do. Rael instantly used the divine protection skill. She ordered everyone else to attack the guy as a crowd. Kim realized that it looked like he would have to get involved in childish games after all. He summoned a flame that reflected all enemy skills. The others simply couldn't believe it. But Rael ordered them to fight their way through the fire because the young man was all alone. But they literally froze in place from fear. Fire began to look like a terrifying demon to them. Kim realized that the fire was absorbing their fear and growing. If the flame grows too strong, it will be difficult to contain it. It needs to be directed correctly. Still, some of the warriors managed to almost reach Kim. But before they could get close to him, they immediately fell to the ground, and the guy realized that they had only been able to withstand the flames for so long thanks to Rael's enhancements. He even became curious about how many skills she could use. Rael herself used angel wings and the giant's strength skill. She didn't understand what the hell was going on, despite the fact that he was using universal buffs for all players. As soon as they reached the flame, they all froze in terrible fear, as if they were faced with an illusion they couldn't break through. She realized that not only would they not be able to defeat him, it would be difficult to even get close to him. Rael decided to attack him herself, using the punishment sword skill that appeared right above Kim. She screamed that he was finished. Kim only gripped the sword tighter, and Rael's face was filled with incredible shock. She didn't understand how this was even possible. After all, her punitive sword literally shattered into pieces from one of his blows. The rest froze in horror. And Rael remembered Hong's words about them needing to retreat. Now she realized that he was right after all. Rael used telepathy and transmitted to the entire team that they needed to retreat. At this rate, there was nothing to count on. If everyone here dies, they will lose, even if they capture the king. Kim said that if they were planning to retreat, then they should give up their flags, and then he would pardon them, which surprised Rael, who didn't expect him to hear telepathy. But Kim didn't hear her. It was clear from their faces what they were talking about. Rael asked what he would do if they just left, and Kim asked her in return, would he let them go? He suggested not to waste their energy, let them just calmly carry the flags to him. Soon the guy had 8 flags, and Rael asked him if he really wasn't going to kill anyone. She said that even though he had taken all their flags, they could collect more, but he was the only one, and he was also without a king. But Kim didn't understand what she was getting at. She didn't want him to kill them all, did she? Rael admitted that she had heard that he had already refused the support of the major guilds, but the heavens were on a completely different level. She was sure they would take much better care of him, but Kim immediately refused. Rael didn't expect such a quick refusal, so she asked him to at least give her his number, but Kim refused again. He knows perfectly well what she is trying to achieve. The girl did not understand why he was so radical, because he was offering this for the sake of his own future. The fact that he did not refuse the test in such unfavorable conditions tells her that he has a certain goal, but it is impossible to climb the tower alone. Good comrades, full support of a strong guild. Even with all this, it will be difficult to raise. Someone of his level should have understood from the very entrance to the tower that he cannot cope with his own skills. Something more is needed. So why is he trying to overcome such a difficult path alone? Kim noticed that she didn't know how to give up. He assumed that was why she was able to rise up the tower so quickly, but guilds and sponsors would only be an obstacle to what he had to do next. The Gaulds fighting each other for the rights to the tower could ruin everything due to pride, mistrust, and the desire for control, which is why he cannot accept their helping hand. He must become strong on his own, so that in the worst-case scenario he can become the center that will unite the tower. Kim asked her why everyone was so interested. He said there was no particular reason. He just knew it was possible for him to rise without a team or guild. He has to do it. At the same time, Halaman, left alone, thought only about when Kim would finally return. He was even frightened by the birds that simply flew out of the forest. He was scared to death. Was it always this dark here? The guy didn't understand how much longer he had to wait. Suddenly he noticed some kind of glow, and a moment later a fiery projectile was heading straight towards him. But the attack itself missed him. A group of bastards came out of the woods and said that he was just asking to be killed. Why was he just standing there? They wanted to finish quickly and move on. Judging from what they heard, the second group, even with Rael and Hoon, couldn't handle Kim Yu-wan. Halaman couldn't believe that Kim was seriously fighting the B team alone against all these great people. He remembered Kim's words that if he went forward a little more, he would not be able to help him in any way. He had to stay in the circle. But they would catch him quickly even if he ran, and if he tried to fight them, there would be no chance of winning anyway. Halaman pulled himself together, thinking that if he could buy a little time without leaving the circle, Kim would definitely return. The best choice is to trust him and do as he says. He shouted at the bastard to attack all at once, but they only said that his knees were shaking. They did not take his words seriously. It seemed that the guy had simply gone crazy. The bastards had already begun to think about how they would divide the contribution points after capturing the king. Still, they decided to divide all the points equally. A moment later, 2 daggers flew at Halaman, but they did not reach their target. The guy almost went out of the circle, but stopped in time. Before he had time to come to his senses, a scoundrel was already flying towards him. He immediately kicked the guy, knocking him to the ground. The bastard was surprised that it was even somehow too simple. Halaman only thought that he couldn't leave the circle. The bastard didn't understand what he was mumbling, but in any case, don't be offended, he was just a little unlucky. Before he could strike, an unknown force pushed him out of the circle. Halaman didn't understand what the hell this was. As it turned out, it was a heavenly demon's beginning skill. At the same time, Kim was thinking about Rael's words. She told him that in many ways he was truly admirable, so she hoped that next time they would be on the same side. But Kim was more worried that he ended up wasting a lot of time because the conversation lasted longer than he had planned. However, he was glad that it ended on a good note anyway. As long as Halliman kept his word, there shouldn't be any problems. There was only one thing left for him to do. He turned back and said it was over, so he invited him out. The golden glow asked him how long ago he noticed it, and Kim admitted that it had been quite a while. The same stranger in the robe appeared right there, but Hong didn't remember his face, and he admitted that Kim was indeed a smart guy, as he had heard. The unknown man himself thought that Kim used a flame of such a scale, but he did not see a single burn on him. Not only his strength is impressive, he had never heard of a skill that burns only specific targets. If he saw it, he would definitely want it for himself. Kim stunned him by asking what the test supervisor was doing here looking like that. Hypnos asked him if he could see his face, and Kim replied that he could see it quite clearly. The warden assumed that it was because of his skill, which was able to see through even the ranker's disguise. He understood that this was no joke. Hypnos said he was truly amazed. He had decided to become king as soon as the trial began, but he never expected that he would go against Team B alone. Kim knew that before him was a ranker from Olympus, famous for his hallucination skills. If the GM found out that a ranker had interfered with a normal test, that would be a real problem, much more serious than the commotion on the first floor, and he would have to deal with it somehow. Kim smiled and said he was surprised that they had prepared such a luxurious trap for him. He immediately summoned his divine flame. Hypnos thought that a normal player would fall asleep immediately if he released that much mana. He assumed that his stats must be high enough to resist his mana. Was he really holding on by sheer willpower? He remembered the message from Hera, who ordered him to kill Kim Yu-won at any cost. The most prominent figures of the huge guild are fixated on some lone player. He also wondered if it was too much to send a ranker after his head. But it seems he is beginning to understand why they decided to play it safe. Hypnos immediately used the Dark Knight skill. Kim knew that this skill would cause hallucinations in all living creatures in the area and make them fall asleep. He admitted that this skill is much stronger than the recent one. Hypnos ordered him to stop resisting and just surrender. It will reward him with a very sweet dream. If he, a low-level player, said he had fought an Olympic ranker, everyone would probably think he was lying. Even if you close your eyes to the difference in levels, the great Olympus usually doesn't even look at some bullies, let alone meet them. But here he is. That's how honorable a position he has taken. Hypnos said he could brag if he could get out alive. But alas, it was not meant to be. At that moment, Kim came to his senses and struck the bastard's body with his sword. Hypnos's disguise immediately fell away. He realized that the guy was just pretending, saying that this was unprecedented cowardice. Kim only replied that it was not for him to say this, and, regarding his words, he himself does not particularly like to brag about battles with rankers, but he thinks that the battle with the cowardly and vile Olympic overseer can be told for the sake of laughter. Hypnos stated that such incitement would not change the outcome. But Kim didn't think so. The guy himself began to be affected by the Dark Knight skill. His stamina recovery was accelerated by 200%, his mana recovery speed by 100%, and his mana gain also rose by 100%. Kim said that this would change everything because night is not just his time of day. Kim himself understood perfectly well that the Sword of the Dark Knight really shows its true value in the dark. It had many limitations, but in the ideal conditions for it, there is no stronger weapon. The guy knew that his opponent was a melee mage. He used dark attribute mana, which is great for illusion skills. Even though he managed to wound him, this does not exclude the fact that he is facing an Olympic ranker. However, he was still confident in his abilities against this type of opponent. They immediately began to attack each other. Kim had no trouble parrying his sword attack, but Hypnos had no intention of stopping and only picked up the pace. Kim was able to dodge this time. He immediately tried to counterattack, but there was only an illusion in front of him. The young man immediately guessed that the real one was behind him and reacted to his attack in time, and then used the divine flame to roast the sellout rat. Hypnos jumped back in time because the flames were really strong, But Kim wasn't going to just stand there and aimed his fire straight at the bastard. Hypnos noticed that the fire suddenly became even more fierce. It was getting hotter and hotter. He also noticed that the flame itself did not burn him, but for some reason he felt heat from it. He thought that it was just a controlled fire, but could the flame really read his emotions and react to them? He realized that his strength changed depending on the strength of his fear, and this really irritated him. Hypnos immediately used his skill to open a path to the guy. Kim was even a little surprised after all. It was immediately obvious that he was up against a ranker. He didn't expect Hypnos to blow away his flames like that. He immediately tried to attack from close range, but the scoundrel was ready for this and held out his sword in time. They continued to exchange a barrage of blows, but neither of them was going to give in to the other. Even Hypnos admitted by this point that this guy was still very talented. If he became a ranker after some time, how terrifying a monster would he be? He understood that this could not be allowed to happen under any circumstances and immediately activated the moon dream skill. At that very moment, the moon itself appeared above them, and a moment later it exploded and its fragments fell from the sky. Kim simply asked him if he was not afraid of the manager at all. Hypnos replied that he served only Olympus, but the guy thought it was funny, and the bastard said that he could think whatever he wanted, because some worthless puppy would never understand the highest goal. Kim thought that they couldn't even imagine how heavy a burden was placed on his shoulders. He also remembered Kronos' words that anyone who went back in time in this way would be forced to shoulder the weight of the entire tower, so the returnee must bear all the burden and determination of the desperate to fulfill this duty. This is all so that this world, in which tens and hundreds, billions, tens of billions of creatures live and coexist, never again stands on the brink of despair. Kim knew that even he, having made this promise to the people he left behind, was not sure he could proudly speak of some higher purpose. He told Hypnos that he might not understand his words, but at least he knew one thing for sure: the essence of the highest goal lies in self-sacrifice, and not in sacrificing someone else. Kim smiled and told the bastard that it was much cooler this way, wasn't it? The next moment, hundreds of pieces of debris fell on the guy. Hypnos just laughed at his words. He did not understand how he dared to speak of such things, having no idea of the great intentions of Olympus. Even though the bastard understood that this act he had just committed could be an unacceptable crime for the tower. But he still continued to console himself with the thought that all this was done for the sake of Olympus. At that very moment, Kim appeared behind him and plunged his blade into his back. Hypnos was simply in shock. He did not understand how the young man ended up here. Kim didn't say a word and simply pulled the sword out of his back. The bastard only thought that Luna's dream was a skill that made fear come true, even if the guy's eyes could penetrate his illusions. But he couldn't help but be scared by the sight of all those boulders falling on him. He asked the guy what kind of eyes he had, and Kim only replied that they were very good. Hypnos started shouting that it wasn't the end yet. Since the illusions weren't working, he could use something else, and Kim interrupted him and said that it was the end. It may only be half completed, but this skill is the best counter to hallucinations, which is why he was so confident in this fight. Even so, Hypnos did not want to give up and was about to strike again, but at that very moment, someone's silhouette appeared behind him. It was the steward himself, who instantly broke his sword in half. Hypnos immediately fell to his knees before him, but the man wanted to get straight to the point, so he asked him to explain. The bastard started saying that he was very sorry, but the manager was not surprised that Hypnos regretted what he had done. He immediately guessed that it was an order from Olympus. But the scoundrel immediately began to say that this was not so. It was his personal initiative. The manager naturally did not believe this. He understood perfectly well that Hypnos was trying to take all the blame on himself. But even if this were so, Olympus would still not escape responsibility. He told Hypnos that he was removing his powers as an overseer. Moreover, he was also taking back all the rights that Olympus had given to the 11th floor, which made the bastard lose his temper, and he started yelling at the man that this was too much. But the manager was not going to tolerate this. He asked him how he dared to raise his voice at him. Then he delivered a crushing blow straight into the bastard's stomach. He stated that attempting to kill the test subjects was an unforgivable crime for a warden, so as punishment he would spend 1,000 years between life and death. At that very moment, the ground beneath Hypnos began to crumble, and he began to beg for mercy. But no one even listened to him. He blamed Kim for everything, and the guy only waved his hand at him one last time. A moment later, the hole in the ground closed along with Hypnos. The manager was not surprised to meet the young man again. As he had heard, Kim was indeed not an ordinary man, but he did not understand what the young man was counting on when he entered into battle with the rancor. Kim replied that he had to go through a lot of tiring things because of the lack of control over what was happening. The guy himself knew that the stewards could be called a kind of rulers of the tower, since they had the authority of a high-ranking official, but as long as he did not violate the laws of the tower, there was no point in being afraid of them. The guy asked him if there weren't a lot of strange things happening during this test, starting with the distribution into teams. As far as he understood, the warden was the representative of the administrators at the trial, and the man understood that the young man wanted to say that he was to blame for this, and Kim only replied that someone had to be responsible for all of this. This brought a smile to the face of the manager. After all, he is a cheeky guy. He also agreed that the young man was not wrong, so he promised to give him a solid reward upon completion of the test. Kim wondered if he would go back on this promise later, but the man said he was the manager and asked not to compare him to anyone he had met before. He also said that they have a lot of witnesses here, so he thinks that's enough talk. Hong watched all this from behind the bushes, and the manager finally said that a storm was approaching the tower, a huge storm of change. Hun thought that they came here frivolously because he noticed their king here. But in the end, they witnessed something incredible. They all immediately realized that the tests were set up from the beginning, and Olympus was behind it all. They didn't believe Hypnos's words, because something so large-scale could be the initiative of one person. They were 100% sure that the top brass was involved in this too, but in that case, shouldn't they keep it quiet? If the public finds out about this, the tower will be plunged into chaos, and Hun asked them if they were going to blow it all up into a conflict between Olympus and Murim. The guys said no, but they didn't understand how Kim could even stand up to a rancor and one who was strong enough to be appointed as a warden. Hong knew that this wasn't the first time a rancor had lost to a player. Sun Wukong had also been able to defeat a rancor when he was still a player, but considering that the guy's opponent was an Olympian, he would definitely bring with him an even bigger storm than Wukong had done back then. Hong asked Kim what he was planning to do, because he was sure that this incident would raise the whole of Olympus on its ears, and every member of this giant guild would henceforth treat him with hostility. He did not understand how he planned to deal with such a large number of enemies alone. But Kim's answer astonished him, and the youth declared that he would fight until he had defeated Zev, the ruler of Olympus. Hong didn't understand what kind of problems he had with the Olympians, and Kim told him that he only helped a blacksmith who didn't want to forge weapons for them, since then they were hunting for his head. Hun immediately guessed that the guy was talking about Hephaestus. He heard from his clansmen about the recent incidents in the tower. He could not even imagine that the main character of these events was right in front of him all this time. Hong turned around and was about to leave. He asked Kim to be careful and take care of himself. No matter how unique he was, his opponents were Olympians. His comrades did not understand where he was going, and at that very moment, Hong received a new message from Nam Kung Jin. He told them that the great Murim War would soon take place, so they were returning to the Nam Kung clan. After some time, Halaman literally cried with happiness. He really thought he was going to die. Kim only answered him that he didn't die, and that was good. But still he wanted to say something else. Halaman was immediately scared. Had he done something wrong again? Kim just smiled and said that he didn't give up and stood firm, so he praised him for his good work. Meanwhile, Kim already had 618 flags. Halaman understood that if he accepted so many flags, he would receive a sea of contribution points and a hefty reward, but that was not what made him happy now. And the fact that the person who made the greatest contribution in such extreme circumstances, when it was ridiculous to even dream of victory, praised him. He was glad to be on Team A and to be able to fulfill his role as king, and in the meantime, Kim handed him all the flags, which doubled upon being handed over. Now there were 1,236 of them. Team A received 12,360 contribution points, and the challenge was immediately completed. In the end, Team B had only 2 flags, while they had more than 1,000, which could not but please Halaman. Kim also received a notification that for some unknown reason he had received an additional 10,000 deposit points, and he had also been given access to the deposit points store. The ranking of the 11th floor was updated. Kim took first place with more than 22,000 points, even beating Zeus, who only had about 9,000. From that moment on, he was given access to the 12th floor. Sometime later, in a small hotel on the 12th floor, Kim was thinking that he would have been satisfied with a little more than 10,000, but it turned out to be even twice as much. He assumed that the extra 10,000 points were a reward from the manager, which was just an insane amount. Kim also noted that Halaman placed 36th, a high bar even for most strong rankers, but the award is well-deserved, as he risked his life to fulfill his role. In the tournament table, he also saw the name of Hargan, who took 6th place in the ranking. Kim knew that he was initially a promising guy, but as he rose higher in the tower, he became stronger. The young man didn't understand whether what happened in the tutorial and on the first floor had really spurred him on so much. Probably. Hargan is no longer the same as he met him the first time. He was incredibly interested to look at him now. The Namkhun clan is the largest organization after the heavenly demon cult and the center of the martial arts world, leading the Murim guild. This is a noble family from which many rankers, including high ones, came. The one who led the once-dying family to glory and prosperity, Namkhun Jin Wung. Hong just came to him and told him that the test of the 11th floor turned into complete chaos. Even the manager personally got involved in it. He also said that he felt that it was not a good idea to report this through the player recruitment, so he came here before the deadline. Jin replied that the Olympians, who were preparing for the Gigantomachy, found Hephaestus, but were unable to recruit him due to Kim Yu-won crashing in. It's still a big headache for them, so. Jin also remembered that Hong told him that their team had a sponsor from Asgard. The guy confirmed it. His name is Gibbons, in which case the leader assumed that it was only a matter of time before Asgard found out about everything. He came to the conclusion that Kim, this rising star, would find herself at the center of an incredible storm. Jin was sure that the Great War of Murim would make a lot of noise this time. Kim himself practiced his flame control skills. The young man hit every target in front of him without any difficulty. The spectators were shocked. Not only did he hit the target even from afar, but he also accelerated noticeably. For them it was just crazy. How many targets is this guy going to hit? By this time, Kim had already destroyed exactly 1,000 targets. For him, this is perfect for practice. He is more than confident in his spear-throwing technique, but he has never created and controlled spears from sacred flames before, and the system immediately sent him a notification that he successfully passed the test of the 19th floor. He received 50,000 points as a reward, but Kim noticed that there was still time left to complete the test, and since the targets stopped appearing, it seemed like there were no more of them left in principle. The minimum requirement to pass the test was to destroy 100 targets, but he did 10 times more, and the reward was modest in comparison. On the 11th floor, he got more points than he expected, which allowed him to buy the item he needed. But since his growth rate and achievements were still beyond his expectations, he reached the ceiling very quickly. Kim understood that in order to get normal rewards, he needed to get to the 20th floor and above. Every 10 floors there were difficult tests, but the rewards there were also decent. But what he would need to do on the test of the 20th floor was very difficult, so he decided that it would be better to slow down the ascent for a while. At the same time, he will be able to raise his mana to level 100. Now the most effective way to finish off the mana level is to get the highest level elixir, worth 1,000,000 points, He needs a great pill, which is created in Murim only once every 3 years, and he will be able to get it in the Great War of Murim. Kim knew that there were only a few days left before the war began. It's time for him to move on. The day before the start of the Great War, Murima on the 10th floor. Some girl was surprised that this time a lot of people came again, and the guy told her that it was not for nothing that this was the main event in Murim. Everyone was already in a festive mood. The others discussed that this time Nam Kung Hun would probably win. He heard that he was called a genius even in the Nam Kung clan, and they, by the way, are organizing the war. But some did not really agree with this because he was still from the Murima guild, and they were not even the largest guild. Then someone suggested that Hargan would win. They say he had already climbed to the 25th floor and was waiting there for the competition. With such speed, he would not be surprised if he managed to become a ranker in 10 years. Their conversation was immediately interrupted by another guy who shouted that he had big news. Kim Yu-won would be participating in this great Murim war. But no one could understand why he needed it, because all he did was climb up the floors, and he refused to join all the major guilds and refused to finance them. Why was he going to participate in a competition that everyone was going to precisely to attract the attention of the guilds? Someone decided that it was all because of the prize, apparently. In this case, he is completely confident in his victory. It is not for nothing that lately if you hear about some big event, then it is sure to be mentioned. Since Kim Yu-won was going to participate, he was sure that the guilds would pay special attention to this war. After some time, Kim did nothing but refuse invitations from various guild representatives. He even refused the offer of the head of the Earthly Branches Guild, the dragon ranker Branil. Branil said that this was very rude. He should at least let him in first to talk inside, because such conversations were not held on the threshold. Their conversation was interrupted by a stranger who said that he had heard that the Earth Branch Guild had been having a hard time lately, but he was surprised that the head of the guild himself had come in person. It was Serial from the Heaven Guild. He asked Kim if he would drive him away too. Branil was shocked that the high-ranking archangel himself came to the guy. Was he really that talented? Kim only answered Serial that he was already the 30th today. But the blonde was not going to back down so easily. He handed over his business card, and if Kim changed his mind, he could contact him. There would always be a place for him in their guild, but the guy was categorical. He said that he would not get involved with them. The business card was immediately snatched from Serial's hands, and someone's voice said that this was an answer in the style of Kim Yu-won. It was Hargan who asked the boy what about him. Would he also drive him away? Hargan smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Kim interrupted him and told him to leave too. Hargan was simply furious, and Branil could not believe that in front of him was the same Hargan from Olympus. He remembered that he heard about how they went through a tutorial together or something like that. But Kim still said that it was just a joke and asked his old friend to go inside. They left Branil and Serial outside, slamming the door in their faces. Branil's assistant said that this was too much. He couldn't believe that the guy didn't even let them in, let alone offer them a cup of tea. It was disrespect for their guild. But the dragon himself replied that he shouldn't pay attention to it, because they weren't the only ones who were rejected. Meanwhile, Hargan was looking at Kim's mansion, wondering how many points he had spent on it. Kim replied that the points continued to accumulate. He still stopped climbing the tower and went down lower, and if he was going to rest, then in comfort. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's shout. Someone asked Kim to talk a little, and the guy himself asked Hargan not to pay attention if it was really urgent, then they would break down the door or something like that. Hargan admitted that he had rented a good room, but it was impossible to rest in such conditions. Kim suggested that it was all because of the Great War of Murim, but today it was especially hard. Hargan answered him that it was not surprising because he was quite famous, and it was also easy to figure out where he lived if you looked around a little. Kim told him that he could have simply asked for his address, and he would have given it to him without any problem. But Hargan said that he wanted to surprise him with a sudden visit, although judging by his face, he was not particularly surprised. The guy asked him how his team was doing, and Hargan said that the same guys were still with him. Each of them was talented in their own way, so they would all definitely become rankers. In fact, he didn't come for that and wanted to move on to another topic. He heard that Kim got into a big fight. Wasn't it he who prevented Hephaestus from being taken? Although it doesn't concern him, at least he understands who Zeus is. Hargan also said that a lot of information reached his ears, and when he heard it, he seriously thought that he had gone crazy. He was wondering what kind of problems Kim had with Olympus. Kim was surprised that he came to him despite all this, and Hargan replied that he was not one of those people who depended on the opinions of others. Besides, this incident affected Hera the most, and Ares too, but he did not get along well with either one. Kim asked him if Zeus knew about all this, and Hargan admitted that it was the first time he had heard someone call his father by name so frivolously. Hargan said that his father was focused on getting through the last floor of the tower, but he hadn't been on Olympus for a long time, so he didn't know what they had there. Kim knew very well that the 100th floor of the tower was now called the last floor, since no one had managed to pass it yet, and that was why players who had reached the 100th floor were called rankers. He wondered how their faces would contort when they learned about the existence of the attic. His thoughts were interrupted by Hargan. He said that, be that as it may, the whole of Olympus was in an uproar because the guy saved the criminal, so he asked him to be careful from now on. He would try to talk to his father when he had the chance. Kim noticed that Hargan also called Hephaestus a criminal. He said that he needed to go somewhere and asked him if he would go with him. Hargan didn't understand where he was going, and the guy only replied that he was going to see the sinner he had mentioned. They are going to Uncle Hephaestus. Hephaestus continued to forge weapons. He thought about how 3 days had already passed and he was overdoing it, but on the other hand, his hands were itching if he did nothing. To be honest, half of the things that came to his mind were blades, but he couldn't just give up on his determination. Judging by the rumors that reached the first floor, it seems that this young man once again made a brilliant ascent up the tower. Kim told him he would drop by soon, but when exactly? At that very moment, his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice. It was Kim who entered the forge without knocking, and along with him, Hargan. Hephaestus immediately asked Kim who was that guy behind him. Hargan introduced himself, and the old man only said that he was a copy of his father. Hargan asked why he did not call him younger brother, and Hephaestus replied that their family discord was too serious to call each other so affectionately. Hephaestus already thought that he also came for his soul, but Hargan immediately began to make excuses. He didn't even have enough strength. He just came to see him. The old man didn't understand why he needed it. Hargan stunned him with his statement. He said that he simply did not have trust in Olympus. He also revealed that he had been taught since birth that Hephaestus was a criminal, and he also learned that Kim had saved him. Hargan said that it was Kim who opened his eyes to many things, which is why he wanted to meet him to form his own opinion. Hephaestus, when he looked at him, could not help but notice that his eyes and gaze were the same as Zeus's. Was this because he mostly took after his father? He asked Hargan what his verdict was, and he said that it was difficult to say now, since he had only seen his face. The guy heard that he stopped forging for Olympus, but it wasn't always like that. Olympus still has a lot of items made by him. He wondered what had prompted him to stop forging weapons for them. Hephaestus drooped a little, and silence fell over the building for a few seconds. And then he said that it all happened at the very beginning of the Gigantomachy. Giants are one of the few races that held a dominant position in the tower due to their natural strength and grandeur. Although there were people who feared them, pointing the finger at their power as some kind of aberration, the Olympians, who owed their existence to the giants, followed them. The giants, in turn, perceived the Olympians as comrades, or rather as friends. He considered them his friends in return, but suddenly something terrible happened. They were struck in the very heart by the weapon he had forged. The Gigantomachy itself is a war that was unleashed by the Olympians led by Zeus when the giants began to be rejected. The reasons for this terrible war were simple and outrageously political. The opinion of the giants from the outside was not good, and the greedy human nature was eager to appropriate all the power that had previously had to be divided. The giants of Asgard, the giants of Olympus, and members of both guilds went to war against each other. And so the war grew, the sound of clashing swords spreading through the air like thunder, and the ground around the tower was flooded with rivers of blood. His giant friends were sacrificed, and all this is for the sake of raising the status of Olympus. All so that the Olympians can wash themselves clean of their collaboration with the giants. Since then, he stopped working for the benefit of Olympus. This is what prompted him to stop forging weapons. Kim thought about how before he went back in time he told him this story with tears in his eyes. Now he was overwhelmed with the same feelings as then. He simply restrains himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his hands into fists to save face. Hephaestus continued and said that several decades ago, the Olympians told him to start forging weapons again. He assumed that they needed them for the remaining giants, and Hargan immediately realized that they wanted to repeat the gigantomachy. The old man assumed that everything was still in the preparation stage, but such a possibility existed. That was the end of the story. Who to believe is up to him to decide. Hargan may think that he is wrong, because he does not exclude this option. Hephaestus also added that he would continue to oppose Olympus in any case. The old man turned to Kim. He had come here not only to introduce them, so he called him to his place. The goods he needed were in the warehouse. Kim noticed Hargan's condition, but decided it was better to remain silent for now. Now it's better for him to be alone with himself. Hargan himself was simply beside himself with anger, but he didn't show it. He just clenched his fist even harder. Soon Kim and Hephaestus were alone, and the old man confessed to him that Hargan seemed like a nice guy. Now he understood why he brought him here. Was he really planning to take him as an ally? Kim replied that his praise could be trusted, so he invited him to join them. Hephaestus only asked not to drag him into this. The guy had some kind of mess in his head, and Kim replied that he had the same. He still didn't trust him, did he? Hephaestus said that Hargan is currently in an unstable period. It is impossible to predict whose side he will choose in the end, so he will keep an eye on him for a while, and then decide. In any case, it is better to try not to blab about it anywhere. Hephaestus approached some door and removed the sealing chain from it. He showed Kim his order, but warned that the item was a bit complex in nature. Considering how the boy named his sword, he decided that it was better not to trust him with this moment this time, which is why he named it himself. It was Kani's glove. Kim knew that Hades' helmet, which his uncle had made in the past, was also called Kani, so he thought that an item of a completely different shape would receive that name. Hephaestus said that he spent all the adamantium that he sent and also placed the true stone of the dark god on the outside of the glove, but he will not see it. This glove is so thin that you can't even believe it's made of adamantium. Hephaestus himself thought that Kim had fought with the rancor on the first floor, so there was no doubt about his strength. But the problem with Kani was that she would accept the master not by his strength, but by whether he was worthy of it. He was worried whether the guy would be able to cope with her. Kim wanted to tell him something. Suddenly everything around him became dark, and then a huge eye appeared looking straight at him. The eye turned to Kim and asked him who he was. Kim wondered if he should ask such a thing, but he immediately guessed that this was Kani's test and presented himself to the eye. The eye replied that he came another time. Kim was shocked, he thought. It couldn't possibly be talking about his return in time. The guy asked the eye who he was and what he wanted, and the eye said that he was just an eye, and then just mumbled something incomprehensible about a mouth and words. Kim asked if he can't speak because he's an eye and not a mouth. It was kind of annoying for the guy. Kim knew that not much was known about the 3 divine items of Olympus, including the one created from the fragment of the dark god Kani. Kani disappeared right with the invasion of the outer gods, and even what Kronos told him about him was only pitiful bits of information. In the past it was Hades' helmet, now it became a glove. Kim did not understand. Was this creature sealed in the fragment of the dark god, or was it the fragment itself? He would really like to take this chance to learn more about Kani, so that he could better understand his power and find the best use for it in the future, but it would be impossible to have a normal conversation. The eye turned to him again and asked where the guy got this egg from. Immediately, Kim received a notification from the system that the egg had woken up and started screaming. The eye immediately began to release dark energy of simply colossal density. Kim was well aware that it was dangerous. His body could be torn to pieces if he simply touched it. He needed to dodge, but it was too late. We'll have to block it with sacred flame. The next moment, Kim realized that this was not an attack directed at him. All this energy went straight into the egg, and then the percentage of eggs hatching began to increase at an unprecedented rate. Soon it reached 40%. Kim couldn't help but notice this, as the hatching rate had increased by almost 30%, much more than when the egg devoured Orochi's body. He was almost certain that this was the egg of the external god, therefore the eye could well know where they came from. Especially considering how much it pumped up the hatching, Kim asked the eye directly if he knew what kind of egg it was. Let him say whatever he wants. The eye began to close, and finally it said that it was watching. Kim shouted at him to stop. At that moment he found himself back in the forge, but immediately Hephaestus's hammer appeared above his head. The old man never expected this. He stopped a couple of centimeters from the guy's head. Hephaestus was surprised that he was okay. He was just suddenly enveloped in dark energy. That's what he thought. Kim just thought that he was about to die. The old man asked how he liked the glove, and the boy replied that everything was fine. The material was so good that he didn't feel it at all. To be honest, he was focused on meeting this thing, and not on the sensations of the material. Kim did not understand if it said anything else, but he definitely heard the word observe from its lips. The Dark God's shard, or Kaini's shard, held an unexpected secret. Including the Dark God Stone fragment, he remembered all 3 fragments. To find out more, he needs to get 2 more, and of the remaining 2, he can get this one first. His next target is the trident piece. Soon, they returned to Hargan, who was frightened by the fact that the whole forge was shaking. What happened there? Hephaestus told him to ask Kim, because he only tapped a little with a hammer. Hargan noticed the glove on Kim's hand. He approached him and asked if he was okay and what Hephaestus had just talked about. Kim replied that he didn't know, and Hargan asked if they had fought there. Had they? The young man admitted that he would already be in the next world if he had fallen under the blow of his hammer. He also said that there was nothing to worry about, but he really didn't understand what happened. Kim asked him if he had collected his thoughts, and Hargan admitted that he had not yet. He was still a little confused. He thought that first he should meet with his sister and brother. The guy asked which ones exactly, since he had a whole sea of them, and Hargan said that with Apollo and Artemis. Kim knew that Apollo and Artemis were illegitimate children of Zeus. Just like Hargan, they were both among the top 10 strongest high rankers of Olympus, and they also took direct part in the Gigantomachy. The guy realized that the fact that he wanted to meet with those who personally witnessed those events meant that he decided to look into this issue especially carefully. Hargan interrupted his thoughts and said that, however, he would now focus on the Great War of Murim. The prize is nice, but first and foremost, he wanted as many Olympians as possible to know about it for the sake of increasing influence, and Kim admitted that he didn't expect that he cared about such things. Hargan said that he is not Ares. If he wants to gain his own power, he has no choice but to constantly prove his worth. Besides, this competition would gather many more skilled participants than the previous times. He heard that the stands would be filled with ranker spectators. He couldn't pass by such a huge stage called the Great Murim War. Hargan asked the guy if he even realized that more than half of the rankers would come to see him. He also said that there is a rumor that this time a particularly important person will take part in the war, namely the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult. Hargan asked him if this awakened the spirit of competition in him. Kim only thought that he was this deputy head. The deputy head of the heavenly demon cult is a title that gives the right to command any players that are part of the cult, but the problem is that the cult has been practically inactive in Murim until now. They only sat on the mountain because of the stubborn desire of the heavenly demon to protect the sacred flame. It seems that his long-standing wish has come true, so now the cult has decided to go out into the world. Who would have thought that their first step would be to take on the Great War of Murim? You wouldn't know it from the old man. But he turned out to be a cunning fox anyway. If the cult really gets off the ground, they could be of great help later in the war with the outer gods. Hargan was thinking that they wouldn't usually take someone for the role of deputy head of the heavenly demon cult. He first thought that it was a ranker, but then he wouldn't be able to meet the requirements for participants, which means some player. Kim interrupted his thoughts and stated that he was the deputy head of the heavenly demon. This shocked Hargan incredibly. He thought that since Kim was the deputy head, that meant he was at least the heir to a small noble clan. Or was this a reward for the trials of the heavenly demon cult? The guy himself was thinking that the final reward was the sacred flame. But if you think about it, the post of deputy head was also given as a reward, and Hargan, in turn, regretted that he himself should have tried to pass this test. He also told Kim that his value would skyrocket if the public knew about it, but the boy didn't plan on joining anything anyway. However, Hargan said that it was just his opinion, but the guilds thought differently. He smiled and said that tomorrow would still be a lot of fun. The next day, at the opening ceremony of the Great Murim War, it was announced that here, in the Great Murim War, they would be able to find the best warrior among tens of thousands of players, although now all eyes are on the best rising stars in history. Even among the spectators, there are many outstanding players. Who will win this time? Who will get an item worth millions of points? So, the qualifying round begins. Players began to climb up to the arena, and some spectators recognized So Moon C among them, who had only recently climbed up to the 10th floor, but was already participating in such an event. Yang Won-il from the Blue Blade clan was also seen, but viewers thought he was a complete bastard. Vaughn himself heard all these words perfectly well, but it even played into his hands, because in this way, many people would recognize him. He was still able to climb up to the 18th floor, since only players up to the 25th floor can participate. He has a fairly high level. He must somehow take a high position in the rankings to raise the reputation of their clan and attract the attention of the guild leader, but suddenly his attention was drawn to Kim. He immediately remembered this face because they had met before. The audience also recognized the guy. They couldn't believe that he was even there. One didn't expect Kim to be there at all. He realized that he was in the worst possible selection group. The countdown began and one yelled at Kim to turn around. He said that he had not forgotten the humiliation that he had caused him back then. Fate always sooner or later brings sworn enemies together on the same wooden bridge. He immediately rushed to attack Kim, but Kim easily repelled his attack with a swift punch to the jaw. He didn't even have time to understand anything. And the guy asked him who he was anyway. One realized that Kim didn't even remember him, and a moment later, he fell to the ground. Jang from the So Moon clan watched all this, and immediately realized that the person in front of him was Kim Yu-won. Kim also addressed the other participants. He didn't care whether they would attack him en masse or one by one. He asked them not to drag this out and finish it quickly. He said that if they don't attack, he will. The boys were literally dumbfounded with fear. And a moment later, 3 of them were already defeated and lay unconscious. The others were unable to even notice his movements. In an instant, only Chan remained. The guy realized that Kim was inhumanly fast. Is he heading towards him? Not even a second passed before Kim was in front of his face and hit him with the handle. Chan noticed that the guy wasn't even attacking him properly. He treats him like some kind of child. Chan immediately fell to the ground. He literally started coughing up blood. Chan couldn't even move. Several of his ribs were broken. But the most important thing is that not a single one of the other 8 people was killed. It can't be a coincidence. The guy just felt sorry for them. At that moment, the arena announced that Kim Yu-won had advanced to the finals. Kim himself thought that he should wait for his competition. In the next round, Hargan performed, which is what Kim wanted to see. He easily dealt with all his opponents. He made it to the finals with the same ease. Even Kim admitted that he was really strong. It was not for nothing that he rose in the rankings every time he climbed the floors. His growth rate was absurdly fast. He heard that he had recently reached the 25th floor. Judging purely by skill, he was not inferior to players of much higher levels, and if you consider his potential, he was even higher than them all. Mana, lightning control, skills, and even his appearance, he's just a copy of Zeus. Kim started to descend the stairs. when Vaughn suddenly called out to him. He started shouting at Kim, but someone immediately stopped him. The unknown man asked for forgiveness. It seems that his clan's disciple treated him very rudely. Kim noticed that he had an overwhelming aura. He must be a ranker. The guy directly asked him what he wanted. Bak introduced himself to Kim. He is the head of the Blue Blade clan, and came to offer him the chance to inherit their martial arts school. Kim understood that if he was the head of the Murimov clan, he should at least be a ranker, but he still said that he was not interested in his offer. Beck wasn't surprised by this answer, since he heard that he also refused all the major guilds, but Kim didn't understand why he came if he knew the answer in advance. The man said that to be more specific, the Blue Blade is not a guild. Although they are part of the Murim guild, they are much closer to a cult. Beck continued. It is unlikely that Kim knows about this, but the Blue Blade clan has a very long history, although at the present time they are a little in decline. However, it is their clan that is the main heir to the traditions of Murim. He wanted to say that it was Kim who would lead this great clan, but the young man did not even listen to him and simply wished him luck. Beck stopped him, apparently not fully understanding his words. The man said that this was not an offer. Kim expected that one day he would have a conflict about joining the guild. He said that Beck apparently doesn't know what's going on with the ranker who attacked the participant of the Great War Murim. Isn't he afraid of the Namkung clan, because touching a player is the same as touching the organizers? Beck was surprised that the young man was relying on them. He said that the head of the Jagal clan was his adopted brother. Did the young man really think that he would be afraid of some Namkung clan? Kim was just curious to know the reason for such self-confidence, but it means he has someone to cover for him. He asked Beck if his adopted brother knew that he was using his name like this. The bastard asked him not to bother so much. He just wanted to get along with him. If he listens carefully to the end about the Blue Blade clan, he will understand that they are doing quite well. But Kim didn't want to listen to this chatter. He removed his hand and said that he had already given his answer. He refused. Did Beck really think that he relied solely on the Namkung clan? Beck had heard rumors about his skills, but he never thought the guy could be so strong. It definitely wouldn't be easy. How much of a penalty would he have to get? Kim squeezed his hand even tighter. He said that he relies only on himself. Beck immediately took out his blade. He thought about how he always tried to use force in cases of refusal, but this time everything is completely different. Fortunately, the Great War of Murim is in full swing, so they will not come here soon, but he also has a penalty, so he will not drag out the fight with one blow. Kim interrupted his thoughts. If you think about it, he had one more thing he could rely on. At that very moment, a man appeared behind Beck and asked Kim what the deputy head was doing here. It was Fist Lord Peng. Beck couldn't understand what he was even talking about, because Kim himself said that he didn't belong to any of the clans, but he suddenly remembered that the title of deputy head was only used in one place. This can't be. He realized that the vice chief of the cult participating in the competition was Kim Yu-won, even though he was the only one who could pass the test of the heavenly demon cult. But how did he manage to get the position of vice chief? Pan approached the guy. He noticed that this man started a fight with him, so he asked if he should kill him here and now. Beck understood perfectly well that this was no ordinary ranker in front of him. Even if he challenged him, he would lose in 9 out of 10 fights. But even victory would bring only problems, because in that case, he would become an enemy for the cult of the heavenly demon. He had no choice but to ask for forgiveness from Kim, justifying it by saying that he didn't know that the guy was the deputy head of the heavenly demon. If he had known that Kim was already part of the clan, he would never have approached him. Pan said that they were not some kind of clan. He should not equate them with them. Beck once again asked for forgiveness and immediately got ready to leave as quickly as possible. Kim just remained silent. The boy asked Pan if they had spread the rumor that the deputy head of the heavenly demon would take part in the Great War of Murim. The man said that more than 1 or 2 people were glad to come out into the world of Murim, so they raised a joke here and there, and Kim thought so. Peng was very happy and admitted that he was one of those enthusiastic cultists, and Kim finally saw his true character. The guy said that it seems like the head of the jackal clan is covering for the Blue Click clan. Once he ends up here, he will need to deal with them thoroughly. Pan said that just after the end of the Great Murim War, the Namkung clan would organize a dinner party, and it would be possible to discuss this with them there, since any interference must be eliminated as a warning. He asked the guy if he wanted to come to the dinner, but Kim admitted that he wasn't much of a socialite. The boy knocked on the door and was told he could come in. The heavenly demon himself was in the room. Soon they sat down to have a cup of tea, and the demon praised him for his excellent work. Kim asked him if he had come to watch the qualifying round, and the old man told him that he would have won anyway, so there was nothing to see anyway. "Isn't that right?" Kim replied that perhaps that was the case. Suddenly the guy felt incredible energy. The mana of the heavenly demon flowed into the cup along with the tea, and it felt like being under a waterfall, as if a ton of weight had been placed on my shoulders. Is this really a test? He needs to endure it. Kim noticed that Kaney's mana was starting to spill out. Is she really reacting to his emotions? Suddenly the demon interrupted his thoughts. He said that he was now sure. But he still didn't understand why the young man was participating in this war, because it wasn't right for him to be involved in children's fights, and Kim replied that he still lacked a lot, and therefore he needed a great pill. The guy said that unlike him, he is not a real martial artist, and since he is dependent on the system, his characteristics matter. Now the old man understood everything. Thanks to this great pill, this war has reached such a scale. But Kim was still wondering why he came here, and the demon replied that it was time for the cult to descend from the heavenly mountain. They were recruiting newcomers and also conducting tests. They would begin to strengthen their position and expand their influence. With the improvement of technology, it became easier to travel to and from the mountain, so he decided to take an active part in the life of Murim. Kim asked him if the demon was sure of the words he had told him earlier. After all, he had already said that he was not fit to be deputy head, and besides, he was planning to stay somewhere for a long time. He also won't be able to perform his duties, but at the same time, he will be able to use his rights. Perhaps the cult members won't be happy with this arrangement, but the old man replied that he is the head of the heavenly demon cult. As long as he recognizes him, no one will dare to go against his will. Kim asked him, even if there is a risk that the cult will fall because of him. After some time, Kim told him about all the details of the Gigantomachy. The demon said that although he personally did not take part in it, since he spent a long time on the heavenly mountain, but that was the time when absolutely everyone knew about it, does he really want to prevent the second war? Kim confirmed this, and the old man now understood why he had said earlier that he was an enemy of Olympus. The young man decided to ask again if he was sure that he was ready to risk losing the cult because of a conflict with Olympus, and the demon only replied that he would find out when he himself faced everything. What was the point of being afraid to go to sea because of the risk of getting caught in a storm? Kim did not understand his decision. Roughly speaking, he was still an outsider to the cult. Even relatives who were born and raised together were not always ready to walk side by side along the thorny path, so why did he so frivolously agree to go through this path with him? The old man said that if he was trying to understand his motives, he should remember something. Let him know that everything else is of no importance and keep only this in mind. The demon declared that from now on he was a member of the celestial demon cult. Soon Beck came to the other bigwigs who participated in organizing the Great War of Murim, but they noticed that he was somehow gloomy. Still, the war was once again a great success. This time they had many amazing participants. For example, the Prince of Olympus, the descendant of Asgard, the heavenly angel, and also Kim Yu-wan. He really wants to get his hands on him. The eyes of the Shinmu clan admitted that he would like to see him with them. Someone also heard that before coming here, Kim even managed to pass the test of the heavenly demon cult. After all, he is an impressive person. Beck interrupted their conversation and said that this Kim Yu-wan was the current deputy head of the heavenly demon. No one could believe it, and Beck said that the ranker from the cult addressed him by that title. It was rare to meet such a talented young man, so he wanted to greet him as a sign of respect. but that rancor blocked his way and told him not to come closer. The others didn't really understand what the problem was, to just say hello, but cultists have always been like that. The Murim Guild and the Celestial Demon Cult hadn't gotten along from the very beginning. Beck understood perfectly well that for the holders of power in Murim, the demonic cult was an enemy that could undermine their long-won authority. In other words, no one here will accept this arrogant boy. One of the men said that everyone understood that Kim was a strong opponent, so could they allow the deputy of the heavenly demon to win this historically important Great Murim War? Beck interrupted them by stabbing a knife into a plate of fruit. He has a great plan. They can do something interesting in the finale. 2 days later, Hargan was lying in Kim's room, amazed that the final had been postponed and that the competition had suddenly changed to a general brawl. Even Murim was slowly changing. He wondered what Kim himself thought about this. Kim only said that he himself did not understand anything, but the sooner we finished, the better. Hargan agreed with this, because in one-on-one fights, as it was before, they would have wasted too much time. But the guy was more interested in why he had abandoned his guys somewhere again and come here, and Hargan said that they had gone to have fun, eat and see all sorts of things, and that today was the last free day, so they ran away very happily. Kim realized that they would not participate in the final. Hargan confirmed this. He said that they refused to participate at all as soon as they found out that he would also be there. By this time, there were only 5 minutes left until the start of the Great Murim War, so they should already go. Hargan asked Kim to hurry. Kim didn't mind. He understood that Hargan was looking forward to this day. Soon the entire arena was completely filled with spectators. But most of all, their attention was riveted on Hargan and Kim, who had just entered the arena. Kim noticed that even more people were staring at him today. Was it because he was with a guy with impeccable background and appearance? He also noticed that the chatterbox hadn't said a word since they left the inn, and it seemed like he was slowly getting into his own groove. His thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice, which told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Did the guy remember him? It was Nam Kung Hoon, and Kim recognized him immediately. He told him that he was not so easy to forget, and Hargan was surprised that they even knew each other. Hong revealed that they had gone through the 11th floor test together, even though they were opponents, which surprised Hargan even more, since he had managed to survive even against Kim. Hargan introduced himself as the heir to the great Olympus, and Hun said that quite a few players call themselves his heirs. Hargan laughed and said that their family was in such a mess that neither Kim nor Hong expected. Hong turned his attention to Kim. He remembered hearing about some men discussing that a guy was the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult, and as soon as someone passed their test, they immediately took action. So now this same cult is also going to win the Great Murim War, even without being part of their guild. Apparently they decided that their time has come, since Kim Yu-won passed the test. They also believed that this was the reason why the ending was postponed and the form of the narrative was changed, but then Hong himself intervened. He asked them if the heavenly demon cult had broken any rules or if they were trying to pull off some kind of devious scheme outside the arena. Hong sincerely did not understand what was wrong with a well-deserved victory of a strong fighter. You can't categorically reject someone just because he is not from Murim. They are people of honor and justice. Some man answered him that he was still babbling naive nonsense. It was Jin Chong from the Jackal clan. He told him that if he was afraid, then he just shouldn't get involved. Hong knew very well that Jin was a vile snake. He came out so openly only because he was ordered to do so by the clan, since the second most important clan Murima was participating, then most of the other clans were already in cahoots. He was disgusted by the fact that adult men were hiding behind the scenes like children and weaving their vile intrigues there, but he was glad that they would all be crushed by this guy. Kim interrupted his thoughts and asked him if he wanted to say something. Hong knew that he should at least give him a hint. He told Kim that he had experienced his skill on himself, so he didn't have to worry too much, but still asked him to be careful in the final, just in case. Meanwhile, it was announced that the final of the Great Murim War would soon begin, and all finalists must immediately enter the arena. Hargan didn't understand what Hong was talking about at all. Why be careful? Kim told him that they had to go into the arena first. There were already a huge number of finalists there. Now Hargan understood why the guy had said that. All their unfriendly glances were directed at Kim. Kim immediately understood what was going on but thought it was very childish. Hargan told him that he was the only opponent here for himself, so he asked him not to let anyone else beat him up. Kim told him to take better care of himself. They gave each other a friendly fist bump, and Kim declared that nothing terrible would ever happen to him. Meanwhile, the scoundrels from the Murim alliance were discussing that everything was about to begin. They were sure that this great Murim war would be unforgettable, and since it had already happened, why not leave these new rules forever? They were not against it, and Beck turned to Ken, the head of the Jackal clan, and said that he had made a huge contribution. They had almost given all their glory to the cult of the heavenly demon, but Ken himself did not think so, because all this was thanks to his plan. They both laughed together and agreed to visit each other sometime. But not everyone was so cheerful. The head of the Namkun clan realized that this was complete rot and stench. Now Murim is ruled not by those who are stronger in wielding a sword, but by those who are better with words. But the fact that someone like Ken rose to the second position and gained even more power than the Namkun clan was entirely due to his incompetence. So he decided that he would take responsibility and bring change to Murim. He would make this great war a turning point. But at that very moment the smile disappeared from the faces of the scoundrels, and they were simply in shock. The scumbags couldn't believe it. They watched the finale unfold and couldn't understand how this Kim Yu-won was still alive. They were interrupted by a heavenly demon who asked them if his new deputy chief was doing a bad job. He was a little late with his greeting, but he came here at the invitation of the Namkung clan. Meanwhile, Kim left no chance for his opponents. He was terribly calm, and there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. Beck didn't expect this turn of events at all, and Chief Namkun greeted him. After all, he came such a long way here. The others were not so happy about the appearance of the heavenly demon and immediately prepared to attack. But Mu immediately warned them that if they drew their blades, they would die at his hands. No one dared to take a step towards him, and Mu told them that this was a wise decision. From what I've heard, it seems like the deputy head of the heavenly demon is still winning, so that the cult can win the great Murim war. Isn't that some kind of absurdity? But no one said a word, and Mu asked what was wrong with their faces. Did he really look angry? There is simply some kind of misunderstanding here, because he has nothing to be angry about. He declared that the obstacles they had so diligently erected would be destroyed anyway. Meanwhile, Kim continued to fight in the arena. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge axe flew at him, but he managed to dodge it in time. Kim knew that this was not a simple weapon. In the world of Murim, it was called a key weapon. His opponent must be very talented if he was able to use it. Now the serious attacks began. The man with the spear immediately approached Kim and tried to carry out his attack, but the guy managed to block it, and then completely break the distance. Kim told him that he felt like everyone was targeting him right now, and Jin told him not to be offended by the injustice. He stated that the celestial demon cult is simply a long-standing enemy of the Murim alliance. Kim realized that the conditions of the final were changed just for this. He didn't know who came up with this idea, but the method was very simple and effective. If you put several thousand people to fight at the same time, it is quite natural that the strongest opponents will be attacked in a crowd, so those who do not know all the ins and outs will not suspect anything unusual. Kim told him that there was nothing to be offended about, because a mess was a mess. He immediately activated the magic sword. An unknown force began to block the mana, and the sword's effectiveness itself was partially reduced. Jin now realized that this guy really lived up to his strength. Creating a key sword of this size was only possible with a mana level above 60. But, contrary to what was said in the rumors, his skills are not even close to the level of a ranker. He was still overestimated, because he can definitely be dealt with. The scoundrel decided that it was time to finish the calculations and gave the order to his charges. Everyone immediately rushed at Kim to crush him with their numerical superiority, But then Hargan's yellow lightning appeared. The guy instantly pushed them all away from Kim, causing them to fall to the ground. Hargan asked them all if this was too much. Jin asked him in response if they could consider that he was on Kim's side after his recent actions. Hargan replied that yes, he hoped that their clan would be able to maintain good relations with them, but he now knows one thing: whoever decided so is a real idiot. He was surprised by the very fact that he had to choose a side. After all, people from the Jackal clan had always been known for their long tongues, but the others didn't like it. How dare he utter such filth? Hargan merely stated that his words were as their actions were, and then he immediately took off. Literally a second later, he was already next to Jin. And then he launched a lightning bolt at him. But Jin still managed to stay on his feet, but he couldn't help but acknowledge this overwhelming power. Jin shouted at his men to quickly deal with Kim Yu-won, and he would take care of the rest. But before he could finish speaking, Hargan again dealt him a crushing blow right in the chest. Jin asked him if Olympus was not hostile towards Kim, whom he was so protective of. Hargan wondered how he knew this. He realized that there was an informant for the Jackal clan in Olympus, and Kim must have noticed him. Still, they really do take on too much. He rushed to attack the bastard again. Jin himself couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Hargan, of course, inherited the blood of Zeus and was very talented. But he, Jackal Jin Jong, was a genius player and the future head of Murim. At that very moment, another blow landed right on his jaw. He never expected to be so helpless in front of him. And Hargan continued to deliver dozens of blows with incredible speed and force. Jin told him that if he hadn't suddenly intervened, they could have easily eliminated Kim Yu-won, but this only made Hargan laugh. He asked him if they really thought they would have enough strength just because the whole crowd would attack him. At the same time, Kim dealt with the crowd of losers who dared to attack him. He instantly reacted to the attack from behind and easily repelled it, and then completely knocked out the attacker. Hargan, meanwhile, told Jin that it was sad to watch such low-born bastards use such dirty tricks, but to let himself be outmaneuvered by a guy who fought at that level? Jin didn't understand what this meant. Hargan kicked him again, right in the stomach, and it began to dawn on Jin that he really meant that Kim was stronger than even him. But this is impossible because Hargan is a real monster. Lying on the ground, he asked to stop. He admitted his defeat. The rest of the cowards immediately threw their weapons on the floor and also surrendered. They immediately began to run away from the arena with all their might. In the end, only Hargan and Kim remained in the arena. Kim asked him if he was ready, and Hargan replied that yes, he had waited long enough for this. It is not for nothing that they say that fruits picked at the right time are the most delicious. Kim knew he was waiting for a long time, but first he wanted to ask him two things. He asked if he regretted going against Olympus again, and Hargan replied that he was not an idiot, so he was well aware of the consequences of his actions. In that case, Kim is ready to move on to the second question. Had Hargan forgotten how he had knocked him out with one blow in the past? Of course, he couldn't forget how he was immediately defeated by a guy who wasn't even a ranker. Until now, he hadn't even used his sword hanging on his belt, and his magic sword was quite weak. It was obvious that he was holding back his strength. Hargan told him that he remembered everything perfectly well because it was impossible to forget something like that. He decided to ask a counter-question. Does he look the same as he did that day? Kim replied no. In that case, Hargan was going to bring out the power that he was trying so hard to hide. He immediately became close to Kim. But the guy easily blocked his attack. Their power was so great that it caused an explosion throughout the arena. The spectators couldn't even look in their direction. They didn't believe that this was a battle between two players. Were they sure they weren't rankers? Meanwhile, the guys continued to exchange hundreds of blows. Hargan asked him to try applying a little more force. Kim attempted to strike with his sword, but Hargan successfully parried this attack as well. The fight was on such a different level than the other players that they couldn't even understand anything. They prayed for the boys to hold back their strength because their attacks were spreading even to them. In the corner of the arena stood Hong, who was still able to stand on his feet. He understood that now it was finally worthy of being called the finale. He had, of course, heard about Kargana, but he had never expected such power. the son of Zeus, whose name was extolled alongside his as the genius of the generation. This awakened in him a spirit of competition, but in the end, trying to compete with him would be pointless. At that level, even several players of equal strength wouldn't be able to defeat him. It seems even Kim Yu-won is having a hard time. Could Kim really defeat a ranker with such skills? Meanwhile, the boy fought off Hargan's constant onslaught. He couldn't help but admit that he was very fast. He must have an incredibly high level of agility, but his thoughts were interrupted by another attack from him. Hargan didn't intend to stop for a second and immediately found himself on top, but Kim blocked this attempt as well. Kim realized that this was his chance. He immediately grabbed Hargan by the face, just like last time. This brought a smile to both of their faces. And then there was another huge explosion. Kim's sword had already begun to crack slowly. He admitted that Hargan was still quite strong. And he replied that this stick didn't even look like an unfinished sword and was about to break. Was he sure he was ready to continue? Hargan didn't understand. Was this really all he was capable of? At that very moment, a wound appeared on his arm. Kim said he wasn't just taking punches. Hargan didn't like the fact that even such a powerful lightning strike didn't really do any damage to him, although he hated to admit it. But physically, Kim was probably a step above him, although magically, he thought that he was several levels above him. He suggested that the guy continue the fight, and Kim wasn't really against it. Hargan decided to break his weapon first. He immediately appeared right in front of Kim and struck straight at his sword. Hargan continued to strike blow after blow at his weapon. Soon the sword couldn't take the pressure and literally broke into pieces in Kim's hands. This was exactly what he needed. Kim interrupted his thoughts and said that it was quite good. Hargan didn't understand what was going on, because the guy should already be one step away from losing, and he sounded so relaxed. At that very moment, Kim released dark mana, which literally occupied all the space around them. Hargan noticed that this mana was absorbing all his lightning. It was just some kind of absurdity. Kim didn't wait a second and immediately struck him right in the face. The power was so great that he flew across the entire arena. Kim, meanwhile, noticed that some guy was still holding on with all his might, but he didn't have time for that. He immediately knocked him out with one throw of a stone. And then his face appeared all over the arena, and he was declared the winner of the great Murim War. Kim looked at his broken blade. It was the perfect sword to practice mana control with, but it broke faster than expected, just like he ordered from his uncle. It had the worst mana conductivity. But thanks to the mana suppression, he should look about equal to Hargan. It was hard to fool rankers with a simple game, but this way he should convince them, although the last blow still bothered him a little. Immediately, some kind of doll appeared in front of him, which declared him the 834th winner of the Great Murim War. What were his feelings? Kim was brief and said he had fun, and the doll asked if that was all he wanted to say. The guy confirmed this, and the doll immediately brought him his prize. As everyone knows, the main prize of the current competition is a great scarlet medicinal pill. If you believe the producers, the Shaolin monks, this one turned out to be especially high quality. Kim noted that it felt very energizing, but it took a while to digest. Next is the 20th floor. Before everything planned, he still needs to prepare a lot. But first of all, he decided to start with raising the characteristics. The heads of different clans also watched all this. Ken, the head of jackals, couldn't understand why Hargan would even side with this guy. Wasn't he the son of Zeus? Shouldn't he be Kim Yu-won's enemy? But no one showed that anything was wrong. They said that a truly strong fighter had won. This was a real success for the world of martial arts. Mu was thinking that just a minute ago they were throwing mud at the heavenly demon cult, and now they are calling the deputy head of this cult an excellent fighter. It's just ridiculous. Ken asked Jin in a raised voice what he was planning to do by bringing a demonic cultist here, but the man noted that it was too rude to say that. His name was a heavenly demon, not a demonic cultist. And he didn't drag him in, but only officially proposed an alliance. But that's what Ken was talking about. What kind of alliance could there be between the Murim alliance and the demonic cult? But Jin interrupted him and asked in response, "Is it better to let Olympus swallow you up?" He stated that Murim's affairs should be decided by Murim himself. Is he ready to give this world to Olympus? His patience had already snapped, and he shouted that this was a disgrace on his head, and the others could not understand what he was even talking about. Ken literally couldn't say a word. He realized that Jin already knew everything. However, he remained silent because he could not stand up to his faction, which included more than half of Murim. But now that he had the heavenly demon on his side, he had both the basis and the strength to go against him. So, now their era is coming? He is the head of the Jackal clan, a general and a great strategist, so this is how he ended? Mu interrupted them, since their family quarrel seemed to have died down. He would ask them one question before leaving. The old man asked which one of them was Moon Sobek. Moon himself realized that his end had come. A few days later, in the Namkung clan's training cave, Kim thought that he was lucky, because it was usually not so easy to get here. Renting this place for just 10 days would cost an exorbitant amount of points. But for the winner of the Great War of Murim, such a privilege is quite natural. After all, the Namkung clan are serious guys. When he first entered the tower, he dreamed of becoming a ranker of this clan. They seemed so great. But now they seem so small. He took out a great scarlet healing pill from his inventory, and his mana was at level 99. Kim knew that he only needed one level to reach 100, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. He remembered from his past life that the benefits of the pill depended heavily on the person taking it. In Murim, everyone talks about chi circulation and breathing techniques, but in reality, the most important thing is concentration. The question is how much mana exactly he can handle. Kim swallowed it, and a moment later, mana literally began to enter his body. He felt pure and invigorating mana spreading throughout his entire body. The purer it is, the greater the resistance. It seemed like she was being held back somehow by his mana master skill, but it wasn't enough at all. Kim thought his chances of leveling up were at least 50-50, but at this rate, he was in danger of failing. Sometime later, on the 20th floor, in the Sea Kingdom of Portugal, on the island of Neptune, a couple of kids were screaming for help. They didn't understand what they had done to be treated like that, and one of the scoundrels ordered them not to waste their time crying. Were all giants like that? He said that these creatures are not even 10 years old by their standards, and they are already 4 meters tall. It is probably getting harder for them to hide because of how big they are growing, right? The bastards said that they should have behaved more obediently when Asgard still supported them. They shouldn't have messed with demons, and his partner decided not to waste time and told them to spill everything. The guys didn't understand what they were talking about, and a member of the Scarlet Wolf Guild, Hargan, said that they were talking about the Portuguese legend, the Stone of the Sea. There is a fascinating legend in the maritime kingdom of Portugal, which says that whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the seas. One of his comrades thought that this was just nonsense, but Hargan himself did not believe everything under the sun. He had heard a more specific rumor. They say that the giants hid the stone of the seas somewhere. This rumor from Olympus reached him, so it inspired confidence. The guys told him that he already knew their relationship with Olympus, but Hargan did this precisely because he knew about them very well. If the interrogation yielded any results, then they were lucky. And if not, then the 20th floor is under the control of Olympus, so they won't care if a couple of giants die. The bastards said that if they didn't want to die, then let them lay out a stone somewhere. But suddenly he was interrupted by someone's voice, which asked what kind of barbarity was this in their peaceful age. Following this, someone's silhouette appeared from the forest. Hargan warned him not to try to play the hero unless he wanted to end up headless. But suddenly he recognized the stranger. It was Kim, who immediately used the Flame Eyes skill. His senses were heightened by 10%, and then by as much as 25%. Even in the cave, the guy felt that an incredible amount of mana was circulating at an unimaginable speed, in which case there was no point in slowing down the absorption. Mana literally rushed towards him, and soon the mana indicator reached the 100th level. Due to overcoming the threshold of the characteristic, a new unique skill was opened. Meanwhile, his senses had already sharpened by 50%. Kim immediately activated the sensory field skill, which allowed him to receive information about all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 meters. The bastards realized that there could be no mistake. Before them was the winner of the last great war of Murim. Kim said that he didn't understand his words about playing the hero, since from their point of view it looks like that. Then he will prove to them that he is not playing. He immediately jumped up and headed towards them. The sensory field itself is one of the strongest sensory-type skills. It can be put on par with the skill of Sun Wukong's golden flame eyes. The young man already possessed it before returning to the past. The bastards didn't even have time to understand anything. One of them immediately took out a weapon to defend himself. But it was useless against Kim. The young man was already right under his nose. The bastard couldn't understand where this guy got so much strength from. Still, he managed to jump back a little. He shouted for Kim to admit which faction he was from, even though he didn't know which clan he belonged to, but he definitely couldn't get involved. They have laws here too. Horang suddenly intervened. He said he recognized the guy. The bastard was surprised that the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult, Kim Yu-wan, came to them. The giant boy named Buar and his sister Nuyar were shocked that it was that same Kim in front of them. But one of the bastards wasn't going to be scared of him. He said that the guy was a pathetic puppy who barely made it to the 20th floor. Did he really think that they would be the same as all the small fry he had encountered so far? Horang immediately calmed him down. He told his partner that the young man was the deputy head of the cult, and someone could be accompanying him and sitting in ambush now. The bastards were not happy. This time the giants were very lucky. Horang thought that Kim was a thorn in the side of Olympus. How lucky, because now there was an additional reason to rob them. He needs to see the 20th floor supervisor immediately. Soon Kim was left alone with the giants, and they thanked him for saving them. The guy said that no matter how young they were, killing a couple of people should be a piece of cake for giants, so why didn't they try to fight? Buar replied that he was apparently well informed about giants. But who was he? From Olympus or Asgard? Noir told her brother that no matter what, he saved them. But the boy didn't think so, because Kim was a human. Did she really think that he would help them for nothing? Kim replied that he was smart, and Buar came to the conclusion that he also wanted the Stone of the Seas. After all, they told those bastards that they didn't know anything. Why were they all so similar? Buar continued, but Kim interrupted him. He said that he knew that they did not have the Stone of the Seas. He came to meet another giant. He needs Urfa. He wants to meet their elder. The boy said that the elder does not accept any of the people, so he needs to leave. As he already said, he will be able to kill even a crowd of people like him. Kim understood perfectly well that giants can in no way be called weak. After all, they are gifted with enormous strength from birth. They could put up a serious resistance, but further disagreements with people could lead to a new wave of giant exterminations, so they have to hold back, even though the guy is young, but very wise. Buar was about to leave, but Nuir asked him to wait a little. The guy realized that she had already contacted the elder, and the girl confirmed it, because this man saved them, so she thought that it was at least worth letting the elder know. Noir asked for forgiveness from Kim. After all, it doesn't depend on them whether he can meet with the elder or not. Kim himself understood this. Suddenly, the girl received a new message. Soon the boys saddled huge wolves and headed off somewhere. Buar was perplexed. He didn't understand why the elder even wanted to meet this guy. Noir only wondered if he had the druid's training skills, because how did he manage to subdue the big wolves so easily? Well, be that as it may, she didn't think that he could be called an ordinary person. He had shown himself well in the Great War of Urim. But Buar didn't share her opinion, because he wasn't even a ranker, and he still didn't like him. It was very suspicious that the person even knew about the elder. The guy fell silent and thought deeply about something. Noyar immediately asked him not to dare fight with him. The boys jumped off the mountain. And then they found themselves in the place, at the great tree of Adam. Buar asked the boy how he liked the view. Isn't it amazing? This tree cannot be felled or burned, and the elder even said that it is one of the world trees, although he does not know whether this is true or not. Kim knew full well that the giant tree, which was thought to be impossible to fell or burn, had burned to the ground in the second gigantomachy before he returned in time. The guys distracted him from his thoughts, but he froze in place and did not go down. Kim jumped down to them, and Buar said that from now on he had to watch his behavior carefully. One wrong move, and he would be crushed into a pancake. After some time, they entered the village of giants. None of the residents could believe it. Did a man really come to them? Nuyar asked Kim not to pay attention to them. He was a guest of the elder, so he had nothing to fear. Soon they came to some house. Buar asked if there was anyone inside. A voice from the hut answered him to come in. The door swung open and Kim thought that they had finally met. A high-ranking player who lived before the first Gigantomachia. The one who is called a living legend among giants. The elder of the giants, Urfa, greeted the human child. Kim went inside and Urfa asked his name again because he was already getting old, so his memory began to fail him. Kim repeated his name, and the giant immediately remembered it because he had heard about it. Little Hephaestus often mentioned it. He is at odds with Olympus, even though he is not even a ranker, but a young man who has barely reached the 20th floor. It is truly amazing. However, it is not a matter of courage, but rather recklessness. Urfa gave him advice that if the guy valued his life, then he needed to stop going against them, because for them, he was just a pathetic crumb that could be simply brushed away at any moment. Kim admitted that he had heard that the giant was a pacifist. But is he really just afraid? This angered the giant. How dare a youth mock him? The floor beneath their feet began to literally crumble, and Kim said that he may have heard that Olympus was in the midst of preparing for the Gigantomachy. He wondered if he was planning to just sit and wait for them all to be exterminated. Urfa noticed that his mana refused to harm this boy. And he also couldn't help but notice his eyes. It was a very firm look. There was not a drop of fear in him. The giant admitted that he was indeed as fearless as he had heard. Kim is right. If he just hides, holding his breath, then their extermination is only a matter of time. It may happen not even in 100 years or 10, but tomorrow. Urfa also heard from Hephaestus that the young man was looking for the legendary Stone of the Seas, but, contrary to rumors, they did not have it, but he knew where it was. Kim didn't understand why the elder decided to tell him this. Urfa replied that he had 2 reasons for this. Thanks to the recommendation of little Hephaestus, he could be sure that Kim was not in league with the Olympians. And the second reason is different. They just looked at each other, and a deathly silence hung in the room. Soon Kim came out of Urfa's hut. Kim realized that the giant had just been looking at Caney. Urfa told him that the second reason is that he is the strongest player of the current era. No matter how much Uncle Hephaestus praised him, he was clearly overrated. Kim didn't understand. Had Urfa just carried out his test to see if he was worthy of the Stone of the Seas? One way or another, he will soon find out the location of the stone. After some time, he was already near the sacred tree. Kim didn't know if it was as strong as the staff of the sage equal to the sky, but at the current level, it would be difficult for him to leave even a single scratch on this tree. And this means that he can have a blast. Kim summoned a huge number of sacred fires, but he himself understood that he would not be able to control them all. Soon, they would get out of his control and scatter in all directions. In that case, he used the sensory field and flaming eyes skill. Kim immediately received information about all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 meters, and in total his senses became 50% more acute again. The guy directed all the lights at himself and dodged them, running along the tree to inflict at least some damage on it. Because he used multiple high-ranking skills at the same time, he started to feel quite dizzy. He still continued to successfully dodge no matter what. But suddenly, one of the lights caught him by surprise, appearing above his head. And then a huge column of flame appeared. But Kim managed to survive. He was able to dodge at the last moment. He just applied the sense enhancement from the sensory field to the fiery eyes. But everything around him became incredibly clearly readable. As he thought, the duet of these skills is beyond praise. The trouble is that the more the senses become heightened, the more the brain becomes overloaded, and it will require a lot of practice. Suddenly, Quantum came to him and called the guy an ant. He didn't understand why the guy was considered so cool. He only heard rumors, so it was unknown whether it was true or not. One of his comrades said that he had heard that the elder of Urfa had invited him, and he himself had seen that Buar had personally brought him. But Quantum did not care, because all people were their enemies. Meanwhile, Urfa's room literally began to shake. He clearly heard Quantum's words that people were their enemies. The old man remembered the events of the previous Gigantomachy, when many giants died on the battlefield. He blamed it all on the damn Olympians, and a huge tsunami was already heading towards them, at the top of which stood the god of the seas himself. Suddenly he was awakened by a wolf who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Urfa could no longer count how many times he had dreamed this nightmare. Today it was so clear because of the arrival of this human child. He wondered how Kim and Olympus could be connected. His thoughts were interrupted by shouts in the street. It seemed like some kind of fight had started there. Urfa only smiled but had no intention of interfering. He thought that this time everything would not be as Poseidon, the god of the seas, wanted. At the same time, Kim easily stopped Quantum's fist. Kim just smiled at the giant, which only made him even more angry. He told the guy that he would pay for this, but the young man clenched his fist even tighter. He did it so hard that Quantum literally began to writhe in pain. No one could believe that a man had managed to suppress Quantum with just force. Kim then threw the little bully to the ground. The guy also turned to his friends. There are not 5 of them. Let them call all their friends. He will play with them as much as they want. Soon there were already a lot of people. Kim managed to defeat even Tulkar and Vulcan, and Buar and Nuir could not believe their eyes, no matter how strong this guy was. But how is it that dozens of giants cannot defeat one man? Meanwhile, Kim grabbed the huge giant by the collar, and then he threw him to the ground with great force. But the big guy wasn't going to give up just like that. Kim immediately activated the gigantization skill, and the giant's power began to seep into his hand. Thus, he easily finished the fight with just one blow. He had already asked that they attack him not one by one, but all at once. Didn't they understand that? The rest of the giants just watched all this in silence. Buar told his little sister that she, of course, asked him not to fight with this guy, but he himself was asking for it. Shouldn't they show due respect to the guest once? The giants noticed this couple, which surprised them greatly, because it is not every day that you see the descendants of the god of giants fighting, but Kim had never heard of anything like this. But these two are certainly impressive guys. Buar admitted that his fists were itching from the first second he saw him. He was interested to see what the famous Kim Yu-won was capable of. Kim smiled and told him not to be shy about looking, since they wouldn't be able to admire it for long anyway. These words also brought a smile to Buar's face. He liked his attitude. The giant immediately attacked Kim from above. The boy immediately activated his fiery eyes and sensory field skill, which allowed him to read the enemy's attack. He dodged the brutal blow with ease. But Buar was a smart guy. He immediately pushed off the floor with his hands to launch a kicking attack. Even Kim didn't expect him to be so agile. Buar gave the command to his sister, who was already behind the young man and was about to strike from behind. Kim instantly drew his sword and blocked her attack. Thanks to this, he managed to break the distance with her. Kim knew that it was rather unwise to try to fight them with physical strength alone, without using mana. But since he had decided to train for now and not fight, he should only use the skills that he needed to practice. He dodged another blow again. Buar asked him if Kim knew why he never argued with his sister. The answer is painfully simple. It's all because she's stronger than him, and in the meantime, Nuir was already on top of the guy to finish this fight. Kim did nothing until the very end, and a moment later there was an explosion. But the giants didn't understand anything, because they were absolutely sure that they had struck straight at the guy. Meanwhile, Kim was hovering in the air right above them. He used the Hermes step, the long-lost sandals of Hermes that were imbued with his power, increasing his jumping power by 50%, and also giving him the ability to double jump in the air, but there was one limitation. It could only be used once per day. This was the skill that Kim had purchased with his contribution points on the 11th floor, and it was also the last skill he needed to practice today. He had already done the jump, so there was only one left. Kim headed straight down at incredible speed. He instantly found himself between Buar and Nuiara, and then he struck the girl's hand with his sword. This infuriated Buar beyond belief, but Kim had already disappeared. The giant was very angry. He suggested to his sister to crush this fidgety bastard. They immediately began exchanging a flurry of powerful attacks. The rest of the giants just stood there and tried not to get hit by one of the stray blows. The couple managed to surround Kim again, but the guy managed to slip right out of their hands again. By this time, the giants were already quite tired. Buar admitted that he simply could not predict where the guy would go to grab him, and Nuir added that he dodged all their attacks in advance. Could he really foresee them all? Buar also noted that the young man didn't even counterattack. He didn't know what the hell Kim was up to, but he wasn't going to let things go his way anymore. Nuir realized where everything was going and tried to stop her brother because the fine was starting to affect him. Kim knew that Buar wasn't even a ranker yet, so holding back his mana with a penalty meant that he was going to hit with all his might. Kim used the flaming eyes again, which activated the battle prediction. The guy decided that he would not dodge this blow, he would go straight at it. Kim just needed to find time to attack. His fiery eyes were constantly calculating the path to attack. He realized that it was a hurricane of mana. The next moment, Buar delivered his crushing blow, but Kim was ready and dodged it in time. The giant didn't expect the guy to crawl right under his blow. Still, Kim is even crazier than he thought. The guy smiled and replied that that was just the way he was. The audience couldn't understand what just happened. Nuir understood perfectly well that her brother had put all his strength into this blow, and the guy had simply gone ahead. Kim turned to the couple and said that at least they were worth something. He extended his hand to Buar, but added that it was true, it was still not enough. The giant knew that today was not his day, but he was still going to get revenge on the guy tomorrow. Then he will definitely succeed. He shook Kim's hand and thanked him for the battle. 10 days later, Kim was dining at the same table with the entire Buar and Nuir family. Buar suggested to the guy that they have a battle after the meal. Today, victory would definitely be theirs. He also asked the other giants to eat faster. They were just wasting time, and Kim asked him to stop. He didn't want to fight today. Buar didn't understand this at all, and the guy explained that tomorrow he was going to the test of the 20th floor, so he needed to save his strength. Nuir thought about how, when she and her brother first fought against Kim, she was sure that if they tried hard, they would definitely win. But even the 5 of them couldn't do anything against him, even though they were young. But defeating 5 giants in a couple of minutes is impossible for an ordinary person. She didn't even imagine how strong Kim was using mana. Kim noticed that the girl was thinking about something, and Nuir admitted that she simply remembered their fight. She said that he had noticeably become stronger over the past 10 days. But the guy didn't even notice it. It was as if nothing had changed for him, because he still hadn't tried out the new skills. Buar remembered that Kim said that he was looking for the stone of all the seas. Will it return to them after the test, or will it rise higher? Kim said that he would first find the stone and then go to the next floor. But Buar didn't understand anything. He said that the test was tomorrow. Would he really have time to find this stone in that time? Suddenly, Quantum realized that the stone was somehow connected with the test, which meant that the elder did know where it was. Kim said that not only Urfa knew about the stone, but also all the divine giants. They are their descendants, and his father probably also knows about the stone, he just doesn't tell. Quantum asked if this stone was really that important, and Kim confirmed it. The giant immediately thought that they really should have found it and kept it, but he still didn't understand why the elder told Kim about it. The guy himself didn't understand. He said that Urfa only told him that he was the strongest player. This made Quantum incredibly angry. He couldn't believe that the elder did this. But why did he remain silent all this time? He understood perfectly well how they were suffering, and all because of this damn legend. Nuir asked him to calm down, but Quantum believed that he was right. They had been attacked countless times, and once he had almost been killed. He wasn't the only one who suffered because of this. Each of them went through this. He risks his life every time he leaves the settlement, hides and tries not to be seen. He can't even answer when they poke him with a sword. Is this stone really more important than them? Buar couldn't comprehend that the elder thought that this stone was more important than their lives. Kim interrupted him and said that the elder had done the right thing. He explained that if the stone had been kept in the settlement, They would all be dead by now, but this secret saved them from complete extermination. These words finally drove Quantum crazy. He was going to hit Kim straight. Who does he think he is to say such a thing? Kim dodged his blow again, and then he twisted my arm and shoved my face into the floor. Kim asked him how he still didn't understand that Urfa protected them all. The guy told him to stop blaming him. He didn't tell about the stone so that they wouldn't blab. Kim asked him to think about it. He let go of the giant and headed for the exit. The others immediately asked Quantum to calm down because he was already getting it from him all these days, but he didn't care. He was going to go to the elder so that he could explain himself. Even Buar intervened. He also asked him to calm down. Maybe Urfa acted rashly, but tomorrow everything will fall into place. Stop filling your brain with this. Buar himself wondered whether the elder had really hidden all this from them. But what did he tell Kim? Soon Kim came to his hut and lay down on the bed. He had been using the flaming eyes and sensory field for 10 days straight. His head was already splitting from it. He needed a good night's sleep before the test. He also noticed that Kaini was still emitting mana. It must be all because of the weapon Poseidon had. Kaini had been emitting mana more and more ever since he came up to this floor. After all, the stone had the same energy as the Dark God's stone. Could it be that they were reacting to each other like this? If they have the same nature, then this is not surprising, and if his guesses are correct, then the glove can be used as a radar. You just need to understand how to master Kaini and take control of the mana flow. He clearly felt that Kaini was yearning to find the missing part of himself. Kim tried to make the eye come to him. He will definitely achieve his goal, and in such a way that Hephaestus will dance with delight. Kim again ordered the eye to appear before him. At that moment, the room began to be covered with dark energy. 20th floor testing area, Triton Island. Kim, along with Buar and Niwara, arrived here, and the guy noticed that there were quite a lot of monsters for such a small space. Buar noted that it was just like the training island. Maybe they were inspired by it when they created Triton. Nuera asked him if he remembered how he was almost eaten by the chimera, which greatly embarrassed the giant. Buar told the guy that as the elder had asked them, they led him to the area where the test was being held, but he still didn't understand what the point was, because there was nothing dangerous for him here. It seemed to him that even they could handle the upcoming test. Noir told him that in fact even their rankers were looking at this island with apprehension. They believed that this place could turn into a real battlefield. She also suggested that the test would obviously be much larger than usual. Kim understood that Urfa had kept the secret of the sea stone for a long time. He understood his caution, because during the first Gigantomachy, they had to hide in the shadows. Now he has revealed his cards, and Olympus will find out about it sooner or later, so the giants are under attack, so he cannot let them down. He must find the stone. By this time, the system had sent him a notification that the 20th floor test would begin in 10 minutes. Finally, he told the couple that new times had come for the giants. Since Urfa had allowed them to leave the forest, he also asked them not to let them down. Buar promised that they would try. The guy doesn't even know how long he's been waiting for this day. Kim immediately took off, and a huge crowd of bandits appeared behind them. They were going to grab the guy because they couldn't let him get to the test. One of the bastards ordered them not to worry about the giants because they wouldn't do anything to them anyway. But it was not to be. Buar immediately struck the scoundrel straight in the stomach. And then there was an explosion. Buar grabbed this bastard who even in such a situation threatened the giant. Are these cowards really tired of living? The giant told him that it no longer applied to them, and in the meantime, Nuyar struck one of the bandits right in the face and trampled him right into the ground. She wiped his blood from her face and looked at the bald idiot. The bastard immediately noticed this cold look, but still did not understand why they suddenly changed so much. Buar told him that from now on they would fight, so he was unlucky enough to fall into their hands. At the same time, some man asked again if it was true that Kim Yu-won had sided with the giants. It was Theseus, the examiner of the 20th floor test, and the guy behind him confirmed it. Hargan from the Blood Wolf Guild told him, and they also learned that the giants accompanied the guy to the island and protected him. Theseus said that no matter how scumbag these bloody wolves were, Kim was definitely not a match for them. This guy had already slapped Olympus himself for the second time. He also added that his people would take care of him, he would definitely not get to the test site, and while the players and the manager were busy with the test, they would take care of the young man. His assistant noted that it was still strange that giants were helping this guy, because after the Gigantomachia they should despise people. Everything couldn't have changed because he stood up for them? But Theseus himself did not understand this. He remembered how Poseidon said that the giants were hiding the sea stone, so he was named the examiner of the 20th floor. If he managed to find the stone, he would recognize him as his son. Theseus knew that his father's information was definitely not false, considering how obsessed he was with the stone that he even went against Zeus's will. But he couldn't help but think that the giants had decided to leave their forest as soon as Kim Yu-won appeared. Was he somehow connected to the stone? He saw no other reason for such an alliance. At that very moment, he received a message that they had failed to stop the guy. Meanwhile, the guy was already at the test site. He thought about how it hadn't been without obstacles, but he still managed to get there in time. He was sure that the giants would cope with the scum, because they had endured for so many years, and now they could fight back. The system sent him a notification that there were many sea creatures living on the island. By killing them, he would earn sea hearts. Depending on the number of hearts earned, he would be awarded additional points, but there was a 12-hour limit. Kim noted that the challenge itself was similar to the Capture the Flag challenge that was on the 11th floor, except that there was no limit to the number of people who could complete it. Many are confident that they will move to the 21st floor without any problems with the team. He even felt a bit offended for them. After all, no one else will pass this test. Kim immediately jumped into the water. He remembered Urfa's words that Hephaestus told him that he was looking for the stone of all the seas, but he said that the rumors were false because they did not have it. However, he knew where he was. To reach it, he will have to dive into the very depths of the sea, into waters filled with dangerous creatures. And victory over them is only the easiest of the tests that await him. Then he asked Kim if he was worthy of receiving the sea stone. After a while, there were only a little over 6 hours left until the end of the test. At the same time, a group of players continued to exterminate monsters. They already had 15 hearts, 1 per person, after all. The test turned out to be much easier than they thought. There's still half the time left. At this rate, they'll be able to get another heart for each team member. There'll even be time left for a bonus reward. A strange eye immediately appeared above them. They were given the task of finding Kim and preventing him from winning. This was an order from Olympus itself, but it would be difficult to carry it out with so many people. One of the guys thought that it was even good that they hadn't met him yet. They needed to manage to collect enough hearts before he appeared, or better yet, that he didn't appear at all. He gave the order to his team that it was time for them to move out, so they split into 2 groups, so they could collect the hearts faster. At that very moment, a huge column of water appeared behind them. Nobody understood what the hell was going on. They immediately prepared for battle. They thought it was a monster. But as it turned out, it was Kim who landed successfully behind them. The players immediately calmed down, realizing that this was the same player. But the next moment, they realized that this was not an ordinary guy. And Kim himself came to the conclusion that they are connected with Olympus. The guy didn't understand how Kim found out about this. Could it be that someone had let it slip? If the rumors about Kim Yu-won's feud with Olympus were true, then he was afraid to imagine what he would do to them, and Kim himself noted that judging by their faces, he had hit the nail on the head. Everyone immediately realized that he had simply guessed and knew nothing, and the young man asked them only not to run away. He told them not to be afraid of him. He wasn't going to fight them anyway. They better think about how to fight them. At that very moment, huge whirlpools appeared in the water, and a moment later, colossal sea monsters appeared from there. The creatures literally began to crawl onto the shore. Akil didn't understand why the hell there were so many of them, and his comrade reported to him that they had a more serious problem. A whole crowd of monsters was breaking through from the other flank. They need to get out of here immediately. If they don't do it now, they won't be able to escape. Akil said that if they left the island, they would be disqualified, but his comrades didn't care. Couldn't he see that something was wrong with the test? Kim interrupted them and said that the test was fine, he just changed the conditions a little. The guy remembered Urfa's words. By breaking the symbols of the sun and moon he would open the seal. After it fell, the test would become much more difficult. Akil still couldn't believe what it meant that the rules had been changed. So what were they going to do with these sea hearts now? The giant also told Kim that by removing the seal, he would find a sea turtle, and the sea stone is located in it. Once the seal is broken, control of the test falls to the shoulders of the controller, and not even Olympus will be able to stop him. Kim then asked him how he knew all this. Urfa said that long ago, an old giant himself raised this turtle and made it swallow a sea stone, and then sent it into a deep sleep, and this giant was himself. The old man also warned that when the test was over, Olympus would try to attack him and take the stone away, but they would not allow them. The stone of the sea must not fall into the hands of Poseidon. He asked Kim to protect him at any cost. Kim thought about the fact that the monsters felt the power of the stone and came to his call, and they wanted to attack him alone. Soon Olympus would figure out what was going on. He was already sure that they understood that the test was no longer in their power. At that moment, he received a notification from the system that the sea turtle had awakened, and the purpose of the test had been changed. So much time has passed since the guy broke the seal, and she only just woke up. The location of the test was moved to the body of a sea turtle, and the new goal was to defeat it and obtain the sea stone. At the same time, Theseus read the messages from the search party that they still hadn't found Kim Yu-won, but he still didn't understand how they couldn't find one person on such a small island. It can't be that the guy decided to escape from the test. Something is definitely wrong here. The ground continues to shake, and the monsters seem to have gone mad. Theseus could not understand what the young man was up to. At that very moment, he received a notification that the rules of the test had been changed, and due to non-compliance with the new conditions, he was deprived of his position as an examiner. Immediately, everything around them began to change, and a second later, they found themselves in the middle of the forest. Theseus didn't understand how the hell was going on here. In parallel with this, the sea turtle has already fully revealed itself. This turtle is the ruler of the 20th floor, the strongest sea creature that managed to approach the power of Zhongwu, the Taoist deity in the form of a turtle entwined with snakes. Theseus realized that after the seal fell, the test became more difficult and came under the control of the manager. If only they knew that the sea stone was in the turtle, they would have taken it away long ago. It must be thanks to its power that it became so big. He was sure that this was all the work of Kim Yu-won. Only this young man could have pulled this off. He needed to tell his father about everything and ask for help. Once the test is over, he will personally tear this guy to shreds. Suddenly, they noticed the blood wolves, who were badly beaten. Theseus greeted the new guest. They had not seen each other since the Gigantomachy. It was Suktar, a giant ranker and the 21st son of the fire giant Certra, along with the rest of the giants. Suktar said that they were not close enough to throw around such pleasantries. He heard that his life was in full swing. He had recently become an examiner. Shouldn't he be supervising the test? Theseus replied that the situation was getting tense. But what was he doing here? Was he really trying to ruin his test? And Suktar said that the blood wolves had attacked their young. The whole pack had attacked 2 small children, so they had to intervene. Was he not happy with something? Theseus understood perfectly well that things were getting worse and worse. He asked the giant if he was really trying to provoke him. So let him know that he can answer and will not allow anyone to interfere with the course of the test. He doesn't care who stands in front of him. At that very moment, his comrades appeared behind him, already prepared for battle. Suktar just laughed. It was strange to hear such accusations from someone who was to blame for everything. Did he really think that they came here to disrupt the test? They don't give a damn about him. They are only fulfilling the will of the elder of Urfa. That's why they won't let him lay a finger on Kim Yu-won. In parallel with this, Kim continued to exterminate sea creatures one after another. With the help of the sensory field skill, he was able to notice Suktara on the island. Well, finally the big guys joined in. It looks like Urfa decided to play big. He must not let him down. Olympus must be left with nothing. The sea stone will belong to him. He again rushed into the huge crowd of sea monsters. The guy pushed off the back of one of them, and then he jumped straight into the sea turtle's mouth. He plunged into the darkness and the special ability of the Dark Knight's sword was activated. Under the influence of darkness, the speed of stamina recovery was increased by 112%, and mana recovery by 56%. The power of magical abilities has also been increased by 56%. But he still had to deal with a bunch of monsters inside the turtle. Just a little more and he will have the stone. There was a legend that whoever found the stone would become the god of all the seas. Kim knew that the sea turtle was part of this legend. At the moment, she is the god of all the seas. Soon, Kim dealt with all the creatures in his path and reached the turtle's stomach. Kim knew that some of the monsters had followed him inside the turtle, chasing him, but most of them were probably drawn by the call of the sea stone, the divine sea crystal. Considering that monsters had lived inside the turtle before, this place can be considered not just its stomach, but a full-fledged dungeon with its own ecosystem. Suddenly, a strong stream of water appeared behind the guy, and then several monsters appeared in front of him. Kim realized that, judging by the size of the turtle, it could hold several tons of water. He had no choice but to try to break through. He activated the darkness attribute on the blade, and he headed towards a whole crowd of monsters. He beheaded one of them without difficulty. Then he started jumping on their heads. He literally hovered between them, not even giving them the opportunity to attack him. While it wasn't anywhere near Hades' invisibility, Kaini's stealth should have been enough for him for some time. Suddenly, a couple of huge monsters sensed something. One of them immediately attacked Kim. The guy managed to block this attack. Apparently, they got used to the stench of fish, and they smelled his scent right away, so they are trying to get rid of it like a virus. He immediately cut the giant into small pieces, and the Heaven's Doom skill had only increased by 0.005%, and by this time there was just under 1% left until it was fully completed. Kim thought he would be able to use this ability by the end of the trial, but at this rate he would hardly be able to do so. The number of monsters was astounding, so it would be better to avoid contact with them. He was more interested in where the sea stone was hidden. He doubted that it would just be lying around in the middle of the stomach. Most likely, it was stored in the most protected place. In the organ that moves such a giant creature as a sea turtle, Kim was sure that the sea stone was located right in the heart of the mana. Considering how Kaini is shaking, there is no doubt that it is not just the stone. The mana heart is an important vital organ, which means the sea turtle ecosystem will protect it at all costs. He didn't know how many more monsters there would be on his way, but he needed to get there with the least loss of strength. He used his fiery eyes to navigate in the dark, thereby reducing the flow of mana that could be used for other abilities. If he gave up his eyes, he could strengthen his other senses. Kim immediately used the sensory field skill and then summoned the sacred flame. He was immediately surrounded by a multitude of sea monsters. It was as if he had fallen into a snake pit. Over time, Kim continued to exterminate monsters. He didn't understand where they were all coming from. In this stomach, he met more monsters than in all 20 floors. But their pressure still did not stop. His stamina and mana recovery rate have been increased thanks to the Dark Knight blade. But he still spends mana faster than it can regenerate, as if there won't be any left by the time he gets to the mana heart. The monsters continued to attack without interruption. By this point, he had already used up half of his mana, but he felt that the target was close. He's been wandering around inside the stomach for over an hour now. How many more monsters does he need to cut out? Kim didn't understand where the heart was. There will soon be no mana left. He needs to find it as quickly as possible. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He noticed a red glow, and then the heart of mana itself, which was guarded by many creatures. He couldn't even estimate their approximate number, but he didn't care about them, because the goal was already close. Hephaestus had told him earlier that in this situation he could only do one thing to show the full power of Kaini. This is his best masterpiece that he has ever created. Kim understood that it would be something comparable to Zeus's lightning. The guy immediately used the call of hell, and at that very moment, that very eye appeared in front of him. He had exactly half of his mana left, but there was no longer any reason to conserve it. He ordered the monsters to get out of the way. The sea stone will belong to him. The sandals of Hermes, the aegis of Athena, and the sun chariot of Apollo are just some of the things made by Hephaestus, the tower's greatest blacksmith. However, if one were to choose the greatest of his works, it would definitely be Zeus's lightning, a weapon that can not only wipe out an island with a single blow, but can also control the weather at the will of its wielder. And now this weapon has a competitor in the face of Kaini. The monsters literally began to shake with fear. None of them dared to take a step. Kim knew that adamantium was capable of channeling the powers of the dark, sea, and sky crystals to their fullest extent, but Kaini's power was dependent on the hand of the master who created it. In the past, Kaini was created by one of Hephaestus's students, but this time he created her himself. In other words, his Kaini is a much greater weapon than Hades' Kaini. The monsters decided to attack Kim as a whole crowd. The guy told them that they were climbing towards me even though they knew they would die, how the power of the stone had brainwashed them all. Kim used the Hell Summoning skill, Kaini's special ability that sends targets absorbed by the eye's black mana to a specific location. The mana flow immediately absorbed all the monsters, and they disappeared in an instant, but Kim did not understand what this dark mana was and where it led. Suddenly he felt hellish pain. His arm felt like it was being torn apart. He didn't understand why it hurt so much, after all. He had invested more than 100 points into dark magic. Was that really not enough to cope with this power? He just has to endure it. He used the Hermes sandals and jumped up, appearing above all the monsters. The monsters still weren't going to give up and defended the heart to the end. And the guy made them all disappear again. Dark mana literally filled the entire space. Kim activated the Heavenly Step skill. Now his movement speed was increased by 100%, and he could hover in the air for 5 seconds. He needs just a little bit more. He activated his fiery eyes to read the correct path, but still couldn't find this stone. Suddenly he received a notification that Kaini had sensed the energy of the sea crystal. Kim immediately pinpointed its location. He decided to get through to him with one blow. The next moment, the guy delivered a crushing blow straight to the sea turtle's mana heart. It was smashed to pieces. The monsters stopped immediately, and then they began to swim towards the remains of the heart. One of them was about to swallow the heart. But Kim didn't let him do this and cut him into 2 pieces. He knew he was in bad shape. Not only did Kaini make his eyes look foggy, but he also couldn't feel his right hand at all. If he wants to master this ability, he will need to increase his dark magic and stamina. In the near future, he decided that he would concentrate on pumping up the necessary characteristics. Kim turned to the monsters and ordered them to move aside. He was able to take the sea stone. He was already tired of messing with them. Meanwhile, Theseus told Suktar that he was an idiot for actually believing that Kim Yu-won could return the sea stone. The giant answered him that if the elder believed in him, then so it would be. Theseus thought they were all stupid idiots. This guy doesn't have a single chance to pass this test. How can he defeat a creature that has absorbed the power of the stone? So be it. He will remain patient for now, but as soon as the test is over, he will kill them all. At that very moment, a loud cry from a turtle was heard. It echoed throughout the island. Immediately, everyone who was on the island received a notification that Kim Yu-won had successfully passed the test. Theseus simply couldn't believe it. It was impossible. He ordered his men to catch the boy and bring him to him immediately, but Suktar didn't think so. He said that they would not allow them to lay a finger on him, but Theseus does not understand. Does he really want to drag the giants into this? Is he not afraid that a second gigantomachy will begin? Suktar did not understand what these empty threats were for, because they themselves were preparing for it, so they would decide everything here and now. Theseus answered him that so much time had passed, and he remained the same fool. He summoned his trident, and at that very moment Apollo's solar chariot appeared above him. Theseus asked the giant if he remembered their third fight, when he fled like a coward. So what will he do now, since there is no way to escape? Suktar could not contain his anger, and called Theseus a complete bastard. He didn't understand how the son of Poseidon could be so wicked. Theseus did not understand, since when he cared about his father's honor. He told him to remember his words, "Today, history will repeat itself again." The Olympus squad immediately attacked the giants with powerful magic. but they easily withstood such an attack and rushed at the bastards themselves. Still, the scoundrels managed to pierce one of the giants. Suktar decided that since these scumbags had drawn their swords again, history demanded that blood be shed again. Meanwhile, Theseus stood on one of the rocks. He watched this bloody massacre. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge tsunami appeared. The bastards realized that this was no ordinary wave, something was wrong here. They realized that there were hundreds of monsters heading straight for the shore. Someone's form appeared from the water. It was a huge leviathan, a top-level monster. The bastards didn't understand what the hell was going on here, because Leviathan was the boss of the floor and shouldn't be here. They also didn't understand why the other monsters were also rushing here. They were of different types and shouldn't be in a pack. Theseus immediately remembered the legend. Whoever finds the stone will become the god of all the seas. He realized that the tales that made his father so eager to get the stone turned out to be true. Kim stood on the shore and apologized for barging in so rudely. He could see that they were very busy here, but he was already exhausted. That's why I asked them nicely to get out of here. The guy was holding that very sea stone in his hand. Theseus was literally torn apart with rage. The bastard ordered the guy to give it to him right away. He wasn't going to just stand there and rush to attack Kim. But the young man expected this. He squeezed the stone harder, and then a huge wall of water appeared in front of him, stopping Theseus. The bastard used his trident. He launched a water projectile at great speed straight at the guy, but Kim blocked this attack as well, creating a water barrier around himself. Kim came to the conclusion that his strength depends on water, and without it he can't do anything. He's just like a fish. Theseus sent him away. How dare he speak to him like that? Although he himself understood perfectly well that Kim was right, why did his strength begin to leave him? Something was blocking the water attribute and the flow of his mana. It must be because of the stone. He understood perfectly well that he was close to the limit. Kim, in turn, used his fiery eyes and also activated his sensory field skill. The guy was next to the bastard in a split second. It was right in front of his face and about to deliver a crushing blow. But Theseus reacted in time and, thanks to the trident, was able to fight back this time. He immediately launched a counterattack. The bastard wasn't going to budge from his path. They continued to exchange blow after blow, and in Theseus' head there were only his father's words that he needed to find the sea stone, and then he would proclaim him his son. He didn't care what the cost was, but he was going to win his father's favor so that he would see him as the son of the great Poseidon. He will become the heir of the god of all seas. Kim was able to stop his trident, although it was not easy. The force of Theseus's blow was so great that the ground literally began to crack, but Kim used Hermes' sandals in time and jumped to the side. Theseus himself was already at his limit. Just like Kim, who fell to his knees. The guy thought that Theseus's weak point was his fiery temper, but he tries to stay calm. It looks like he has something really valuable at stake. Theseus told him that after dealing with him, he would deal with the giants. He stated that Kim had chosen an opponent that was too tough for him because he was the son of Poseidon. Kim realized it was time to put Kani to work. He was even glad about this. They would do it quickly, and at the same time, raise the level. Meanwhile, the battle between the giants and the Olympians continued. Neither side was willing to give in, and Theseus and Kim clashed in battle again. Each of them was determined to win here and now. Theseus managed to knock Kim's sword aside, and then he began to spin his trident at incredible speed. He attacked the young man at that very moment. But Kim used Hermes' sandals again to dodge this attack. Theseus didn't understand why this brat was so difficult to deal with. He dodged almost all of his attacks. And it's not a matter of dexterity at all. It's as if he sees where his next blow will be directed. Could this have something to do with the fact that his eyes suddenly turned red? Kim noticed that the scoundrel could barely use his water attributes because of the stone of all the seas, but he still had plenty of strength. It must be all because of Poseidon's blood, and besides, the difference in level also made itself felt. Suddenly, Kim turned his attention to the battle that was in full swing. Theseus asked him why he stopped. Did he really understand that he could not cope with him? Kim asked in response, why is he in such a hurry, afraid that the sea creatures will catch up with him? Theseus replied that he spoke rather boldly, as for a dead man, and he was curious to see how he would speak when he was left without his tongue. But at that very moment, one of his comrades stopped him and said that they needed to retreat, because the situation had gotten out of control. Meanwhile, Suktar cut off the head of one of the bastards. He ordered all the other giants to crush these annoying flies. None of these bastards should remain alive. Let them tear off their arms and legs as trophies. Theseus's comrade asked him to forget about the giants. If the sea creatures get to them, then they definitely won't cope. They need to retreat and do it now. But Theseus seemed not to hear him. He didn't understand how he could escape. After all, his goal is too close to him. Kim just smiled, looking into his eyes. The Olympian again asked Theseus to retreat, but he did not even want to listen to him. He hated that damn Kim Yu-won. But he still pulled himself together and ordered a retreat. The solar chariot immediately appeared. Suktar shouted that the day had finally come when Theseus himself was running away from him. He asked the bastard if all his words were just a show. Let him accept the fight, and they will end this once and for all. The giant immediately attacked the chariot with his flame. But she was already quite high in the air, and then she disappeared completely. Suktar asked Kim if they had won, and the boy confirmed it. Kim had no doubt about it. The giant was glad that they stopped hiding and running away. The day has come when the giants have triumphed on Olympus. Towards evening, they all returned to the giants' village, and immediately they began to celebrate today's battle. Everyone was simply crazy with happiness. Kim himself sat in his room and thought about this feast. But this is not surprising, because for the giants it was a long-awaited victory. He even thought about whether he should go to them. Although, why should he celebrate? Because he was clearly losing the fight with Theseus. If it weren't for the sea stone, he wouldn't have lasted so long. Theseus almost defeated him, and even Suktar could not have tipped the scales, if not for the monsters. Then many giants would have fallen. Kim understood that they had no chance to resist Olympus yet. But if you think about it, he is moving towards his goal faster than he expected. He didn't think he would be able to go so far. Now that he has the sea stone, his steps will become even faster. But what is his next step? He took out a player kit from his inventory. Meanwhile, Hephaestus sneezed loudly. The old man thought that he was standing in front of the stove, but for some reason he was still completely frozen. Could he have caught a cold if he was shaking like that? Suddenly he received a message that he did not expect at such a late hour. It was a message from Kim, who said that he was going to come visit him and that he had something very interesting with him. Soon Kim came to Hephaestus and showed him the sea stone. The old man asked him if he realized how valuable the thing was that he was holding in his hands. Hephaestus did not understand how he managed to find it, because he had been looking for this stone for 1,000 years, and Kim replied that he was just lucky. This infuriated Hephaestus because the guy spoke as if he had found him on the road like some kind of coin. The old man said that Theseus had not lived up to the expectations placed on him and had dropped the stone, and it was unlikely that Olympus would have the opportunity to climb to it for some time. Hephaestus was sure that the guy was immensely pleased with himself, and Kim wasn't even going to hide it. At least now he would have time to rest. The blacksmith was well aware that Poseidon would be furious, and Zeus would have to somehow restrain his anger. No matter how smart Kim was, he did not know the full depth of Olympus's political games, and yet he managed to turn the situation in his favor. He didn't understand how this was even possible, but now I decided not to dwell on this and take a closer look at the stone. As he thought, although its properties were different, he felt the same power as in Zeus's lightning. Kim asked him if he could process the stone, and Hephaestus replied that the question was not whether he could, but whether he could find the necessary materials for this. Kim realized that everything was the same as last time. How long will it take? Hephaestus said it would take about 10 days if he could find adamantium, which was currently unobtainable. Kim said he would get it, which surprised the old man. Did he really not feel sorry for the money? The guy admitted that he didn't have much money. He spent it all on Caney. But Hephaestus didn't understand how he was going to get adamantium then? Kim said that he would figure it out, although it might take some time. The old man said that he knew perfectly well that the guy was not an empty talker if he says that he will get it. then so it will be. But he still didn't understand where and how. The young man noted that, as he himself said, Olympus would not bother him for some time, so he would concentrate on leveling up, since there was no time to waste now. Hephaestus realized that he was seriously considering going against Olympus, and Kim replied that he was going against them and everyone else. The old man didn't understand what this meant. What was he planning there? But Kim wasn't going to tell him anything now. He asked him to take care of the stone and not worry about payment. The boy went outside and remembered how surprised Hephaestus was. He was sure that the old man would have fainted if he had found out what he had planned. Suddenly, the unknown egg began to tremble again. Kim noticed that it had been active for at least half a day. Was this because the incubation percentage had increased? Kim asked the egg to wait a little longer. Perhaps they would meet his brothers and sisters soon. It's going to be fun. All the rotten stuff in the tower will start poking its heads out, and they're only too happy to bite them off, aren't they? Kim asked him to wait a little. He would soon have a proper snack, because someone had told him where a feast could be arranged for him. The guy thought about the fact that Poseidon was so desperate to get the divine sea crystal, so he must be completely furious now. Now he can only hope that everything goes as Hercules predicted. Even before the travel to the past, Odin, the head of the large guild Asgard, explained that such a valuable thing as the sea stone should not fall into the hands of Olympus. Once you get it, you should expect a counterattack of colossal force. He will literally hang the target on his back. Hercules also intervened. He said that as long as Zeus remained the ruler of Olympus, he did not need to worry about it. He would not be able to go against a simple player who was not even a marker, just to get the divine sea crystal. Once a major guild leader makes his move, other major guilds will react, which complicates the situation somewhat. Odin wondered what about Poseidon then, whether he should be expected to act without Zeus's knowledge, and Hercules assured him that his father would keep him in check so that he would not be able to do anything either. He said that the three greatest gods of Olympus may have a common lineage, but they are far from being on the best of terms. Their whole life is an endless struggle for power, and his father's fight with Poseidon was the most brutal. But after the father obtained the divine crystal and created his lightning, he managed to gain control over more than half of Olympus. And then he realized that the divine sea crystal and the divine dark crystal must not fall into the hands of his brothers under any circumstances. Kim came to the conclusion that in this way everything would resolve itself. Hercules said that all he needed to know was to keep the crystal of all the seas with him until Zeus and Poseidon dealt with each other. At the same time, Poseidon was simply beside himself with rage. He did not understand why his hands were tied, and Orion, his third son, thought that he was unlucky enough to lose the bet and report this news. Now he has to take his father's wrath upon himself. After all, Theseus is a useless bastard. He told his father that the Lord of the Heavens had forbidden direct confrontation with the giants. But Poseidon didn't understand what the giants had to do with it. It was all about this young man. He believed that Zeus was simply afraid that he was getting his hands on the divine sea crystal, and he also got angry that he interfered in the capture of Hephaestus. Poseidon even broke the table out of anger. He asked Orion what he thought. Didn't it seem to him that this cunning snake was playing a game again? Orion replied that such an insignificant creature as he did not dare to condemn the thoughts of the ruler of the heavens. Poseidon himself knew perfectly well that there was no point in asking this, because Zeus had always been like this. He was a ruthless and heartless bastard who thought he could play without putting anything on the line. But he didn't care how talented this Kim Yu-won was, because he was just an ordinary player. Zeus decided to give up on the annoying flea and take out all his anger on him, his main rival. And he also wants him to show obedience, even though he has lost the sea crystal, and with it, the reason for calling the rankers. But he still didn't understand how he had the nerve to shove it in his face. Meanwhile, in Asgard, discussions were in full swing that the divine sea crystal had fallen into the hands of a simple player. Even Odin was surprised that some brat found him. It even brought a smile to his face. He suggested that the Olympians were now in hysterics. At the same time, some man also learned about the latest news. This Kim is a simple player, but such a talented one, although not even a ranker. It was Asura, the three-faced and six-armed god of war, who was wondering if he would get a chance to fight this guy. The news reached the Marble Mountains. Sun Wukong also found out who got the crystal of all the seas. He had thought that this guy was just a newbie, but now he was eager to find out what would happen next. Kim himself returned to the first floor of the tower, having paid 1,000 points for the rent of the solar chariot, the pride of Olympus. Kim knew that this chariot and the one Theseus used were just copies of the real thing. He wondered how many more of them were there. Fortunately, with her help, he will be able to get here in an instant. Kim was near the wall of the first floor, the edge of the world. No one had the power to break down this wall. But who would have thought that one day it would collapse on its own? The guy decided that now was not the time for deep reflections. The dungeon must be somewhere around here. He retrieved the Totsuka blade fragment that was used to seal Yamato Orochi's 8-headed snake. It is currently in a broken state. He needs to collect the last fragment to restore its original power. Suddenly, the guy saw a bright glow in front of him. He hoped that Odin was not mistaken. After all, a dungeon of such complexity should not be on the first floor. The dungeon of Susanu, the 57th best ranker of the tower, one of the 3 precious children. The boy knew that this artificial dungeon that Susanu created should only be discovered 100 years later. He heard that 2 other precious children found it, and having collected all the missing parts of the sword, created the weapon of the gods. Kim was sure that Susanu created him with the expectation that they would be the ones to find him, after all. The precious trinity were not just friends, but brothers. He hoped that they would forgive him, but the sword would belong to him. The boy stuck part of the sword into the ground, and the system sent a notification that he had discovered the hidden dungeon of Susanu. The requirements were checked immediately, and soon the system sent a notification that he met the necessary requirements. The entrance to the dungeon was opened, and a huge tower appeared in front of the young man. He needed to enter there and find the hidden relics of Susanu, and he would be able to leave it by finding the key. Suddenly, Kim heard a crunch behind him. It was a herd of vampire hyenas, monsters of the 40th floor and above. After all, judging by everything, they wouldn't let him near the relics just like that. Although this is even to his advantage because the more enemies, the more experience. Even after killing most of the herd of monsters, the heavenly doom did not really rise. Kim continued to exterminate the creatures. He was able to destroy them all without any difficulty. Soon he reached the entrance to the tower. Kim thought about how he was only able to raise the completion rate of Heaven's Fate to 0.003% after killing all those hyenas. It seemed like 0.5% for killing a sea turtle was a luxury, and he had expected to have completed the skill completely by then. At least thanks to the sensory field, his perception rate became much higher than before. The young man opened the door to the tower, and then he went inside. He had to reach the 100th floor and pass its test. The dungeon was not nearly as spacious as the others, and was like a labyrinth, a miniature version of the tower. Kim had never met Susanu in person, but he had heard a lot of unflattering things about him, along with some negative comments, but they all agreed on one thing: he was damn strong. The guy's inventory immediately opened on its own. A mini version of Susanu immediately appeared in front of him, taking out a shard of her sword. He didn't understand what was happening and where he was. And then he remembered that he had died and was now in his tower. He asked Kim who he was and if he had found Yamato Orochi. Kim confirmed this, and Susanu noted that he looked as if he didn't understand who was in front of him, while Kim himself thought that his appearance was certainly ridiculous, but the thirst to kill was felt in him in full. He told him that he knew very well who he was, that he was Susanu, one of the 3 precious children, a sword master, a spirit caster, and a necromancer, and that he was legendary as a bloody killer, and that he had become a 57th ranker in life. The guy also added that he died fighting an 8-headed snake. Susanu immediately got angry and said that it was better not to bring up the topic, and Kim continued and said that in any case he knew that he was an amazing person. He just didn't understand yet whether it was worth addressing him with all the honors. considering what a shitty life he lived. Susanu even laughed. He didn't think that someone would bully him after his death. Let the guy show at least a little respect. He didn't expect that such rumors would spread about him. He asked the guy to say what he wanted, but he was wrong about something. His life wasn't shitty, it was great. And Kim was surprised that he was bragging about being a bloodthirsty killer. He admitted that he was even glad that he died so early. Susanu was surprised that the guy knew perfectly well who he was, but still continued to be cheeky. He didn't look like a common person. So who did he belong to? But Kim said that he was a common player and had recently reached the 21st floor. Susanu laughed. This dungeon was no place for a brat like him. The monsters on the 21st floor weren't even close to the creatures that lived here. But Kim said that he had already encountered a couple of monsters at the entrance. This surprised Susanu. He forgot to say that he also had to accompany him while he had the sword fragment with him. Such were the rules. But the guy didn't really care. He also asked the boy what guild he was from, and if he was a pureblood. Kim admitted that he was not a member of a guild, and was not a pureblood. Susanu immediately bombarded him with questions about where he came from, how he found this place, and where he got the fragment of the Totsuka sword. Kim just remained silent, but Susanu still wanted to hear answers to his questions. The guy said that these questions irritated him, and Susanu asked him to at least tell him where he got the sword fragment, and Kim replied that if he really wanted to know so much, then let him tell him where to go, because he wouldn't tell him anything for free. He hates labyrinths. They take up too much time. In the end, Susanu agreed. He needs to go in a circle until he finds the door to the next floor. First let him go in the direction he points, but immediately warn that he will have to go quite far. Kim understood perfectly well that the labyrinth was large and extremely confusing. It seemed that he couldn't do without his hints. Susanu interrupted his thoughts and asked him to answer his question. The guy said that he got the sword fragment on the first floor in the Colosseum challenge. Susanu couldn't understand. Did he mean to say that the fragment was a reward for the first floor's trial? Kim said that it was all because of the creature that became the final obstacle of the test. Suddenly something dawned on Susanu. He realized that the boy was talking about the last head of Yamato Orochi. A multitude of terrible creatures immediately appeared in front of Kim, but the guy didn't feel a drop of fear in front of them. Susanu just smiled. Kim noticed this and asked him why he was so happy, and he replied that it was nothing special. Let him do his job. Susanu himself was thinking about the fact that a player came to him with strange Orochi items, but what did they do? He wondered how he would survive this. Susanu asked the boy why he destroyed the wall even when he was shown the way. What was the reason? But Kim asked him not to ask any more questions. Soon the guy began to destroy monsters, raising his overall level and improving his characteristics. All these evil spirits and undead will die by his hand. Kim knew that Susanu was recognized by Asura as a swordmaster because he was a necromancer, a person skilled in the arts of evil spirits, and was considered one of the best in the tower, so it was no problem for him to keep the souls of those he killed. The guy had the feeling that he was stepping on someone else's body when he climbed the tower. It was even somehow disgusting. Susanu asked him to stop. There was a hero of justice there, and Kim answered him that he had met all sorts of people, but never met anyone like him. Soon Kim reached the 10th floor. The system sent him a notification that he entered the first room and must defeat the enemy, and the door leading to the second room will open after he fulfills all the conditions. He needs to go through a total of 5 rooms to go to the next floor. Kim immediately used the Divine Flame skill and aimed it at the monster. The guy noticed that the undead had tears in his eyes. He successfully passed the first room, and Susanu wondered if he should tell him about one thing. Like the guy said, everyone here was killed by him. Everyone was gathered here, in the form of souls or undead. The oldest of them is probably around 5,000 years old. Unless he is a skilled necromancer or has mastered the art of evil spirits better than him, he will not be able to save them. If the guy kills them, he will be freed from this, but everything will be different when he enters the 6th room. He wondered what he, the hero of justice, was going to do. Was he really going to ignore those in the back room and head straight to the 5th room? Kim told him that he was as much of a scumbag as they said. Even if he didn't say it, he would still challenge him. He would leave him behind if he couldn't keep up with him. Kim continued to go through floors after floors, dealing with every monster in his path. The guy didn't leave them a chance. The monsters begged him to kill them. They didn't want to suffer anymore. And Kim continued to absorb their resentment. Very soon he passed the 40th floor, and then the 50th floor, where I discovered the first relic. He received the armor of the 4 great spirits, immediately throwing off his old fire spell robe because the new armor had the protection of the Spirit King and had strong resistance to the attribute of fire, water, wind, and light. Kim understood that this was quite good armor. Even if the physical resistance was a little low, he could just use the sensor field. He couldn't believe he had already received such an item. He needed to continue to push through like this. On the 42nd day after entering the Susanu Tower, he thought about how every time he killed in this place, he heard the voices of his victims. And also a strange notification appeared that he had absorbed the insults, but he didn't understand what that even meant. He knew that only high-ranking necromancers could hear the voices of the dead. Could it have something to do with Kaini? Susanu told him that he looked exhausted and had become slow in hunting. He did say that this was a difficult dungeon, but he couldn't help but admit that the guy did well for a player on the 21st floor. He also noticed that his glove had a unique ability, but he didn't understand why he wasn't using it properly. Was it his ace in the hole or something else? Kim didn't understand what he was talking about, and Susanu told him that they were similar, but why didn't he use it? Suddenly he realized that he had no idea what to do with it, and Kim immediately asked him how he should use it correctly. Susanu said he didn't know, so Kim asked him not to act like he knew. Kim thought about his words about using it correctly, even though he didn't use it on the way here. But was there anything else? He himself understood perfectly well that he did not have enough clues about Kaini. Her form was different, but not much different from the one used by Hades. He was the most hidden among the 3 gods of Olympus. But the guy was sure that there was something else besides mana enhancement. Susanu interrupted his thoughts and said that in any case he had become stronger since they first met, but he couldn't be compared to the high rankers. It was already a miracle for a player on the 21st floor to get here, but he still felt like he was still missing, and Kim asked him again to stop buzzing in his ear. Kim approached another door. Susanu warned him that it might be quite difficult, which piqued the boy's interest. Susanu said that he would not tell him anything, he had to see it for himself. Kim entered the 60th floor. He didn't understand what was happening because nothing was visible. Suddenly he felt something. He realized that there was something here after all. Someone's silhouette appeared from the fog. The fog cleared immediately. Kim felt a very strong killing intent. His opponent was definitely not an ordinary person in his past life. The system sent a notification, which shocked the guy incredibly. After all, he needs to defeat Arthur, the King of Knights. Merlin had previously told Kim that Arthur was still a rookie when he first met him, using his blade like a ghost, and his comrades also believed in him. One day he ran up to him and asked if he was really going to the library again. He told him to stop reading and take up sports, but Merlin was not like that at all. But Arthur didn't let him say a word. He grabbed him by the hand and led him away. He was more loyal than anyone Merlin knew. He admitted that he would like to see him again. Arthur himself, the King of Britain and the Lord of the Knights of the Round Table, looked the boy straight in the eyes. Kim couldn't believe that Arthur had died at the hands of Susanu and was trapped in this place. He noticed that his equipment remained the same despite him becoming undead. He had the legendary sword Excalibur in his hand. Kim knew that Arthur wasn't a ranker when he was alive, but he heard that his rank had risen quickly. Arthur himself interrupted the guy's thoughts and rushed straight at him at great speed. Kim felt the icy mana from the sword. The next moment there was a huge explosion. But the boy used Hermes' sandals in time to dodge the blow. Arthur had no intention of stopping and launched another lightning-fast strike, but Kim blocked it with ease. The sacred flame enveloped the boy's sword, and it became stronger. Kim knew he couldn't defeat the real Arthur, but the undead Lord Susanu was able to kill him. That's why Arthur isn't as strong as he used to be. Arthur himself was distracted by something and looked away. Kim immediately took advantage of this opportunity and struck him straight in the chest. But to his surprise, the blow did not go through. After all, an ice plate appeared that protected Arthur from the blow. Kim couldn't help but admit that his opponent was indeed very fast. Arthur immediately counterattacked and managed to leave a wound on the guy's arm. It was not for nothing that he was called the King of Knights. His fencing is a model for everyone. Now Kim understood why he was the only one on the 60th floor, because he was the intermediate boss. A multitude of ice swords immediately appeared above him. They immediately headed towards Kim at breakneck speed. Luckily, they didn't cause him any serious damage, but his temperature dropped significantly and frostbite began. His 4 great spirits' armor began to resist the cold. Kim dodged the spears themselves with his flame gaze and sensory field, but was unable to fight off the cold. Arthur attacked the guy with spears again and rushed into the attack himself. Kim realized that his attack scheme was simple but overly sophisticated. Arthur was about to strike again, but the boy immediately used the sacred flame. His temperature increased significantly and the frostbite disappeared. While Arthur was in the air, Kim immediately used the power of giants, and all of his stamina was temporarily replaced with strength stats. Although it was an amazing strategy, this time everything will be different. Kim instantly delivered a crushing blow to Arthur's shoulder. With this attack, he was able to completely cut off his right arm. And then the young man cut off his left arm, completely eliminating the possibility of counterattacking. Kim instantly delivered a fatal blow straight to Arthur's head. He walked up to his corpse and said that he could now stop fighting. Once again, the system notified him that he had absorbed the insult. Kim admitted that it would be better if Merlin saw him too. Suddenly, someone's voice asked again, "Did the guy just talk about Merlin?" It was Arthur, who had possessed his hand, something the boy had never expected. Arthur said that if he listened to his request, he would make a contract with him, even if he had to depend on him for the rest of his life. In return, he asked the guy to give him the opportunity to meet Merlin. He had to tell him something. He said that it was Lancelot who betrayed Britain. Kim had heard that name often. He is the new owner of the Round Table Guild, a high-ranking person who raised the guilds to such a gigantic scale. Could a person like him really betray Britain? Arthur asked again if he would do his favor, but Kim disappointed him, because he was not a necromancer. Although he can hear his voice thanks to this item, he does not yet have the ability to revive him as an undead. But the guy promised that he would try to do everything possible, since it was not completely impossible, because he would meet Merlin someday anyway. Whenever he thought about Britain, he had this feeling that he would have to get rid of Lancelot. It wouldn't hurt to get Artrua on his side as well, so he told him that he would fulfill his request. The system immediately sent him a notification that he had accepted the request of the King of Knights, the beginning of the cleansing of Britain. Upon completion, Arthur's absolute obedience would be obtained, and he would also receive his soul. Kim thought it was a simple request, but it turned out that there was some hidden part. His thoughts were interrupted by Susanu, who said that everything ended up being quite trivial, but among the undead, Arthur was one of the most useful. The guy asked him where he was hiding and why he appeared only now. Kim decided to ask him directly if it was just a coincidence that Arthur was killed. Susanu said that he would give him an answer if he climbed to the very top. Kim immediately picked up Excalibur and threw it into his inventory, which enraged Susanu. Who the hell put such an item into the inventory? Kim just said that he planned this stupid test well, so he originally thought of doing it. The boy asked Susanu to hurry up and go upstairs. He wanted to finish this and allow himself to sleep. On the 50th floor of the tower, in the administrative office, some stranger came up to the counter and asked where this guy came from and where he was now. The boys were literally speechless, and the man yelled at them to stop stuttering and just tell him everything. Suddenly, a second man entered and asked if Sun Wukong was going to continue making a scene or if he should call him Sun Wukong's spirit. Sun told him to mind his own business, since he was just an errand boy. The guy came up to him and told him that he was now the director of this bureau, so he needed to be more polite, Was he really going to quarrel with the Bureau because of his spirit? He said that he could not tell him everything he asked about because it was classified information. Sun turned around and got ready to leave. He didn't understand what was so difficult about telling him this information. He walked out of the building, slamming the door hard. One of the workers admitted that it was really amazing. He saw a spirit for the first time, and the director answered him that if it was his original body, the administrator himself would have come. In any case, no matter who comes here except for officials, no information other than rank can be revealed. The director looked at Kim Yu-won's profile. It was information that should not be disclosed anyway, but there was practically no information about this person, even for those of them who knew everything about the tower. He didn't understand why there was no information about where this guy came from. He didn't think it was a system error or anything. There must be a reason why the admins were interested in this guy. The director knew that Kim had been on the 21st floor for almost 3 months. He could not be satisfied with this. He wondered what the hell he was doing. Meanwhile, Kim successfully cleared the 99th room of the dungeon. He sat down to rest a bit. He only had to go through the last 100th floor. Given the difficulty level of this floor, he was sure that the last floor must be insanely difficult. At that moment, Susanu appeared in front of him, who noticed that the young man had completely lost his temper. Wasn't he interested in what was in front of him? Susanu also admitted that he didn't expect that he, a newbie from the 21st floor, would go so far. He had such remarkable abilities that he still couldn't believe it, even after seeing it with his own eyes. His fiery eyes, his gigantization, and even his sacred flames. He often wondered if the person in front of him was truly not a ranker. Kim walked up to the last door and said that right now he was not a ranker. Susanu didn't understand what his words meant. Kim didn't answer him and entered the last room. After passing, he will be able to get the relic of Susanu. The boy wondered if Susanu's spirit had disappeared. Suddenly, Arthur's essence told him that he was here, the one who killed him. Someone's voice addressed the guy and called him a newcomer from the 21st floor, and Kim immediately understood what was going on. It was Susanu himself in his true form who invited him to continue their conversation. He was incredibly curious, because Kim said that he was not a ranker right now. Did that mean that he was once one? Kim didn't give any clear answer, but he himself thought that Susanu had gone crazy. He would never have thought that he would become the boss of the dungeon. Susanu asked him to stop bluffing. Why couldn't he just answer him honestly? Kim challenged him to a bet, because he also had a question for him. The loser will have to answer any question. What will he say to it? Kim joked that he might not do it if he wasn't sure, which made Susanu laugh a lot. He accepted his challenge. The system immediately sent a notification that the guy had made a bet with Susanu, and the couple immediately prepared for battle. Arthur told the boy that he felt a huge number of angry spirits. This must be the resentment of all those who died at his hands. Now Kim knew why Susanu left this dungeon behind. It's not to immortalize the souls, relics, and legacies collected from the slaughter of countless lives, for he is not one to dwell on such things. This was done so that even after death he would connect himself to the system. All so that he could continue to fight. There was a huge explosion immediately, and the system sent a notification that Kim needed to defeat the Death Knight Susanu. Arthur asked the guy if he was able to finish him off. Kim asked him not to say that. At that very moment, an incredibly loud laugh was heard, which literally moved the guy from his place. Kim noticed that Susanu's killing intent was on a completely different level. He is the one who killed thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of people. Susanu himself admitted that he was glad that someone like him entered the tower. He asked Kim not to disappoint him and immediately rushed into attack. The guy managed to put his sword out at the last moment and repel his attack. Susanu had no intention of holding back. He attacked Kim with incredible force. Susanu admitted that he was surprised that the boy managed to stop his attack. Kim realized his full power despite being a rotten corpse. Even if he loses concentration for a second, he will lose instantly. The young man used the gigantization skill to counterattack. Their blades crossed again with incredible force. Suddenly Kim noticed some bright glow. And then the bastard's hand grabbed him. This is exactly what Susanu wanted. Kim immediately tried to attack him with the sacred flame. Thanks to this, he managed to fight back and break the distance with him. Kim understood perfectly well that the gap between them was too great. He lacked strength, speed, mana, absolutely everything, and the sacred flame didn't work on him either. Susanu said that this fire just tickles him, but it was still funny because something similar had happened before. He remembered how, while he was still alive, some unknown person came to him and asked him to kill Arthur, not even a ranker, but just a child. But I still didn't understand why he had to do this, and who was he to talk to him like that? The stranger said that it doesn't matter who he is because what matters is what he wants, right? He said he needed war. The faceless stranger stated that if there was a war, he wouldn't have to worry about fines and disciplinary punishments. All he had to do was enjoy the exciting game of slaughter, so he would say, "Isn't that a tempting offer?" Now Susanu remembered there was someone who stimulated his greed to fight, just like this young man. Meanwhile, Kim once again fought off another attack. The guy turned his attention to his hand. But Susanu did not give him a second to rest, and again rushed into the attack, asking where he was looking. Can he still afford to look away? Kim thought it was crazy. If he cut himself with this blade, the bleeding would never stop. Susanu said that he wasn't interested when he continued to just dodge, although what he would expect from some guy from the 21st floor, he would just end it if he was going to bother him like that. Kim was able to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. The Death Knight was about to strike again, but suddenly something stopped him, and a moment later there was a huge explosion. Susanu said he liked it. The guy finally started using it properly. He asked him not to die right away. After all, there were many things he wanted to hear from him. Kim thought about the fact that he was not a necromancer, but there must be a reason why he began to hear the dead, and why Kaini absorbs souls. He also remembered the conversation with Susanu earlier, who noticed that his gloves had a unique ability, but he didn't understand why Kim didn't use them. Kim knew that the sea stone has power over the sea, the heavenly stone has power over the heavens, finally he realized. He immediately released an incredibly bright light from within himself. Susanu said that this was great. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Now the real battle begins. An eye immediately appeared, and Kim summoned hell. The young man ordered the eye to follow him. An incredibly strong energy emanated from the young man. Suddenly Susanu noticed something was wrong. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. He started to lose control of his phantoms. What the hell did that little brat do? Kim approached him and said that he had opened his eyes to Kaini's true power. Now he realized that absolute power over the dead was now in his hands. Susanu admitted that it was stupid to tell him that, but even stupider to think that he could defeat him with it. He immediately tried to strike at Kim, but the young man easily read it. They continued to strike blow after blow. No one was inferior to the other in strength. Kim told Susanu that he was greatly overestimating himself. He's just another stone in his path. Susanu thought that there was something clearly wrong with this guy. Not a single ranker had been so confident during the fight with him. But this brat is different. Meanwhile, Kim went on the attack. Now it was his turn to attack, but the Death Knight managed to block his blow. Susanu still didn't understand why he couldn't control the phantoms. At that very moment, a huge eye appeared in front of him. He didn't understand what the hell his eye was. And a moment later, the sacred flame literally began to penetrate him from the inside, causing hellish pain. The bastard didn't understand how a dead man's body could feel such terrible pain. Kim said that he was surprised that Susanu himself felt fear, since his flames are fed by it. Even with such unbearable pain, Susanu rushed to attack. He was going to finish off this little upstart, but Kim just smiled at him. He declared that it was all over. Susanu couldn't understand why his body wasn't moving, and the guy just said that no matter how great he was in life, in the end, they all become phantoms. Such is the sad fate. Kim declared that he lost. At that very second, Susanu was literally torn to pieces. The system immediately sent him a notification that he had successfully completed the dungeon and also received the soul of Susanu. He also received the relic and the title of the King of the Dead. Now he can leave the dungeon using the return command. At that very moment, the tower began to literally collapse, and the system again sent a message that there were 30 minutes left until complete destruction. Soon Kim was outside, and Arthur admitted that he didn't expect that he would actually be able to defeat Susanu. Kim replied that he was already dead. To be precise, he simply separated his soul from his body. The guy began to study what he received for passing the dungeon. The first reward was the legendary sword Totsuka. This is the sword Susanu, found by him in the body of the killed 8-headed snake Yamato Orochi. Spiritual swords like this give their owner power only at the moment of battle. In the long term, they destroy his body and spirit. In fact, such a reward. But the title of the King of the Dead sounds quite familiar. He won't be surprised if Hades got the name for his ability from this title. The title itself was given to the one who oversees the dead, placing the entire burden of power over him on his shoulders. Kim received the ability to control the souls of the dead, place souls in bodies, summon the bodies of the dead, and also feed the summoned souls of the dead with power, using the absorbed offense. Kim came to the conclusion that this reward was not for completing the dungeon, but for using Kaini. For a necromancer, this is a very good acquisition. Arthur asked what he had there, and Kim said that he had received a title related to necromancy, but he didn't really know how to use it. Arthur revealed that the undead in Susanu's tower had physical shells, and now he has an ability that controls such creatures, meaning he can seal the soul he owns into the same shell. Kim remembered that he had gained the ability to summon the bodies of the dead with mana if he owned these souls. Now he understood everything. He praised Arthur, he made a good teacher of necromancy, and also thanked him for the hint, but Arthur himself asked the guy not to equate him with these nobodies who call themselves necromancers. He is Arthur, the king of all knights. Kim just smiled and replied that he knew that very well. The guy immediately summoned the first phantom and named him Arthur. But Arthur was apparently not happy with such an ugly body and asked to return his old body immediately. Kim said that the tower had collapsed and his body had disappeared into the ruins, so he should be kind enough to make do with what he had. The guy himself really regretted leaving his body in the tower, although it wasn't all that bad. He turned to Susanu and said that he had given his word, so wasn't it time for him to appear? Susanu himself did not understand when he would be able to keep his mouth shut. He was already sick of himself. He asked Kim if it had anything to do with that stupid orc behind him. The boy confirmed it. He was wondering who hired him to kill Arthur. Susanu asked for forgiveness, but he couldn't say anything. He had no idea who they were. He decided that it would be better if Kim himself saw his memories. Kim was completely immersed in Susanu's memories. He saw the very conversation where the stranger asked Susanu to kill Arthur, and in return, he would get a war during which he would not have to worry about the rules or the tower's leadership interfering. Kim recognized this face. He knew him. An otherworldly entity that can become anyone and do whatever it wants. The most ancient god the tower has ever seen. It was one of the outer gods, the chaos of the wacky ones. Then Chaos asked Susanu how he felt about this proposal. Susanu told him that it was definitely interesting. After all, the death of the king of all knights will begin to sow many seeds of war, which will spread throughout the entire tower. If that was the case, then Susanu had no reason to refuse him. It even provoked him. Kim just continued to watch all of this. Soon he came out of his memories. Susanu said he didn't know who it was, but it's worth mentioning that most likely after he met that guy, the Gigantomachia started. It's true that we didn't really have much fun because Hades intervened, and he really wanted a bloodbath. Susanu noticed the strange expression on the guy's face. He had a feeling as if he knew him, and Kim admitted that he knew him more than that, because that bastard killed his friend, and now he will do everything to get to him and finish him off. After some time, Kim was already relaxing in one of the hotels. He reflected that when he returned to the past, he thought that everything was going smoothly, but it turned out that the outer gods were always one step ahead. Arthur died several thousand years ago, and the seeds that the outer gods sowed are now ready to bear fruit. It turns out that Lancelot, the current king of Britain, is somehow connected to Arthur's murder. So, how much else is connected to Britain? One thing was certain. Arthur's death was the starting point. He needed to stop prevaricating and continue climbing the tower. He must change the game no matter what. Kim dreamed of his last battle from his past life. Everyone then met death, and only he was able to escape it. Hercules then told him that he would never have thought that he would rush into battle first, and Kim answered him that he himself was surprised by this, and why had he hesitated before? If he had known about all this back then, how many lives could he have saved? Kim didn't care how many times he had to travel back in time. He will kill again and again for all who died at the hands of the vile outer gods. At that very moment he woke up. It was a really shitty dream. Kim gathered himself and thought that the outer gods had already put their plan into action. But that didn't mean all was lost. He needed to visit old man Hephaestus before returning to the 21st floor. Meanwhile, the spirits of Arthur and Susanu did not stop fighting, and the guy was sure that Hephaestus had probably already finished with what he asked him for. After all, a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. The old man would probably scold him. Soon Kim came to the blacksmith, and Hephaestus immediately threw a hammer at him. The old man was furious that the guy had been gone for so long. Where the hell had he been? Kim asked if he had shouted enough, and Hephaestus did not understand why he did not dodge the sledgehammer. Kim admitted that he thought that he would stop being angry if he got into trouble even once, because he is much more good-natured when he feels guilty. Hephaestus calmed down a little. As far as he knew, the guy hadn't been passing the floor test, so where had he been all these months? Kim was surprised that he was looking for him. He was probably worried. He told him that he went through a hidden dungeon, which turned out to be quite difficult, so it took a lot of time. Before the guy could ask about the order, Hephaestus immediately threw him the box, saying that he was lucky that he had not decided to break it. The guy opened the box, and inside it was a pure divine sea crystal, which had power over all the seas, the ability to call upon the sea, increased water attribute mana resistance by 50%, increased water attribute mana gain by 30%, and also reduced the consumption rate of water attribute mana. Kim noticed that the difference with the divine dark crystal was very slight, just a different attribute, and also had power over all the seas. Hephaestus asked the guy if he could borrow his glove for a while. He would just make a slot in it so he could insert the crystal at any time. Kim thanked the old man for such concern, and he replied that he was simply trying to finish what he had started. It would take half a day, no more. The guy took off his glove and threw it on the table. Hephaestus explained that it would be very useful for him if Kaini could be used for 2 different attributes, but it would not be possible to use 2 crystals at the same time. Kim thought he should give a hint, so he asked if he could strengthen Kaini on his own. Hephaestus didn't understand what he was talking about, and Kim suggested using some other ingredients or with the help of mana. This surprised the old man incredibly. Kim thought that he understood that he knew something. After all, the hint was right in his face. But to his surprise, Hephaestus said that it was simply brilliant. He said that the idea was good, and sometimes he could be useful, and Kim asked again, was it just his imagination, or had he just called him a genius? Hephaestus immediately pounced on him and ordered the brat to shut his mouth. Hephaestus himself, left alone with himself, thought about the guy's words about improving Kaini. He understood that this was definitely possible, but only temporarily. One could not constantly change the capabilities of the equipment. However, his blacksmith instincts tell him that this is definitely not something out of the realm of possibility. Suddenly there was a knock at the blacksmith's door. Hephaestus didn't understand who was there early in the morning. He thought about something for a second. At that very moment the door literally flew out, and Hephaestus realized that these were not the damned Olympian offspring. Sun Wukong entered the blacksmith's office, which surprised the old man. Hephaestus said that from his pitiful appearance he understood that he had come alone, but he did not understand what he was doing there, and assumed that the real body was arguing with fools from the heavenly kingdom, right? Sun told him that he was just as prickly. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Why didn't he relax a little? Hephaestus asked him what happened to the weapon he made for him, and why he was walking around with a different item. Sun said he had something more amazing, so he got rid of it. It belonged to the Dragon King. He was told it wasn't an original weapon or anything, but he didn't come here to talk about that. He's looking for one person, Hephaestus. Does he happen to know Kim Yu-won? Just by the look of the old man, he realized that he knew him very well. Hephaestus knew that this monkey had golden eyes that could pierce through lies and see the truth. Maybe not as effective as his real body, but it was still the almighty Sun Wukong. Even if he lied to him, he would immediately understand it. But that's a different story if it concerns that brat. Hephaestus still said that he didn't know him, but Sun knew perfectly well that he was lying to him, but the old man insisted on his own. How many times did he have to repeat this to him? Sun said he didn't want to harm him, but he might die if he didn't tell him the truth. Hephaestus replied that even if he asked him 100 times, how would he tell him about something he did not know? He repeated once again that he didn't know him. Kim himself arrived for the test of the 21st floor. The crowd of players immediately started talking about the guy. They noticed his clothes, which can be obtained for 60,000 points. But who would wear such an expensive thing on the 21st floor? They had heard rumors that he was dead, but they never expected him to start climbing the tower again. Kim asked them, do they really want to die if they dare to talk about someone right in front of him? Elven player Reinhardt noted that the guy had a sharp tongue. At that very moment, the system sent a notification about the start of the test. A crystal was created. They need to protect it from monsters. There is an unknown number of doubles in the team who will try to destroy the crystal. If the number of players in the team reaches 0 or when the crystal is destroyed, the test will be considered failed. They need to find the doubles and destroy them. Once all the doubles are destroyed, the test will end. Nobody expected that there would be doubles here. Everyone was scared. Kim himself asked these fools why they were so afraid. Are they really afraid of some kind of doubles? He approached one of the guys. The guy just smiled at him. And then he chopped off his head with one blow. The severed head literally began to melt. Everyone immediately realized that it was a double, and Kim declared that he would find them all so that they could not get to the crystal. He ordered everyone else to protect the crystal so that no monster could approach it, but the players were more afraid not of the monsters, but of the guy himself. A simply murderous aura emanated from him. Kim said they could begin. After some time, the monsters continued to attack. By this time, their number had doubled. The tanks were moving forward, but they needed someone with reinforcement skills. They need to pull themselves together. They need to focus on the monsters while Kim Yu-won takes care of the doppelgangers. Reinhardt's partner told him that she had a good feeling because everyone had a fighting spirit, but the elf asked her not to be so careless. He couldn't believe that this Kim had such influence. He was really a formidable man. At that very moment, he collided with someone's back. Reinhardt asked for forgiveness from his partner because he thought it was her, but Kim answered him, saying that it was nothing to worry about. The elf immediately realized that this was not his partner. It was the real Kim, but Reinhardt did not understand this, although he looked very much like that double. Kim asked him if he found it strange, but the elf didn't understand what he was talking about, and the guy said that Kim Yu-won didn't find any other doubles after the first one. Isn't it amazing that he found him so quickly? Reinhardt didn't understand if the guy really thought this was a coincidence. Kim assumed it was just his skill. Reinhardt couldn't believe that this guy suspected Kim when he was looking everywhere for a double. But to be fair, he didn't look his best either. The elf told him that as long as Kim Yu-won stood his ground, no one would be able to get close to the crystal. He needed to stop doubting him and focus on the monsters. Kim himself felt strange, but he was having fun. The guy wanted to see how far this fake he trusted so much could go. Meanwhile, there was just over a day left until the end of the test. The players were already exhausted. They had to catch all the doubles for everything to end. They discussed that this Kim Yu-won has been standing still since the beginning. Is he even looking for doubles? One of them said that at least no one would be able to approach the crystal because he was guarding it. But not everyone shared his position, because at this rate, the monsters would get to them first. The fake decided to intervene. He stated that the doubles seemed to have hidden after seeing him kill the first one. They planned to slowly strangle them while hiding in the crowd. The players didn't understand what he meant. Couldn't he find the doubles? But the bastard replied that he would complete this test no matter what. He asked them all to point out one person who seemed suspicious to them. If they kill one person at a time that they consider suspicious, the investigation will be completed faster. Some of the players were not going to agree with such a proposal because they cannot kill people only on suspicion, without evidence. But there were also those who immediately began to say that they saw someone suspicious during the battle. They didn't want to die here. The monsters were multiplying in droves, and at this rate they wouldn't last long. They needed to drive all the suspicious ones into one place. Most of the players went to the other side, and Kim stated that since most of them agreed to this plan, it was time for them to find the doubles. The fake was about to kill one of the innocent players, but at that very moment Kim himself intervened and blocked his blow. The doppelganger couldn't believe that this guy managed to grab his sword with one hand, and Kim just told him that he had finally crossed the line. He hadn't paid attention to it until now because it wasn't too harmful, but it changes things if he was going to ruin the test like that, and the players immediately noticed the similarities between them. They literally look the same. The double himself realized that the real Kim Yu-won was in front of him. Kim immediately activated the fiery gaze that reveals the truth. The bastard immediately felt incredible pain. His body literally began to lose its human appearance before our eyes. The players just watched all of this, and the bastard kept shouting that he was the real Kim Yu-won. But the guy didn't want to hear it anymore and knocked the bastard out with his foot. Kim told the others that this should more or less clear things up for them. Players who were mistakenly considered to be doubles immediately started running up to him. Each of them tried to prove it. Reinhardt approached him and realized that he had been the real Kim Yu-won all along. The guy pointed a sword at the elf's neck and said that this information was not important for the test. Reinhardt said his comrades could guarantee that he was not a double, as they had never been separated before the test began. His partner immediately confirmed this, but Kim just smiled. He says he can't be a double because he has a team, right? The guy immediately grabbed the elf by the throat. Reinhardt didn't understand what it all meant. After a couple of seconds, his face began to change. The bastard tried to attack Kim, but he dodged in time. After all, his guesses were correct, and this bastard turned out to be a double. His partner couldn't believe it. But Kim immediately plunged his sword straight into his face. It turned out to be another double, and Kim said that he expected that the double imitating the player would even deceive himself. He asked them not to delay and to finish it, because he himself knew perfectly well who the double was here. The guy activated the spirit of the heavenly demon and ordered them to approach, and very soon the test of the 21st floor was successfully passed, and Kim even managed to increase his level. Meanwhile, the double who was pretending to be Kim's double came to his senses. He didn't understand what had happened, but the guy was already standing over him. Kim asked him to get up quickly. The stranger immediately jumped from this, and Kim asked him what his name was. The boy didn't say a word, so Kim had to scare him, and then the boy said that his name was Mamos. Kim noticed that he doesn't look like a doppelganger since he is fine even after finishing the test, but he can't completely clear him of the doppelganger yet. So who is he? Mamos replied that he was a double but also a player. Kim realized that he was a purebred demon, but did not understand what kind of blood he had, and Mamos replied that his father's name was Belial. Demon King Belil, the king of all doubles. Kim realized that he was talking about the monarch of lies and one of the 7 demon kings of the demon lord's main guild, and immediately activated his flaming eyes to see if he was telling the truth. Mamos wasn't lying to him. Kim knew very well that the demon lord's guild could rival Olympus in size and strength, meaning it was on par with Hargan. Kim asked him what a man like him was doing here. Mamos replied that it was quite difficult to explain. Perhaps this was not the best time and place to say it. But he still said that he was a fan of his. Mamos approached the guy and said that he was his idol, which Kim did not expect. Mamos continued and said that he grew to love him after seeing him fight his way through the trials starting from the 1st floor, so he became a real fan after watching him fight in the Great Murim War. The boy also said that he doesn't ask him to go easy on him just because he's his fan. He apologizes profusely for what he did and will never do it again. And Kim activated his fiery eyes again and realized that Maymom wasn't lying to him. Now he understood why he imitated him. Kim decided that it wouldn't hurt to meet Belial's son, so he said he was asking him this time. He also took out a player's kit and said that since he had spared him, then let Mamos also help him with one job. The guy asked him to give him his number. A month later, Kim was resting in his room when suddenly he received a message from Mamos, who said that he had also applied for the next test and would always be faithful to him. The guy himself would never have thought that he would hear these words in the tower. Kim also reasoned that he should be able to complete the tests from the 22nd to the 24th floor in about 10 days. If there is no interference from Olympus, it will be as easy as pie, so climbing the tower will not be a problem. But now he was wondering why this guy had written to him out of the blue. It was a message from Hargan, who said that he was now on the 22nd floor and asked him to meet. Later in the evening, Hargan was sitting in one of the cafes and waiting for the guy. At that moment, Kim arrived and remarked that he had arrived quite early, having finished his cup of tea. Hargan replied that he had nothing to do, so he came early to freshen up a little. Kim asked him how far up the tower he had climbed, and he replied that he was now on the 34th floor. The guy said it was pretty fast, and Hargan noted that the problem started on this floor and it was getting harder and harder to get up. Kim responded that being too modest made him look like a donkey. Hargan decided to get to the heart of the matter. He admitted that he felt in his heart that it was Kim who took the sea stone. He also said that thanks to him, Olympus is a real mess now. The relationship between Zeus and Poseidon is a real shit show, and lately everything seems a little creepy. Hargan was sure that Kim had expected this, but Olympus was too busy cleaning up inside to worry about him, but it was only for a while. He did understand that he could really die. He must decide now whether to bow to Olympus and give up the stone, or find a place like Asgard or the celestial realm that can protect him. Kim asked him if he had finished speaking. If so, he would leave. Hargan said that this was not his main thought and asked him to stay. He also asked him if he really planned to go all the way to the end alone. And Kim, in response, asked him if he had already firmly chosen his path, which infuriated Hargan. He already regretted that he had decided to meet with him and started this conversation. Every meeting with him puts him in a difficult position. But it didn't matter now. He asked Kim to be careful on the 25th floor anyway. Hargan advised him to be especially wary of the heart of Britain, a place that was a great trap set especially for him. Soon Kim left, and Hargan was left alone. He received a call from Apollo, who asked him how everything went. Hargan replied that this guy was completely brainless and didn't think about danger at all. He also asked Apollo how everything went with Poseidon, and he replied that he was in no hurry to think everything over, as he himself knew it was an important decision. Hargan asked him if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. Apollo himself was aware of all the risks, but that didn't mean he could just sit back and do nothing. He also told Hargan that he should only focus on becoming a ranker. Now is the time when he needs to develop his strength. Hargan said he would do so. He also said that he had warned Kim to be careful with Britain, but he didn't seem to be going to be careful, and Apollo said that this wasn't a game that a weak player could just walk into. That was pretty stupid of him. But Hargan himself was not sure whether this was so, because whether it was Chryses, Hypnos, or Theseus, no one expected such results. He also admitted that he may have hopes and dreams, but he has a feeling that this time things will be different. After some time, Kim came to the test of the 24th floor. Players need to stop the big cows. The system also notified that at each stage, the number of big cows summoned would increase, and at the end of each stage, they would earn 10 points. For each big cow they destroy, they will receive 5 points, and by spending 10 points, they will be able to call a big cow on the enemy team of their choice. Teams also cannot leave their assigned area. They will be eliminated from the challenge if they leave their area or declare surrender. The team will pass the test if they are the last one standing, and the first stage will begin in 5 minutes. Mamos immediately guessed that this was a test of endurance. Isn't Kim glad that they are on the same team? Kim had immediately warned him that they would be acting separately, starting from the next floor. But Mamos didn't understand this decision. Couldn't they just stick together until the very end? Kim replied that no, and besides, he would quickly change his mind once he started doing the job he planned to assign him. At the same time, the boundary lines of the field began to be created, and the initial points were awarded. Kim understood that everyone started on equal terms. It was enough to call one big cow, and the rest of the players had already decided that this test was quite easy. They would pass it automatically. They thought they were lucky because their team had Kim Yu-won. It had been an eternity since they hadn't been nervous during a test, and Mamos noted that everyone had a lot of faith in the guy. Kim only told him that they would hope that they weren't aiming for that, but Mamos didn't understand anything. At the same moment, many large cows appeared on their territory. There was literally a whole herd of them. The players were horrified that this was only the first stage. They couldn't even count them all. Now Mamos understood what Kim meant. The other teams would try to eliminate the most likely team to win, right? He realized that this meant that this was a fight between their team and 9 other teams combined. At that moment, Kim summoned a multitude of mana explosion skills. Mamos couldn't believe it. How high was his mana that he could use so many explosions at once? Kim asked him to save the chatter for later. He immediately launched projectiles straight at the cows. Mana explosions literally destroyed one cow after another. Soon there was no trace left of the monsters. The players couldn't believe it was even possible. They felt like they were bothering Kim just by being there. Kim turned to them and asked them to try to hold out as long as possible. Since they decided to stay, they might as well pass the test, right? The players immediately realized that Kim was threatening them with death if they did not fight, while Mamos just watched him as if he were their idol. Meanwhile, the third team decided that this was a bit too easy. It seemed like there were almost no big cows heading towards their team. As expected, people think alike. The other teams made the same decision as them. Team 5 also discussed that they had to make sure that Kim's team was eliminated first. Team 9 was of the same opinion. They understood that this test would begin as soon as Kim Yu-won's team lost. At the same moment, a notification came that the 9th stage would begin in 5 minutes, and the location had been changed. Kim's team discussed the fact that there were about 1,000 cows this time and no team had been eliminated yet. They realized that now it seemed like they were the only ones being attacked. Mamos also realized that this would not end soon. Kim asked him to hold out until the 10th stage. Mamos himself wasn't sure they could do it, and Kim reminded them that he had said earlier that for him it was nothing more than squashing some bugs. Their conversation was interrupted by a new wave of large cows. These creatures became more and more numerous. Kim told all his teammates that they should all rest. From now on, he would go alone. They asked him if he would be okay, and Kim confirmed that he would be okay. The boy summoned multiple mana explosions again, and Mamos couldn't even count them. Kim thought that mana control had become much easier thanks to the mana owner skill, but it was still lacking. Before returning to the past, it was quite easy for him to summon 50 of these explosions, but how many could he do now? The system sent a notification about the beginning of the 9th stage, and Kim realized that the time had come. He immediately unleashed a multitude of explosions on all the cows that were running towards them. Kim overcame the whole bunch of cows in one instant. Soon, the 13th stage also began, and at that time, he was only 0.6 short of completing the Heaven's Fate skill. He set about destroying all of these monsters again. Kim knew that about 10 mana potions should be enough. He knew how many could be made, so he decided to focus on controlling them. Kim asked Mamos to spend points to summon big cows on the other team, but the guy didn't understand this, because they planned to gather them all and attack at once. Kim said they needed to counterattack properly so that the other teams would react even more strongly, but Mamos pointed out that there were more than 1,000 monsters flocking right now. Would he be okay? Wasn't he tired? The guy replied that not yet. Even if he overdoes it a little, he still has to continue until the very end. The players couldn't believe what was happening. They realized that Kim was on a completely different level. How come he hadn't become a ranker yet if he was so good? Mamos himself knew very well that it was so overwhelming that it might not seem true. As part of the demon race, he grew up seeing power that even normal players couldn't imagine, but even he found the boy's abilities amazing. Although his strength is inferior to the rankers, did they show such talent when they were players? Mamos realized that Kim was much more amazing than when he saw him from afar. At the same time, the guy continued to destroy hundreds of cows. Soon, the completion of the Heaven's Doom reached its maximum. The skill was immediately removed, and Kim received a demonic physique. He was given a new demonic energy stat, which was increased by 20. The skill of the demonic physique itself is the body of the demonic tribe, and Kim could control this energy. The young man could not even imagine that he would acquire such a skill. He knew very well that demonic energy was a unique power of a demon that was similar to mana, but fundamentally different. After all, it is much more destructive. Kim decided to immediately test his new power and launched a projectile of incredible force straight into the crowd of monsters. All the cows were instantly destroyed, and Mamos asked him if he was by any chance a representative of the demonic race. He didn't understand how he could control demonic energy that only a demon could use. Kim replied that he had no idea either. He had acquired a new skill, and this is what happened. Now that he has what he needs, it's time for them to put an end to all this. Mamos didn't understand what they were talking about, and Kim replied that they needed to finish this test, while his balance was over 24,000 points. The guy spent them all and called 2,435 cows to the next stage, and the system asked him to specify the team he wanted to send them to. Meanwhile, the other team was literally dying of boredom. They didn't understand what stage Kim was at now, after all. He is quite resilient. They didn't understand why he was trying so hard, and at that very moment they received a notification that the second team had summoned a big cow. This surprised them greatly, because Kim could still afford to fight back. A moment later, they received several hundred messages that large cows had been summoned. They couldn't believe that Kim Yu-Wan was behind all this. How many points did he score? The boys were literally in despair, because the cows were coming from all sides, and soon the teams began to drop out, one after another. Kim reflected that everything was going according to his plan. Some teams had already started to drop out. He knew that there were about 200 people per team that had been summoned previously. These were the players who had managed to climb to the 24th floor, so at least one or two teams could survive. The only problem is time. If they manage to stop the cows, then next time it will be the same. He will call them until they get tired of it. The rest of his team were incredibly scared. They were happy that Kim was on the same team with them. They literally got goosebumps just looking at the guy. Soon the test was over. Their team had scored 50,000 points, and all the players immediately began to thank Kim. They thought they would never have succeeded at all, but it was only thanks to him that they managed it so easily. Kim himself received an additional 55,000 points, as well as a new cloud-walking skill. Now he can temporarily make his steps lighter when used, and create an invisible path in the air. It was a lower version of the Hermes sandals, so Kim chose to use the skills he already had, but he still has 100,000 points, so it's okay. Mamos asked the guy if they were splitting up now, but Kim surprised him by suggesting that they stick together until the 25th floor. Mamos immediately grabbed his hand, and they went straight to the next floor. In an instant, they were transported to Britain. The players immediately began to discuss that this floor had a reputation as a beautiful city. Some of them even heard that it was a famous tourist spot. Kim noticed statues of the Knights of the Round Table and King Arthur of the Knights. Arthur's soul in his hand immediately told him that this is exactly what he looked like. Kim was surprised that he still had affection, but Arthur stated that it was not just affection. Was it really that hard for him to give him a human body? The boy made fun of him and said that he could have taken the body of a large cow they had hunted earlier, but Arthur shouted that it was still not what he needed. Their conversation was interrupted by Mamos, who said that he had heard that Lancelot was the current king of Britain, but the statue still had not changed. Kim told him that he was still the temporary king, but Mamos did not understand what this meant, since many years had passed since Arthur disappeared. But he admitted that he was interested to know what kind of person he was. After all, Arthur created this world like this, and Lancelot only ruled the last 1,000 years, and Kim answered him that he himself would soon see everything. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of hooves. A man on horseback, along with his subordinates, arrived straight to the square. It was the 31st night of the Round Table, Percival. The players immediately began introducing themselves to him, and Kim noticed that all the eyes of the Knights of the Round Table were full of greed. Well, that's natural because no guild grows as fast as the Round Table. They can stay on this floor until the end of their days. Percival turned to the boys and asked what their names were. The couple introduced themselves, and Percival said that they both spoke little and looked quite confident. He also introduced himself to them. He said he was glad to meet them, because it was nice to see newcomers here. Percival also said that he came here on the orders of His Highness. Among the players who had just arrived, they were looking for a person for the vacant seat at the Round Table. He decided to tell them the details later since they must be tired after the test, so they should rest a little. Percival said that this is the border with other countries. The capital of Britain is not far from here, so they need to follow him. Mamos himself noticed that these knights were somehow vile. He told Kim that they were obviously trying to lure him. Kim came closer and whispered something in his ear. He said it just in case. Mam didn't really believe what he had just heard. He didn't think they would be so dishonest. But since Kim said it, he would mean it, and the guy himself suggested that he keep it under wraps for now and move on. After some time, they arrived at a huge wall. Percival said that behind it lies the capital of Britain, Camelot. The players were even a little shocked when they came close to this wall, and Percival decided to warn them all about something else. He said that in Britain they are strict about demons, so demons who are unsure of their identity find it difficult to enter and exit. Mamos immediately lost his temper. What is he even talking about? Isn't this racial discrimination? Percival said that this was a law they had discussed after the disappearance of the first king, so he asked for their understanding as it was a delicate matter. But he also noted that it could be a completely different story if Kim Yu-won himself could vouch for the man. Mamos finally realized where this was all leading to. He declared that his very existence was already proof. He shouted that Belial was his father, one of the 7 demon kings, the leader of the Demon King Guild, one of the star rankers. The knights did not expect such a turn of events. Mamos continued and said that he would tell his father everything. Percival's assistant said that they shouldn't let this conversation slide. He suggested letting him in, since they already knew how to identify him. Percival obeyed him and ordered the gates to be opened. The boys went inside, and Mamos immediately wrote a message to Kim that he couldn't believe that they didn't want to let him in just because of his race. But as the boy said, they didn't do anything as soon as he mentioned his father's name. But he still didn't understand how he managed to find out about it. Did he really know the laws of Britain? Kim told him that he just had a premonition, and soon they approached the king's palace. Suddenly the guy received a notification from the system that the egg had bared its teeth. It was starving and bursting. Kim knew it. There is a remnant of the external god here too. Since he completed the heaven's doom, the egg is the only thing left. He must speed up its hatching and find out what's inside. Kim himself did not know whether it would be an enemy of the outer gods, or whether it would plunge a sword into his back, but his thoughts were interrupted by the egg itself, which asked him to hurry. But the egg did not stop talking, asking the guy to speed up, which began to irritate the young man. He noticed that it was becoming more and more talkative. Soon, Kim arrived at the resting place. He spoke to Arthur's spirit and told him that he had not spoken since they entered Camelot. Why was he so silent? Arthur replied that even if other zones had changed, this one had not changed at all. Kim understood that he meant the castle, but noted that it looked like just an old building. Arthur said that this castle was much older than his, but still did not understand why he came all this way here, because the knights could warn Olympus about this. Kim said that he himself should have heard what Percival said on the way to the castle. Lancelot wanted to meet him, and he should follow him. A little earlier, Percival told Kim that His Highness would like to meet him, so he invited him to come to the castle, and Mamos remained alone, because the demon cannot enter there. But Arthur wasn't asking about that. He heard that the guy was going to meet someone. Was that person who came here Merlin? Kim said that he asked him for a favor so he should meet him, and Arthur admitted that it made him emotional. When he gave him the orc body, he thought that he was someone who didn't understand other people's feelings. Arthur continued and said that he calculates too much and thinks about the purpose and reason for everything. He seems like a man who has plans and beliefs and the skills to back it all up. Arthur even suggested that he does it for him, probably because he has little experience, but despite his strong will, he is still a low-level player. He can't be so soft if he wants to be a ranker, like unshakable water. He must keep a clear mind. Kim told him that this was not so, and that he should not think that he had come here without thinking. Let him watch carefully as he turns Britain upside down. At the same time, some girl was thanking someone. She didn't know that he would be so angry that he would lower his head. A little earlier, some man was going to cut off her hands so that she would pay for her crime because she dared to stain the armor of the Knight of the Round Table. She admitted that she would have gotten into trouble if he had not helped her, and the man replied that there were knights with bad character in the Round Table, as in the previous case. The old man said that if she was criticized for something unnecessary, he would only get exhausted faster, so she should be careful. The girl said that she had been working in the castle for a long time, and the knight was in a panic when he met him, so he must be a person of high rank. The man realized that she wanted to know his name. He thanked her and said that he would help her with the garden, which she was responsible for. He often walks in this place when he wants to clear his head. Soon he was left alone and did not understand where they all sold their knightly spirit. Where has the decency of the Knights of the Round Table gone? It wasn't like that in his time, was it? He asked Kim, who was standing nearby, and the guy himself replied that he had no idea. Kim realized that before him was the great wizard who founded Britain together with the king of knights, Merlin. Merlin thought the boy was following him. Who was he? Kim introduced himself, and the old man remembered that he had already heard this name. The guy said he was a player who had just come to this place. Merlin realized that Lancelot must have invited him, but what did he want from him? Was there some business? Kim immediately took out a sword from his inventory. Merlin recognized it immediately, for it was Excalibur. The old man immediately became serious. Apparently this conversation would be long. He asked him where he got this sword. Kim replied that he didn't think it was necessary to discuss it in such an open place, so he suggested that they discuss it over a cup of tea. Soon they came to Merlin's office, who was already impatient to get to the point. He again asked the guy where he got Arthur's sword. Kim replied that he had managed to find this relic by chance. Merlin admitted that he doesn't know where Arthur went, but he left Britain. He's angry that he hasn't heard from him for over 1,000 years. He misses him very much, because he's a friend who's hard to forget. That's exactly the kind of person Arthur was for him. The old man was glad that he had dealt with his fate. He also assumed that Kim was here to find out what kind of relationship or connection he had with Arthur, right? Kim said that he first met the King of Knights a few months ago. Merlin choked on this. Did he really mean to say that Arthur was still alive? The guy replied that this was not entirely true. He immediately summoned a green orc, in whose body was Arthur's soul. Merlin noticed that the young man was a necromancer. He had quite valuable abilities. He also asked him to tell how this happened. The old man assumed that he had summoned these undead to harm him, but Kim replied that this was not the case. He simply thought it would be better for him to hear it directly. Merlin didn't understand what he was talking about, and Arthur told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The old man immediately realized everything. He literally couldn't hold back his words as soon as he realized that it was his friend in front of him. Arthur was surprised that he recognized him, but still asked the old man to calm down, because the dead do not come back to life. But Merlin asked him not to call him that, because he was still young. Merlin asked him why he came back in such a state and why he looked like that. Arthur just looked at Kim and told Merlin that they needed to talk about something. Merlin thought he wanted to tell who killed him. Arthur said he looked like a man who was going to take revenge right now, but it was not necessary. He had enough already, because there was a more serious problem. He told him that the one who killed his son was in this castle, which Merlin never expected to hear. Arthur told him that Lancelot had killed his son, which literally drove Merlin crazy. Kim stopped him in time and asked him to calm down, because many would see if he created problems now. Merlin didn't understand how he could remain calm after hearing that, but Kim said that he had to get through it nonetheless. The old man asked Arthur if Lancelot was also the one who killed him. Arthur replied That of course not. Did he really think that a man like him could defeat him? Merlin said that he used to be much stronger than him, but now Lancelot has become a rancor. Although it is temporary, but now he is the king of Britain. If he recklessly kills him, then Britain and the Round Table may fall apart, so maybe he himself will take a step forward? Arthur complained to him that in addition to this body, this youth manipulated him, because the undead have no choice but to follow their master. In this case, Merlin did not understand what to do in such a situation, and Kim asked him when the next Round Table meeting would take place. The old man replied that in about 10 days, then the young man asked if it was possible for an outsider to participate in it, and not just the Knights of the Round Table. Merlin replied that this was not usually allowed, but with his help it could be done. Kim told him that on the opening day of the meeting, they would turn the Round Table upside down. Meanwhile, 2 knights came to the king, reporting that they had finished the work they had to do. Lancelot asked them if something had happened, but they replied that nothing special had happened. He said that in that case, they should put the welfare of the people first. Such is the will of the Night King. The knights only answered him that they would obey his orders. It was the 34th Knight Tal and the 42nd Knight Lolet. They also told what brought Kim Yu-won to the castle according to the order. Tal asked if he should bring him to the boardroom, and Lancelot replied that yes, he would rather see him in person. He had already heard about him from Asgard while he was outside. Small and medium guilds were trying to recruit this guy, but Asgard was a solid and large guild. It seems they secretly launched an investigation because they had suspicions about a player of unknown origin who could climb the tower at an unusual speed. Lancelot also said that he heard something terrible. He heard that Kim Yu-won's supporter was involved in the death of King Arthur, the host of the Round Table and the Pillar of Britain. Tal and Lolet couldn't believe it, and Lancelot said that there was no clear evidence yet, but since it was from Asgard, the information must be reliable. In that case, they didn't understand why he invited this player. They couldn't just stand aside like Knights of the Round Table, so they asked to give them the order to kill him. Lancelot said that he was also furious when he found out about it, but as the king, he was worried that it could cause unrest in the country, plus, if a rancor targeted the player, it could attract the attention of the administrator, and that in turn could affect their relationship with Asgard, since they are the ones conducting the secret investigation. But still, they can't just leave him alone. He was sure that they themselves understood perfectly well what he meant, didn't they? Tal and Lolet stated that they, as Knights of the Round Table, must do this without leaking information. No matter what happens, they will endure everything. Lancelot told them that their achievements would forever remain in his memory and the memory of the other knights. He would never forgive this Kim Yu-won for pointing his blade at Britain. Soon he was left alone and could not contain his laughter. He couldn't believe that they were still blinded by revenge even after 1,000 years. These devoted fools, they can't even tell who is a friend and who is an enemy. The bastard was very interested in whether he would be able to take over this great country and control all the rankers in it. He never thought that Arthur kept something as pleasant as this to himself. But now it's all his, all this is for Olympus. Soon there was a knock on Kim's room door. Not even a day had passed since Lancelot had returned to the palace, and he had already begun to act. The guy used his fiery gaze and noticed that the people behind the door were well armed, as if the mana would explode at any moment. Their mana was controlled in extreme fury. He wondered if Lancelot could have conspired to cause this. The 2 knights asked him to follow them, and then they went out to the training ground. Tal thanked the boy for obediently following them, and Kim replied that it was nothing special, although he thought the place would be more suitable for blade dancing. Tal replied that it was not just like that. He pointed a sword at the guy and said that he had some questions for him. If the guy did not answer or lied, then he would cut off his limbs one by one. Tal asked him which group was behind the death of the King of Knights, and Kim clearly did not expect this. He asked him in response, why is he even asking him about this? The knight immediately struck, but Kim dodged in time. Tal was serious, he asked again. Who killed King Arthur? Kim immediately realized that Lancelot had sent them. Tal was furious that he dared to speak that name so carelessly. The guy immediately took out a sword from his inventory. and then he repelled another attack by the knight. Because the blow from Tal was too strong, he received a penalty from the system. Kim noticed this and realized that threats alone would not do. He realized that Lancelot had caused the knights under his command to want revenge. The guy couldn't believe that he had let someone else handle this. It seemed that his tricks were working too well. First, he needed to think of a plan of action. He decided that he would beat one of the knights first. Tal didn't waste a second and struck again, but Kim easily dodged it. The knight didn't understand what just happened. The moment the guy blocked his view, he felt a chill and goosebumps run down his skin. Arthur asked Kim not to kill them, because they did not know the truth, but the young man himself understood this perfectly well, because they were doing this out of loyalty. He didn't understand what he should do. Maybe he should show Arthur? But he immediately rejected this idea, because Merlin and Arthur knew each other, so the old man believed him. But these two are convinced that it was he who killed their king. This means that until the Round Table meeting begins, he must hide Arthur's existence. At that very moment, La Lulette came out to him. The system sent a notification that the 42nd night of the Round Table requires a one-on-one confrontation. The skill effect will be broken if a third party is involved. Kim asked him if the guy behind him really wouldn't budge now, and Lawlet replied that going up against an ordinary player together would hurt his pride. The guy noticed that this was indeed a sign of chivalry, and he asked him if he really planned to win. Lawlet said they always win by this method. That's the way the Round Table is. Kim reflected that it was rather foolish to talk about the reputation of the Round Table. Modern Britain, and before the existence of the Round Table, had a long history of bloodshed, lasting hundreds of thousands of years. And yet they still discuss a force that was created by someone else? How dare people with such a character say such things? Kim turned to the knight and declared that he would not win this way. From now on, he will make it clear to him. Arthur again asked the guy not to kill him. Kim promised he wouldn't do it, but he'd still have to be patient for a little while. They immediately crossed their swords, causing a powerful blast wave. As it turned out, Lawlet was able to block the guy's attack with his shield. The knight confirmed his suspicions. As expected, this young man is not an easy person. Still, one should not underestimate him. And Kim continued to strike him with his sword dozens of times. Suddenly, the guy noticed a strange charge from the shield. Lawlet decided to take advantage of the guy's hesitation and counterattacked with his own shield. Fortunately, Kim reacted in time and jumped to the side. He realized that his fighting style was defensive-oriented, but he also had enough power to destroy walls like a giant tank. Lawlet warned him that if the boy attacked him with brute force, he would do the same. Kim went on the attack again. The guy in the air used the power of a giant. All of his stamina was temporarily replaced with strength. Now, the power of the giants was in his body. For the first time, he managed to achieve complete success in gigantization, since all this time he had only managed to use partial gigantization. But this time it was different. Kim immediately dealt a crushing blow straight to Lawlet's shield. The knight did not understand what kind of inhuman strength this was. Kim knew it wasn't just about strength. His cane was made by a truly skilled craftsman, and adamantium, the finest metal, was used for it. The boy continued to deliver dozens of blows to Lawlet's shield. He didn't stop for a second. Soon the knight's shield began to literally crack at the seams. Lawlet couldn't understand anything because the guy didn't use any special skills, but still managed to push him away with just his strength. He decided to counterattack and began activating the charge. But Kim wasn't going to just stand there. He dealt another crushing blow. From this, the shield literally cracked in half. La Lulette didn't believe that this was even possible, because this young man wasn't even a ranker, but just a simple player. Kim told him that if they really thought he was related to those who killed Arthur, and if they really wanted revenge, then they should give up their knighthood, at which point the effect of the one-on-one fight was broken by the intervention of a third party. Tal immediately stood up to defend his comrade, and Kim told the knight that he didn't care how many people he was fighting. He didn't care at all. After all, trying to fight alone only means that he is simply reckless. Tal admitted that he was indeed reckless. But if a guy says he's going to fight the two of them, he's going to make him regret it. Tal immediately used the giant sword skill. Kim decided not to stand still and immediately rushed into attack. He dodged the knight's blow with lightning speed, and then he found himself in the air to deliver his own attack. But I never expected this. Immediately, numerous cuts from Tal's giant sword appeared in the air. Kim used heavenly steps and his speed increased by 100% for the next 5 seconds. He also used fiery eyes and a sensory field. This allowed him to get close to the knight, but he put his sword out in time and was able to block this attack. None of them intended to lose. They again clashed in close combat. Kim continued to overwhelm the knight with his power, but the knight managed to parry his attacks each time. But this did not go unnoticed for Tal, because the penalties were getting worse for him. He understood perfectly well that dragging out the fight would not bring any benefit. He should aim to finish him off with one blow. He managed to break the distance with Kim. Tal asked Lolette for help. They used a joint technique, summoning a huge sword. Lolette couldn't believe he'd received such a huge penalty just for defending. But even if their bodies explode, or even if they die, they will do everything for Britain. Kim understood that it was a little dangerous. If he acted hastily, he would simply be beaten. He can only use his new power for a minute at most, but if it's enough to stop them, then it's worth a try. The guy immediately activated demonic energy and prepared for his next attack. Kim saw a point where he could break through their mana. The technique of the round table court has descended. The guy was about to let it all out. At that very moment, a huge explosion was heard. He was visible all over the city. Lolette and Tal were on their knees, literally exhausted. Lolette noticed that his comrade had lost consciousness, but it was a blessing that he was still alive. The knight was sure that Kim had used both magic and demonic energy, but he didn't understand how two different powers could coexist. In any case, it became more difficult to dig for information, but at least they found clues. First, they need to find the demon connected to his energy. At that very moment, someone's silhouette appeared from the fog. Kim himself was in perfect order, but the stranger behind him said that the training room was in disarray. Kim realized that he had come here in person. It was the traitor knight Lancelot. Lolette immediately bowed his head to him and said that he was very sorry and regretted it. The bastard said it was right that they at least apologized, and for trying to defame the name of Britain and the Round Table by doing so, they would be sentenced to death. The scoundrel cut off the heads of his charges with one blow. There was not a drop of regret in his eyes. He told Kim that these scumbags had humiliated their country, and Kim tried his best not to break loose and squeezed his sword even harder. Arthur asked him to be patient, because if Lancelot died here, people would remember him as a noble king who protected the peace of Britain from him. He doesn't want that to happen, does he? The guy received a notification from the system that the egg had bared its teeth again. Kim noticed this look as if the outer god was in Lancelot's body. He also came to the conclusion that this was an order from Olympus, and if not, then there was no need for him to attack him when Arthur had not yet revealed his existence. Kim did not understand what made Olympus take a step, since it was not connected with the external god, and Lancelot interrupted his thoughts. He said that the knights were in confusion because of the death of King Arthur, so he asked the guy to ask them for rudeness. He must be uncomfortable being dragged into this, so he wanted to arrange a meeting with him to calm him down. The bastard wanted to say something about Arthur, but Kim interrupted him and replied that he didn't care whether they could meet now or tomorrow. Let him just tell me when he's ready. Lancelot realized that he had made a mistake. He should have sent more people, not two. He was about to report everything to the top, but at that very moment, someone's skill restored the earth. Lancelot did not understand. Was Kim Yu-Wan really being watched and guarded? And someone's voice asked him what brought him here at such an hour? The next day, the knights gathered on the same training field and immediately noticed that the ground was different, as if something had been done to it yesterday. They were immediately ordered to stop talking and line up. Meanwhile, Kim met Lancelot during dinner. The guy noticed that no matter how far the castle was, mana flowed all night, but it was still very quiet. He was sure that Lancelot did something. Kim told the bastard that he didn't like the meat because he could smell blood. He replied that he seemed not to be accustomed to good food, and that they would not do this in the future because he deserved it. But Kim replied that no, he had just said that he didn't like it. Lancelot asked Kim how he met the elder Merlin. He did not pay attention to him, because the old man is interested in gardening and all sorts of trifles, but since he arrived, he began to go out often. He also revealed that it was Merlin who showed up on the training pitch after he left yesterday. Kim replied that they just met by chance. The guy asked him to get straight to the point, because it didn't seem like he really needed comfort. Kim knew very well that this bastard was luring players into a trap by filling this place with mana. Lancelot was very attentive, so he wouldn't be able to send a message or even a voice recording in this case. Lancelot told him that he had heard that he had a sea stone and that one of his acquaintances wanted to get it, so he would ask him to give the stone to him. Kim immediately realized that it was Poseidon who needed the divine sea stone, and Lancelot asked him not to pronounce this name so thoughtlessly. He also admitted that he was going to take him by force as soon as the guy set foot on British soil, for example, kill him or set him on fire. He had many ways to deal with him. Kim confirmed his guess. As expected, the plan was to set Mamos up for attack, but apparently he didn't know that he was Belial's son for the knights to act like that. Lancelot continued and stated that Poseidon had shown him generosity. If he would just hand over the stone and swear allegiance to him, then they would pretend that nothing had happened, and also promised to support him. Kim reminded him that just yesterday he was going to kill him. Could his intentions have changed overnight? He rose from the table and joked to the bastard that his generosity was indeed calming. Kim also sarcastically said that he should bow his head to him since he is generous. Who knows what better he can give him? These words made Lancelot angry. He asked the young man who he thought he was. Kim replied that he knew himself well, unlike him, because it seemed that he himself did not know what kind of person he had become. He walked outside and thought about how Poseidon had approached him first. With his position, he could deal with him whenever he wanted. His attitude had suddenly changed, and there was certainly a reason why it happened. Is he preparing a war against Zeus? Kim understood very well that a player who possesses a divine sea stone and has a high probability of becoming a ranker, in other words, Poseidon needs his help. He values him quite highly. Kim also understood that he cannot fight Zeus alone. In any case, he will be grateful if they start fighting each other. Kim also turned to Arthur and asked him not to be angry. He also felt uneasy, but they also had little time, so he needed to be patient for a little while longer. He set the stage for him. At that very moment, he received a message that everything would happen tomorrow, so he should prepare. The next day in Camelot, at the meeting place of the Round Table, all the knights gathered at a large table. Among them was Kim, along with Merlin. Gawain, Arthur's right hand and the first knight of the Round Table, noticed the young man he had heard so much about. He was also glad that Elder Merlin was present at the meeting after a long break, but still did not understand why he brought this young man here. In any case, it seemed like this meeting would be different from the usual one. Meanwhile, the 2 seats at the Round Table would not be empty, but he still didn't understand where Tal and Lolette were. Zedrak, one of the knights of the Round Table, interrupted his thoughts and said that the guy seemed pretty confident. Lancelot stated that originally it was not allowed to bring an unqualified person to the Round Table, but since the elder was here, they made an exception. He also had something to say to this person. He asked if anyone was against it, but everyone just remained silent. Lancelot told Kim that even if everyone agreed it wouldn't change the fact that he was an outsider. The bastard asked the guy if he knew what it meant to sit where he was sitting now and whose seat was it. Kim replied that he didn't know what it meant. He just assumed it was either Tal's place or Lolette's place. His behavior did not please most of the knights, and Lancelot said that he should know well what happened to those 2. Kim replied that of course he knew, because it was Lancelot who killed them right before his eyes. This statement caused a violent reaction at the table, and the knights thought that this guy should be kicked out quickly. Lancelot ordered them to calm down. He stated that he was indeed the one who took their lives. The bastard turned to Kim again and said that he was sure that he should understand why he made such a decision. Kim asked not to be misunderstood. He believed that it was he who should pay for his sins here, and not him. Lancelot thought that this young man had climbed into the tiger's den himself, but he was still confident in himself. What was he planning? Kim stood up from the table and said that they had a guest. He thought that they would all be glad to see him. At that very moment, the door opened and then someone's silhouette appeared. A knight entered the room. Everyone was literally speechless. Nobody could believe it. Even Lancelot didn't expect this. For it was Arthur, the king of all knights. Everyone immediately rose from their seats and began to greet the king. Arthur asked Gawain how his son was, wondering if he was using the sword he had given him well. Suddenly he noticed Zidrak. He didn't expect to see him here, because he remembered him as a child, and now he was sitting here. Lancelot didn't understand what the hell was going on. He was sure that Arthur was dead. Everything would be over if he took back the throne. He couldn't let this happen. He had to decide what to do. Suddenly he remembered that Kim Yu-won came to Camelot with the demon, the son of Belial. He declared that this man was a double, and not the real Arthur. The knights immediately remembered what they had seen with the young man Mamos. But there were still those who did not believe that the real Arthur was in front of them, because he had Excalibur with him, the same legendary sword. But Lancelot was going to prove otherwise. He took out his sword and thought to himself that this was a really stupid move on Kim's part, because no matter how real he looked, a fake like him only had an appearance. The bastard had already swung his sword to strike at Arthur, but at that very moment Merlin appeared and stopped his attack. After all, it really turned out to be Arthur's fake. In fact, it was Mamos who admitted that he was even a little scared. The knights realized that they had been deceived and were about to capture the criminals. Mamos told Lancelot that he had not been too forceful in his attack. It's as if he is 100% sure that Arthur's own return is impossible. Arthur himself appeared right there in the body of an orc. He approached Lancelot, wondering how he knew about his death. The bastard himself noticed that the nerves in his entire body responded to this familiar energy. It was definitely Arthur in front of him. Gawain wanted to intervene in this, but Merlin stopped him, saying that the two of them needed to talk, so it was better not to interfere. Lancelot himself asked Arthur what he meant. He only noticed that the demon was a fake, but did not know it. Arthur found it funny to hear about the forgery from him. He remembered that Lancelot said that he received the royal seal from him, didn't he? It is this that symbolizes that he chose him as the next king. But he has one of the two seals in the world, so where did he get it from? Doesn't this seal belong to his son? Doesn't it belong to Modred Pendragon? Lancelot didn't know what to answer him. The knights immediately looked at him with anger and disgust. The bastard realized he was in deep trouble. He immediately started running away from Arthur. Lancelot broke the glass in the building and jumped out into the street. Some knights did not understand whom they should trust, but still decided to pursue Lancelot. Arthur stopped them and asked them to wait. If the knights of the Round Table all moved at once, the people would be agitated. Aren't the people the priority of the Round Table? Even if they don't follow him, Lancelot won't be able to take a step outside Camelot. Kim understood that for the bastard, the initial goal was to escape from Camelot. But since he can leave Britain, he will simply run away and make plans for the future. Meanwhile, Lancelot was already at the exit from the city. But before he could take a single step outside of Camelot, an unknown barrier pushed him back. He received a notification that the area was designated as a prison and that leaving it was prohibited. He was sure that Merlin did it. At that very moment, the chains wrapped around him and grabbed the scoundrel. This was also Merlin's power. The old man told the guards that they should retreat if they did not want to end up in the center of events. This man was no longer the king of Britain, but a traitor. Earlier, Kim told him that even if Mamos changed his appearance to look like Arthur, the Round Table might notice that the mana flow in his body was fake. So he asked Merlin to wrap Arthur's energy around him, knowing for sure that he would be able to fool the Round Table. Merlin turned to Lancelot, wondering why he did this. The bastard replied that he had no grand reason. All because he wanted to finally become king. The bastard began to change literally before our eyes, and then the ground began to crumble beneath their feet. Merlin remembered that Kim told him that there was a monster inside Lancelot, but it didn't feel like magic or demonic energy. He assumed that it might be related to the energy when he betrayed Arthur, and at the same time, a notification came from the system that the King of the Round Table had determined his land. If they attacked him in the specified place, they would receive a penalty. Merlin wasn't going to let him leave Camelot anyway. He immediately rained down a hail of stones on Lancelot, but not a single attack achieved its goal. The scoundrel, on the contrary, changed the direction of the attack towards the city. Merlin used the strongest barrier to protect the city. He didn't believe that Lancelot wanted to become king and yet attacked his own people. How could he not be ashamed? At that very moment, the old man received a notification that a crack had appeared in the prison. The bastard told him that no matter how great a mage he was, it was hard to face a rancor while maintaining his skills, but Merlin still managed to repair the crack. Merlin realized that it was his plan all along to disperse his magical power, and in the meantime, many cracks appeared, but they all immediately repaired themselves. At that very moment, Arthur appeared along with Kim, who protected Merlin from the scoundrel's attack. Meanwhile, Kim continued to receive notifications that the egg was hungry. The guy understood that it was not that easy. He would get into a lot of trouble if he let it go. Arthur shouted that he had been waiting for this day. Today he would kill Lancelot with his own hands. Kim and Arthur attacked the bastard, landing multiple blows, but he managed to fight off everyone, despite their numerical advantage. Lancelot told Arthur that he was far from the man he knew before. Does he really think he can stop him while in an undead body? Kim used the giant's power and then activated the Hell Summon. A multitude of eyes immediately appeared. The boy activated the sacred flame, and the voice inside Lancelot told him to run. Because the boy was the same as them, he needed to run quickly. Lancelot wasn't going to run away because of a simple player, but the voice still told him to run, but the bastard refused. The voice told him that it was too late. His body, soul, and everything else would be consumed. At the same moment, the same fangs that had appeared earlier after Kim defeated Orochi began to appear. The egg began to show its form and absorb Lancelot's betrayal and greed. The bastard didn't understand what that bastard Kim even did. Even so, he tried to fight back and used the Forest of Swords skill. The boys had no trouble fighting them off, and Merlin just thought it was disgusting. Lancelot began to beg for help, but no one said a word to him. He was ready to do anything to survive. Arthur told him that Tal, Lorette, and Mordred were the reasons why he had to die. Lancelot's body was literally devoured anew, and soon there was no trace left of him. Kim killed Lancelot, betrayal and greed. The system sent a new notification that the position of the King of Britain became vacant. 10 days were allocated for the election of a new king. With a majority of votes, this title can be obtained. Kim increased his level as well as several characteristics. In addition, he received 200,000 points, as in the case of Orochi. That is, Lancelot was considered a boss. Also, he was not simply referred to as Lancelot, but with the addition of betrayal and greed, the others had titles related to abilities, which means that the seed that stupid chaos planted in Lancelot is related to greed. Meanwhile, the egg hatching rate has already reached 70%. Kim noticed that compared to Orochi, it took longer to eat, maybe because there was more food, and Merlin interrupted his thoughts. He asked what it was. He felt an ominous energy like Lancelot, maybe even worse. Is that why the guy is so strong? Kim now understood what it looked like. He told the old man that it was the external god. Let him call him that. He himself did not know more. Merlin had never heard a name like that before, and Kim noticed something strange. He looked at the clouds and told the old man that it was not the end yet. A strong blow was moving towards them. Meanwhile, Poseidon broke into Zeus's domain and dealt with his guards. Zeus was surprised that he didn't even say hello now. After all, he opened the way for him, and Poseidon said that even if he hadn't done it, he would have broken through on his own, just like now. Poseidon said that he did not want to drag out the conversation and was going to get straight to the point. Zeus interrupted him. He wanted to say that Lancelot was defeated, didn't he? Just as Poseidon thought. Being on Olympus, he knows about everything. He asked him what he was going to do, and Zeus replied that a major battle must be avoided. so he would have to suffer a small loss. He said there should be no connection between them and Britain, so he will erase everything. Zeus was about to direct his lightning bolt straight at Britain. Poseidon knew that if this was used, it would not only wipe out Britain, he warned him that the administrators would not stand aside. Zeus replied that he had already spoken to them. He was allowed to strike once, that was all he was allowed. Meanwhile, Merlin asked Kim what he was talking about. The guy replied that he was sure that Zeus had already begun to act. Immediately, Kim received a notification about the creation of a new test. The destruction of Camelot began. In 10 minutes, lightning will strike Camelot, and the guy needs to block it. The guy understood perfectly well that since this was presented as a test, Zeus even came to an agreement with the administrator. After all, he tried very hard. Merlin interrupted his thoughts. Even if Lancelot was supported by Olympus, he still did not understand why Zeus should interfere in this. The old man said that Zeus is not a fool. If he destroys Camelot, Olympus will be subject to a serious fine, and it will also worsen the relationship between Olympus and Asgard. Kim confirmed that even Olympus was afraid of Asgard and Odin, but that was why they were trying to cover their tracks at any cost, and Merlin still didn't fully understand everything, but now was not the time for talking. He immediately created many barriers over the city. Kim knew that he shouldn't expect anything less from such a powerful magician, but he knew perfectly well that lightning wouldn't stop it anyway, and Merlin told him that he could help in any way. He didn't just need to look at the sky. Kim replied that he was not only looking at the sky, his fiery eyes began to resonate. After arriving in Camelot, he received a message and was surprised that he found it so quickly, but he was still not sure and ignored it. After all, he couldn't ignore it anymore. Kim knew that he was watching him, and the system sent a notification that a great sage, equal to the heavens, was watching him. Sun didn't understand why he needed this, and Kim asked if he really wanted them to just die. Sun replied that he didn't care, and Kim then wondered why he had wasted his time looking for him. The sage tried to get out of it and said that he wasn't looking for him, but the guy knew perfectly well that he had been following him for several days and that he definitely had some business with him. Sun told him that he could run away, so why was he just standing there, and Kim replied that he couldn't leave that place. The guy asked him to help him once. Sun agreed, but said that this was the first and last time. A moment later, a red pillar of light appeared. As it turned out, someone descended to the ground. It was that same great sage Sun Wukong. He was glad that they finally saw Kim, but the guy told him that they would talk later. Now there was more important business. Sun warned him again that he would only help him once, but the boy had no intention of asking for more. These words brought a smile to the sage's face. At that moment, the destruction of Camelot began, and Sun ordered Ruijung to grow. Meanwhile, Merlin tried his best to hold back the lightning. But his defensive wall was still destroyed, and the sage's staff grew to the heavens. Rui was able to withstand the lightning strike. Kim understood that a staff was a staff. No matter what skill he used, it seemed impossible to completely block a lightning strike. Suddenly he felt his Kaini give a reaction. Everything was exactly as he expected. The boy asked the sage to stay there a little longer, and then he pushed off from his wall and jumped onto the staff. Kim decided to climb to the very top. Sun tried to stop him. Where the hell was he going? The sage immediately activated his golden fiery eyes. He noticed something strange. The lightning began to diminish. Meanwhile, the armor of Kim's 4 spirits resisted the lightning, and Kaini began to react to it. The divine darkness stone and the sea stone also reacted to the lightning. As expected, the sea stone reacted the same way if it came close. The lightning strike is Hephaestus's masterpiece made by processing divine stones. The reason for such a reaction could be the other stones. Kim was sure that Kaini was bound by the pure darkness stone and the sea stone, and now also the divine stone from the lightning strike. These 3 stones should have been one, but still, he shouldn't have reacted so strongly. At that moment, Kaini spoke and declared that it was all his. He began to absorb the power of the lightning strike, and then was completely filled with it. Kim understood that even though he had already gotten rid of the staff, He still had so much energy that the young man received an electric shock. Even though he had become stronger and was using a lot of energy, it irritated him that he hadn't closed the gap between him and Zeus yet. But this is even good, as long as it does not allow him to lose his determination. He promised that he would catch up with him soon. The boy had already received a level 5 electric shock, and his kine continued to absorb the power of the lightning strike. A moment later, there was no trace of the lightning left. Kim realized that he had succeeded. He immediately lost consciousness and began to fall to the ground. Sun and Merlin immediately noticed this. The young man did not move at all. The sage knew this would happen. He immediately headed towards Kim and managed to catch him. Meanwhile, on Olympus, Zeus admitted that he did not expect Sun Wukong to appear. He admitted his defeat, which surprised Poseidon. Poseidon did not understand why the sage intervened, because making enemies on Olympus would not bring him any benefit, and Zeus replied that he does whatever he wants. He does not care who becomes his enemy. He is the one that even the heavenly kingdom of the giant guild couldn't kill. Zeus said that he couldn't just recklessly return to him just because he was annoyed, and Poseidon noticed that Kim couldn't move his body. How could he stop the lightning strike? Zeus said that this boy had grown much larger than he thought, and Poseidon wondered if Zeus himself was saying this. Then how strong was this youth? Even rankers find it hard to stop him. Maybe his skills are now similar to that strong ranker? He asked Zeus what they should do now that Asgard would find out about what happened in Britain, and Zeus told him that there was no other way. He immediately attacked his brother with lightning, but he managed to block his attack. Poseidon screamed that he should have known he would do this, and Zeus only asked for his forgiveness. He said that it was all for Olympus, and then he activated the lightning strike. A little earlier, Kim received a notification that he had successfully stopped the fall of Camelot. His stats had been increased. He had also had a great impact on preventing the city from falling. The young man had earned 1,000,000 points, strong lightning tolerance, and also a part of the lightning itself. When Sun caught him, he asked the boy why he asked for help if he was going to die. Kim merely repeated his question, and then everything was a blur. The young man woke up. It was just a dream. He was lying in his room. The boy noticed a moonlight sword next to him, the power of which increased by 200% in the darkness. Merlin, who was sitting at the other end of the room, told him that 5 days had passed. He also told him that Kim had fallen after being struck by lightning, and then the lightning had disappeared. Kim also remembered that he had gained a new skill. He activated the lightning part skill, and then lightning appeared all over the room. Merlin asked him if he was really going to destroy the castle after they had so much trouble defending it. The guy apologized. It was just hard for him to control his new skill. At that very moment there was a scream, and then someone entered the room. Merlin forgot to tell him that he had a guest. He waited for him to wake up. It was Hephaestus, who was furious that this brat, even after such an injury, was making a fuss again. Kim didn't understand why he was even here. For several minutes, Hephaestus did nothing but shout and scold the guy. But soon he calmed down, and Kim told him the whole story. He also told him about his guess that these 3 stones have the property of becoming one whole. Kim asked Hephaestus where Sun Wukong was now, and he replied that he was sure that he was sleeping in an unknown place. The guy asked him what brought him here, if it was about Sun Wukong. Then he didn't think he could do anything, but the old man replied that he came here to look at the sights, but Kim didn't believe it. It seemed more like he was worried about him. Hephaestus got angry again. He didn't want to admit it, and repeated again that he came here to see the sights. Then silence fell in the room. Merlin realized that the guy had a sea stone, and Kim confirmed it. Then he asked if he had the sky stone, but Kim did not answer. Hephaestus interrupted their conversation. The young man once mentioned that he would like to improve his subjects, so he found a decent way to do this. He had almost all the necessary materials. Hephaestus knew that there was a place in Camelot where he could do everything, but he still asked Merlin if he could use it, and Merlin told him that no one would complain if the best blacksmith in the tower worked there. He could come there whenever he wanted. Hephaestus said that he had 2 kilograms of adamantium, and Kim understood that this way he could get 2 powers. Besides, They were quite compatible. He offered the old man to pay 1,250,000 for everything, but Hephaestus said that he had even obtained the ore for him, and he still wanted to breed him. His final price was 1.5 million. Then Kim proposed to settle for 1,400,000. Hephaestus held back with all his might. He could not hit him, because he had only recently woken up. He finally agreed, saying that this would be enough, and then took the sea stone. Hephaestus said that everything would take about 4 days, but warned Kim not to dare to be late again. Soon Kim and Merlin went outside. The old man said that the country had not improved since the king had disappeared, and Kim noted that the round table was also in confusion. Merlin said that people thought it was because of treason, so the country could not prosper. Kim saw how the round table fought whether Arthur was a fake or not when Lancelot was called a traitor. So strong was Lancelot's influence. He also said that the round table was divided. It is difficult to have as much power as before, but he is still not worried about it, because everything should have happened a long time ago. It's natural to cut off the rotten part so that fresh flesh appears. He also said that he owed a lot to the guy. Thanks to him, he had a chance to do the right thing. Kim replied that it was all because he believed in him, and Merlin noted that he spoke just like old Hephaestus. He also said that anyway, since he was still recovering, he would like to take him to one place. He also asked the guy to summon Arthur. Soon they came to some building, and Merlin said that after Lancelot died, he found that this place remained intact. Perhaps this freak could not leave it. He kept this place a secret. Only kings could come here. Arthur almost cried. Before him was the body of his son, Mordred Mendragon. Merlin said that he wanted to bring peace to his son as soon as it was possible, but not to bury the prince. He also said that something could have happened in Britain, where riots had already begun. Kim thought about something, and then he offered Arthur to move into the body of his son. Arthur said that he couldn't, because his son died because of him. Did the guy really want him to feel guilty? Then Kim asked him if it would make him feel better if his son's body became evil. Arthur didn't understand why he was asking such an obvious question, only he was supposed to become an evil spirit, but Kim told him that he had misunderstood his question. He asked him if he thought what he was about to do would help Britain recover. Arthur replied that it was not that, without him, the ruined Britain could not get back on its feet. Then Kim asked him why he did not think that he could build a new future for Britain with his son. His son wanted to inherit the throne, didn't he? So Kim was confident that he would trust whatever path Arthur chose. Merlin just watched all this. Arthur said that his son truly loved Britain, even if he himself stopped him. Then Mordred would understand if it was for the good of Britain. Kim responded that he would not waste a decision he had already made. The guy immediately transferred Arthur's soul into his son's body. Arthur immediately knelt down in front of Kim. He declared that he would never betray him and would be faithful to him. Now he is his king, and the system sent a notification that the king of knights Arthur took an oath. His skill in communicating with the undead king increased, and he also gained Arthur's trust. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong recalled the recent events. He had the feeling that Kim already knew him. No matter how strong he was, he would feel as if he was familiar with him rather than feeling weak. It was as if they were close, as if they had known each other for a long time. At the same time, Kim met with Arthur. The guy said that nevertheless, for someone who was almost a supreme ranker, he looks good, and the man replied that he still needs time to adapt. He also said that the guy didn't need to speak to him so politely, because he was his king now. Kim immediately summoned Arthur back into his hand. Someone's voice said that he had just seen something great. He could not even imagine that the king of knights would serve another king. It was Sun Wukong who was watching the boy in the clouds. He told Kim that he would have died if not for his help. At that very moment he jumped to the ground and said that it was quite strange. He just didn't understand something. Why did the guy decide that he would help him at all? But he still admitted that if he thought about it from the other side, he could still understand it. He said he was confident that Kim knew a lot about him. Kim thought that the sage came to him because of his fiery eyes, but that was not the case. Although this skill was only obtained by Sun Wukong, It was originally a skill that only the monkeys of Mount Huaguo, Wugong's family, had. Since a player who is not even part of this family has fiery eyes, he expected that Sun would decide to help him, and he would not be able to ask about the eyes. Kim asked him if there were any players who didn't know him, and Sun started listing the names the players called him, but that wasn't the point. He said that the boy was not an idiot, so couldn't he understand what was being said, and Kim replied that he didn't know about the others, but he didn't think he would hear that from him. The sage was furious that the young man dared to treat him like an idiot again. He was sure that Kim knew him for sure. He claimed that he saw what his eyes could not see. The boy's fiery eyes began to counteract Sun's golden fiery eyes, but the counteraction failed and Kim asked him what he saw with his amazing eyes. The sage replied that he saw his main body standing next to him, and the guy himself knew his main body well. Kim didn't know how to answer him. Even if he lied, his eyes would know it was a lie. As expected, pretending in front of him was a bad idea. Suddenly, Kim came up with something to say. He stated that they knew each other in his world. Sun asked what kind of relationship they had. Kim said they were friends, so close they were almost enemies. Sun plunged into the boy's memories. He saw himself approaching him in the past and ordering him to leave his place. But Kim didn't want to, because the sun shines better here. Then the sage attacked him. He did warn him to leave. Kim survived the attack then. He wasn't going to give up this place just like that. Then they started fighting among themselves. The guys exchanged dozens of blows. None of them wanted to lose. But with the next blow, Sun put Kim on the ground. He told him that he was just a capricious boy. How was he even going to become a ranker with such skills? Kim just laughed at him. This infuriated the sage. They resumed their fight. The boys fought until the evening. At that point, Kim had never managed to defeat Sun in 9 fights, but he was confident that he would succeed this time. The young man caught the right moment and was about to strike straight at the face. Even Sun admitted that this boy was quite agile. Kim still managed to land a clear blow, and the sage flew to the ground. The guy came up to him and said that he had lost 9 of his last 10 matches. But one glorious victory was added. Sun didn't argue with that. Kim helped him up. And the current Kim and Sun Wukong watched all this. The guy admitted that at first it irritated him, perhaps because he lived a life in which he did not have anyone by his side. Sun Yu wondered why he went with him and opened his heart. Kim replied that he simply had no choice but to go with him, because he cannot defeat someone who cannot die. Kim also said that it was during that period that he broke down the walls and heard news of other gods. It was then that he rushed into the tower. Sun saw all this and asked Kim if this was why he fought with him. Kim replied that it wasn't just him, he fought everyone there and they all lost. Then they lost miserably. Sun also saw the boys' memories when they were deciding which of them would return to the past. Odin decided that Kim should return, because he grew up the fastest and killed the most gods. Now Sun Wukong understood everything. Kim is actually from the future. Kim also revealed that he needed to clean up what happened in Britain because that brat Lancelot was the cause of a lot of trouble in the future. But he admitted that progress is so small that he is not even sure if it is there at all. It is just a step towards closing the toxic hole. Sun was curious about the odds of him defeating him, and Kim replied that it was about 0.1%, surprising the sage. The sage began to rack his brains. He hated such complications if he had his main body now. Kim asked. His body was stuck on the 40th floor, wasn't it? Sun couldn't believe that the guy knew about this. And then he remembered that he was from the future. The sage could not believe that he had said that he would help him because he knew what situation he was in. But Kim replied that for that he should help him too. Sun claimed that he had already helped, but Kim replied that it was only his main body, and naturally, that was not enough. The sage replied that it would have been a different matter if he had asked for help only once. At that moment, a portal appeared in the sky, from which dozens of Valkyries began to emerge. Sun didn't understand what had happened to Asgard if they had come here with the Valkyries, and Kim assumed that they must have come to see the situation, because the round table was the Guardians' Guild, and Lancelot was in contact with the Olympians. The sage still did not understand why they all came here just for this reason, and the guy explained that if the head of the round table simply drew a line on Olympus, then they would not have taken any steps. The greatest war, Ragnarok, which led to the fall of Asgard, must begin precisely at the round table. Kim knew perfectly well that the Olympians had planned all this, and they had used Lancelot to ensure that everything led to the fall of Asgard. But since Lancelot was no longer there, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Sun didn't understand what Kim meant. Was it that the Valkyries came here because the war had started? Wasn't he going to meet them? And Kim explained that he couldn't do anything even if he met Asgard now. He also said that Asgard has a clear moral duty to not rush into war unprepared, expecting to lose. The guy also said that before the war Olympus will collapse. Cracks have already appeared there. Sun literally got goosebumps. He didn't understand what was going on in Kim's head right now. With golden, fiery eyes, many knew how Kim entered the tower, until he met several strong rankers. He brought all the information they had and continued to follow the plan. No matter how much he said he came from the future, was he really controlling every move, pushing through countless changes? Kim knew that he was still far from power. In fact, it was no different from the masterpiece created by countless high rankers who poured their hearts into it. The boy broke away from his thoughts and told Sun Wukong that they would reach the 40th floor in no time anyway, so he didn't need to worry. Kim called the administrator for a personal meeting, paying 1,000 points, and the sage immediately understood everything. He wanted to go up there right away. The administrator continued to ponder whether he should agree to the meeting. But soon he finally agreed. After some time, Kim stood on a huge wall. This was the border of Britain, literally the end of the world. A little earlier, Kim told Sun Wukong that a long time ago, when he was in the future, the leader of the Round Table, Lancelot, ordered an attack on the demon tribe. Then the evil giants and demons attacked the Round Table. So, the Olympians who collaborated with Lancelot could not simply watch the Round Table being battered. The peace-loving Asgardians also could not wait for their rivals to start a war. This is how the war began, as a result of which the tower's power increased significantly, so he decided to stop Ragnarok. He asked Sun if he understood everything, but he didn't understand anything at all. He just had a headache. A little earlier, the administrator told Kim that the difficulty would be high, but the reward would also be great. He would have to offer the points he had earned to appear before the court himself. Kim answered him that he was crazy about the court and fulfilling the wishes of Zeus, and he replied that if he left, as Zeus said, he would start throwing lightning. He also explained that the administrator's priority tasks always come first, then the tower's order and the course of the trial. These are the reasons why they exist, and these are their roles. Kim said that if this is so, then let him show him these roles. The guy immediately received a notification that an individual tower test had been created, and to accept it, he had to pay 30,000 points. At the moment, the system sent Kim a notification that he must walk through the forest for a year and create a path. He will be able to get help from the pioneers, and if the cleanup goes quickly, he will be given an additional reward. The 25th floor test would begin as soon as he stepped off the tower walls, and Kim wondered if they really wanted him to suffer if the test was going to last a whole year. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the cloud, which asked if he needed his help. It was Sun who immediately said that he would not help, even though it looked fun, since there would be high-level monsters there. Kim replied that he would be fine, so he could be free, plus he could be fined if he helped, and then he would be disqualified, and then his contribution would be wasted. Sun concluded that he would have to wait a whole year for it, but Kim immediately said that he would not have to. He will finish everything in a month. Finally, the guy said that he would call him when everything was over. Soon the guy was in the unknown forest of the 25th floor. Several guys were surprised that Kim Yuan was here. He was just in the capital recently, so how did he get here if it took 3 days to get there? They also say that he just came from a test with the administrator, but is that even possible? The Discoverer, the vice captain of the third block, a top-class player, Warlock, approached the young man and said that if a skilled player like him helped them, it would be a noble deed, but didn't he think that he thought it was too easy? Even they inspect the forest during a year's expedition. The reorganization alone will take a year, and he says that he will finish everything in half a month. Kim replied that it would do for him. Warlock thought about the guy taking the front line, considering he was a potential player, and he thought he would be more careful. At the same time, Kim called down thunder. Nobody understood what the hell was going on. Kim thought about how he felt a little tired, but he still had a lot of energy. Was it because he had increased his stats? He asked Warlock if this was his first time among the pioneers, since the slightest hesitation and his comrades would be in danger. Kim said a leader should never look scared. The next moment the lightning increased in size. The divine stone of darkness began to interact with the divine stone of thunder. Due to Kim's low skill level, it will take 30 seconds. Soon the boy created a huge lightning bolt, and then he launched it at all the monsters in the area. Warlock thought that this was just crazy. He realized that when Kim said that he would finish everything in half a month, he was not bragging. He absolutely couldn't believe his eyes. Kim interrupted his thoughts and said that they needed to go. On the 4th day of exploring the territory, the boys continued to follow Kim, but he was walking too fast, so they didn't understand. Wouldn't they lose sight of him at this rate? The Warlock told them that today's march would end as soon as the sun went down. It might be tough, but they had to hold out a little longer. Warlock himself thought that there was no worse monster than this guy. He heard that one day a high-level ranker with similar skills would appear. Of course, his strength now is not as great as if he were a high ranker, but his skills are not far from such a ranker. But just like the player on the 25th floor, he doesn't think much. At this speed, even 15 days won't be enough for them, regardless of his skills. The Warlock didn't understand how he planned to explore these lands in 15 days. Suddenly, a huge snake attacked him. The man realized that he had lost his attentiveness and could no longer do anything in this situation. But at the last moment, some man managed to save him. The squad immediately ran to their commander. The Warlock thanked the stranger and asked him who he was. The man said that he was the heavenly fist of the heavenly demon divine cult's overlord, Peng. Pan said that he came here on the orders of the young cult leader and also asked where he was now. Warlock knew very well that the Heavenly Fist Lord was one of the 4 heavenly leaders of the heavenly demon divine cult. But why was he here? The man asked Pan why he was looking for his young leader here, and he replied that he had heard that he would be here. Warlock said that there were only them here. Why did he come to the territory that he was not allowed to enter without permission from the pioneer squad? Suddenly he realized something, and from the forest appeared the silhouette of Kim, who told Pan that he thought that he would start to pick on people, so he went back for him. The guy asked him if he hadn't come alone, had he, and Pan replied that they had come as he had ordered. Warlock couldn't believe that Kim Yu-Wan was the very same young leader of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Suddenly some sounds were heard from the forest. Warlock realized that they could actually do it in 15 days. Immediately, many members of the heavenly demon cult appeared, pledging allegiance to the great young cult leader. Kim understood that he had to complete this test only on his own. From the very beginning, it was impossible to get help from anyone other than the team of pioneers. But since he had the title of the heavenly demon cult leader, which gave him full control and absolute authority over the members, it meant that he only used the opportunities he had. Kim ordered, as the young leader of the cult, to help the pioneering party from now on and explore this forest as quickly as possible. They were all ready to carry out the task without question. Soon they all set out to explore the forest. Along the way, they killed all the creatures that came their way. Kim also did not stand aside and easily dealt with the monsters. Towards evening, they set up camp to rest a little. Kim took out the player's kit and saw that Merlin had written to him, wondering where he had gone, and the guy told him everything and also asked for some reinforcements. Merlin replied that the current state of the country was no longer the best, so he would not be able to send many people. On the 14th day of the trial, one of the cult members reported that one side was almost finished. He asked Kim to finish what he started. The guy immediately used the power of thunder and dealt a crushing lightning strike to the other side. The system immediately sent him a notification that he had passed the World Pioneer test. Additional rewards would be paid over time. Now he could move on to the 26th floor. In total, Kim earned 150,000 points. He gave 50,000 each to the Lord of the Fist and the Lord of the Spear, who were not very opposed. Kim thought that there was no boss more hated than one who did not dare to repay his subordinates with kindness. Without the help of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, he definitely would not have been able to achieve such a result. Now he had to return to Camelot. Because he was being rushed so much, he was already wondering what Hephaestus would beat him with this time. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Pan, who said that if these points could be considered a reward for his work, then he would like to ask for a different reward. Peng said he would like permission to fight him. The Spear Lord immediately said that this was wrong, but Kim stopped him. He said they could begin. The guy asked the people around him to organize space so that they wouldn't hurt anyone during the battle. Since the match started by mutual agreement, the effect of the penalty was temporarily eliminated. Kim knew that Peng, the last person to reach the Lord level out of the other four, was one of the top rankers of the heavenly demon divine cult, and he used martial arts that symbolized the fist. Kim stated that he would not use the heavenly demon's skills in any case. It would be difficult to use 100% of his skills due to their overlap. He himself was interested to see how much he had grown. Their fists immediately clashed in battle. Pan was surprised that the boy would not use the sacred flame, and Kim replied that he practiced something else. The Lord of the Fist told him that he would soon regret his decision. He immediately launched a punch, but Kim was able to block it. Peng immediately used the divine thunderclap skill and hit the guy with it. He thought that the young man would dodge the attacks, but he was able to block them all. It's not surprising that Kim has grown, but he never imagined it would be that much. Kim used the strength of a giant, and his endurance level was redirected to the strength level in a higher ratio. He stated that he could now give it his all. He immediately rushed towards Pan and was about to deliver a crushing blow, but the man put out his hand in time. The guy continued to deliver dozens of blows with unprecedented force. Pan felt like his bones were literally starting to break. He didn't understand how Kim could be so strong. He knew it would be a shock to lose to a player who had climbed 10 floors without missing a single day of training, not counting today. That's why he wanted to fight him properly, without any obstacles, just to find out how much stronger he had become. Finally, his wish came true. The guy's next punch landed right on his face. Pan simply couldn't let things end like this. He assumed his attack stance and prepared to strike the guy. Peng used the 100 lightning fist technique and began to deliver countless punches at incredible speed. Suddenly, he began to hear someone's voice. It was a heavenly demon who asked him if he could see him. He didn't understand what the hell it was. Pan thought it was all because of this unbearable and frightening power. Kim was already behind him and asked who he just saw. The Lord of the Fist replied that he saw his lord, the heavenly demon. The boy immediately realized that Pan was most afraid of him. Peng immediately fell to his knees and admitted his defeat. He also thanked the guy for so willingly agreeing to his request. Soon, Kim returned to Camelot, where he was met by Merlin. He said that it had been a long time since he suddenly went to the border, and now that he had returned so suddenly, he must have a lot of things to do in the next couple of days. The old man also asked if the great sage had brought him there. Kim confirmed this, even though he thought he would die on the way back, and Merlin told him that he was now indebted to the cult of the Sky Demon, or in other words, to Murim. Merlin couldn't believe that the celestial demon cult had joined forces with Murim, as they were now on equal terms with the Giants' Guild. Kim asked him what was going on with the Round Table, and he told him that after all the fuss in Asgard, some people said they wanted to leave the guild. Even he doesn't know who's going to go next now, and it's all because of Lancelot, Kim corrected him. Because it's all because of the Olympians. It looks like they've gotten caught in a huge wave. But he assured that everything would soon calm down, because he would make it happen. Merlin immediately used his magic and water appeared. He asked the guy to take it. He also said that he called what was left a triangle, and it was very important to save it at any cost. He didn't know what exactly he needed to save, but he would understand once he heard the basic data. Kim remembered Hephaestus's words that if he had a sea stone, he would use it on armor, but not on weapons. A new cape immediately appeared in front of the guy, and Kim mentally promised Hephaestus that he had made a choice that he would not regret this time. Merlin said he thought he might want something more comfortable instead of armor, so he made this. Kim thanked him. He noticed that the cloak was quite light and covered most of his body. If Kiny condensed adamantium, would that count as volume expansion? The triangle itself was a suit created with the help of sea stone and adamantium. It feeds on the energy of the sea, and also had a passive skill. The power of the sea will always protect it from harmful forces. Kim reached for his sword. This made Merlin wary. He didn't understand what the guy was going to do. The young man didn't say a word and swung his blade with all his might. Kim dealt a powerful blow to his own hand. Merlin didn't understand what the hell he was doing. The guy explained to him that he simply decided to test the defense and the effect of the item's skills, but the old man was still angry. He did not understand how the young man was able to hit his own hand with a blade. Kim said that everything was fine. He also noted that the suit, although it looks like that, is made of adamantium, so it won't even leave a cut on your hand. Even though he is thin as paper, he will not be easily cut because he has received protection from someone. Kim warned that this could be dangerous, so he asked Merlin to step back a little. The guy noticed a strange blue mana, and then I saw someone's huge back. The egg immediately began to rejoice for Kim and smile, and the guy realized that this was the same creature whose eyes he saw in Kiny. It is somewhat different from objects with intelligence and consciousness. Kim asked what it was since it had no name. It was not a monster, but it was not a human either. The creature only remained silent, and then it replied that it was the second one now. It immediately disappeared. Merlin didn't understand what it was. This creature was covered in very unstable mana. He even thought about whether he should attack it or not, but Kim admitted that he himself didn't know anything. The guy thought about the fact that he had definitely seen his face, but he couldn't remember it, as if it had been erased from his memory. Was it really waiting for the divine thunderstone of Zeus? Kim wanted to ask and learn from the egg how it mastered the power of the outer god and why it became an object, and then noticed that its hatching speed had increased significantly. Merlin realized that the young man was leaving, but how urgent was it that he couldn't even rest? The old man told him to come back next time he had time. Who knows, maybe there would already be a statue in his honor. Kim smiled at him and said that he would do so. The guy went outside and immediately received a notification that compensation for opening the world was completed. He could choose either characteristics or a new skill. Kim thought that at the moment it would be more relevant to increase his characteristics. Kim began to climb the tower continuously, and he easily passed the test of the 26th floor. Then, with incredible speed, he reached the 30th floor, and 6 months later, he managed to reach the 40th floor. After some time, he decided to have fried fish for dinner at the 41st floor test site. Kim had 50 current summoning stones at this point. A couple of players were discussing how they had activated the mute skill so Kim wouldn't hear anything. He already had enough stones for one person, but still much less than they had. The summoning stone itself could be obtained by defeating a monster. With its help, you can summon creatures scattered throughout the territory, and the degree of summoning changes when the number of stones for summoning changes. They also discussed that they hadn't seen the youth in the 25th player ranking, so he wasn't such a serious opponent. There were rumors that it was possible to climb the tower by deception, just like those hidden children of officials, but they still ordered the entire squad to take up positions. They should all go, just in case. The scumbags have started the countdown. On the count of 3, they decided to attack Kim. Meanwhile, the guy himself was examining the stones in his hands. A moment later, the bastards stopped hiding and attacked Kim all at once. But the expression on one of the bastards' faces changed dramatically. After all, as it turned out, Kim had as many as 817 stones. He didn't understand how this was possible. Not long ago, he was only 50. Kim easily dealt with them all with the help of the sacred flame. He knew full well that they were the last team standing, so he thought they would last longer, even though they had a lot of summoning stones. Kim knew that if he divided the stones, the number would change, but it was still a good idea to use the stones to lure them, so he quickly collected 1,000 stones. Still, trials are good if they have such groups. Even if he doesn't go looking for stones, they will come to him themselves. He decided that it was time to begin the main test. Kim used all the summoning stones he had. With this, he was able to summon the demon king, Diablo. He himself didn't expect that such a demon would appear in the 41st floor test. He understood that this was a trial where the managers and the demon tribe formed an alliance, so the chance of the remains appearing was higher, but for a top ranker among the top 20, a demon guild lord, to appear? This creature is too great for ordinary players to handle, and the balance of the trial itself has literally collapsed. Diablo admitted that he didn't expect some crazy bastard to use 1,000 stones to summon. He asked Kim if he even knew who was standing in front of him. Kim replied that he was Diablo, and the demon did not understand why he would take such a risk if he knew who he was. The guy asked him, "Isn't it obvious?" Kim said he would kill him and get his points. Diablo only laughed, because the young man, knowing full well who he was, dared to be so impudent. Kim entered the demon's corrupted temple, his senses paralyzed. The dominance effect began to affect him, as Diablo declared that he would turn every bone in his body into smoldering ash. Kim absolutely did not like that the negative effect was imposed on him. At first, he decided that he would burn the temple. His fiery eyes immediately began to resist the evil temple. He also summoned the sacred flame. The flames began to burn the temple before the demon's eyes, and then the guy attacked him with a lightning strike. Kim himself didn't understand whether it worked. At that moment, a huge demon hand appeared. He attacked Kim with incredible force, but Kim managed to dodge. Diablo laughed and stated that this was starting to get interesting. He realized that the young man was not going to give up just like that, and at that very moment, Kim appeared right in front of his face. He delivered a crushing blow straight to the demon's head, but it didn't work. Diablo easily threw him far to the side. Kim was still able to stay on his feet, although it was quite difficult. He immediately jumped up and was about to attack the demon with lightning this time. The next moment, thunderous explosions were heard throughout the battlefield. Kim did not stop there and again called upon the sacred flame. Diablo said he didn't like that damn flame. He immediately released a column of fire straight from his mouth. But the young man dodged this time too. Kim realized that the divine flame had no effect on the demon. Although this was to be expected from the great and mighty Diablo, one could be sure that the flame would not awaken fear in him. His mind was as strong as his body. But it seems that the lightning charged with Kaine's power was able to leave its mark. The demon was about to attack him again. He again fired a volley of fire that covered most of the battlefield, straight at the boy. But Diablo still couldn't hit Kim. He didn't understand where he was hiding. And the young man, in turn, now learned what works for him and what doesn't. He understood that this would be a lightning strike. Kim used Sky Step. His speed doubled for 5 seconds, and he could also hover in the air for that time. Diablo noticed that he had decided to attack him from the air and immediately launched another column of flame straight at him. He didn't understand how this was even possible, because the guy remained alive even after this. Kim immediately used the power of giants, and Diablo realized that the guy was not just trying to survive, he was going to attack him. The demon couldn't believe it. The next moment, his hand literally flew off his body. Kim was already on the bottom to finish him off, but Diablo wasn't going to give up so easily, and began preparing his attack again. The next moment, there was an incredibly huge explosion. But Kim didn't even have a scratch on him. He was going to finish this fight with his next blow. Diablo admitted that it was really surprising. He was quite sure that the guy was a player. Since he was going through a test, he didn't like it anymore. He offered Kim to join the Demon King's guild. He would give him the position of king once he became a ranker, but the guy didn't understand what he was talking about. After all, he was a human. How would he join a guild that only accepted demons? Diablo replied that he was a human but also a demon. The proof was the demonic energy in his body. He deserved to become the Demon King. Kim confirmed his guess. As expected, the demonic energy inside him was still noticed. He laughed to himself. Such a proposal had never been heard before in the history of the guild. After all, Diablo liked him very much, but still Kim declared that he was a human and would not join any guild. Diablo realized that the guy didn't want to join the guild at all. Then it dawned on him the young man in front of him was Kim Yu-won. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. Kim destroyed Diablo and received 1,000,000 summoning points. The system sent him a notification that the test would automatically end once the maximum number of points was reached. He successfully passed the test of the 41st floor. The guy also received 100,000 points. His demonic bloodline increased, and his demonic energy rose by 20. As a reward, he received the Horn of Diablo. With this item, he can win the favor of any demon of his choice. Soon, Kim arrived on the 42nd floor. He hated this place. The air here literally stank and irritated. Someone's voice confirmed this. He himself did not understand how his uncle continued to live in such a place. Besides, it's not too humid here, is it? It was Hargan who welcomed Kim to hell. Kim didn't understand why he called this place hell and not the 42nd floor, and Hargan replied that he was just saying that because he was so happy. Kim noted that they usually don't greet in hell when they're glad to see someone, and Hargan justified himself by saying that's what they actually call the 42nd floor. Kim thought about how even before he was reborn, he had no interest in the 42nd floor. Not only because of the food and resources, but because it was hard to breathe in this world. Hargan told him that he heard that he did something on the 33rd floor. After all, he was amazing. He didn't think that anyone had met with Olympians as much as he did. He also suggested that it was because Kim was now on higher floors, and his rank had increased. The number of Olympic rankers trying to line up had grown, and they had become smarter. Kim noted that Hargan's rank was actually higher than Zeus's when he was a player, and it seemed like there were a few people trying to get ahead. The guys came to some cave. Kim asked his friend if this place was real. Hargan said he was sure it was a cult place among Olympians, having been there a couple of times. He invited him to come down. This is a real entrance to the very essence of this world. The boys began their journey. Kim began to wonder if the tunnel was deeper than he thought. They had been descending for about 10 minutes already. Hargan stopped and summoned his lightning. He launched it straight at the creatures below. Kim noticed that there were quite a lot of monsters here. He also felt someone looking at him from somewhere. He was sure that the owner of this world had prepared it. Kim didn't know if they could be dealt with, but he could try anyway. He used the power of a giant, and a huge three-headed dog rushed straight at him. Kim knocked the creature unconscious with just one blow. He also called to the other dogs to hurry up and come to him, because they were wasting their time. The monsters immediately rushed at the guy in a crowd. But Kim had no trouble defeating them all. One blow was enough for him to defeat the insignificant mongrels. Suddenly the dogs stopped, and Kim received a notification that Cerberus doubted his identity. They trembled with fear because of the power of the giants. Kim asked him if he had reminded him of the past. The boy knew that Hercules had once fought hundreds of Cerberus for 7 days, and the bodies of these beasts retained memories of that incident, which was why they reacted so strongly to the power of the giants. Kim said that was enough. He turned to someone and asked, "What does he think?" At that very moment, some unknown portal appeared in the air, and a man came out of it. That's what Kim was waiting for. Finally, he appeared, the second number on all of Olympus, the most reliable and the only sane high rank among the 3 gods. The god who is most needed to save Kronos, and the one whom Zeus imprisoned on Olympus, and Hargan greeted the ruler of darkness and the scientist of Olympus. It was that same legendary Hades. After some time, they all gathered at one table. Hades offered his guests tea, but Kim was not very keen on drinking it, as it was black. Hades told him that it was good for his health. He also said that this tea helps restore mana and stabilizes the body and soul. Kim finally decided to drink the hellish herbal tea. He immediately received a notification from the system that his mana recovery had increased by 1 hour and his mind had become clearer. Kim knew that the hellish herbal tea was quite a rare item. He had indeed given him a valuable thing. Hades admitted that he still couldn't believe that the guy managed to stop Zeus's lightning. He also told Hargan that from now on he should work with him. Hargan replied that Kim could be trusted, and would be happy to be with him until the very end. Hades also admitted that he had a feeling that Kim was hiding something while he was fighting the Cerberus, but he doesn't know what the reason was. He should know that he cannot trust those who keep secrets from him. How can he not doubt someone who does not show his true appearance? As Kim expected, he is really difficult to deal with. Hades said that, however, for 7 years, there had been a worthy man, Hephaestus, by his side. He also said that when he asked Hephaestus about him, he said that he could be trusted, and also added that he would not regret his decision. Hades asked the guy, this was the leader of the heavenly demon cult. Would he really make his move? Kim replied that he didn't know. He also said that a heavenly demon could only do what it had the power to do, and in their situation, they could be greatly affected by just one word from a heavenly demon, so it was not that easy to give an exact answer. But he assured that if someone other than him decided to do something, it would be impossible. Hades didn't understand what he meant because it looked like he wasn't going to do it. Kim didn't agree with him. He said that it only meant that the heavenly demon cult didn't have to interfere because the fighting would end once they resolved the issue with the king. The guy himself understood this perfectly well because this battle would end the battle, not the war. If the cult of the heavenly demon intervenes and unites with Hades, then a war with Zeus will begin. They will be able to get the best result with minimal casualties if everything ends in a normal fight. The approaching Ragnarok and Gigantomachy should follow the same scenario. Hades asked him if he really thought that everything would end if he dealt with the king, knowing how much power he had. Kim asked him in response, did Hades really think that he wanted too much? Hades told him that he only stopped lightning once and now he thinks he can do this? Kim replied that it wasn't him who decided that, but Hades didn't understand what that meant. The guy said that he knew that Poseidon's absence had upset the balance among the 3 gods. Hades was surprised that he knew this. He confirmed it and said that Zeus noticed that he and Poseidon had teamed up to put him in an underground prison, and half a year had already passed. Kim knew about it, but on Olympus, the balance of power was not broken by Zeus, was it? He said Hercules did it, so why don't they bring him here? Hargan didn't understand if Kim was serious now. He didn't understand what the chances were that Hercules would agree. Kim replied that it was about 70%, which surprised Hargan even more. Now Kim decided to ask Hades if they would have a better chance of winning if Hercules was with them. Hades reflected on the fact that this young man was the only one who brought so many changes to Olympus. He saved Hephaestus and fought with the administrator of the Olympic court. He also has a sea stone and was able to stop Zeus's lightning. Even though his words were absurd, he was sure that the young man was not bluffing. Only someone who had gone through unimaginable difficulties and emerged victorious could be so confident. Hades told him that it was not entirely impossible. Then Kim rose from the table and Hargan asked where he was going. The guy said he was going to the 40th floor and he needed to do something before they brought Hercules here. Hades decided to speak out. He stated that the skills he showed in the battle with Cerberus were not as formidable as they might seem to him, even if he was facing an Olympian. The man also said that it is not just about his skills, but about the results and stories he creates. Hades explained that his intervention prevented Zeus from using the giants and the demon tribe to crush Asgard. Even Zeus has a hard time in a direct confrontation with Asgard, so for now, he will be more cautious. Now was the time to talk to Odin, so he said he was going to him, and also asked Hargan to meet with the brothers and sisters of Apollo. Hargan asked if it was really right now. Hades replied that it was already late, so it was better to wait until dawn. Kim should also leave tomorrow. Hargan was a little confused about where in hell the sun rises, and Kim explained that it was a joke. Soon, Kim was left alone and reflected on the fact that he had not expected at all that there would be a place to stay in hell. He walked out of his room. Kim was still thinking about Kaney's skill. On the 42nd floor, its name was the same. Maybe he should give it a try? Kim noticed that Kaney was keeping an eye on what was going on in the area. The system immediately sent a notification that the summoning of hell was used. The guy immediately began to be swallowed down. It was as if he was underwater, but he could still breathe. Soon he saw some river or sea, and the system sent a notification that he had entered hell for the first time. The king of the dead was now in his world. Suddenly he realized something. It was neither a river nor a sea, but mana. In this place, everything is infinite, and Kaini was a tunnel into this limitless power. Now he understood what the source of the dark divine stone's power was. The system sent him a notification that the dead had begun to worship him. Kim didn't understand at all why they worshipped him. After some time, Kim arrived on the 40th floor. He called upon the spirit of Arthur, who did not understand where all the dead had gone, and he realized that Kim had indeed plunged not into the 40th floor, but into his own thoughts. Anyway, Kim asked him if he remembered anything. Arthur said that soon after his death he was connected with Susanu, and he found himself on the border between the living and the dead, which is probably why he did not remember anything after death. Kim said it was of little use. Arthur also remembered seeing something like a sea, which surprised Kim. Arthur said it was only for a moment, so he's not entirely sure. Kim confirmed his guess. As expected, the dead are under the sea, after all. Kaini is even better than he thought. Arthur pointed to a huge tower, and Kim asked if he had been there. The man said that long ago, after the founding of Britain, he stayed in that place when he met with the Ranker. Now he was definitely ready, so he asked his king to give him the order. Soon the boys arrived at that very tower and began the massacre. They dealt with every enemy with ease. The rest of the guards didn't understand what was happening. Kim approached them and said that Olympus had quite a lot of money, since they built something like this for a god who recently became a ranker. Or is it because he is the heir of Hera and Zeus? The guards ordered him to shut up. How dare he say such a thing? Let him state his name and rank. Kim introduced himself and stated that he wanted to challenge Ares, the god of war. At the same time, Ares himself asked his subordinates what was happening outside, but they did not understand anything. Then Ares declared that swords were clashing there and blood was being shed. He asked them who did this? At that moment, another servant ran into the castle and reported that Kim Yu-won had arrived. At the same time, the rest of the god of war's subordinates tried to defend his honor. But Arthur easily destroyed them all. The others noticed that he had Excalibur in his hands, which released an icy aura. Could this be a challenge from the Round Table, even though they obeyed them? Ares asked them to take a closer look. Since Arthur had become undead, he was no longer connected to the Round Table. At that very moment, Kim Yu-won himself came to them and said that Arthur did it on purpose, but the leader should be different. The sooner they realized this, the better. Ares told him that unlike those outside, there were only rankers here. Would he be able to handle it? Kim suggested that he fight without these weaklings, which outraged everyone present. They did not understand how dare an ordinary player say such a thing. The guy also said that he didn't just come to fight. He suggested that the winner could take everything from the loser. Ares didn't understand what he was talking about, since he didn't have anything he needed, and Kim replied that he wasn't very smart. Doesn't he know what he has? Ares immediately felt the mana of the sea stone. One of the god of war's subordinates asked him not to interfere. They could sort things out themselves, but Ares shut him up. He ordered that no one should interfere without his permission, because they know that this is what he dislikes most. Ares assumed that since the sea stone was at stake, the guy should be confident of his victory. Kim confirmed it, in which case Ares agreed. In war, you always need to collect resources. He said that he would kill him and take the sea stone. Kim also ordered Arthur to make sure that no one disturbed them. They immediately rushed at each other. Kim immediately attacked, but Ares put his swords out in time and was able to block his attack. Ares didn't expect this. It even brought a smile to his face. They exchanged a few more blows. Ares launched a devastating attack, but it didn't work against Kim, and he was immediately penalized. He also asked Kim why he didn't summon the undead since he was a necromancer, and the guy replied that if he used Arthur, it would be tantamount to cheating. Ares was seriously surprised by this statement. Was he overestimating his capabilities? He said he was just an arrogant boy. They exchanged blows again. Kim activated his flaming eyes and began to read the trajectory of his opponent's sword. All his reflexes were also enhanced. Ares immediately disappeared from the spot. In a moment, he was already above Kim and ready to deliver a crushing attack. The next moment, there was a huge explosion. Ares was literally on his knees because of the fines imposed on him, and Kim had absolutely nothing. The guy used the power of giants, now it was his turn to attack. His stamina was temporarily replaced with strength, and he then launched a powerful blow, but Ares managed to intercept his sword in time. Ares immediately noticed this giant's power. The guy's blows became quite heavy, and also this lightning. Kim asked him if he was jealous of his strength. Then he corrected himself. He meant, was he jealous of Hargan's strength? Ares was really angry about this and asked him how dare he say that. He was going to shut him up once and for all. Ares launched a lightning strike with his spear, but Kim dodged it with ease. Kim told him that he was angry because he had been touched on the raw, but he had better remember to look up. Ares immediately looked up. He noticed that lightning was already flying towards him. At that very moment, another explosion sounded. Kim thought it worked. But I never expected to hear Ares say that this lightning was his father's power, not Hargan's. He immediately struck with his sword, which almost grazed Kim. Ares asked the boy if he really thought he could defeat the descendant of Zeus using his own power. They immediately clashed in a hellish fight. Because of this, their mana spread throughout the room. Mana literally began to destroy the entire hall, and debris flew even at Ares' wards. They couldn't believe that this was actually a fight against a regular player. It felt like Ares was fighting against a fellow ranker. Kim noticed that the bastard Ares didn't care about the safety of his subordinates. Just think that he is the god of war and courage, because in appearance he is no different from a bloodthirsty warrior. Ares himself thought that the guy had a sea stone, the strength of a giant, ashen eyes, and even the power of his father's lightning. If he kills him and gets at least one such power, he will one day be able to surpass Zeus. Arthur asked Kim how long he planned to stand rooted to the spot. He said that if the guy wasn't going to do it, then let him leave it to him. Kim noticed that Arthur was very angry. He really respected the knight's code more than anyone else. How disgusting must Ares be to him? Kim thought his feelings had already returned, but he had to end it. The guy immediately summoned the sacred flame, covering everything around him with it. Ares didn't understand what was happening. For a second, he saw his father. Kim asked him again. He said that lightning is the power of Zeus, right? Then he asked, what about its opposite? The entire room immediately began to fill with darkness, and the system sent a notification that hell had begun to worship the king of the dead. Ares noted that this mana was limitless. He also realized that Kim knew the source of the item's power and could use it to its maximum. Ares had no idea that there was such a big gap between what he knew and what he didn't know. He also understood that it was not in Kim's interests to drag out this fight. The guy would try to finish him off with one blow. Ares told Kim that for a player his skills are amazing, but it's not enough to kill him. For the god of war, this victory was important, not because of the throne of war, but because of pride. He was sure that he would finish the young man here and now. Kim just smiled, looking into his eyes. They began exchanging dozens of blows again. Suddenly, Ares couldn't even move. Kim told him that he was really bad at fighting. It would never have occurred to him that he would rush at him like that. Ares didn't understand what his mother meant. It finally dawned on him that Kim was losing on purpose. He did this to get closer, and the guy's kine and the lightning fragment began to react to each other. The next moment, an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning struck right into the hall where they were. The rest just watched everything. They couldn't believe what was happening. The rankers were about to rush off to help their master, but Excalibur stopped them. Arthur told them that they could not interfere, just as he could not. The men were not going to obey him. At this time, Kim tore something off Ares' chest. Then dark energy appeared. Kim has summoned the soul of Ares. The boy understood that he had the power to turn rankers into dust. Once he mastered it, he would be able to use it anywhere. The rankers still couldn't believe that their master was no longer alive. Suddenly, Kim noticed something. As expected, they found out about everything. A bright glow appeared far away in the sky. There were several chariots along with the rest of the Olympians. Athena turned to Kim and asked him if he really killed Ares. She ordered him to answer, and Ares' servants immediately fell to their knees before her. One of them answered her question and confirmed that this was indeed the case. In this case, Athena realized that Kim was her brother's enemy. A huge snake immediately appeared, and the system sent a notification that the Gorgon heard Olympus. Petrification began, and the sacred flame and the fiery eyes of the guy immediately began to resist this force. Kim noticed that in front of him was the shield of Aegis. This is the strongest shield of Olympus. The original can easily turn anyone into stone. Arthur told the guy that it was very dangerous. What should they do? And Kim asked him to wait, because it was not their turn now. The boy's fiery eyes began to resonate, and the system sent a notification that the 12th eye of the great sage was watching him. Immediately, a huge staff appeared in the middle of the hall. Kim told Sun Wukong that he came quite quickly, and he replied that the protagonist appears at the most difficult moment. The guy's fiery eyes began to tremble, and the other rankers could not believe that the one in front of them was that same great sage. Athena realized that Sun was on the side of the young man. He was his ally. But the sage said that he would not say that, and Kim told him that it did not matter now. Sun told him that he was talking too much and that he should focus on developing his skills. Athena interrupted their conversation and asked the sage if he really wanted to start a war with Olympus. She immediately gave the order to her subordinates to attack the boys. Sun was only glad about this. With one blow of his staff, he dealt with all the Olympians who stood in his way, and then directed his staff straight at Athena, but she managed to defend herself with the shield of Aegis. Sunyu wondered how much adamantium Hephaestus had spent to create this shield, if even the staff couldn't penetrate it. This was more interesting than he thought. Sun asked Kim to deal with the rest, and he would take care of Athena. He asked if the guy could handle it, and Kim asked him in response, "Why ask such obvious questions?" Kim told Arthur that they would finish them off and leave. Sun told the boy that he was already starting to like him. The guys immediately rushed to attack. Athena immediately activated the Gorgon's blessing, and the blessing of war surrounded the shield. This helped her block another attack from the sage's staff. She knew she couldn't let him break through the shield. Athena immediately broke the distance and jumped back. She jumped onto Sun's staff and began to run straight along it. But this is what Sun was counting on. He immediately reduced the size of the staff, and he was about to deliver another devastating attack while Athena was in the air. Sun threw it straight up. The sage immediately used cloud jump. He found himself in the air at incredible speed, and Kim and Arthur continued to fight off the crowds of Olympians. Kim thought about the fact that he only heard that Ares was Athena's friend, not her brother, but the rumors were still lying since she was so angry. It seems like he pushed himself to the limit earlier, so he can't fight for long. Arthur stood up to his defense and single-handedly continued to behead the bastard from Olympus. He told Kim that their main goal was to escape, so shouldn't they just fight instead of killing them? Kim replied that it was possible if it was urgent, but right now the most important thing for them was to get away, and he thought about the fact that someday these markers would be strong enough to fight the outer gods, but for now it was better to leave them alone. Arthur was incredibly surprised to hear that they should run away from his lips, but still did not argue with the orders of his king. The Olympians weren't planning on letting them go just like that, and Kim asked them if they'd heard about the rules of the duel. But they didn't even want to listen, because he was Ares' enemy. Then the guy summoned the sacred flame with the help of demonic energy. He said that since they didn't know, it wasn't scary. He is already tired, so it would be better if they did not stand in his way. He wants to leave quickly and rest. Immediately, a huge flash of sacred flame appeared, which even went beyond the hall. Kim knew full well that the sacred flame was indeed too powerful. It would consume everyone except strong rankers. Sun Wukong's job was just to defend himself. He was sorry that they couldn't catch Athena here, but he had already seen the result. That was enough. His suffering because of Olympus will end today. This is only the beginning of his revenge on the vile Olympus. At the same time, Sun was slightly distracted from the battle with Athena. He noticed that Kim had already escaped, and there was no need to fight anymore. The sage saw below the Hall of Ares completely burned by the sacred flame, which even caused him a little admiration. Athena asked him if he had met with Kim in advance. and Sun replied that the guy didn't like to deviate from the plan. The girl did not understand what kind of attitude this was. Did the great sage take action because he knew that she would come? But she still didn't understand what it was for, and Sun told her that he would never tell her. He did admit that he had fun, though. Sun said that they would meet again, and then, on his cloud, he began to fly away from her at great speed. Athena didn't understand what the hell just happened. After some time, Kim arrived on the 38th floor. It was quite hot in this place, most likely because of the volcanoes, he even thought. Maybe he should install a triangle first. Who would have thought that a nuclear bomb would be hidden in such a peaceful place? The guy noticed huge footprints on the ground and realized that he was definitely here. Kim went deep into the forest. He kept finding tracks, but still didn't understand how far he was. Soon he found what he was looking for. Some man was striking a tree hundreds of times. He continued to hit the tree until he broke it completely. The stranger asked Kim if he was lost. The guy didn't answer this in any way and asked him what he was doing in such a place. The man replied that he cuts down trees. Now he is a woodcutter. Then Kim realized that he lives not far from here. The stranger confirmed this. Kim said he was a little tired, so he asked if he could stay with him for a few days. The guy thought about the fact that he hadn't seen him for a long time, but there was still the same aura around him. Hercules was in front of him. Kim knew very well that he could be easily convinced of something. He should already know, even if you don't tell him about it. The guy was sure that he knew for sure that he needed Hercules to destroy Olympus. He had to lure him away. Kim knew that he was a good person and didn't know how to refuse, so he would definitely agree. Meanwhile, Hercules remained silent. He did not respond to the guy's request, and Kim again began to press on pity and said that he was so tired, as if he could pass out at any moment. Hercules answered him that he must finish chopping down the tree. If he would wait, then they would go together. Kim thanked him and said that he would not forget it. Kim knew perfectly well that he had crossed the line a little. It was good that he didn't look like Sun Wukong. The guy had no idea how such a person got the title of giant killer. After some time, they came to the hut of Hercules. Kim noticed that he looked the same as before. Hercules threw the logs on the ground and told the boy that the door was open and he could come in. Kim didn't understand why he needed so much wood. He wouldn't burn it in such heat. And Hercules replied that some people needed it, only players didn't freeze. The guy came to the conclusion that he was sending them somewhere, but Hercules said that this was not entirely true. He also told the guy that when he finished, he would prepare some food, and that he should just wait a little, but Kim replied that everything was fine. Kim said that he let him stay so he would take care of the food. Towards evening, the guy cooked soup over a fire. Hercules admitted that it's pretty good. Does he cook often? Kim replied that sometimes, and Hercules praised him, saying that he had done really well, as if he had been living here for several years. He also asked him what his name was. Kim introduced himself, but Hercules heard his name for the first time. He thought the guy was a ranker, but the young man said that he was still a player. The young man also added that he was quite famous. Had he really not heard of him at all? And Hercules replied that he had been living here alone for a long time. Kim told him that in any case, it was worth going out of the forest sometimes. It was not so interesting to live cut off from the world. And Hercules answered him that he himself did not seem particularly close to the world. Kim laughed and said that was true too. Hercules admitted that he felt some kind of closeness between them, even though they were seeing each other for the first time. He also added that the guy is not particularly talkative, but Kim said the same about him. Kim added that similar people get along well with each other. Hercules remembered that he still hadn't introduced himself and said his name. Kim had no choice but to feign surprise and say that he had heard that name before. He asked him if he was really a ranker. By morning, the boys started carrying firewood together. That's all they did all day. And closer to the evening, they cooked fish over a fire. Kim noticed that Hercules was still hauling logs. By this time, it was already night. The whole sky was covered with bright stars, creating a picture of incredible beauty. The next day, they started cutting down trees again. Hercules said that this should be enough. He also said that the trees on this floor are heavier than iron, so it is a good material. Kim thought about how one look at Hercules is enough to understand that he is the strongest in the tower. How does he carry such heavy things every day without using tools or applying the strength of a giant? Hercules asked Kim why he was still here. It had already been 3 days. Didn't he himself say that he was just going to rest? Kim replied that he thought that living here wasn't so bad, and there was still time before the tower was tested. Hercules replied that there was indeed still time, but he warned that he would need to leave before it got dark. Kim noticed that his look had changed, as if he was about to enter into battle. He asked him why today, and Hercules replied that it was dangerous here. Kim told him that he was confident in his strength, but Hercules still insisted on his own. Hercules asked him again, and the boy noticed that he looked very lonely. It seems like Hercules was afraid that he might get hurt, but he also doesn't want to let him see him fight. Kim said he wanted to ask a question before that. The guy said he's very different from what people say about him. Why does he hate giants so much? Hercules replied that he did not know what he had been told, but asked them to stop asking questions. Kim continued and said that he did get along with Certra and the giants. At that very moment, he felt an incredibly powerful aura emanating from Hercules. Kim felt this heavy mana. For a second, he even thought that his body was going to explode. Even getting a knife wound would be more pleasant. Hercules told him that he was asking about nonsense. They were not close enough for such conversations. He already said that it was time for him to go. This floor is not like the others. Kim expected that they would not be able to have a heart-to-heart talk, because in this life they had only spent a few days together. He even felt a bit offended. Kim asked Hercules if he would regret it if he found out the truth. The boy wanted to hear these words one last time. Stories from his friend and idol, the story of the most respected hero. At the same moment, the system sent a notification that the 16th day had begun. The promise between giants and people was activated. The owner of this kingdom changes, and huge hands appear from the ground. The penalty for unspecified races in this zone has been increased, and these holdings now belong to the giant tribe. Hercules told Kim to stand still if he didn't want to go to hell. The giants immediately noticed Hercules. They immediately started running towards him. Hercules dealt an incredibly powerful blow with just one log. The blood of giants began to flow around. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that he had been penalized for a certain race. He began to strike the giants dozens of times again, and the system added many penalties. Hercules grabbed one of the giants right by the face, and then he stomped it into the ground with all his might. This caused a huge explosion. He continued to fight, receiving more and more penalties. Kim remembered their conversation in their past life, when Hercules said that he needed to have a clear target before swinging his weapons or fists. To use force without a reason is tantamount to murder. He needs a specific goal. Kim found it hard to believe even after seeing it himself. If he had no purpose, then it was just murder. It was hard to believe that out of everyone, Hercules was the one who stuck to this. In a past life, giants and humans decided who would rule the world. Humanity will own one half, and the giants the other. No one will invade foreign lands under any circumstances. The king of the giants, Gigantes, and Zeus, the ruler of Olympus, swore to fulfill all demands. Kim watched Hercules fight. He couldn't believe that he had lived like this since the Gigantomachy. He had been destroying himself for over 1,000 years. Was Hercules really going to continue a major war that had already ended? The battle was soon over. Hercules told Kim that the area would be safe, but still, if he wanted to survive, it would be better for him to go to a quieter place or stay in the house and do nothing. Kim thought that some rankers would disappear completely due to the penalties imposed, as he thought Hercules was as resilient as he was. The boy came closer to Hercules, and he asked him if he was following him because he knew where he was going. Kim replied that he didn't know what he was trying to achieve, but he knew exactly what he was going to do. He wanted to kill the remaining giants, didn't he? Hercules replied that this was no ordinary giant. He was one of the 3 leaders of the giants, and he was looking for Gigantes. The road to him would be hard. He couldn't promise that the boy would remain in one piece when it came to battle. Kim said he knew where the bastard was. He asked the man if he should take him to him. Hercules couldn't understand what he just said. He grabbed Kim by the shoulder and asked how he knew this. The guy asked to let him go. Hercules immediately asked for forgiveness. He asked again if he really knew how to get to him. He suggested that the path would be through lava. He had already tried, but nothing worked, and Kim replied that Gigantes was much deeper. They approached a huge volcano. Hercules asked the boy to step aside for a second and put on his cape. He walked straight through the lava to the center of the crater, and then he dealt a crushing blow that broke the top layer of the covering lava. Kim, meanwhile, received the blessing of the Lion King. His resistance to absolutely everything increased, as well as a damage reduction effect. Kim reasoned that he could easily defeat him himself with the triangle. Maybe he should just use what he gave him. They continued to descend, and Hercules did not understand how much deeper they still had to go. Kim asked him to do this 3 more times. Hercules continued to crush the earth's crust beneath them. Soon he struck the final blow and could not believe his eyes. He asked Kim if they were really underground. They went straight down, and Hercules asked the guy how he knew about the existence of this place. Kim replied that someone had told him, but he still didn't know him, and he wouldn't be able to meet him. Hercules did not understand how it was possible that he was so high that he had not yet reached him. Kim understood perfectly well that he couldn't tell him that he learned this from him in his past life. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. The guy said that was enough chatter. Let him follow him if he wanted to know the whole truth. Hercules thought that he felt comfortable for the first time in a long time. He met someone he could call his friend, but he did not rule out the outcome that this could also be a trap. He didn't understand whether Kim was a friend or a spy of the giants, or what if he was actually deceiving him. But in any case, if the guy tried to kill him, he would destroy everything. Kim decided to ask him directly why he was distancing himself. Did he really seem suspicious to him? Hercules asked him in response why he stopped, and Kim replied that if he hit with all his strength, he would understand everything himself. Hercules thought that there was no sign of a road here, but he still decided to do as the guy said. He clenched his fist to deliver a powerful blow. But at that very moment, a strong vibration began throughout the entire rock. Hercules immediately felt this energy. He realized that he had finally found it. Then Gigantes himself appeared from underground. Kim knew very well that in his past life, Hercules had killed Gigantes in a horrible death, which had started the second gigantomachy. Many had been sacrificed, including those who could stop the outer gods. He was determined to prevent this. The boy asked Hercules if he was happy. Did he really want revenge that much? Hercules thought the boy knew absolutely nothing. He shouted and asked who the hell he was. They were interrupted by Gigantes, who said that he was curious about who had come there, but he never expected to see that it was the giant killer himself who had come to see him. He understood perfectly well why he had come down to this place. Gigantes declared that he was the main enemy. All the lands were soaked with the blood of the giants he killed. He will definitely tear out his neck and throw it to Zeus. He will make all people pay for breaking their word. Kim interrupted them by calling down the sacred flame between them. He said that they only believe in their own strength and fight blindly, even though they are of different races. The guy asked them if they even knew why they were fighting. Gigantes didn't understand who he was. He said that this man was a giant killer. He had killed the most of his kind, so he had to finish him off. Wasn't that enough? Then Kim decided to ask Hercules if he really wanted to take revenge on the giant who killed his mother. He took out the medallion and handed it to Hercules, who did not understand where he got it from. Kim said he stole it from Ares, but Hercules didn't understand why the bastard had it. The guy told him to see for himself. Hercules immediately received a notification that the user had been confirmed. The memories from the pendant were available. Hercules heard the words of his mother Alcmene, who asked him for forgiveness for giving birth to him, because he was born in a world where everyone wanted to use his power, but she wanted him not to listen to them and take care of himself. She asked him not to be the one who uses power thoughtlessly. Hercules saw his childhood memories when he, as a child, caught a snake. Alcmene then asked him to let her go immediately. Even when he grew up, he still harmed those who were weaker than him. The woman constantly had to apologize and ask Hercules to also ask for forgiveness. She told him that he couldn't use his fists like that. When the boy passed the exam, he received a rank even higher than his father's. He immediately sent a message to his mother. Alcmene was incredibly happy for her son. He uses the player's set quite well. They were incredibly happy when they met. After some time, Zeus met with Alcmena. The bastard learned that he had become a ranker. The girl immediately understood what he wanted, but said that Hercules was still too young to enter the war. Zeus replied that there was still time before the war began. Until then, he could raise his rank. It would not take him long, but Alcmene did not understand. Was he really going to make a soldier out of her child? Zeus said that first of all, he is his son, but the woman did not think so. She said that it does not matter how much of his blood is in him. Then the bastard asked her to have a little mercy. He said that she didn't want this child, you can tell from her. But she still loves him, pampers and cherishes him. Alcmena said he was mad. Did he really see Hercules as nothing more than a weapon? Zeus admitted that he really is a weapon that cannot be compared with others. These words made the woman angry. She did not understand how he could say such a thing about his own son. The bastard said that he can have as many sons and daughters as he wants. There are many women who want to have children from him. If he could only destroy this tower, he would make 2 or 3 more like Hercules. Soon Zeus's servants killed all of Alcmene's guards. The woman was taken hostage, and Ares entered the room, stating that the death of the guild leader and ranker was a trifle. Alcmene kept thinking about how Zeus would take her son away from her, and in the end, his methods, as usual, were cowardly and shameful. She noted that judging by his persistence, the war would soon begin. Alcmena also told the bastard that he was an unfortunate child. What number was he? How many swords had Zeus used and thrown away? Ares stated that he didn't care about it. The most important thing in this world was to fulfill his will. He declared that today the woman would die at the hands of giants. Hercules would be a good servant. The scoundrel's spears immediately pierced the poor woman. Hercules could no longer look at these memories. His hands were literally shaking. But they continued, and Hercules saw his mother warn Helena that she might soon die. She said that Zeus would kill her, and that the baby would be blinded by anger. Then Helena suggested that she take Hercules far away and pretend that she knew nothing. Alcmene gave up on this idea, even if it was destined to become a sword, and even if the whole world thought so, she still would not turn a blind eye to it. The woman did not understand how she could abandon her son to protect herself. Helena asked her if she was doing this out of a sense of responsibility. The girl said that this was not true. She just loves this baby so much. She never stopped loving him for a second. She enjoyed all the moments they spent together. She enjoyed watching him grow up differently from the others. Even in death, she still thought about her son. Alcmene was grateful to Hercules for the fact that he was born to her. At that moment, the system sent a notification that Alcmene's memories had ended, and the blood drop pendant itself was made from her blood, her deep desires, and someone's strong aspirations. Gigantes also saw everything perfectly. He understood what Hercules' past was. Kim noticed that he was deep in thought and hesitating greatly, and Gigantes turned to him and asked if he had really taken the risk of coming here to resolve the misunderstanding between Hercules and the giants. Kim confirmed this. As expected, he understood the principle of the pendant, so the giants could not help but know. Gigantes said that he heard this from Urfa. He came to the conclusion that the person in front of him was Kim Yu-Wan. The guy was surprised because he thought he was sleeping, and Gigantes replied that he can't sleep all the time. Sometimes he wakes up and listens to what news is in the world. In that case, Kim asked him why he hadn't stopped Hercules all this time. Gigantes showed a huge wound on his body from Zeus's lightning. He explained that he needed a lot of time to get somewhere. All this time he was preparing for the next war. Kim was surprised to learn that the giants were preparing for it too. The guy knew very well that the second gigantomachy was even bigger than the first. Many large guilds took part in it, but some of the strongest participants, the giants, were completely destroyed. He thought that it was Zeus's fault that this happened. Gigantes interrupted his thoughts and said that given how hard he had hit Poseidon, he was now definitely an enemy of Olympus. But whose side was he on? Kim remained silent, and the giant told him that if the guy was in the same position as he was, then he could change many things with his choice. Gigantes admitted that he has enough power to destroy or shake an entire floor, and he has a lot of influence over his choice. He never knew that hatred could be dealt with like this. He's just a small fish in the sea, but he's writing a new story, and Kim asked him, "He's cool, isn't he?" Gigantes laughed. After all, the guy had not learned modesty. If he at least had it, he would have offered him a high position in their ranks, and Kim asked him not to offer him any temptations. He was already quite popular. The giant said that now it was the turn of this scoundrel to make his decision. Hercules himself continued to sit in place with his mother's medallion. He didn't say a word. Suddenly, he stood up and started hitting himself in the face with all his might. Hercules dealt himself blow after blow, but he was stopped by Kim, who said that was enough. Hercules asked him where that bastard Ares was now, and the guy replied that he had already killed him. Hercules said that now his revenge would fail. He asked Gigantes for forgiveness for being blind and for killing his family. If the giant asks, he will give him his life, but not now. Gigantes asked him if he was really going to go after Zeus. Hercules confirmed it. He would kill his father and return to pay for his sins. Gigantes told him that he could not say that he had forgiven him, because he had killed many of his kinsmen. But he, like his mother, were victims who ended up in the hands of Zeus. At least he will not punish him with his own hands. If he wants to atone for his guilt even a little, then let him completely destroy Olympus. At that moment, Gigantes went back into the rock, and the crack in it closed. Hercules put the medallion on his neck. Now he understood everything. For the honor of his mother, he will destroy Olympus to the ground. Hercules thanked Kim. He owed him a lot, if it weren't for him. Then this battle would have continued, and the guy replied that if he really thought so, then let him help him somehow later. He asked him if he was going to fight against Olympus, and Hercules confirmed it. In that case, Kim said he would give him a great gift to cheer him up. At that very moment, some kind of shadow appeared between them. Someone started to appear from it, but Hercules didn't understand what the guy was doing and who it was. Kim used his skill and summoned Ares' soul. Ares couldn't believe it. The bastard immediately jumped to the side. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. Kim said that it is sad that the soul is weaker than the body, but depending on the person, sometimes it happens that the soul becomes even stronger and more durable than the body. Usually this is called willpower. The guy stuck his sword right into Ares. He was a strong ranker in life. Normal people would quickly break from pain, but he is different. That's why he told Hercules that he could do with him whatever he wanted. Rage filled Hercules. All the anger towards this bastard was clearly visible in his eyes. Hercules asked him to admit that he was wrong, but Ares refused. At that very moment, Hercules delivered a powerful blow straight into his face. Hercules told Kim that it actually made him feel better. He continued to beat the bastard. Hercules dealt dozens of powerful blows all over Ares' body. Kim wondered if Ares could have just apologized. He was quite stubborn after all. Soon there was almost nothing left of the bastard. He begged Hercules to stop. Ares asked for forgiveness from Hercules. He said that he was very sorry. Hercules bowed his head towards him and declared that if he was sorry, then he must take even more beatings. Kim only wondered if he could maintain this skill, since he had never summoned someone from hell for so long. He received a notification from the system that he needed rest. His mana was almost completely empty. Then the guy realized that it was time for him to stop Hercules. Ares lay unconscious on the ground, and Kim told Hercules to let him know if he needed the bastard, he would let him beat him up again. Hercules said that no more was needed. There were others besides him who deserved his fists. Kim offered his help because he knows a lot of things, and Hercules asked what exactly. The guy suggested looking at who was clinging to whom, who wanted Alcmena dead, who was the enemy and who was the ally. The young man told and showed all the information that was known to him. Kim said that since they were going to do this, they first needed to deal with Zeus. Hercules alone would not win. Hercules realized that Kim was going to destroy Olympus. He understood his plan, but he doesn't tell him to wait until he carries out his plan. Kim said that this is true. He can mercilessly kill anyone he wants, but not Zeus. Hercules understood everything and said that in that case it was time for him to go. At that very moment he jumped straight into the sky. Ares turned to the guy, saying that Hercules probably forgot that he was a necromancer, and Kim ordered him to remove that look while he was speaking nicely. Ares was extremely angry that some player dared to speak to him like that. Then Kim was going to call Hercules, but the bastard immediately asked him not to do it. He begged the boy to call him more, and the young man liked this behavior more. Kim said he could use him as an empty shell like any other undead as long as he wanted, but wouldn't he want to fight freely? Ares realized that the boy wanted him to swear allegiance to him, but he immediately refused, because Kim is an enemy of the Olympians. No matter how formidable Hercules is, he will not point a sword at his parents. Kim replied that then he would have to use it in the war. Whatever Ares felt, he would use his power as he wished, and then he would destroy them, be it Zeus or any other Olympian. Kim told Ares that if he helped him, he would not send him to fight the Olympians. He would give his word on behalf of the system. The guy understood perfectly well that the souls of strong rankers, like Ares, are very valuable. Such a specimen was hard to come by, and he wanted Ares to act on his own free will. After some time, Ares agreed to a deal. He asked the guy to make a contract with him, otherwise he could stab him in the back. Kim asked if there had really been that many lies in his life, but he still agreed. Soon they made a contract between themselves. Ares' soul completely passed to Kim, but Ares is forbidden to fight against the Olympians. If the contract is broken, the soul will be freed. 77th floor Temple of Hera. Some men came inside and asked if Hera was there, but no one knew because she had not been there for a long time. Hector told his comrade that the situation was unstable. There was nothing to be done now, even if it was only one player who did it. He tried hard, and Mantis admitted that he still couldn't believe that Zeus and Poseidon had broken up. How could one of the three gods fall like that? Hector heard that Zeus knew in advance that Hades and Poseidon would unite. Mantis also said that he had heard such rumors too. At that very moment, something crashed into the temple with enormous force. Nobody understood what the hell just happened. It was Hercules who was squeezing the head of one of the Olympians. He needed Hera. Hector couldn't believe that some player wasn't afraid to come alone. But what guild was he from? But Mantis immediately understood everything. He said that in front of them was not an ordinary player, but the war hero Hercules. But why was he here? Hercules asked them not to irritate him. He asked them again where Hera was now. No one understood what could have happened for Hercules himself to come here. They said that she was not here. Hercules declared that in that case, he would simply destroy the temple. Hector said that this was impudence after all. He was a war hero only in the past. The rankers of Olympus were not afraid of an old man who had been missing somewhere for 1,000 years. Mantis insisted that they should settle everything with words, since their opponent was Hercules, but Hector didn't even want to listen to him. He immediately rushed straight into battle. But his blow didn't go through, he simply missed. Then Hercules with one blow ended his life once and for all. He said that if they wanted to fight him, they should gather more people, and the cowardly Olympians just stood there. Mantis knew perfectly well that death awaited them all. Hercules ordered them to call all their rankers. At the same time, Kim was resting in bed, when suddenly he was awakened by a message from Hargan, who was incredibly surprised that the guy managed to lure Hercules to his side, because he had already attacked the temple of Hera. Kim realized that Hercules had already started making noise. He answered Hargan that the Olympians had attacked them first. Now it was their turn to respond. But that's not what Hargan was asking. He was interested in how he managed to convince Hercules, but the guy only threw the player's set away from himself. At that very moment, he received another new message, but this time from Hades, who informed him that all preparations were complete. Kim immediately got out of bed. This is what he was waiting for. Here he understood that he did everything right. And Hargan continued to bombard him with questions about how he managed to pull off such a thing. He even wanted to meet him in person to find out about it. Kim continued to ignore him. He was thinking that now all that was left was to move the pillar that would shake Zeus. Hargan sent him a message again, but this time it was really important. He asked the guy to come to the 42nd floor. He had something that could help him. Soon Kim arrived on the 42nd floor. He met with Hargan, who couldn't believe his ears. What did Kim just say? The young man repeated that he should join the battle against his father, Zeus. Hargan didn't understand why this was happening, so Kim asked him if he wasn't determined to do this. Had he lost his confidence? Hargan said that it was not so, that was not the point. He explained that Zeus is the king of Olympus and the ruler of the heavens. He is the master of the lightning strike, and now he is the 9th in strength. Kim himself should understand how high this rank is in the tower, even though he is faster than any player, but even he is not able to compete in strength with his father. He didn't understand what the point was in joining the fight, if he couldn't help in any way, and Kim replied that he had enough strength. Hargan told him that he knew perfectly well that he was not one to talk nonsense, so he asked why he thought so. Kim said there are 2 reasons for this. The first one shocks him, and the second one is related to the first one. Which one does he want to hear first? Hargan replied that he had never said anything that wasn't shocking, so he shouldn't beat around the bush and just lay it all out right away. Kim told him that Zeus only loved one child. He loves only him. Hargan was literally dumbfounded. He could not say a word. He didn't want to believe it. Now he realized that in such a case ranks were not important. He realized that Zeus could only be defeated by the child he cherished most. But when he thinks about it, it sounds even more implausible. He asked Kim why he should be his father's favorite. Hargan said that he was grateful to Zeus for giving him life, but he lived longer only because of his mother. If his father truly loved him, then he should have stayed with his mother. Hargan said that Kim himself knows very well what his father did. The same applies to Hercules. For him, Olympus is a place where goals and results are more important than reason and justice, which is why Zeus acted without limiting himself in any way. So what happens now? Does he really love him? Kim replied that he had nothing to say if he didn't believe him. But Hargan himself understood perfectly well that he was not lying to him, because everything the guy told him turned out to be true, as if he had come from the future. He sat down on the ground and asked Kim to wait a little. He needed to think everything over. Kim thought that saying that was really cruel. He needed to see if he had the same choice if that was the case. Suddenly, Hargan said they had problems. He said that Zeus ordered Apollo to attack the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The boys immediately got on the chariot and set off on their journey. Kim asked Hargan if he had finished his preparations, and he replied that he had not yet. Hargan admitted that he cannot simply watch as hundreds or thousands of people die in this senseless war. He asked Kim if he had contacted the heavenly demon divine cult. The guy confirmed it when he was on his way to the 10th floor. They told him to be careful. Kim said that Chen Miyun is already there, so they will be fine. They also have some strong rankers. The guy understood that they shouldn't have any problems, but why then did he feel so uncomfortable? Kim knew that Zeus couldn't use Apollo in Hades, but what about Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus? Did other guilds really help them? Although, in theory, there shouldn't be any guilds that would interfere in the affairs of the Olympians? Kim said out loud that this couldn't happen. Would Zeus also take advantage of their failure? Hargan didn't understand what he was talking about, apparently again something that only he knows, and Kim said that there are strong rankers who were locked up in the Olympus prison for a long time. Less than 10 people know their names. Hargan didn't understand why his father would release them, and Kim explained that because he no longer valued them, the next Gigantomachy was coming, Hercules had changed, and the 3 supreme gods were divided. Even Hephaestus, who supplied them with weapons, did not remain with them. A war could soon begin, but it would take millennia to restore strength. It would not be surprising if Zeus did something, even if it was dangerous for himself. Hargan suggested that it must be his trump card, but he couldn't imagine his father putting himself in such danger, and Kim replied that he hoped he was worrying for nothing. The guy said they needed to hurry. Meanwhile, a huge Olympus airship arrived at the base of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Athena was already on it. She remembered how they discussed the plan to send Kim Yu-won to attack the heavenly demon divine cult first. Then Athena said that the guy had Chen Miyun and Sun Wukong on his side. She needed at least 4 strong rankers, including her. Then Zeus told her to take Odysseus and Hermes with them. Tomorrow, he would prepare another one. He said it was time to let him out, and her too. Athena thought about how her father always calls her when there are any problems. She told some boy that she understood his irritation, but he needed to obey orders and fight properly. It was Hermes, the power of freedom and theft, who said to give it his all so that this would all end quickly. Suddenly something caught his attention. Something crashed into their ship at great speed. The front part of the ship was completely destroyed, and it itself began to slowly fall down. Athena immediately yelled at Hermes for not moving the ship to a safe zone. He replied that he simply couldn't do it. Athena immediately realized that this was the work of Chen Miyun, the heavenly demon. She thought that he was still finishing his training high in the mountains. After all, he had become stronger. The silence that had enveloped half of the martial realm had disappeared, and today the rank of the heavenly demon might change. Chen came out to them and said that he hoped that his greeting had not disappointed them. Then he addressed all the participants of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. He asked them to listen carefully. Now they all must stand up to defend the cult. Hermes immediately used his staff. This alarmed even the lords. The next moment, many bright flashes appeared. Athena asked Hermes to deal with the lords, and she would deal with the one who calls himself a heavenly demon. She turned to the army of Olympus. Their mission is the complete destruction of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. A bloody massacre immediately began. The two armies fought each other, sparing no effort. The lords fought against Hermes. Peng said that the Olympians were completely mad. How dare they attack them? And the Tao Lord replied that the one who did nothing for the sake of the heavenly mountain and became the heir to the cult was to blame for everything. Peng told Woe that he was crazy. How dare he insult their little master? Hermes immediately took advantage of their feud and threw the two of them aside. The Lord of the Spear asked them to stop. Now was not the time for this, and the Lord of the Blade agreed with him. Meanwhile, someone in the sarcophagus asked Athena if she would let him out if he obeyed. Athena only remained silent. She got distracted and lost sight of Cham Miyun, and someone in the sarcophagus continued to ask if they would let him out. Athena replied that yes, his father had promised, so he needed to stay there until his father called him. At that very moment, something landed on the ground straight from the sky. The sarcophagus literally began to crack at the seams. Kim arrived on the battlefield, and someone's voice began to ask him for forgiveness. He was wrong. It was an egg that was begging to be released. It was literally screaming to be released. At that very moment, those very fangs began to appear, and the system sent a notification that the egg began to bare its teeth. The bloody massacre continued, and a hole appeared in the sarcophagus through which an unknown person was able to reach out and kill two guards. A red light was visible through the hole. She remembered how some man handed her a box, saying that it was her gift. But he warned her that she should not open it under any circumstances. It was a gift given to her by the enemy who killed her parents, a beautiful glow, like the one that came out of the box. This light from within from which they came. At that very moment, a huge explosion sounded right on the ship, and then some girl appeared. As it turned out, it was Pandora. The warriors noticed that her type was support. They immediately started yelling at her to stay behind since she was a support. But the Olympians could not remember her on Olympus. They did not understand where she came from, because they certainly would not have forgotten such beauty. Pandora suggested that they must be very scared, but they did not understand what was being discussed. She said that in a few minutes, they would die a horrible death. The divine cult of the heavenly demon would never leave the Olympians alone, and the men saw that these bastards would tear them apart. Their corpses will not be able to be buried on Olympus. They will dissolve and disappear. Their death will be cruel. They will not be able to return alive. They literally started stabbing themselves with their own swords. They didn't want to die in agony and all alone. Soon they were all dead. Only Pandora remained. Athena immediately noticed that something was wrong here. Chen Miyun asked her who she brought with her, but the girl didn't intend to answer. She realized that Pandora couldn't hold back and walked forward. If she appeared on the battlefield, they would be able to deal with the cult at once, but they would also lose their allies. At best, only she, the heavenly demon, and Hermes would survive. Athena didn't know what to do. Pandora chose the best moment to appear. Suddenly, she noticed a fiery chariot in the sky. Athena immediately realized that it was Kim Yu-won who had arrived. The guy himself continued to receive notifications that the egg was rushing him. Kim realized that it was reacting this way to Pandora. He immediately went downstairs and called out to her. Kim shouted at her to stay there, because nothing good awaited her there. Following him, Hargan appeared, who immediately covered his ears. He did not understand what the hell was happening, and what kind of feeling was this. Kim ordered him to go to the mountain and help the divine cult of the heavenly demon. He must not go near this girl under any circumstances. Hargan himself realized that it was quite dangerous here. He asked the guy to be careful too. He immediately flew up, leaving Kim and Pandora alone. Kim immediately began to have thoughts that he would not win, and all his allies would die senselessly. He should surrender, because he himself knew perfectly well that the chance of victory was less than 1%. The guy felt so shitty for the first time. Pandora amplified any negative emotions, and since the egg made itself known, it meant that it was one of the seeds that reckless chaos planted. He told the egg that the party had already begun, so he could enjoy the feast. The egg only opened its mouth but did nothing else. Kim didn't understand if he really wanted him to feed him, and Pandora asked him why he was stopping her. The guy replied that it was all because their existence caused them pain. He immediately attacked her with his lightning. A moment later there was a huge explosion. Kim knew perfectly well that this wouldn't leave even a scratch. He had to act and not give her a chance. But at that very moment, he literally fell to the ground. Pandora just looked at him, and Kim told her that she was really strong, and he himself thought that he had to win this fight, but he absolutely did not understand how. Kim immediately rose to his feet, and then he ran straight to Pandora. He began to deliver dozens of blows, but the girl easily dodged each of them. She was able to break the distance, and now it was her time to attack. Kim realized that close combat was not suitable. It was draining his stamina. He mentally turned to the egg and asked, if it had consciousness, then shouldn't it come out and help him? The egg remained silent, and Ki immediately activated his fiery eyes and sensory field. He knew that Pandora had a higher rank than Athena when she was active. This time was no different. A head-on collision would not work against her. The guy didn't understand what the hell he should do. Pandora asked him why he was trying to kill her. What wrong had she done? But then she said she didn't want to know. Immediately, the ground beneath Kim began to crumble. The guy was sure that there was another way. He kept thinking about how to do it. He also knew that Pandora's strength was dependent on her negative emotions. In a fight like this, her strength would only grow. If he got rid of her advantage, then his chances of winning would be higher. Kim remembered that there is another thing that absorbs negative emotions. At the same time, Chen continued to attack Athena. The girl stood behind her shield, not even allowing anyone to touch her. The heavenly demon rushed at her again to attack. Each of them did not give in to the other. They continued to exchange dozens of blows. Even Athena admitted that he was indeed fast. It was amazing that this old man could release so much mana at such a speed. After all, he really deserves the title of heavenly demon. Chen dealt another crushing blow, but Athena managed to put up her shield. The force of the impact was so great that a huge crack literally appeared in the ground underneath it. But still the girl was fine. She was sure that Kim Yu-won would soon fall. He would not be able to cope with Pandora. Their problem now is the sky demon. She needs to gain enough stamina to restore the Pandora. But in order to keep up with such a strong opponent, she can't hold back. Chen decided to play a joke on her. He asked if she saw Kim's actions in this shield. Athena said that he and that boy would both die here. Today would be the end of the heavenly demon divine cult. Even after death, he would regret getting involved with Kim Yu-won. Chen replied that it seemed like the heavenly demon divine cult had been holding back for a long time. Even such a shitty guild could turn a blind eye to some things. He said that Kim Yu-won is stronger than most of the rankers, so he was able to get the position of vice chief, but that's not all. His special talent is his strength and determination. He can find a way to break through further when he meets obstacles. He still never gives up. She will never understand the one who will destroy them all. At that moment, Kim used the sacred flame and directed it straight at Pandora. Even she felt hot. Kim understood that the flame was weak but capable of consuming. The growth of the sacred flame depends on the fear of others. All the emotions that Pandora currently has will strengthen the fire. And as long as her emotions remain the same, the flame will only grow stronger. Pandora threw the guy straight into the rock with one blow. Even for Kim, it was quite painful. He looked at the egg again, and Pandora ordered him to put out the fire. Kim smiled. He realized that the egg was finally ripe and ready to hatch. He immediately ordered him to absorb them all. Immediately, many fangs and eyes appeared. The hatching rate has almost reached its limit. Kim realized that it was almost hatched. It seems like the egg is feeding on Pandora's power, this time different from Yamato, Orochi, and Lancelot. Kim didn't understand if the egg hatched now, would the external god appear? At that very moment, the egg began to crack, and Kim found himself in some unknown space. Some eyes appeared inside the egg. The egg itself flew right up to him. The guy didn't see anything, but he had a feeling that something had appeared. The system sent a notification that he had come into contact with an unknown person. A small man immediately appeared in front of him, and Kim did not understand. Could this really be an external god? The child recognized Kim as his father, and the system asked the boy to give him a name. The baby immediately flew straight into Kim's chest. The boy noticed that this little one was reaching straight for his heart. Soon he found himself back on the battlefield. Pandora lay on the ground, completely exhausted. Hermes immediately flew up to them and asked Kim what it was and what he had summoned. Hermes admitted that he got goosebumps from those eyes and fangs. Kim didn't feel a drop of mana from him, all because he has no will of his own. He asked him if he was not going to fight, and Hermes replied that he had had enough. He's not a fan of fighting, unlike his sister, and Kim asked if he wasn't here on orders. Hermes didn't understand what reason there could be to fight if Pandora was lying there. He also noticed the guy's sandals. He had lost them a long time ago, but he wouldn't ask for them back. Let the guy just say what the hell just happened. Kim replied that he himself did not know, but Hermes did not believe him. Although it was not entirely a lie, he himself did not fully know what this thing was. At that very moment, something crashed in front of the guy with enormous force. It was Pan who told Hermes that he was a cunning bastard. He really dared to fake an escape to make an attempt on the life of their deputy. The other lords appeared immediately, and Hermes raised his hands and declared that he surrendered. He said he didn't want to fight anymore. He wouldn't be able to do anything anyway if that scary thing appeared again. At that very moment, something else flew into the ground. Kim just thought about how people kept falling from the sky. This time it was a wounded Athena who asked Kim what he had done that made the hero of Olympus, Hercules, turn his back on Zeus. Kim replied that if this was anyone's doing, it was only hers. He only told him about the deeds of Zeus, but the girl screamed that he should not dare slander his father. The responsibility for all this chaos on Olympus lies on his shoulders. The guy noticed that she was talking as if the battle was one-sided. Didn't she know what happened between Zeus and Hercules? He used fiery eyes that revealed the truth, and the guy realized that she really didn't know. Kim also heard that Hermes would not care even if all of Olympus fell. But he wondered if Athena would go against Zeus if she knew the truth. He knew that Athena had enough skill to become a true commander of Gigantomachia. Her power and experience in warfare could play into their hands. It was worth keeping her in mind. Kim addressed all the followers of the divine cult of the heavenly demon and ordered them to take Athena and Hermes. Athena couldn't accept this, and Hermes only told her that they had lost. The rest also began to gather the Olympians who had managed to survive in one place. At that moment, Pandora came to her senses. She looked only at Kim. Meanwhile, Apollo regretted that Hargan had become friends with this Kim Yu-won, and Artemis was thinking about how they had been called at the right time. As it turned out, they came to Zeus. He told them that it would take him another 3,000 years. Give birth to many children, raise them, make them rankers. That's how much time it will take to restore the powers of Olympus. Artemis understood perfectly well what it was all about. She initially guessed that Zeus had summoned them to keep them with him. Apollo and Artemis knew perfectly well that they had to escape. If they reach the sun chariot, even their father won't be able to catch up with them. They decided to act now, and at that very moment a chariot appeared in the air. But instantly Zeus's lightning struck straight at her. He said it was a shame that they hadn't seen their father for so long and were already leaving. Zeus said that they refused to participate in the gigantomachy and were whispering to someone behind his back, didn't he? He warned that he was asking for the last time, whose side are they on? As night approached, Kim and the others set up camp. Hargan came to Kim's tent and was incredibly angry that Pandora was there. He didn't understand what she was doing there, and the guy told him that she wouldn't leave even if he asked her, and she also doesn't talk at all. Hargan continued and asked to throw her out. Then Kim suggested him to try it himself, but he asked him how he could throw out a top ranker. Hargan said that he was leaving. He, unlike the guy, had a weak stomach, and he still felt bad. Kim thought that he needed to be alone anyway. The little baby that hatched from the egg continued to pester Kim. The boy asked Arthur to guard the barracks and make sure no one entered inside. Pandora also stood up from her seat, and Kim said that he did not tell her to leave, but the girl heard everything perfectly well. She herself wanted it that way. Kim didn't understand how it had come to this. He needs to give this baby a name. He noticed that the child looked like a character from a game he once played a lot. Kim named him Danpun. Now the contract was concluded. A partial division of Danpun's abilities was made, some of the points were converted, Kim's mana rose by 3 levels. And Pandora told him that it was still a strange name. She also said that this thing was scary, but Kim didn't understand what she meant. Is it really a matter of instinctive rejection due to prolonged external influence? Kim looked into the baby's eyes. The next moment he again found himself in an incomprehensible space. The boy guessed that Danpun did it. The baby continued to call Kim his dad. At that very moment, many fangs appeared around them. It looks like little Danpun decided to show his daddy his teeth. Kim noticed that the fangs did not hurt him. They passed right through him, and then he received the Predator skill, which contained the power of a giant. It allows you to summon a monster that hunts unknown creatures. Its characteristics grow according to the size of the target. Kim realized that when they talked about separation, they were talking about Danpun's abilities. So these were Predator skills. Could the unknown creatures really be aliens? Because of them, there was a really terrible wave. Maybe he needs to hunt strangers to become stronger? Kim smiled. It sounded like a great feast. He understood that Danpun had a level and characteristics. He was more of a player than a mythical beast. After all, this ability could change all his plans. He had previously told Sun Wukong that his chances of winning were minimal. But now, what are the chances now? Kim understood that this was not 1%, not 10%, but much more. He was incredibly happy and told Danpun that he was his talisman. Soon Kim showed the baby to Hargan, who couldn't help but notice how cute he was. Kim wondered if Hargan really believed that Danpun was a mystical beast. He didn't know if it was reassuring him or not. The guy moved his face away from the baby and told him not to come close or he would be eaten alive. Hargan didn't believe it, and Kim only replied that all parents worry about their children, but he himself thought that if his comrade knew what it was, he would run away with his heels flashing. He asked Hargan to sit down. Kim asked him to tell him about his mother, but Hargan didn't understand why he needed it. The guy explained that Zeus would soon intervene, and that he needed to know all his trump cards. Hargan still didn't understand how this was connected with his mother, but suddenly he realized that he really considered him a trump card. Kim said that he has the other half of Zeus with him. His power is unknown now, but there is definitely a second half. And how they use it will be their key to victory, so he asked him again to tell him what his mother was like. Hargan admitted that he still didn't understand what was going on, but he always had a plan, so he assumed that somehow this would actually help him. He said that his mother was beautiful and pure. She definitely loved only one man in her life. One day, Zeus saw his reflection in a way he never wanted to see. Zeus then thought that he would learn everything in the fountain of truth. But he didn't understand why the faces of those he knew were distorted in the reflection of this water. Is it normal to yearn for love when so many people are involved with it? But only 2 faces in the reflection remained unchanged, the face of Hera, who always felt disgust towards him, and the face of the only one who smiled at him. How stupid, but I was seduced by her sincerity again. That's exactly why I gave away the other half. Kim realized that, to sum it up, Mama Hargan was the only one who had ever used Zeus. Hargan said that it was unknown whether she was the only one, because there were also Nemesis and Themis, and Kim heard that they sided with Hades. Hargan himself didn't know this. He said that Mom would be on Dad's side even if the heavens split. The guy told him that he was not like her at all. Then Hargan replied that it was because for her love was above all else. Mom knew what was right, but was blinded by love. Kim asked him if he could say that, and Hargan said that his mother had said it herself. She didn't want him to live the same way she did. Olympus was created to restore order to the tower. He is simply trying to revive the origins. He wants to return to what Olympus was. Kim said that they had to go already. He was tired after such a hard day. He also said that his uncle Hades had taken action. Now it was their turn to strike. Hargan also said that his father said that he would also take action. Olympus was driven into a corner. He asked Kim, "What does he think? Will this be the last fight?" Kim replied that this would most likely be the last fight with Olympus. Then Hargan asked him what he planned to do next. Kim asked if he remembered his words when they first met. Hargan remembered that he had said then that he would destroy the top of the tower. It was incredible. He had met a man pursuing the same goals as his father. But Hargan still didn't understand why he needed it. He asked Kim why he, like Zeus, was so eager to go up. Kim replied that it was too early for him to know. In parallel with this, Hercules continued his fight on the 32nd floor. He had already defeated Orion, the third son of Poseidon, and realized that Zeus was using even his nephew as a weapon. Hercules remembered Kim's words that when he destroyed the second tomb, Zeus would not stop him in the third, because he would understand that it would not help him anyway. But on the 5th time, he will send troops and rankers from Olympus to weaken him as much as possible. Just before he falls, he will see Zeus, and then he will understand that this bastard is smart and careful. Therefore, he should not be blinded by the thirst for revenge and act strictly according to the plan. He needs to buy a little time. It will not last long. Hercules thought about how everything was going, just as the guy said. It feels like Kim Yu-won is one step ahead of Zeus. Suddenly, something distracted him from the battle. A bright beam headed straight at him, but he managed to block the attack in time. Some man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hercules immediately recognized him. It was Dionysus. The scoundrel asked if he was ready to accept a lesson from his father. The next moment, an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning struck across the entire battlefield. Hercules said that Zeus sent a ranker and used his power. Apparently, he really was almost out of troops. Finally, what he had been waiting for had begun. The prelude to the battle for the fate of Olympus. Meanwhile, Zeus was hovering in the air. He didn't realize how much time had passed. He thought that he would only leave the temple for the next gigantomachy. He launched his lightning across the battlefield again. Zeus noticed that Hercules could withstand all the lightning strikes without any special skill or dodging. This was truly incredible and worthy of the title of the greatest masterpiece he had ever created. The bastard was wondering how many blows Hercules could withstand. How close can he get to it? Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice, which said that he was like a needle in a haystack. It was always difficult to see him. It was Hades, and Zeus replied that the same could be said about him. Hades declared that war had begun, and Zeus told him that it was too grandiose to call something like that a war. He considered it just a family quarrel. He also added that from this point of view, it would be a battle between brothers, but his rebellion had long since ended. Zeus reminded Hades that he had never defeated him. He immediately attacked Hades with an incredibly powerful lightning strike. But this attack left no trace on him. Hades said that calling it a brotherly quarrel was missing one detail. A huge stream of water immediately appeared. And then Poseidon jumped out of it, shouting that he had been waiting for this day his whole life. Poseidon was furious that Zeus dared to imprison him. He immediately attacked him with his trident, but he managed to dodge. Hades thought that it was partly luck, but everything turned out the way the guy had planned. Earlier, Kim asked Hades to take Poseidon, who was in the Asgardian prison, if it seemed like they would never let him out. Let him try to negotiate with Asgard itself and say that he needs Poseidon to deal with Zeus. Kim explained that Zeus was causing them a lot of trouble too, so there was no reason for them to refuse. This will provoke a civil war, which they are more wary of, and discord among the three key gods of Olympus. Hades warned him then that Odin would be worried that the big three might join the attack on Asgard, so there was no time to waste on persuasion. But Kim explained that if Hercules sided with them, it would no longer matter. They undoubtedly knew about Zeus and Hercules' relationship. Hades asked him if he could defeat him this time. Kim said that yes, he is completely confident in what he is doing. At the same time, Poseidon and Zeus continued their fight. None of them were going to back down. Poseidon attacked his brother with a huge column of water, but he certainly didn't expect this. Zeus shot his lightning straight across the water. Because of this, the electricity completely evaporated the water and reached Poseidon's trident. This dealt heavy damage to the sea god, and Zeus declared that he seemed to have forgotten, but he was no match for him, and then delivered a crushing blow straight to the head. Poseidon literally bounced off the ground from such force. But Zeus noticed something. He saw that Poseidon was smiling. Poseidon told him to get ready. At that very moment, Hades appeared right next to Zeus and grabbed him by the neck. He asked him what about their equality. Hades literally sucked the life out of Zeus, who said he liked his aspirations. But he said that he still couldn't get it. He immediately summoned another super-powerful lightning strike. Zeus noticed that Hades was barely blocking the blows, which already indicates an attack. Is the difference really that big? The bastard told him that he must have been lazy in training because he hadn't even started yet. Zeus immediately launched another bolt of lightning, which was more powerful than all the previous ones, straight at Hades. Hades and Poseidon fell to the ground. The god of the sea was furious that Zeus was playing with them. Soon, Zeus came down to them and said that he was disappointed. He did not think that during this time they had not become stronger. Poseidon claimed that he himself had done nothing all this time, but Zeus replied that it just seemed that way to him. They were the ones who did nothing. He asked them if they had ever thought about climbing higher than the top of the tower. Zeus declared that he would climb up there no matter what. This was the only way to become the true king of the tower. Hades told him that he was already the ruler of Olympus. Wasn't that enough for him? Zeus replied that life without aspirations is no different from death, especially in a tower. They are all happy with their places, but he despises it. Poseidon shouted that there was no floor above, he was just talking nonsense, and Hades asked him if that was why he wanted to stage a second gigantomachy, to start calming his ambitions with it. Zeus replied that he didn't care what they thought. He was sure there was another floor at the top. By this time, Kim himself had arrived. The guy was thinking about finally meeting him. Zeus immediately noticed him. He asked the guy what he knew. Kim replied that he knew a lot of things, and Zeus admitted that this was a rather pompous answer. Zeus asked again what he knew about all this. Poseidon and Hades tried to attack him, but he easily surrounded himself with a huge lightning bolt. They realized that they wouldn't even get close to him this way. Kim also admitted that Zeus was a real monster and he felt too much pressure. The boy told Zeus that he must be very curious since he had prepared such a scene for him. Kim said that what he knew was too different from what he knew. All this is because he learned everything from someone, and he had to figure it out himself. Zeus now realized why a simple player, not even a ranker, was able to turn everything upside down, including Olympus. He realized that Kim not only had talent, the guy had climbed even higher than he had. Zeus flew up and apologized to Kim for ignoring him. From that moment on, he was his enemy. He immediately attacked the guy with his lightning, but a strange force protected Kim. The bastard never expected such a turn of events. It was Pandora who told him that because of his box, all the suffering of this world fell on her. What did he do to her? Zeus asked Kim if this was really his pawn. The guy replied that, unfortunately, no, she was here because of his karma. Poseidon and Hades also didn't understand why Pandora was on Kim Yu-won's side. Hades realized that the game had changed, and that Zeus was no longer paying attention to them. Like chess, the game ends when the king is defeated, which means he's targeting Kim. Zeus again rushed to attack, but this time Pandora stood in his way. She managed to fight off his next blow. Poseidon decided to take advantage of the moment and found himself right next to Zeus while he was focused on the girl. They began exchanging dozens of blows again. Zeus once again launched a lightning bolt, but Poseidon was not going to give up so easily. He fired a huge volley of water right at his lightning bolt. The collision of these two forces caused an incredibly huge explosion. In the end, they were both perfectly fine. At that moment, Hades intervened. At the same time, Kim used the summoning of hell and the summoning of the sea. The power of the stone of all seas was strengthened. Kim asked Pandora if she could continue to fight Zeus, and the girl confirmed this. The guy understood that he was here to increase their chances of winning. For this, it was necessary to create conditions in which the powers of Poseidon and Hades would be strengthened. Hades was extremely surprised that the young man used the stone of all the seas, but in any case it affected his powers. Kim understood that Hades did not know about the existence of the stone. Now, he was apparently surprised. He asked him if he would accept him if he told him. Hades suggested that if he said he was interested, the guy would send him to Asgard like Poseidon and label him a sinner. Kim said no way, but Hades didn't realize that then they would be able to defeat Zeus. The guy replied that no, but in that case they would increase the probability of winning from 0 to 10%. Meanwhile, Zeus continued to launch lightning bolts across the battlefield. Kim immediately activated his flaming eyes and sensory field, and he also released demonic energy. All three of them rushed straight at Zeus and attacked him with their powers. Part of the lightning bolt began to react to Kaini, but even this was not enough. Kim remembered the words of Hargan, who told him that the most terrible thing was the indestructible armor of Zeus. The lightning bolt is not just a weapon, it is a spear, a shield, and a weapon at the same time, and all its power is in it. It is impossible to injure him without penetrating his armor. Zeus immediately took advantage of the moment when Kim was distracted from the fight. But at that very moment, someone's hand grabbed the guy. It was Hercules who pushed Kim away and was able to block Zeus's attack. Hercules told the bastard that he was sorting out his gifts, and that's why he was late. But finally he met him. At that very moment, Hargan appeared. He remembered their conversation with Kim, who told him that he only had to do one thing, bring him a piece of Zeus's lightning bolt. Hargan didn't understand if this was possible, but the guy confirmed that it was within his power, since he had already said that he had inherited half of Zeus. Meanwhile, the fight between Zeus and Hercules continued. Kim witnessed the complete gigantification, and the system sent a notification that the power of giants requires a battle. Hercules immediately jumped up from his place and rushed into the attack at great speed. Kim noticed that even skills were trying to win. Hercules was really incredibly strong. He came here after fighting with Zeus's rankers. Now it all depends on who gets tired first or when Zeus runs out of mana, but the latter is less likely. Even without lightning bolts, he still has a nearly inexhaustible supply of mana, but the chance of victory was already 30%, and it was finally his turn to act. At that moment, Hargan decided what he would do. The system immediately began to send Zeus that part of the lightning discharge was reacting to the new part. He had chosen his master. The bastard immediately guessed that this was the work of Hargan, but Hades, Poseidon, and Hercules had no intention of stopping. Poseidon asked Zeus if he had really lost something. They immediately rushed into attack at the same time. Zeus had no choice but to defend himself. Meanwhile, Hargan was absorbing his lightning, even though it was difficult for him. Kim realized that everything was going according to plan. Hargan was doing a great job with the discharge. But he himself understood perfectly well that he would not be able to withstand the ranker's power for long. If they missed this opportunity, another one would be too difficult to obtain. At the same time, the guys continued to suppress Zeus. Pandora also joined the battle. She went into hand-to-hand combat and began to push back Zeus. But he was able to grab her by the leg and then throw her to the ground with all his might. Zeus thought that he shouldn't have given half of himself to such a bastard. He shouldn't have had any feelings. He shouldn't have had any regrets. Poseidon immediately took advantage of the moment and struck with his trident, but this time it didn't work either. Each of them released their power into each other, causing a huge explosion. Zeus lifted part of the chariot and blocked another blow with his trident. But this was not enough, because the trident easily pierced such a thickness and sank straight into his chest. Hercules and Hades immediately ran up to launch their own attacks. Zeus shouted the name of Hargan with all his might. At that very moment, the lightning discharge intensified several times. He didn't understand how his son dared to go against him. Zeus remembered the past when he, Harganus, and his mother were together. This made him even more angry. But at that very moment, Kim appeared and tore out his right eye. At that very moment, there was a powerful explosion, but the guy was able to dodge it. Zeus was beside himself with rage. Poseidon didn't understand why the young man took out his eye. Doesn't he think that now is not the best time for jokes? Hercules had told Kim earlier that Zeus never hid his powers. On the contrary, he often bragged about them to everyone, and his golden eye is not so simple. Divine celestial crystal, lightning bolt. Who would have thought that Zeus would place it in his eye? Kim explained to the others that he had taken the lightning bolt. Now the chance of winning had increased dramatically to 70%. The guy understood perfectly well that this was almost the end for Zeus. Hercules immediately attacked his father. He said that he had changed a lot in just a few minutes. He looked too weak. But even in this state, Zeus continued to repel his attacks. Hercules continued to press him. At some point, Zeus jumped up and was about to strike another lightning bolt. Then a powerful explosion was heard. Hades asked Kim if he really stole the lightning bolt, since Zeus was still full of strength, and the guy explained that he was strong on his own, since he managed to reach the rank not only thanks to the equipment. But Kim assured him that he was no longer the same. Kim tried to activate the lightning, but it began to reject him, and the blessing of the sea could not withstand the resistance. The guy realized that such a weak lightning would not be enough for him. No one except Zeus could activate it. He didn't even think about it. Suddenly, a realization came to him. He asked Pandora to throw him into the air. The girl asked if he was sure about this. Kim confirmed this. He needed to get to the very clouds. He understood perfectly well that it would be faster if Pandora threw him up than if he jumped with heavenly steps. Pandora grabbed his hand. She thought that his stamina was off the charts, judging by how quickly he dealt with her. She said she would give him a lift. Kim asked her not to do it too hard. But the girl didn't even listen to him and threw him with all her might straight into the sky. Kim noticed a chariot above him, on which Hargan had arrived. He immediately activated the heavenly step skill. His speed doubled for 5 seconds, and he could now walk on air for 5 seconds. Kim immediately jumped onto the chariot where Hargan was. Hargan was almost out of strength. He asked if everything was over, and Kim answered that it was almost over. He praised his comrade for his good work. Now he needed to rest. The system immediately sent the guy a notification that the lightning was reacting to another part of the lightning, which was the reaction that Kim wanted to achieve. He began the process of unification. The next moment, everything around him was covered in lightning. His Monolord skill began to resist lightning. Mana damage decreased. Lightning parts also began to resist lightning power, and his electricity resistance increased. As he thought, controlling real lightning was on a whole other level. It was a miracle that he could even hold power of that caliber. But Kim was not going to give up. He would definitely endure this. He thought that he would only be able to destroy Olympus when he reached the required rank, but now it was right in front of him. Kim managed to create the first lightning, and the lightning itself began to accept him little by little. The young man realized that with such endurance, he could only use lightning once. He launched lightning straight down, shouting to Zeus to feel the power he once had. A moment later, an explosion of unprecedented proportions was heard. Half of the city was literally destroyed, and a huge crater remained at the site of the lightning strike. Poseidon was incredibly surprised by this outcome, as was everyone else. It was very brute force. Hades understood perfectly well that it was not only about strength and weakness. The strongest equipment, the power of the strongest, the power of Zeus. How did he do it so well? But then an unknown force appeared, and everything was fine with Zeus himself. Hercules noticed that something was wrong here. Had his father really regained his strength? Pandora immediately noticed something was wrong. She felt the same energy from him, just like inside the box she opened. Poseidon wasn't going to just stand there. He was going to end it here and now. But suddenly, he also noticed something frightening. Is it really Zeus in front of him? At that moment, Kim appeared and told him to step aside because Zeus was his enemy. Poseidon didn't understand what he could do against him at all. Kim immediately activated his fiery eyes. He immediately understood everything and summoned Danpun. The guy ordered him to absorb it all. The kid was only too happy to do it. Immediately, a multitude of huge fangs appeared. Zeus couldn't believe his eyes. He was about to attack the young man with an unknown force, but Kim immediately grabbed him and prevented him from doing this. Zeus asked the boy if he also had powers from above. Kim replied that it was from outside, not from above. At that moment, Danpun began to absorb all this unknown power, and the system continued to send a notification that he was growing. Enormous fangs literally took over all the space around them. Kim knew that Zeus had made a mistake. He himself has no idea how it should be, but now he is definitely more powerful than him. A moment later there was a bright flash, followed by a monstrous explosion. The system sent a notification that Danpun's divinity had increased to 15, his growth had increased by 12.5%, and Kim's mana had also risen by 5 levels. Kim overcame the despair that reached the sky and received 300,000 points as a reward. Hades simply watched all of this. Poseidon also did not utter a word. At that very moment, Hargan himself descended to the ground. It was hard for him to watch all this. Hercules, like everyone else, did not utter a word. And Kim understood that this was the end of his battle. They are the ones who must put an end to this. Zeus himself was still conscious, although he was incredibly weak. He thought that the sky was so far from the earth. Zeus asked Hercules if he hated him, but he immediately said that he didn't regret anything, nothing that he had done during all this time. He even said that Hercules should be grateful to him. He leaves him alive as a purebred, with the blood and strength of a king. It was hard for Hercules to say a word. He gripped his club tighter. He screamed that he had absolutely no rights to him, and then delivered a crushing blow straight at his father. Zeus's armor literally began to crack at the seams. He barely remained on his feet, and Hercules was about to strike again. The guild that had spent thousands of years climbing over heads to become the greatest in the tower had fallen apart, but compared to how quickly the restoration had taken place, it was nothing. Asgard, who had shown the greatest interest in this battle, arrived. Led by the Valkyries and Thor, Poseidon begged Kim to give him the divine sea crystal. But the guy wasn't going to do that. He just told him to try to take it himself. What was left of Zeus's mana was trapped within him, and he was placed in the deepest prison cell of Asgard. Kim approached Hercules and asked him if he regretted not killing Zeus. Hercules admitted that he regrets a little. He just wants to leave everything as it is. Zeus has already lost power, dreams, and future. He doesn't want to think about revenge anymore. He's too tired of it all. Kim didn't argue with him. He felt this deep sadness that was impossible to describe, and perhaps a little happiness. Those who remained in the palace consoled themselves with the disorder they had created. The palace was radiant with light. Every brick was filled with memories. Now Olympus will bloom again, with a firm intention to start all over again. Meanwhile, old man Hephaestus remembered their conversation with Kim, who told him that it was absolutely normal to break down from failures. He needed to enjoy himself and not limit himself in anything. This is the only way to get the best out of it. Hephaestus even smiled. For the first time in a long time, he felt so good in his soul. The anticipation that strengthened hearts in unshakable determination, their consolations became the driving force for the transition to a new stage, and so it was for Kim himself. He held in his hands a ticket to the Valhalla sanctuary. A little earlier, Thor gave it to him. He said that it was from his father Odin. Thor also said that Odin asked him to convey that he would be glad to see him if he survived. They would wait for him as an honored guest. Kim clenched his fist tighter. He decided that it was better to put this aside for now. The meeting with Odin could wait. Now it's time to save him. 44th floor, land of 3 precious children. Some warriors were discussing the fact that this bastard doesn't even have a rank. He won't do anything to them. But one of them noticed that he was using a strange technique, but his comrades still decided to attack him altogether. At that very moment, the wall literally shattered into pieces. Nobody knew what the hell it was, and then they realized this monster was here. They were asked to stop running. He just wants to ask, not fight. It was Kim who said that he had heard that there were 3 sacred treasures here. Does anyone know about them? Kim continued to beat those bugs. They still weren't going to give up. Some still believed in their victory, that they didn't even intend to kill the guy, but to take his glasses first. The scumbags wanted to corner Kim, but soon they were all beaten, and some man did not understand why the guy decided that the 3 sacred treasures were here, because if that were the case, he himself would have taken them long ago. Kim asked again, did he really not know? The scoundrel shouted that he had already answered this question. How many more times can he ask about it? He himself decided to ask Kim where he got so much strength without a rank, but the guy only smiled and knocked him out with the next blow. After some time, Kim came to his home. He could not believe that he got a whole house for only 12 points. Living here is certainly cheaper than anywhere else. He knew that the rights to manage the land had been given to 3 precious children. This world, abandoned and forgotten, had fallen into the abyss of chaos, even worse than hell on the 42nd floor, and all for the sake of freedom. But still, nothing had changed. He was only offended that he had never been to the 42nd floor after he had passed it before his reincarnation. There is no public order here, and idiots on every corner try to steal glasses and items from others. This is the perfect bait. Kim was sure that everyone already knew that he was looking for the 3 sacred treasures. The 3 precious children possess only one treasure, Yasakani no Magatama, in the hands of Amaterasu. But one more of them is in his hands. Kim was sure they would be furious if they found out he had Susanu's treasure. Danpun also appeared at the same time, but Papran immediately stopped him. Kim told him that yelling wouldn't work. The guy had no idea he was going to eat here. It was even a little scary. The boy told the kid that in the place where he used to live, there was a so-called marshmallow test. The point is that he has to leave, and leave 2 treats next to him. If he doesn't eat them before he returns, he gets 2 more treats. Kim asked Danpun to wait just a little bit. He'll try something better soon. After some time, Kim arrived at some temple. An unknown man fought with him. But his spear got stuck in the floor, and Kim immediately took advantage of this and imbued his hand with the giant's power. He immediately delivered a crushing blow, breaking through the wall in front of him with his opponent's body. Some couple couldn't believe that the rancor was defeated in just 1 hit. Kim told them to finish drinking and leave. Is that clear? They didn't wait a second and immediately rushed away. Kim said it was such a mess here. Maybe they could talk somewhere else. And someone's voice answered him that there was no need for this. The guy finally caught what he needed. The big catch finally took the bait. Before him was Amaterasu, the 52nd ranked, the master of Yasakani no Magatama, and the middle one among the 3 precious children. Amaterasu admitted that he couldn't believe what he told him why he was here. He directly asked where the treasure of Yata no Kagami was, and Kim replied that he had no idea. He was also looking for it. Kim asked if that was all he wanted to ask. Amaterasu said there was something else. How did he know the 3 sacred treasures were here? Kim said that he found out about it after the test reward on the 43rd floor. The examiners told him about it, so he was sure of it. And Amaterasu admitted that the guy didn't seem like someone who would be willing to answer all his questions. Kim replied that he was sure that he knew more about the treasure, and the man asked him if he knew who was in front of him. The young man replied that he knew that before him was Amaterasu, the owner of one of the treasures and a precious child of the highest rank. He also added that he heard that he doesn't show his face. It seems like he does. The thing is that it's not yours at all. Amaterasu admitted that he had heard that the young man had defeated Ares, and apparently it was true. He asked the boy if he really thought the heavenly demon divine cult would have his back. The fiery eyes and clothes of the 4 great spirits began to resist the solar fire, but it failed. Kim received burns. Danpun was about to intervene, but Kim stopped him because they would lose this fight. The young man understood that as long as he had information about the 3 treasures, he would not be harmed. He asked Amaterasu why he was holding him back. Did he really want to take the treasure away when he found it? By this time, his burns had reached the second level, and Amaterasu declared that the treasure belonged to 3 precious children. Let the boy tell everything he knew, then he would stupefy him alive. Kim replied that it was too risky to give everything away by refusing to cooperate with him, but Amaterasu stated that Kim was wrong. If he had it, he would simply take it, even destroying the heavenly demon cult, so it was better not to use tricks. Kim opened the inventory and asked, "Is it true? He got that very ticket to Valhalla. Does Amaterasu really think that the divine cult of the heavenly demon is the only force supporting him?" Amaterasu immediately recognized this symbol. He knew very well that not everyone was given this ability. So Kim personally received it. It's still problematic. Everything will become much more complicated if Asgard interferes. Amaterasu knew perfectly well that he couldn't pressure him for so long. He admitted that he still didn't have Yata no Kagami. Let the guy say what he wants. Kim asked him if he could give him something that would bring him closer to the 3 treasures. Amaterasu stated that he would kill hundreds of people that Kim wanted, meaning that he would be his blade until he found the treasure. Kim knew very well that he had the highest rank. Using him as a weapon would be a great opportunity. After all, he wanted to get the treasure at any cost. He asked him if he could save people instead of killing. The guy extended his hand and offered to agree on 10 lives saved because he hated killing. Amaterasu agreed to these conditions and they shook hands. Soon, Kim returned home and the spirit of Susanu asked him if he believed Amaterasu's words. Kim replied that he didn't believe him at all, and Susanu didn't understand why he shook his hand then. The guy replied that there was no reason not to. They were both hiding behind masks, and Susanu called him a cunning bastard. Susanu knew that the boy was using the 3 sacred treasures to trap Amaterasu and force him to join him, which was why he was always starting these useless fights. But what did he really want? Was he planning another big adventure, like the one with the destruction of Olympus? Kim replied that he had misunderstood one thing. Hunting without bait was useless. Susanu realized what he was getting at. Did he really have Yata no Kagami from the 44th floor? Kim confirmed it. It's right here. Susanu finally realized that Yata no Kagami was on the 44th floor, but he doesn't have it. But he used this information. Kim replied that this was indeed the case. It was the perfect bait for Amaterasu. Susanu replied that it was cunning. As he fights, so he speaks. He hates people like him. He hates those who will not enter a battle without being sure of their victory. Susanu believed that one must fight while being on the brink of life and death. Then the blade becomes sharper and stronger. Kim replied that he was not convinced, since he died fighting just like that. But Susanu stated that that was not why he died, and he was very ashamed of it. Kim asked what he meant. Susanu revealed that Amaterasu used his techniques to force him to fight against Yamata no Orochi. He said that they would fight together, but in the end, he ran away. It was a trap to steal Kusanagi no Tsurugi from him. At the same time, Amaterasu didn't understand why he couldn't surpass Susanu even after receiving Yasakani no Magatama. This couldn't be. He was sure that the ranking bureau had simply made a mistake. When he collected all 3 sacred treasures, he would increase in strength, rank, and power, becoming better than him. He was sure that he was almost there. There was only a little left. After some time, Kim went on a long journey. Suddenly he stopped abruptly and asked how long they were going to follow him. Some man said that this was an order from 3 precious children. They're not going to fight, so he shouldn't be afraid. Let him continue doing what he was doing. Kim guessed that it seemed that Amaterasu had hired them. He left himself and sent a whole crowd of people to follow him. The young man told them that there was no need to pay so much attention to him. The spirit of Susanu said that Amaterasu was as vile as always. Kim replied that for the first time he agreed with him. The warriors did not understand what the guy was going to do. Did he really dare to fight against 3 precious children? And Kim said that he was not their lackey. They were just cooperating, so they should not even think about keeping an eye on him. The guy immediately summoned the sacred flame and said that they had to choose life or death. After some time, there was not a single survivor left from the entire horde of people. Kim thought that of all the items he usually uses, he only has Hades' helmet, which is very inconvenient. After all, Items are really important. At that very moment, he received a message. It was Amaterasu, who did not understand what the hell the guy was doing. He himself said that he would cooperate. Kim replied that he had no intention of dealing with the likes of them, but Amaterasu said that he was the one who sent them. The guy replied that he already knew this, but the man didn't understand why he did it anyway. Was he really trying to get into a fight? Kim said that they were bandits who killed and robbed others. He didn't care how he commanded them, but he shouldn't involve them in his affairs. Amaterasu didn't even have time to answer him, as Kim immediately ended the conversation. Susanu was surprised that the boy took and interrupted the ranker's message. He was hot-tempered than he seemed. It was so great for him to hear Amaterasu's excited voice. It was very pleasant for him. For the first time, he liked the boy. Kim thought about how Amaterasu continued to act like he was a king, ordering his subordinates to do all the dirty work. If he collects all 3 treasures, his power will be comparable to Olympus. He can't let him do this. He needs to deal with this. Even Odin regrets not doing this. Arthur intervened at this point and asked Susanu to stop disturbing the king, but he said he couldn't because it was too much fun, and he was only his king. Arthur was angered by these words, and they began to quarrel with each other again. Danpun was about to intervene, but Kim asked him not to eat them, and ordered these two to stop. Susanu asked him what he would do next. Would he look for Yata no Kagami? Did he even know where it was? Kim replied that he had a main lead. First, he needed to find the cave, the one where Yata no Kagami was located. Susanu asked where he learned this, and the boy replied that he had his own ways. He took out the very sword that belonged to Susanu. Kim also activated his fiery eyes and sensory field. Thanks to this, he saw the right path. The spirit of the sword was enough to cut through obstacles. It was not for nothing that it was called a spiritual sword, but Susanu was outraged by this. Was the guy really using a great sword to cut branches? Susanu stated that it was designed to cut through living things, and that it was the best sword that ever existed in this world. Kim didn't even listen to him. He said that these trees were alive, so he was using it correctly, and Susanu didn't argue with him any further. Soon they came to that very cave, but Susanu was confused that it was somehow too simple. Kim told him that the entrance was indeed easy to find. But the real problems will start inside. Susanu noticed that the sword began to shake, and Kim said that it was a reaction to Yata no Kagami. He also said that the forms of the 3 treasures are completely different, but before they were one, they can only show their true power when they are united as one. Amaterasu knows this well, which is why he is so obsessed with finding them, and Susanu admitted that the guy really knows a lot. Kim asked him if he would never meet Amaterasu again once he got the Kusanagi. Susanu explained that if he did that, he would try to steal it from him with his dirty tricks. He would rather die twice than let him even hold Kusanagi. Kim now understood why he hid it like that. After all, this search was a complete nervous wreck. Susanu told the boy that he really needed to try and not let Amaterasu get the Yata no Kagami and Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Kim promised that he wouldn't allow that, but he also needed to take the treasure from him. Susanu admitted that he never thought the day would come when he would be rooting for him, and Kim suggested that he root for him a little harder. The boy asked Susanu to help him when he had the opportunity to attack Amaterasu, even just once. After that, he would not ask him for help anymore. Kim understood perfectly well that the completion of the creation of the undead could only happen when the soul was subdued. Having a body and the soul of Susanu, he could not control it completely, even forcing it to act. Susanu needs to make this decision himself. After some thought, he finally agreed to help. But only once. He warned that it would be a one-time action, and Kim replied that this would be quite enough. Kim thought about the fact that he now had a strong card up his sleeve. He immediately created a mana explosion, and then he directed him into the depths of the cave. The only thing left to do is to relax and walk through the labyrinth inside the mountain range.